What would happen if the most powerful emperors in history started eating at the same small restaurant? This is the strange story of Ren Xiaotian. In his original world, he was just an ordinary self-employed man trying to make a living. Nothing special. No power. No fame. But one day, everything changed. After a mysterious accident, Ren Xiaotian suddenly found himself transported to a parallel world. And before he could even understand what was happening, an unscrupulous system forcibly bound itself to him. He didn't get a choice. No negotiations. No way to refuse. The system gave him a bizarre mission: run a small restaurant courtyard, and receive emperors from different dynasties as guests. At first, Ren Xiaotian thought it was a joke. Until one day, the restaurant door opened, and an emperor walked in. Soon, it wasn't just one. Emperors from different eras began appearing one after another. Powerful rulers who once commanded millions of soldiers, now sitting around a small table in his courtyard, arguing over food. Some debated history and strategy. Some complained about their own dynasties. Some even asked Ren Xiaotian for advice about how to run a country better. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaotian could only stare in disbelief. One moment he was serving tea to a legendary emperor. The next moment another emperor would arrive and start arguing with him about history. The courtyard slowly turned into the most unbelievable gathering in time itself, where rulers who should never meet sat together like ordinary guests, discussing war, politics, and sometimes even who paid for dinner. And right in the middle of it all was just one confused restaurant owner, a man who only wanted to live a quiet life, but accidentally became the host of the greatest emperors in history. This is the hilarious story of the restaurant where ancient emperors visit every single day. He opened a restaurant. Now ancient emperors visit every day. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven. Ren Xiaotian lay listlessly on the table, scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Actually, he wasn't originally from this world. He was married with a daughter, living a relatively happy life, when one morning he woke up to find himself transmigrated to a parallel world similar to Earth. After trying many methods and realizing he couldn't return, he resigned himself to his fate. His adoptive parents in this world had passed away, but fortunately, they left him a secluded but sizable courtyard. With the mindset of, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, he transformed the courtyard into a farmhouse in combining dining and lodging. Ren Xiaotian had seriously studied cooking for several years before transmigrating, and with his marketing skills ahead of this world, the business gradually flourished. Just when his life in this world was about to get on track, the system, essential for transmigrators, suddenly awakened. This utterly despicable system, without even asking Ren Xiaotian's consent, simply dumped him and his courtyard into a godforsaken alternate dimension. The system tasked him with receiving historical emperors here and completing various tasks set by them. Ren Xiaotian was naturally unwilling to serve them. These were emperors. What if he cooked a dish or said something that displeased them, and was killed by their men? That would be a huge loss. However, after seeing the system's conditions, Ren Xiaotian accepted. 1. The host is invincible in the courtyard, no one can harm the host. 2. All food and equipment losses will be automatically replenished by the system. 3. Points are awarded based on customer satisfaction and task completion. These points can be redeemed for money, items, etc. 4. The host has 1 day off per week and can return to the real world from the alternate dimension. When the accumulated points reach 10,000, the host can choose to travel back to their original world, and all previously redeemed items can be brought back. Please explore the rest of this system on your own. Actually, Ren Xiaotian had already accepted the option to travel back to his original world when he saw it. After all, his virtuous wife and lovely daughter were waiting for him back home. Congratulations, host, on officially binding with this system. The first customer will arrive soon. Please treat them well. However, Ren Xiaotian waited for 3 whole days without seeing the first customer. He cursed this despicable system countless times in his mind. During this time, he went outside the courtyard for a walk, only to find that everything outside the courtyard was shrouded in fog, making it impossible for him to leave. Fortunately, there was electricity and internet here, otherwise, he would have had no other entertainment besides sleeping. As darkness gradually fell, he figured the customer wouldn't come today. Ren Xiaotian sighed, muttered a few curses at the system, and got up to close the courtyard gate and go back to bed. Although there was usually no one else here, he still felt safer only when the door was closed at night. Just as Ren Xiaotian closed the gate and turned to go back, there was a knock on the door behind him, and a woman's voice came from outside. Is anyone home? Could you please prepare some food for us? Ren Xiaotian excitedly turned around and opened the door. Good heavens, after waiting for 3 days, customers have finally arrived. The courtyard gate opened, revealing a woman of about 50 years old, dressed elegantly, accompanied by a boy of about 6 or 7. Please come in, both of you, Ren Xiaotian said, ushering them inside. The woman bowed slightly, saying, It's so late, please forgive us for disturbing the innkeeper. Ren Xiaotian smiled, guests are always welcome, there's no need for such formality. Please follow me, Ren Xiaotian said, leading the way as the three headed towards the kitchen. Weren't they supposed to only serve emperors? Why is this a woman? Could she be Empress Wu Zetian? She doesn't seem like it, Ren Xiaotian thought to himself. Upon entering the kitchen, Ren Xiaotian suppressed his doubts and turned to the two women, saying, what would you two like to eat? I'll cook for you now. The woman said, aren't you the owner? Why are you cooking yourself? Oh, I don't employ anyone else in this little shop. I'm the manager, cook, and waiter all by myself. But you can trust my skills. What would you like to eat? The woman suddenly realized, I see. Then please make 2 or 3 dishes for my daughter and me. I was in a hurry and didn't bring any money with me. This hairpin should be worth about a meal. Please accept it. After saying this, the woman took the hairpin off her head and handed it to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, never mind, never mind. Consider this meal on me. You can keep the hairpin. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian insisted on not accepting the hairpin, the woman had no choice but to put it back, saying, thank you very much, shopkeeper. I will definitely repay you in the future. It's just a meal, what repayment do you need? Please take your child to find a private room to sit for a while. The food will be ready soon, Ren Xiaotian said. The woman thanked him again and left with her child. Actually, Ren Xiaotian wasn't wrong. This woman was indeed not Empress Wu Zetian. Her true identity was actually Empress Xiaosaigao, Ma Xiuying, the first wife of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, and the boy beside her was Zhu Yuanzhang's grandson, the eldest son of Crown Prince Zhu Baiao, the imperial grandson Zhu Xiangying. Because Zhu Xiangying's health had deteriorated significantly in recent years, the combined efforts of the imperial physicians had yielded little improvement. Therefore, she discussed with Zhu Yuanzhang the possibility of taking her grandson back to their hometown of Fengyang to recuperate and pay respects to the Zhu family ancestors, praying for their protection and a safe upbringing. Shortly after they left Yingtian City, a sudden gale arose, the sandstorm making it impossible to open their eyes. When the dust settled, Empress Ma stepped out of the carriage and found herself alone with her grandson. The surroundings were also unlike the familiar official road outside Yingtian City. A voice inside Empress Ma told her that if she continued along the road, she would find a way to save her grandson. After hesitating for a while, Empress Ma finally mustered her courage and carefully led Zhu Xiangying along the road. They walked for an unknown amount of time, until they were both extremely hungry. Just as they were about to reach their physical limit, Empress Ma was surprised to find a small courtyard not far away, which led to her conversation with Ren Xiaotian. After the two left the kitchen, Empress Ma finally had time to carefully observe the small courtyard. What she saw astonished her. The entire courtyard was paved with flawless, gleaming white tiles. Instead of dim oil lamps, the lights overhead were dazzling white lamps, seemingly made of glass, illuminating the entire courtyard. Colorful flowers and plants bloomed in abundance, and an ethereal current flowed through the small pond. Dry ice equipment. Empress Ma felt as if she had entered a fairyland. Considering their strange arrival here from outside Yingtian City, coupled with the constant reminder in her mind, Empress Ma was convinced she had encountered immortals. If she could obtain an elixir from the immortal, her grandson's health would be assured. However, Empress Ma worried that rashly asking the immortal for something would displease him, so she decided to first cultivate a relationship with him before making any further requests. Just as Empress Ma was still standing outside in a daze, Ren Xiaotian came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of tea. Why were you standing outside? I made a pot of tea, please have some, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Empress Ma, realizing the man before her was an immortal, felt a sudden surge of nervousness, even for the dignified empress of the Ming dynasty. She stammered, thank you, immortal. Ren Xiaotian hadn't quite heard what Empress Ma said, but seeing her flustered appearance, he assumed she was worried he was running a shady business. He quickly explained, don't worry, sir, I'm an honest merchant. We don't rip off customers. Seeing Ren Xiaotian's misunderstanding, Empress Ma hurriedly said, no, I didn't mean that. Just then, Zhu Xiangying suddenly called out, grandmother, I'm thirsty. I want some water. Empress Ma, startled, quickly tugged at Zhu Xiangying's collar and explained to Ren Xiaotian, ahem, well, my surname is Huang. Ren Xiaotian almost burst out laughing at Empress Ma's clumsy acting, thinking he'd never seen a grandson call his grandmother by her surname before her name. He suppressed a laugh and led Empress Ma and her daughter to a private room, pouring them tea and saying, the children are thirsty. Please have some tea first, I'll go cook. After Ren Xiaotian left, Empress Ma breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she hadn't angered the immortal. Beside her, Zhu Xiangying, thirsty and hungry, paid no attention to what Empress Ma was thinking, grabbing his teacup and gulping it down. Grandma, this tea is so delicious, much better than Grandpa's treasured tea. Zhu Xiangying poured himself another cup after finishing. Empress Ma, watching her grandson's exaggerated reaction, also picked up her cup and took a sip. The taste was indeed fragrant, sweet, mellow, and lingering. She couldn't help but marvel at how immortals truly were, even the tea they drank was so unique. Actually, this was all top-grade tea and spring water supplied by the system. Ren Xiaotian had no idea how precious these things were. Ren Xiaotian always gulped down tea, unable to discern good from bad. To him, there was no difference between the original De Hong Pao tea and mere tea dust. About 10 minutes later, Ren Xiaotian returned with 3 dishes and a soup. "Sir, have you been waiting long? I've prepared a few rustic dishes. I wonder if they suit your taste," Ren Xiaotian said, placing the dishes on the table. "Thank you, sir. These dishes look delicious." "You're too modest." "Alright, thank you for your compliment. Please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. Let me know if you need anything." Seeing Ren Xiaotian about to leave, Empress Ma, still hoping to build a closer relationship with the immortal, quickly said, "Why don't you join us? My daughter and I don't eat much, leaving too much would be a waste." Actually, Ren Xiaotian also wanted to probe the woman before him, as he still didn't know who this mother and daughter were. He had also asked the system about the two people's identities, but the system only told him to explore on his own and then left without further explanation, which really annoyed him. "I've already eaten, but it would be nice to sit down and chat with you. I don't have anything else to do for the time being," Ren Xiaotian said, pulling out a stool and sitting down. Zhu Xiaoying was starving and didn't bother listening to the two of them. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Although Empress Ma was also very hungry, she maintained her composure and only took a small bite of the dish in front of her. The next moment, Empress Ma's eyes widened. The taste was absolutely exquisite. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma were among the most frugal emperors in history, but that didn't mean they hadn't enjoyed good food. However, the dish Empress Ma was eating now was a flavor she had never tasted before. "Shopkeeper, what is this dish? Why have I never seen it before?" "This? It's just a common 3 treasures of the earth. It's made with eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers." "What are potatoes and green peppers?" Empress Ma asked, completely bewildered. "Just ordinary vegetables." "Oh, I remember these two were introduced to China quite late," Ren Xiaotian explained. Empress Ma understood immediately. This was truly a sage. He could even produce vegetables from later generations. Just as they were about to ask another question, Zhu Xiaoying, who had been eating voraciously beside them, suddenly burst into tears. "Grandma, it's so spicy. So spicy." The two looked at Zhu Xiaoying. The child's eyes were red, and he was constantly fanning his mouth with his hands, clearly suffering greatly from the spiciness. Empress Ma, disregarding everything else, asked Ren Xiaotian, "Shopkeeper, what's wrong with my grandson?" Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, nothing. The child probably hasn't eaten chili peppers before. I clearly only put in a mild amount, but it still hurt him. Don't worry, I'll get him a bottle of milk. Milk helps relieve spiciness." Ren Xiaotian went back to the kitchen, got a bottle of anmuxi, a type of Chinese liquor, opened the cap, and handed it to Zhu Xiaoying, saying, "Drink this, little one, it won't be spicy anymore after you finish." Zhu Xiaoying quickly took it and gulped it down in one go. "How amazing! It really isn't spicy anymore," Zhu Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. "It's good that it's not spicy. If you want to eat this spicy chicken, dip it in your teacup first," Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Interrupted by Zhu Xiaoying's words, Empress Ma forgot to continue asking about the vegetables. Ren Xiaotian casually asked, "Where are you two gentlemen headed, and how did you come to my little courtyard?" Empress Ma sighed, "My grandson's health has been deteriorating lately. His grandfather and I discussed taking him back to our hometown to recuperate for a while. Who would have thought that as soon as we left Yingtian City, a strong wind arose, and when we came to our senses, it was just the two of us. We lost our way and had no choice but to follow the road, which led us to this shop." Ren Xiaotian clicked his tongue twice. Truly worthy of the name, shameless system. The way it brought people here was truly shameless. Ren Xiaotian carefully examined Zhu Xiaoying. Indeed, he could tell at a glance that she was different from a healthy person. Her face was extremely pale, and her body was thinner than a child her age. She had been complaining of hunger, but hadn't eaten much before becoming unable to eat anymore. Ren Xiaotian, who also had children, couldn't bear to see a child suffer from illness and asked with heartache, "What did the doctor say about your child's illness?" Empress Ma said tearfully, "We've seen many doctors, but none of them can diagnose anything. She usually can't eat, always complains of stomach aches, sometimes vomits, and has diarrhea, and recently she's even fainted several times." Although Ren Xiaotian was also heartbroken for the child, he knew nothing about medicine and could only gently comfort Empress Ma. Good people are always protected by heaven. This child looks blessed with good fortune and will surely be all right. Looking at her grandson's pale face, Empress Ma could no longer contain her emotions. She suddenly knelt down and said to Ren Xiaotian, "I beg you, immortal, to heal my grandson. I, Ma Xiuying, am willing to give my life for my grandson's health." Ren Xiaotian was startled by Empress Ma and quickly helped her up. "Please get up. This is shortening my lifespan. I'm not an immortal, just a humble restaurant owner. I can't possibly accept such a great favor. I can't help with my child's illness. I really know nothing about medicine. However, Empress Ma was convinced that Ren Xiaotian was an immortal, and for a moment, Ren Xiaotian was speechless. No matter how Ren Xiaotian explained, Empress Ma insisted that he was an immortal. Finally, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to tell Empress Ma part of the truth. I'm really not an immortal, and please don't call me one. My name is Ren Xiaotian, you can just call me Xiaotian. Although I don't know your identity, I am indeed from your later era of China. As for why I run a restaurant here, the reasons are very complicated, and even if I explain them, you might not understand them now. Empress Ma was clearly shocked by Ren Xiaotian's words. She never imagined that the person before her was from the future. After she recovered, she slumped into a chair and murmured, "You're not an immortal after all? What will happen to my grandson?" Suddenly, Empress Ma stood up as if seeing a glimmer of hope, grabbing Ren Xiaotian's hand and asking, "You said you're from the future. Does the future have any methods to cure my grandson's illness?" Ren Xiaotian smiled bitterly. "Our medical methods back then might be able to cure your grandson's illness, but I'm not a doctor. I really can't treat him." Just as the two were talking, Zhu Xiangying, who was standing nearby, began to vomit violently. Within a minute or two, everything she had eaten was vomited up. Her already pale face turned deathly white, and she lost consciousness. Empress Ma rushed forward and scooped Zhu Xiangying into her arms, calling out, "Xiangying, Xiangying, wake up! It's Grandma! Wake up! Grandpa's waiting for you to come back and teach you to ride a horse, don't fall asleep." Ren Xiaotian was also frantic, like a cat on a hot tin roof. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about medicine, and the first aid he remembered was forgotten in his panic. Emergency mission issued, treat customer Zhu Xiangying. Due to the host's lack of medical knowledge, the system has opened a special channel. The host can take the customer out of the alternate dimension to a modern hospital for treatment. Mission rewards will be issued based on completion. Ren Xiaotian jumped up excitedly upon seeing the system notification. This damn system had finally done something useful. Without thinking, Ren Xiaotian shouted to Empress Ma, "Quick! Take the child and come with me. I have a way to save him." Hearing that the child could be saved, Empress Ma quickly picked up Zhu Xiangying and ran outside with Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian went to the garage, opened the door of the van he used for deliveries, and shouted, "Get in." After Empress Ma and the other woman got in, Ren Xiaotian started the car and sped out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the thick fog had indeed dissipated considerably. Not far from the gate was a twisted, black passageway. Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth and drove into it. Ren Xiaotian felt the car sway, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the suburbs where his courtyard used to be located. The nearest hospital to the city was still 20 or 30 kilometers away. Ren Xiaotian didn't dare to delay and immediately floored the gas, heading towards the city. About 10 minutes later, the car entered the city. It was rush hour, and long lines of cars had formed at every intersection. Ren Xiaotian's car couldn't move at all. Damn it! Ren Xiaotian slammed his fist on the steering wheel. He had never hated traffic jams as much as he had at that moment. If a life were to be lost because of a traffic jam, he would never be able to forgive himself. Suddenly, Ren Xiaotian saw a traffic policeman directing traffic at the intersection and quickly opened his car door and ran over. "Officer, a child in my car has suddenly become seriously ill. Can you help us?" Upon hearing there was a sick person in the car, the traffic policeman immediately followed Ren Xiaotian to the front of the vehicle to check the situation. They found a child unconscious in the car. The traffic policeman decisively told Ren Xiaotian, "I'll clear the way ahead, you follow me." He then mounted his motorcycle, turned on the siren, and weaved through the congested traffic. Soon, thanks to the traffic policeman's guidance, the congested vehicles made way for Ren Xiaotian, who quickly accelerated to catch up with the traffic policeman. With the traffic policeman clearing the way, Ren Xiaotian arrived at the hospital in less than 5 minutes. After getting off his motorcycle, Ren Xiaotian wanted to thank the traffic police officer, but the officer waved him off, saying, "Don't thank me, hurry up and get the child to the doctor." He then rode back to his post. Ren Xiaotian had contacted the hospital beforehand, and they had already arranged for medical staff to wait at the entrance. After handing Zhu Xiangying over to the nurse, he finally felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He turned to comfort Empress Ma, who was sobbing silently. "Don't worry, she'll be saved at the hospital. Now we just need to wait patiently." Empress Ma was clearly disoriented in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, she could only trust Ren Xiaotian's words and silently pray for her grandson. About 40 minutes later, a doctor approached the two of them and said, "Are you the child's family?" Ren Xiaotian stood up and said, "We are the child's family." The doctor shook his head and said, "The child is out of danger now. I have some questions for you, but it's not convenient to talk here. Please come to my office." The two followed the doctor to his office. After sitting down, the doctor asked, how long have the child been experiencing these symptoms? Empress Ma replied, my grandson has had stomach problems for almost 3 years, and in the past year, he's been vomiting and having diarrhea frequently. Ren Xiaotian asked, Doctor, what exactly is wrong with the child? The doctor said seriously, according to our test results, the child's body has severely elevated levels of heavy metals such as lead, arsenic, and mercury. This coma is also due to heavy metal poisoning. What have you been feeding the child? Ren Xiaotian looked at Empress Ma with suspicion, even he could tell that the child had been poisoned. Empress Ma, naturally understanding the doctor's meaning, asked, are you saying my grandson was poisoned? Whether it was poisoning or not, I don't know, but the heavy metals in the child's body have indeed accumulated over the years. If it really was poisoning, I suggest you call the police immediately, the doctor said. Empress Ma understood that the doctor was suggesting she report it to the authorities, and she shook her head, saying, let's not trouble the government with our family matters. Seeing that the child's grandmother was unwilling to call the police, the doctor could only say, although the child is out of danger now, he will need to stay in the hospital for a period of time to fully recover. It's fortunate you chose to come to the hospital now. If you had waited a few months, I'm afraid. After hearing the doctor's words, even the gentle Empress Ma felt a surge of murderous intent. Someone dared to plot against her most beloved grandson, it was unforgivable. She vowed to make Kongba investigate the truth and exterminate the murderer's entire family upon returning home. Go and get the child admitted to the hospital first. Also, for the next few days, the child can only eat liquid food, the doctor said. Ren Xiaotian went to the inpatient department to complete the admission procedures and pre-deposited 50,000 yuan. This first order hadn't earned a single penny but it already cost him 50,000 yuan, which truly pained Ren Xiaotian. Fortunately, the system had thoughtfully arranged identities for Empress Ma and her grandson, otherwise, the admission would have been very difficult to complete. Ren Xiaotian stared blankly at their ID cards. Zhu Xiangying, why did that name sound so familiar? Suddenly recalling a TV series he had watched before, Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead. Wasn't Zhu Xianying Zhu Yuanzhang's beloved grandson? That woman was Zhu Yuanzhang's wife Empress Ma with big feet? Inside the ward, Zhu Xiangying was fast asleep, and Empress Ma sat by his bedside, tenderly holding his hand. The other patients and their families in the ward looked at Empress Ma with strange eyes, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Clearly, the ancient costumes of Empress Ma and her son were attracting too much attention. Because Zhu Xiangying's illness had come on so suddenly, there hadn't been any time for them to change, and besides, Ren Xiaotian didn't have any suitable clothes for the mother and son. Ren Xiaotian was also quite troubled, worried that someone might film them and post the video online. He could only explain to everyone that he had just rushed over from the film set. Just in case, Ren Xiaotian had to entrust Zhu Xiangying to the care of the nurses while he took Empress Ma to a nearby clothing store to buy some modern clothes. Ren Xiaotian chose a short-sleeved t-shirt and trousers for Empress Ma, and also brought a children's outfit for Zhu Xiangying. After leaving the clothing store, Empress Ma was clearly dissatisfied with her clothes. It wasn't that they were uncomfortable, but rather that they were far too revealing for her. Empress Ma frowned and asked, the clothes here are truly indecent. How can a woman wear such obscene clothing? Ren Xiaotian smiled wryly, times have changed. Wearing this kind of clothing is perfectly normal here. If you were completely covered up in the middle of summer, people would think you were sick. Please just wear these for now, and change back when you get home. After hearing Ren Xiaoshan's explanation, Empress Ma, though still somewhat displeased, said nothing more. The 8th day of Zhu Xianying's hospitalization. Empress Ma gradually adapted to modern life and didn't reveal any flaws. These past few days, under the doctor's treatment, Zhu Xianying slowly recovered her health, and her pale complexion returned to a rosy hue. Empress Ma was chatting with the patient's family, while Ren Xiaotian was instructing Zhu Xianying on how to play King of Glory. The doctor pushed open the door and walked in. It seems the child is recovering well, but he still needs to limit his phone use. It's not good for him to become nearsighted at such a young age, the doctor joked. Ren Xiaotian smiled sheepishly, took his phone back, and put it in his pocket. I came to tell you that the child is recovering quite well and can be discharged. After returning home, you must pay attention to his diet. There are still some heavy metal residues in his body. Give him more milk to drink regularly, it can promote metabolism, the doctor instructed. Thank you, doctor, Ren Xiaotian said gratefully. You're welcome. Hurry up and pack up to complete the discharge procedures. Remember to make sure the child gets moderate exercise after returning home, the doctor said, then turned and left the ward. Ren Xiaotian quickly completed the discharge procedures. The total cost of hospitalization and treatment was close to 30,000 yuan. There wasn't much to pack, just the clothes the two of them had brought. After saying goodbye to the other patients in the ward, the three of them left the hospital. Ren Xiaotian drove back the way he came, passing through the black and white tunnel and returning to his small courtyard. Back in his own territory, Ren Xiaotian slumped into a recliner, lamenting that there's no place like home. He hadn't had a single comfortable night's sleep in the hospital these past few days. The pungent smell of disinfectant made it impossible for him to sleep soundly. Emergency mission completed, mission completion rate 90%, reward points plus 150. Ren Xiaotian was comfortably lying down, resting with his eyes closed, when Empress Ma arrived with Zhu Xiangying. Xiaotian, thank you so much for my grandson's illness. If Xiangying were gone, this old woman wouldn't be able to live, Empress Ma said. Ren Xiaotian quickly waved his hand, saying, oh, I didn't help much. The doctor treated the illness, I just ran errands. Empress Ma sighed, now I won't hide it from you anymore. My true identity is Empress Ma Xiuying, the wife of Emperor Hongbiu of the Ming dynasty. This child, Xiangying, is Emperor Hongbiu's eldest grandson, Zhu Xiangying. After saying this, Empress Ma looked at Ren Xiaotian, expecting him to be shocked, but Ren Xiaotian had an expression that said, I already knew. Did you already know, Xiaotian? Empress Ma couldn't help but ask. Ren Xiaotian nodded, actually, I understood as soon as I learned Xiangying's name. Everyone who comes to my courtyard is an emperor. The only one named Xiangying with the surname Zhu is Zhu Xiangying, the eldest grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming dynasty emperor. Of course, I guessed you were Empress Ma. Empress Ma explained somewhat awkwardly, it's not that we intentionally concealed our identities, it's just that when we first arrived, we really didn't know your identity or purpose, Xiaotian. My daughter and I are just women and children. Ren Xiaotian said nonchalantly, I understand. As the saying goes, one should always be wary of others. Your identities are so special, so it's better to be open about it now. Empress Ma's eyes suddenly lit up since Xiaotian said everyone who comes here is an emperor, then is Xiangying. Ren Xiaotian interrupted, it's not that I want to spoil your mood, but you heard what the doctor said earlier. If Xiangying hadn't come to me, you should know what would have happened to his health. Empress Ma's face instantly darkened. Zhu Xiangying was her precious darling, and now he had been poisoned and murdered. If it weren't for this fortuitous encounter with Ren Xiaotian, Xiangying's life would likely be in danger. Who could have so meticulously plotted to harm Xiangying? Empress Ma was a clever woman. After a moment's thought, she had several suspects in mind. She would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly once she returned. Thinking of this, Empress Ma said, Xiaotian, I've been here for almost 10 days. Xiangying's grandfather and father must be extremely anxious by now. Could you perhaps let me go back? Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian silently asked the system, can these customers return after they go back? The host can exchange points for a passage token. The token can carry 3 people back and forth, with a 7-day cooldown period per use. Ren Xiaotian glanced at the price of the token. Good heavens, even with the discount, it still costs 120 points per token for the first purchase. Was he going to have to give back his newly earned points to the system? Ren Xiaotian reluctantly exchanged for a token. How do I use this? The holder must hold the token and silently recite the host's name 3 times to open the spatial passage. Of course. If you want to go back, you can go back now. After saying this, Ren Xiaotian handed the token and the instructions to Empress Ma. Empress Ma nodded. I have another request. Could Xiangying stay with you for a while? You know someone is trying to harm Xiangying, and I want to go back and investigate before returning to fetch her. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiangying. Empress Ma gave Ren Xiaotian a deep bow. Then I'll entrust Xiangying to you for the next few days. I'll repay you handsomely when I return. Ren Xiaotian said straightforwardly, no need for a generous reward. You should go back and let them know you're safe, and also catch the poisoner. Empress Ma nodded, then said to Zhu Xiangying, Xiangying, you stay with your brother Xiaotian for a few days. Grandma will bring your grandfather to see you in a few days. Zhu Xiangying said sensibly, Grandma, don't worry, I'll listen to my brother Xiaotian. After giving her these instructions, Empress Ma, following the method Ren Xiaotian had taught her, successfully opened a black passage. Empress Ma gave Zhu Xiangying one last deep look, then turned and walked into the black passage. After Empress Ma's figure disappeared, the black passage also vanished in a flash, as if it had never existed. The 14th year of the Hongbiu reign of the Ming dynasty. Inside the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang was in a rage. 8 days have passed, and the Empress and Xiangying still haven't been found. What use are you bunch of useless fools? Mao Xiang knelt on the ground, trembling. It wasn't that he was useless, it was simply that the Empress and the Crown Prince's disappearance was too bizarre. He had interrogated everyone in the entourage, used every torture imaginable, but the conclusion was always the same. After the storm subsided, the Empress and the Crown Prince's carriage suddenly vanished. For the past few days, he had deployed all the men of the Imperial Guard, turning the entire Southern Zili Provincial Administration Commission upside down, but they hadn't found a trace of the Empress. As a veteran minister who had served Zhu Yuanzhang for over 20 years, Mao Xiang knew Zhu Yuanzhang's temper all too well. If the Empress and the Crown Prince weren't found soon, not only him, but the entire Ming dynasty would likely be ravaged by bloodshed. Mao Xiang, I'll give you one more day. If you still can't find him by tomorrow, you know the consequences, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Mao Xiang, narrowing his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Despite his immense reluctance, Mao Xiang dared not disobey Zhu Yuanzhang and could only agree. Now he could only hope that the emperor would consider his decades of loyal service and allow his Mao family to have a descendant. Mao Xiang thought to himself as he walked out of the hall. Your Majesty, the Empress has returned to the palace. The Empress has returned to the palace. A eunuch from Cunning Palace rushed into Fengtian Hall, knelt down, and shouted. Zhu Yuanzhang disregarded the eunuch's rudeness and sprang up from his dragon throne upon hearing this. The Empress has really returned? Has our eldest grandson returned? Your Majesty, the servant only saw the Empress return. I did not see His Highness the Crown Prince, the eunuch replied. Zhu Yuanzhang asked no more questions and rose to run towards Cunning Palace. Empress Ma was sitting in Cunning Palace, drinking tea, the past few days feeling like a dream. After emerging from the Black Passage, she found herself outside the gates of Cunning Palace. A group of eunuchs and maids, upon seeing her, rushed over, knelt, and wept bitterly. If it weren't for the token Ren Xiaotian had given her still clutched in her hand, and the fact that Xiang Ying wasn't actually with her, she would have truly believed it was all a dream. Sister! Sister! Zhu Yuanzhang's voice rang out before he even arrived. Empress Ma smiled slightly upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's voice. Even at his age, he still liked being called sister. Perhaps this was Zhu Yuanzhang's unique kind of romance. Zhu Yuanzhang rushed to Empress Ma, grabbed her hand, and asked, Sister, where have you been these past few days? We were so worried about you. Oh, where's our grandson? Wasn't he with you? Empress Ma helped Zhu Yuanzhang sit down and poured him a cup of tea, saying, Calm down first. You're so old, why do you still act like a young man? Zhu Yuanzhang took the tea, drank it all in one gulp, and laughed, I'm not that old. Running this far is nothing, I could easily go back to the battlefield and fight for a while. But let's not talk about that. You still haven't answered my question. Where is Xiang Ying? Empress Ma then told Zhu Yuanzhang everything that had happened over the past few days. After listening, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into deep thought, clearly not fully understanding Empress Ma's words. After a while, Zhu Yuanzhang grasped the key point and asked in a low voice, Sister, are you saying someone poisoned our eldest grandson? Empress Ma nodded. If it weren't for the unexpected turn of events with Ren Xiaotian, Zhu Xiangying would likely be in grave danger by now. Zhu Yuanzhang instantly flew into a rage, shouting, That audacious traitor! If we catch him, we'll have his entire family executed by slow slicing. Then he said to Empress Ma, Sister, do you have any suspects now? After all, poisoning our eldest grandson in the Deep Palace is no easy feat. Empress Ma pondered for a moment and replied, I do have suspects. You should be able to guess who it is, Kongba, but we have no evidence yet. Zhu Yuanzhang, rising from a beggar to become the founding emperor, undoubtedly possessed political wisdom far exceeding that of ordinary people. He pondered for a moment before speaking, Sister, you suspect him? This would certainly benefit him, but we still can't believe he'd have such audacity. Empress Ma knew Zhu Yuanzhang was guessing the same person she was thinking of, and rolled her eyes at him, saying, You can't judge a book by its cover. You know, Xiang Ying is the biggest obstacle for him. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, You're right, but since he dared to do it, he'll definitely cover everything up. He probably won't admit it unless we catch him red-handed. Empress Ma said, I've come up with an idea these past few days, but I don't know if it's feasible. Oh, sister, you have an idea? Tell me about it, Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. Empress Ma told Zhu Yuanzhang her idea, and he frowned, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. Sister, your idea is good. Let's do it your way. I'll arrange things with Biaoer later, but remember, don't let the news leak out. Of course, but have you thought about how to deal with Kongba? Daring to plot against our eldest grandson, what good does he expect to end up? But for the sake of the royal family's reputation, we'll leave him a whole corpse. Well, after all, it concerns the Zhu family's reputation, so the less commotion, the better. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and said, All right, let's not talk about such unlucky things. Sister, is that Ren Xiaotian you mentioned reliable? Will Xiang Ying encounter any accidents while he's with him? Empress Ma said irritably, Have I ever misjudged him? Although Xiaotian doesn't seem to have much ability, he's kind-hearted, and Xiang Ying is willing to follow him. I don't know what you're worrying about. Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his head and chuckled, I'm worried about Xiang Ying. He's never left the palace since he was a child, and I'm afraid he can't endure the hardships of the common people. You know Xiang Ying is my darling. Xiaoshan's place isn't just any ordinary common people. If he hadn't actually taken me to the future, I would have believed he was an immortal. If Xiang Ying can't endure the hardships there, I'm afraid she'll become too comfortable and won't want to come back with you, her imperial grandfather. Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow and said, He wouldn't dare. Then, with a curious tone, she asked, "Is Ren Xiaoshan's place really that good? And the food from later generations, is it really as delicious as you say, sister? I want to go. No, I want to see my great-grandson. I wonder if that brat has thought of his imperial grandfather." Empress Ma laughed. "Do you think I don't know you, Konba? If you want to eat, just go and eat. Why use the excuse of visiting Xiangying? But I can't go these next few days. I just got back today, and I can only go again in 7 days." Zhu Yuanzhang said, "I'm not a greedy person. I'm going to see if Ren Xiaotian has anything suitable for our great Ming. After all, he comes from later generations, so there must be many things from later generations that our great Ming can use." Empress Ma nodded. "I was so worried about Xiangying's illness that I forgot about that. Let's ask Xiaotian after we get there. By the way, I promised Xiaotian I would reward him handsomely. You, as the emperor, can't be stingy. I am the emperor of the great Ming dynasty, of course I should think more about the lives of the people. If he has anything that can improve the lives of the people of our great Ming, we should repay him tenfold," Zhu Yuanzhang said, patting his chest. All right, I know you're a good emperor. Go and prepare the things for Xiaotian quickly. Something too cheap won't do, he saved your grandson's life. And that matter, you need to arrange it quickly too," Empress Ma said, pushing Zhu Yuanzhang away. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression instantly turned serious. He stood up and said, "All right, sister, you've just returned, you should rest early. Leave that matter to me. We need to resolve it within 7 days. Otherwise, how can I face Xiangying?" After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang turned and walked out of Cunning Palace, leaving Empress Ma with a deep, unsettling gaze. In the following days, rumors spread throughout the palace and beyond. A rumor, seemingly from nowhere, spread that the Crown Prince Zhu Xiangying had died of illness, and Empress Ma, unable to bear the blow, also fell ill. Even the palace eunuchs and maids discussed the matter privately, while Emperor Hongdiu, Zhu Yuanzhang, unusually remained silent. Many shrewd officials in the court had begun quietly preparing to side with either Zhu Yunwen or Zhu Yunteng. After all, Crown Prince Zhu Baiao's position was secure, he was certain to become the next emperor of the Ming dynasty. Now that Zhu Xiangying had died, Zhu Baiao's future successor could only be chosen from his eldest son by a concubine, Zhu Yunwen, and his second son by the legitimate wife, Zhu Yunteng. Inside the Crown Prince's eastern palace, it must be said that Zhu Yuanzhang's favoritism towards his eldest son, Zhu Baiao, was excessive. While other emperors' Crown Prince's eastern palace consisted of only one palace, Zhu Baiao's eastern palace was a veritable palace complex. "Father, is my eldest brother really gone?" Zhu Yunwen asked Zhu Baiao, his eyes red. Although Zhu Yunwen was only about 4 years old, he already understood the meaning of death. His elder brother, Zhu Xiangying, usually took good care of him, and Zhu Yunwen loved to follow him around. Even when he got into trouble, his father would scold him, and his older brother would take the blame, just as his father did for his uncles. Recently, his elder brother's health had been deteriorating, and his grandmother had taken him into care for him personally. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the brothers' bond had only grown stronger. Rumors were rampant in the palace about Zhu Xiangying's death, but Zhu Yunwen couldn't accept the loss of his beloved elder brother. The usually amiable and refined Crown Prince Zhu Baiao was now silent, his face grim. "Third brother, can't you see father is in a bad mood? We son should understand father, not add to his burden by asking questions you already know the answer to." The speaker was Zhu Baiao's second son, Zhu Yunwen, only a year older than Zhu Yunwen, yet he reprimanded his younger brother like an adult scolding a child. Zhu Yunwen glared at Zhu Yunwen with resentment. His half-brother was always picking on him. His biological mother, Crown Princess Chang, died shortly after giving birth to him. Since his eldest brother was taken in by his grandmother, his second brother, Zhu Yunwen, and his mother, Consort Lu, frequently bullied him, both openly and secretly. He didn't want to cause trouble for his father and elder brother, so he hadn't told them. Zhu Yunwen noticed Zhu Yunwen staring at him and opened his mouth as if to say something. Zhu Baiao, who had been watching coldly from the side, growled, "Enough. Your elder brother's life is uncertain, and you're still arguing like this. Get out of here." The two brothers exchanged angry glances and left the room. Crown Princess Lu entered carrying a bowl of soup and placed it on the table in front of Zhu Baiao. "It's normal for two children to bicker. Why is your highness so angry?" Zhu Baiao snorted coldly without answering. He had never liked Lu, and if Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't forced him, he would never have married her. Even after Lu gave birth to Zhu Yunwen, he still treated her with disdain. Lady Lu seemed unfazed by Zhu Baiao's attitude, casually asking, "The rumors about Xiangying in the palace are getting worse. I wonder if Xiangying is alive or dead." "Alas." Zhu Baiao glanced at Lady Lu and said, "What? Do you wish to see Xiangying die?" Lady Lu remained calm, explaining, "Your Highness, why do you say that? I've watched Xiangying grow up since she was little. My sister Chang and I were like sisters. She passed away early, and I've always treated her son as my own. Xiang Ying's fate is now unknown. How can I, as her aunt, not worry? I hope you're speaking from the heart, Zhu Baiao said, then fell silent. A silence fell between them, broken by the voice of a eunuch. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to discuss important matters. Zhu Baiao stepped out of the room and asked, I wonder what father has summoned me to discuss so late. The eunuch replied, this servant doesn't know the specifics, but His Majesty seems to want to discuss the selection of the crown prince. Zhu Baiao nodded and returned to the room, saying to Lady Lu, father has summoned me to discuss matters, he may not return tonight. You and Yunwen should go to sleep. Lady Lu remained non-committal. After Zhu Baiao left, a smile appeared on Lady Lu's lips. At midnight, Lady Lu and Zhu Yunwen were already asleep. The door creaked open slowly. Lady Lu immediately woke up, asking warily, who's there? However, no one answered. By the moonlight streaming through the window, Lady Lu vaguely saw a figure slowly crawling from the floor. Who are you? Guards! An assassin! Lu screamed. Strangely, the Eastern Palace was eerily quiet, no guards or maids came to investigate. It was Lu's voice that woke Zhu Yunwen. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, what is it, mother? Lu didn't answer, only staring intently at the figure on the ground. The dark figure slowly rose to its feet. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be a small child, disheveled and covered in blood. Lu couldn't make out its face. Zhu Yunwen also noticed the figure and immediately burrowed into Lu's arms in fright. Mother, who is this person? I'm so scared. Lady Lu shielded Zhu Yunwen behind her, shouting, who are you? What is your purpose? The shadowy figure ignored her question, only saying in a low voice, I died so tragically I want revenge. Lady Lu asked in a trembling voice, you are Zhu Xiangying. Zhu Yunwen peeked out from behind Lady Lu, his face pale, and asked, are you really my elder brother? The shadowy figure suddenly shouted maniacally, the king of hell sent me back for revenge. A life for a life. A life for a life. Then it lunged at Lady Lu. Lady Lu steeled her heart, pulled a pair of scissors from under her pillow, and stabbed at the shadowy figure, shouting, don't think I'm afraid of you. I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. Unexpectedly, the shadowy figure was incredibly agile, seizing Lady Lu's hand holding the knife and twisting it. Lady Lu cried out in pain, her grip loosening, and the scissors fell onto the bed. Taking advantage of the situation, the shadowy figure used a military-style grappling technique to pin Lady Lu to the bed, rendering her immobile. Seeing his mother captured, Zhu Yunwen disregarded his fear and rushed at the figure, hitting and biting him. However, Zhu Yunwen was too young, and after a while, the figure remained unmoved. Suddenly, lights appeared outside the window, and Lady Lu heard footsteps, as if many people had entered the room. Lady Lu struggled to lift her head and saw Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Baiao, and Empress Ma staring at her with chilling eyes. Lady Lu understood all too well that her schemes had finally been discovered. Zhu Yunwen, bewildered, cried out upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and the other two enter, Grandpa, Grandma, Father. This villain attacked Mother. Please save her. After a moment of silence, Empress Ma spoke up, Xiaomei, take Yunwen away. The shadowy figure released Lady Lu and picked up Zhu Yunwen. The room was brightly lit. Only then did Zhu Yunwen realize that the one who attacked his mother was none other than Xiaomei, a maidservant of his grandmother. Zhu Yunwen was a clever man. Although he didn't know exactly what his mother had done, he understood that his grandfather must have discovered it. Having figured this out, Zhu Yunwen stopped struggling and allowed Xiaomei to carry him away. Now only Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Baiao, Empress Ma, and Lady Lu remained in the room. Zhu Yuanzhang sat imposingly in his chair, his gaze fixed sternly on Lady Lu. Lady Lu, her face deathly pale, collapsed to the ground in despair. Zhu Baiao glared fiercely at Lady Lu, his eyes filled with hatred. He couldn't believe this woman was so ruthless, actually poisoning a mere child like Xiang Ying. Empress Ma sighed softly, no longer glancing at Lady Lu. Tell me, why did you poison Xiang Ying? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Your Majesty already knows, doesn't she? I confess, why ask further? Lady Lu, knowing her crime had been exposed, offered no further explanation. We know, now we want to hear your story. Why did you poison Xiang Ying? Was it simply to make Yunwen the crown prince? Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his fist on the table, demanding. Before Lady Lu could answer, Zhu Baiao couldn't hold back any longer and roared, didn't you say you and Sister Chang were as close as sisters, and that you treated Xiang Ying and Yunwen as your own sons? You treated them as your own sons, yet you poisoned her. Are the positions of Empress and Empress Dowager so alluring to you? Lady Lu propped herself up, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. Since I married into the Eastern Palace, Your Highness, when have you ever even glanced at me? Your eyes have always been only for that vile woman, Lady Chang. Yunwen is also your son, and when have you ever truly cared for him? You only ever care about your Zhu Xiangying. I am Yunwen's birth mother. What's wrong with a mother wanting her child to ascend the throne? Now I only regret that you discovered the truth and didn't poison that little brat, Zhu Xiangying. Zhu Baiao was so enraged by Lady Lu's words that his blood rushed to his head, and he nearly fainted. Empress Ma was startled and quickly stepped forward to support her son. Knowing she was doomed, Lady Lu descended into madness, her hair disheveled as she roared with laughter. Zhu Baiao, you can't take it anymore? You think that wretched woman Chang really died from postpartum hemorrhage? Let me tell you the truth, she only suffered a hemorrhage after taking the tonic I gave her. The position of crown princess belongs only to me. What right does she have? She only has herself because her father is Chang Yuchun, that military man. Upon hearing this shocking news, Zhu Baiao, who had just sat down, coughed up blood and fainted completely. Even Empress Ma, who thought she knew everything, couldn't help but tremble with rage upon hearing this, pointing a finger at Lady Lu. You actually dared. Chang was a wife personally chosen by Empress Ma for her son, and she had always liked this daughter-in-law. Chang's personality and appearance were nothing like her father, Chang Yuchun. She was a gentle and virtuous woman, and Empress Ma had high hopes for her, believing she could be a good empress for her son. Unexpectedly, over 3 years ago, Lady Chang died of postpartum hemorrhage a few months after giving birth to Yunhan, causing Empress Ma great sorrow. Now, the truth is that she was poisoned by Lady Lu, a fact Empress Ma cannot accept. Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer contain himself. He kicked the table in front of him away and roared, "Enough!" Lady Lu trembled in fear at Zhu Yuanzhang's words and immediately fell silent. She was truly terrified of her father-in-law. "Sister, take the eldest son away first. I'll handle the rest," Zhu Yuanzhang said, his face expressionless. Empress Ma, who knew Zhu Yuanzhang all too well, knew he was truly enraged. She remained silent, helping Zhu Baiao to his feet and leaving the room. "Originally, we intended to give you a dignified death, but now it seems we were too merciful," Zhu Yuanzhang said, seemingly to himself. "Didn't you want to be the crown princess? We'll make sure you don't get your way." Lady Lu cried out in despair, "No, Your Majesty, you can't do this." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, but his smile was icy. "Is there anything in this world that I can't do? What I can give you, I can easily take back. Also, you like poisoning, don't you? That's easy. The poison that Xiang Ying and Lady Chang ingested will make you ingest every day until you die." Zhu Yuanzhang then remembered something and called out to the outside of the room, "Mao Xiang, get in here." Mao Xiang entered, bowing low, and knelt on the ground without uttering a word. "Immediately imprison the entire clan of Lu Ben, the minister of the court of imperial sacrifices. We want this wicked woman to see her own people die before her every day before she dies." Mao Xiang was sweating profusely. His greatest fear was being implicated in the internal affairs of the imperial family, knowing too much could cost him his head. "Hurry up. Are my words no longer effective?" Zhu Yuanzhang urged again. Mao Xiang could only obey and leave. "I can assure you, your clansmen will definitely die before you. As for how they will thank you in hell, we don't care." Lu Ben seemed drained of all strength, motionless. Her lips twitched a few times, but she ultimately couldn't utter a word. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated for a moment before continuing, "As for Yunwen." Upon hearing the emperor mention her son, Lady Lu rushed forward frantically, kowtowing and pleading, "Your Majesty, Yunwen is innocent. He's just a child, he knows nothing. Everything was my doing. I'm the one who should be killed. Please spare Yunwen." "Alright, Yunwen is still our grandson, we won't kill him, but he can no longer stay in the palace. We'll send him back to his ancestral home in Fengyang to guard the ancestors' graves, as a way of atoning for your sins as his mother." Lady Lu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her son was alive, she had no other desires. How laughable that all her scheming and plotting had ultimately amounted to nothing. In the end, she would even implicate her entire clan for her mistakes. She could only beg for their forgiveness after she left. Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly exhausted, called out, "Guards!" Four burly middle-aged palace maids entered. "Take the former crown princess away. You must guard her closely, not even a mosquito can get near her." "Yes, Your Majesty," the four maids responded, stepping forward to support Lady Lu. Lady Lu struggled to ask, "Your Majesty, may I ask one more question?" Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, and the maids released Lady Lu. "Your Majesty, I believe I have done everything flawlessly. How did you discover it?" Zhu Yuanzhang did not answer. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed to the sky. Lady Lu assumed that even heaven could not tolerate her actions and had sent down a warning to Zhu Yuanzhang. Thinking this, Lady Lu gave up struggling and allowed the maids to carry her out. After Lady Lu left, Zhu Yuanzhang slumped into a chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "Is the throne really that alluring? It's laughable that I thought the Ming dynasty could avoid following in Li Shimon's footsteps," Zhu Yuanzhang murmured. After sitting for a while, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the room. Inside Cunning Palace, Zhu Biao had already woken up, and Empress Ma was feeding him medicine. The imperial physician said, Biao, you just suffered a sudden attack of anger, you'll be fine after a few days of rest, Empress Ma said. Zhu Biao nodded without speaking. Clearly, Lady Lu's words had greatly affected him. Don't worry, your father will handle this matter properly, which will also comfort Chang's spirit in heaven, Empress Ma comforted her son. As the two were talking, Zhu Yuanzhang entered. Is eldest brother all right? He's fine. He just took his medicine, and the imperial physician said he'll be fine after a couple of days of rest, Empress Ma replied. That's good. Eldest brother, you should rest well these 2 days. You don't need to go to the morning court. Zhu Biao straightened up and looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, asking, Father, how did you deal with that vile woman, Lady Lu? Zhu Yuanzhang explained his methods to Zhu Biao. After listening, Zhu Biao said bitterly, that vile woman got off too easily. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated for a moment before saying, Eldest brother, we're sorry for what happened. If we hadn't insisted you marry Lady Lu, none of this would have happened. Zhu Biao knew his father was always stubborn, both outwardly and inwardly. The fact that he was apologizing showed he truly felt guilty. Seeing this, Zhu Biao could only comfort him, it's not father's fault. You didn't know Lady Lu could be so vicious. I just feel sorry for Chinmei. The three fell silent for a moment. Empress Ma broke the silence. All right, you two don't need to be so pessimistic. The matter has been resolved, hasn't it? Are you planning to go see Xiong Ying with such long faces? Hearing Empress Ma mention Xiong Ying, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son asked in unison, when can we go see Xiong Ying? Empress Ma smiled, today marks 7 days, we can go see Xiong Ying tomorrow. By the way, Kongba, have you prepared things for Xiao Tian? Zhu Yuanzhang replied, they've been prepared for a long time, we're just waiting to set off. Okay, Biao, don't go back to the East Palace tonight. Stay here with your mother for the night, and we'll go first thing tomorrow morning. After agreeing on the time, the three went to rest. Inside the courtyard, Ren Xiaotian used his remaining 30 points to upgrade his Ming Dynasty history specialization. His limited knowledge of Ming Dynasty history came from those things about the Ming Dynasty and a few Ming Dynasty TV dramas. If Empress Ma returned and asked about the Ming Dynasty, he wouldn't be able to answer, which would be incredibly embarrassing for a time traveler. Zhu Xiangying, on the other hand, was having a great time with Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaoshan's culinary skills far surpassed those of Su Xingzu, the imperial chef in the palace. To properly entertain his little guest, Zhu Xiangying, Ren Xiaotian prepared a variety of dishes from Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huaiyang cuisines for him every day. There was also an unlimited supply of ice cream, milk tea, and chocolate, which Zhu Xiangying had never seen before. Zhu Xiangying's small frame visibly plumped up. These past 2 days, Zhu Xiangying had also become obsessed with his PS5, spending all his time playing games except for eating, sleeping, and using the restroom. His obsession was frightening to Ren Xiaotian. Had he turned a perfectly good child into a Lu Shan, a legendary figure known for his decadent lifestyle? Given the timeline, Empress Ma should be returning soon. What would she do if she found her grandson a lazy bum? That morning, Ren Xiaotian resolved to have a serious talk with Zhu Xiangying. He couldn't let him become a pleasure-seeking third-generation prince under his care. Ren Xiaotian entered the guest room. Zhu Xiangying was leaning back on the sofa, chewing gum and playing a game. Ren Xiaotian glanced over. Good heavens, Zhu Xiangying was skillfully controlling a game character, playing against an unknown master. Thinking about how he hadn't even managed to defeat a single Ashbringer like Gundur, Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but blush. Ahem, Xiangying, you're up so early. Zhu Xiangying, without turning her head, said, Brother Xiaotian, you're here. I've been awake for a while. When are we eating? I'm a little hungry. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but facepalm. All he does is eat and play, he's definitely evolved into a couch potato. I'll make dinner later. I came to ask you, your grandma's been gone for 7 days, don't you miss her? Yes, I do, but you have so much good food and fun things here, I don't want to go back. Zhu Xiangying said casually. Goodness, is this the Ming Dynasty version of forgetting home and pleasure? How can that be? You're the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne of the Ming Dynasty and become emperor. How can you indulge in pleasure? Ren Xiaotian said seriously. Being an emperor is exhausting. My grandfather reviews memorials until very late every night, and then has to get up early for court the next day. I don't want to be that tired. Ren Xiaotian sighed. Having a grandfather who treated 007 like a blessing, it's no wonder Zhu Xiangying said he didn't want to be emperor anymore. The emperors of the mid to late Ming Dynasty were generally lazy in their governance. Could it be because Zhu Yuanzhang was a negative example? Young comrade, your thinking is dangerous. It's certainly comfortable staying here with me. But you know what? Comfort is for the dead. As long as you're alive, you have to work hard, Ren Xiaotian said sternly. Zhu Xiangying said pitifully, but Brother Xiaotian, aren't you just like me every day? Besides eating and sleeping, you don't do anything else. Ren Xiaotian was embarrassed. Zhu Xiaoying had caught him slacking off. Well, I don't need to be an emperor, so naturally I don't have to work as hard as you guys. Besides, I do study in private, you just haven't noticed. Are you referring to those books with pretty girls on the cover? I saw them in Brother Xiaoshan's room, Zhu Xiaoying exclaimed excitedly. Those are medical books about the structure of human organs. You're just a kid, you wouldn't understand much about medicine. Also, remember not to come into my room so easily in the future, and learn to respect other people's privacy, Ren Xiaotian quickly explained. Zhu Xiaoying reluctantly said, alright, I understand. Ren Xiaotian asked seriously, Xiaoying, do you think your grandfather was a good emperor? Zhu Xiaoying also became serious upon hearing this question, putting down the power handle and saying, I think my grandfather was a good emperor. He overthrew the tyrannical Yuan dynasty, recovered the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan, and established the mighty Ming dynasty. Moreover, he loved his people like his own children and cared for his soldiers. I think my grandfather was no less great than Emperor Wu of Han or Emperor Taizong of Tang. Since you think your grandfather was a good emperor, don't you want to be a good emperor like him in the future? Of course I do, Zhu Xiaoying answered affirmatively. Since you want to be a good emperor, you can't indulge in pleasure. Otherwise, you'll only end up like Hu Hai and Lu Shan, rulers who bring about the downfall of their kingdoms. Zhu Xiaoying's face turned pale with fright at Ren Xiaoshan's words, and he said in a tearful voice, I don't want to be a ruler who brings about the downfall of his kingdom. I want to be a good emperor. Ren Xiaotian squatted down and patted his head to comfort him. Since you want to be a good emperor, you need to study more, especially from your grandfather and your father. Understanding their life experiences will be enough for you to become a good emperor. Also, I'm not completely forbidding you from playing. Everything needs to be done in moderation. Studying also needs a balance of work and rest. When you're tired from studying, you can relax your mind and body. Zhu Xiaoying nodded emphatically, Brother Xiaotian, I understand. I will definitely study hard from now on and become a good emperor like my grandfather. Ren Xiaotian smiled with satisfaction, finally managing to bring Zhu Xiaoying back to his senses. Alright, no need to be so serious now. Besides, I don't have any suitable books for you to study here. You can study hard when you get back. I'll go cook now, let's eat first. I'll help Brother Xiaotian, Zhu Xiaoying said, rolling up her sleeves. Ren Xiaotian chuckled, alright, you can't help in the kitchen. Just wash your hands and get ready to eat. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the kitchen. Just as they were about to reach the kitchen, there was a knock at the door and Empress Ma's voice. Is Xiaotian home? I'm back. Zhu Xiaoying heard the voice and ran to the door. Oh, grandmother is here. I'll go open the door. The door opened, and Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and Zhu Baiyao stood in the doorway. Zhu Xiaoying rushed into Empress Ma's arms and said, Grandmother, your grandson missed you so much. Empress Ma lovingly stroked Zhu Xiaoying's little head. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and scolded, You brat, you only see your Empress Dowager, you don't even see your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoying got out of Empress Ma's arms and threw herself into Zhu Yuanzhang's arms, saying coquettishly, Of course I miss grandfather too. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. He hadn't seen Xiaoying so lively since Xiaoying's illness. Zhu Baiyao, burdened with bags and packages, stood to the side as if invisible, prompting Zhu Yuanzhang to cough lightly. Zhu Xiaoying looked up and saw his father, immediately stepping out of Zhu Yuanzhang's arms to stand properly. He timidly said, Greetings, father. Zhu Baiyao said smugly, Alright, no need for formalities. Before Zhu Baiyao could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang slapped him across the head, nearly knocking him to the ground. Get out of here. Don't put on your princely airs in front of our grandson. Our grandson has just recovered. If you scare him, I'll skin you alive. Zhu Yuanzhang said impatiently. The three generations of the Zhu family truly had a natural predator and predator. Zhu Xiaoying feared Zhu Baiyao feared Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Yuanzhang doted on his grandson. In the end, it was Zhu Baiyao who suffered the most. Empress Ma watched this scene with a smile. Then she spoke up, Alright, you three, stop fooling around. Let's go inside. You've been here for a while and haven't greeted the host yet. With that, she beckoned the three of them into the courtyard. Ren Xiaotian was waiting in the courtyard when he saw the four enter and quickly went to greet them. Your Majesty, you're back. Have you finished dealing with everything? Empress Ma smiled and said, Thanks to you, everything is settled. Is Xiaoying being obedient with you? Has he caused you any trouble? Xiaoying is very well behaved here. He's never caused me any trouble. He even offered to help me cook just now, Ren Xiaotian replied. That's good. His grandfather and I have spoiled him rotten. I was always worried he'd be naughty and cause you trouble. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing the two chatting as if no one else was around, coughed lightly, putting his hand to his mouth. Empress Ma turned to look at Zhu Yuanzhang, then slapped her forehead, Look at my memory. Xiaotian, let me introduce you. This is Xiong Ying's grandfather, this is my son, Xiong Ying's father. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily and said, you must be the Xiao Tian my sister was talking about. I am the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. This time, I must thank you for saving Xiong Ying's life. Ren Xiaotian had been so engrossed in chatting with Empress Ma that he only now noticed that the person before him was the famous Hongvu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. He carefully examined Zhu Yuanzhang. The real Zhu Yuanzhang was quite different from the various portraits of the Ming Teju he had seen before. Zhu Yuanzhang had a square face, a slightly protruding forehead, and his hair and beard were somewhat gray due to his age. Ren Xiaotian thought to himself that Zhu Yuanzhang's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but surely he wouldn't be depicted with a long, narrow face and a face full of pockmarks. If Zhu Yuanzhang didn't exude the air of a ruler, he wouldn't be much different from an ordinary middle-aged man on the street. He wiped his hands on his clothes, quickly stepped forward, and extended his hand, saying, so you are the Hongvu Emperor. I've long admired your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Ren Xiaoshan's outstretched hand with a puzzled expression, wondering what this meant. Was he asking for a gift? Old Zhu turned to Zhu Baiyao and said, Elder, what are you standing there for? Bring over what you brought. Zhu Baiyao put down the large and small bags he was carrying. He was quite tired after carrying them for so long. Just as Zhu Baiyao was about to untie the bundles, Ren Xiaotian finally realized what was going on. Ren Xiaotian quickly explained, you misunderstand. I'm not asking for anything, this is a handshake greeting from later generations. It's my fault for not explaining it to you beforehand. After hearing Ren Xiaoshan's explanation, Zhu Yuanzhang followed suit and shook hands with him. Your etiquette is quite strange, we're not used to it yet, Zhu Yuanzhang said. The handshake was introduced to China from Europe after the Xinhai Revolution, so Zhu Yuanzhang had never seen it before. Don't worry about the details, Your Majesty. Please go inside and rest for a while. I'll go prepare some dishes, Ren Xiaotian said. Alright, my sister has been raving about your cooking these past few days. We skipped breakfast today just to try your skills. We'll eat and chat later. Boss, go help Xiaotian out, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. No need, no need. Let the crown prince go inside and rest too. I can manage on my own, Ren Xiaotian quickly declined. Empress Ma also advised, let Baiyao Er help you. Besides, you're about the same age, and his company will keep you company and relieve your boredom. Seeing Empress Ma's suggestion, Ren Xiaotian no longer refused and agreed. Only Zhu Baiyao stood to the side with a bitter face. There's tea in the room, please have some. There are also drinks in the refrigerator, Xiong Ying can get them for you, Ren Xiaotian instructed as he walked towards the kitchen. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Ren Xiaotian began to busy himself. Zhu Baiyao asked cautiously, Brother Ren, how can I help you? Ren Xiaotian, busy chopping vegetables, replied without turning his head, there's nothing I can help with. Your Highness, please sit down and rest. Zhu Baiyao was used to being a pampered child and had never set foot in the kitchen before. Hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, he readily agreed and found a place to sit. Xiong Ying owes a great debt to you, Brother Ren. I will never forget your life-saving grace, Zhu Baiyao said solemnly. It was nothing, I just took him to the hospital. Besides, Xiong Ying is such a young child, anyone would have helped. Ren Xiaotian then seemed to remember something and asked Zhu Baiyao, by the way, has the person who poisoned Xiong Ying been caught? They have. Oh? Who has such courage? Do they think they're Liang Jingru? Ren Xiaotian asked curiously. Zhu Baiyao was taken aback, who is Liang Jingru? Then, hesitantly, he said, the one who poisoned me, Sai. Seeing Zhu Baiyao's reluctance, Ren Xiaotian said, if it's inconvenient, then don't say it. I'm just curious. Zhu Baiyao shook his head, it's not inconvenient, I just find it hard to say. Fine, I'll tell you. The one who poisoned me is none other than my new crown princess, Lady Lu. Ren Xiaotian sighed after hearing this. Lady Lu is Zhu Yunwen's birth mother, isn't she? That woman is quite cunning, but historically, she did succeed. What do you mean by successful, Xiaotian? Zhu Baiyao asked, puzzled. Ren Xiaotian explained, historically, Xiong Ying died in the 15th year of the Hongvu reign, 1380, and Zhu Yunwen succeeded him as the crown prince. You, the crown prince, then died of illness in the 25th year of the Hongvu reign, 1380. The Hongvu emperor had no choice but to pass the throne to Zhu Yunwen. After Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne, Empress Lu was posthumously honored as Empress Dowager. Don't you think she succeeded? Zhu Baiyao was thunderstruck upon hearing this. He, in history, had actually died of illness in the 25th year of the Hongvu reign, and his father had ultimately passed the throne to Yunwen? Ren Xiaotian, oblivious to Zhu Baiyao's unusual behavior, continued, of course, I'm referring to the history of my own timeline. Now that Xiong Ying's health has improved, Zhu Yunwen is unlikely to have any chance on the throne. Ren Xiaotian glanced at Zhu Baiao. However, the crown prince really needs to exercise. You're so young and already getting overweight. How can you possibly handle the high-intensity, high-pressure job of being emperor with such a body? Historically, even a minor cold could have killed you. You can imagine how bad your health must be. Upon hearing Ren Xiaotian's words, Zhu Baiao resolutely replied, I will strengthen my training after I return. Thank you for the reminder, brother Ren. Ren Xiaotian said, we have a saying where I'm from, control your mouth and exercise. Your Highness should eat less red meat and high oil, high salt foods, and focus on a light diet. I'll prepare 2 vegetarian dishes for you later. I'll remember that, thank you, brother Ren, Zhu Baiao said, standing up. Don't keep calling me brother Ren, it sounds too formal. Your Highness, you're a few years older than me, if you don't mind, just call me brother Xiaotian or Xiaotian. Thank you for your guidance, brother Xiaotian. Alright, the dishes will be ready soon. Your Highness, you should go back to your room first. I'll bring the dishes over in a bit, Ren Xiaotian said. Thank you for your trouble, brother Xiaotian. I'll take my leave now. After Zhu Baiao left, Ren Xiaotian quickly shook off the goosebumps on his body. Zhu Baiao was quite polite, but Ren Xiaotian really couldn't accept his tone of voice. Grandpa, try this, it's delicious. Zhu Xiaoying handed Zhu Yuanzhang a can of milk tea. Zhu Yuanzhang took a sip, and then immediately spat it all out onto the ground with a pft. What is this stuff? It's cloyingly sweet, it almost killed me. Zhu Yuanzhang said with disgust. Zhu Xiaoying said with a wronged expression, but I think it's delicious, so sweet. Empress Ma hugged Zhu Xiaoying and said, Xiaoying, Grandpa is an adult, he doesn't like this kind of sweets. You should drink it yourself. As the three were talking, Zhu Baiao and Ren Xiaotian entered one after the other. Sorry to keep you waiting. Because of the tight schedule, I just made a few simple home-style dishes. I don't know if they'll suit your tastes, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. We never complain about food, hurry up and bring it up. We're starving, Zhu Yuanzhang said impatiently. Ren Xiaotian placed the dishes on the table. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up his chopsticks to take some, but Empress Ma slapped his hand away. The host hasn't even sat down yet, and you, the guest, want to eat first. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand, saying, it's alright, it's alright. If His Majesty is hungry, let him eat first. There's no need for so many formalities here. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, looking at Empress Ma with a victorious gaze. Empress Ma was both amused and annoyed. This Zhu Kongba, at such an old age, was still like a child. The taste is indeed delicious, with a slight sweetness in the saltiness. My sister wasn't exaggerating, Xiaotian, your cooking is much better than Su Xingzu's. And this meat, it's quite chewy. If I'm not mistaken, this is beef, isn't it? Zhu Yuanzhang said after taking a bite. Your Majesty is not mistaken, this is indeed beef. This dish is called braised beef brisket with potatoes and tomatoes, Ren Xiaotian explained. Is it illegal to slaughter oxen privately in later generations? Besides, what will farmers use to plow the land if the oxen are killed? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. In our area, except for remote mountainous areas where oxen are still used for plowing, most places use tractors. A large tractor can plow 30 or 40 acres a day, much more efficiently than an ox. Moreover, with the advanced animal husbandry technology of later generations, beef is already an indispensable dish on the tables of ordinary people. This tractor is so amazing? I really want to see it, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed. I'll let you see it when I have the chance. Let's eat first, Ren Xiaotian said. Okay, I'll definitely let you see it sometime. Let's eat first. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up another piece of potato and put it in his mouth. What is this? It tastes similar to taro, but it's different, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, pointing to the potato. This is a potato, also called a spud. It was introduced to China in the mid to late Ming dynasty. Don't underestimate this unassuming thing, it's a crop that can feed hundreds of millions of people. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. This little thing can feed so many people? My entire Ming dynasty only has 60 million people right now. Potatoes can be steamed, boiled, or fried, and can be a staple food. Most importantly, potatoes are extremely adaptable to different environments. They can even grow in arid deserts and Gobi. And this stuff has an extremely high yield. Even ordinary land can produce 3 to 5,000 catties. With excellent varieties, it can even reach 10,000 catties per mu, Ren Xiaotian said. How much? Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth gaped open enough to swallow a bowl, and Empress Ma and Zhu Baiao beside him were also incredulous. You heard me right, it really is 10,000 catties per mu. Even if you planted it on Ming dynasty land, the yield would be at least 4 to 5,000 catties. Zhu Yuanzhang stared intently at the potatoes on the plate. In his eyes, this was no longer a dish, but a divine object more precious than gold. Xiaotian, could I take some of these potatoes with me? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Ren Xiaotian with hopeful eyes. Ren Xiaotian had anticipated Zhu Yuanzhang's question, but unfortunately, seeds for high-yield crops like potatoes and corn were sold in bundles for 200 points each through the system. As for the potatoes he already had, even if Zhu Yuanzhang and his group took them, they would disappear. The system couldn't possibly miss such an obvious bug. Ren Xiaotian smiled wryly. Due to some restrictions, you can't bring potatoes back to the Ming dynasty right now. But don't worry, I'll find a way to get you potato seeds soon. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a pang of disappointment. The feeling of having a treasure trove but being unable to access it was unbearable. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up, and he asked, Xiaotian, you said potatoes were introduced during the reign of the Ming dynasty, which means potatoes already exist. So, does that mean we just need to find potato seeds? Theoretically, that's possible, but potatoes originated in North America, separated from the Ming dynasty by the entire Pacific Ocean. With the Ming dynasty's current maritime technology, reaching the Americas would be very difficult. Ren Xiaotian took a small globe from the room. Pointing to the location of China, he said, this is modern-day China, and the origin of potatoes is here. The ocean in the middle is the Pacific Ocean. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Baiao, and Empress Ma gathered around to look at the globe in Ren Xiaotian's hand. I never imagined that our great Ming's landmass was actually on a sphere. Why don't people fall off? Empress Ma said. I always thought our great Ming was the center of the world. Looking at it now, it seems we're just a small corner of the world. The world is so vast, I'm truly ignorant, Zhu Baiao exclaimed. If this could be enlarged and made into a map, our great Ming soldiers would be invincible, and the remnants of the Yuan dynasty would never be able to cause any more trouble, Zhu Yuanzhang said, seeing the strategic significance of the globe. Ren Xiaotian put the globe away. Alright, I just wanted to show you where potatoes originated. If we keep talking, we'll discover gravity ahead of time. Let's eat first. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing the globe put away, immediately said, Hey. Ren Xiaotian interrupted, Your Majesty, this is just a simple globe. The geographical locations aren't marked in great detail. Besides, you can't take it with you. How about this? I'll draw you a Ming dynasty version of the world map when I have the chance. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Fortunately, the ingredients for the remaining dishes were all available in the Ming dynasty, and Ren Xiaotian was afraid that Zhu Yuanzhang might make some connections while eating. Zhu Yuanzhang was clearly starving. He devoured the food in a flash, leaving Ren Xiaotian with barely a few bites. Ren Xiaotian then placed the last dish, soup, on the table. Your Majesty, I specially made your favorite soup. Please have some. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a spoon and rummaged through the soup bowl, frowning as he asked, What kind of soup is this? Why do you say it's my favorite? Ren Xiaotian looked puzzled and said, It's pearl jade white jade soup. Your Majesty, you don't know it. Zhu Yuanzhang thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head firmly. That shouldn't be the case. According to folklore, this soup became famous because of your Majesty. There's a story behind it, Ren Xiaotian said. What story? Empress Ma asked curiously. Ren Xiaotian told the others the story of pearl jade white jade soup. Empress Ma covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Zhu Baiao was clearly trying hard to suppress his laughter. Zhu Xiaonying, on the other hand, laughed heartily without any restraint. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head helplessly, saying, These people really know how to make up stories about us. They can even turn a simple bowl of soup into a whole tale. Then, in a fit of pique, he poured himself a bowl of soup, took a sip, and found it quite delicious. Zhu Yuanzhang thought to himself that he had indeed been a beggar, so this story was at most a fictionalized account, not malicious slander. Let the people spread it if they want, it doesn't really affect me anyway. Before he knew it, he had finished a bowl of soup, and Zhu Yuanzhang simply poured himself another. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhu Yuanzhang patted his bulging belly. The taste was really good. I haven't eaten this much in a long time. At that moment, Ren Xiaotian heard a system notification in his mind. Gained the approval of customer Zhu Yuanzhang, points plus 200. Finally, I got points again. It's not easy, Ren Xiaotian thought to himself. I'm glad your Majesty enjoyed it. Please come over any time, I'll cook for you, Ren Xiaotian said, pouring tea for everyone. Haha, we've been waiting for you to say that. With your cooking skills, we'll definitely come often, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, his expression serious. Xiaotian, we really owe you a great debt for Xiaonying's situation. Without you, we wouldn't have discovered that wicked woman Lu's crimes. We didn't know what you liked, so we took the liberty of bringing you some antiques and calligraphy. While it can't repay the immense debt of gratitude you owe Xiaonying for saving her life, it's still a token of our appreciation. Zhu Baiao cooperatively placed the bundle in front of Ren Xiaotian. Opening it, one could see it contained calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and other valuables. This is unacceptable. I didn't save her for anything in return. Besides, these things are far too precious, wouldn't it be a waste to give them to me? Ren Xiaotian quickly waved his hand in refusal. Xiao Tian, please accept what the emperor has given you. Are these inanimate objects less valuable than Xiao Ying's life? Empress Ma also chimed in. Hearing Empress Ma's words, Ren Xiaotian couldn't refuse any longer and had no choice but to accept them. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian had accepted the gift, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said, "That's more like it. Alright, we've finished our meal, and we should head back now. The entire Lu clan is now imprisoned, and I fear this could cause chaos in the court. We must return to oversee things. Before we go back, I have a small question I'd like to ask you, Xiaotian," Zhu Yuanzhang said, standing up. Ren Xiaotian, curious about what Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to ask him, said, "Your Majesty, what is it? You said you're from the future, and we'd like to know how people of the future will evaluate us?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Ren Xiaotian chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, these emperors really cared about how posterity would judge them. The prevailing opinion in later generations is that you, Emperor Hongbiu, can also be considered one of the greatest emperors of all time. You expelled the Manchus, overthrew the brutal rule of the Mongols, recovered the lost 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun, and restored the glory of the Han people. You rose from humble beginnings as a beggar to the highest position, ultimately establishing the iron-fisted Ming Empire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but smile slightly. However, some people believe you are too cruel and bloodthirsty. In the four major cases, the empty seal case, the Huiyan case, the Guo Huan case, and the Lan Yu case, you killed too many innocent people. Even worse, some point to your policy of isolationism, arguing that it was your maritime ban that caused China's development to lag behind Western countries, directly leading to the dark century of humiliation in modern times. Bang! Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his fist on the table. They really can pin any label on me. Who among those people in the empty seal case and the Huiyan case didn't deserve to die? What I hate most in my life is corrupt officials. If all the officials of our Ming dynasty were corrupt, what difference would there be between us and the tyrannical Yuan dynasty? Furthermore, our maritime ban is to prevent Japanese pirates from harassing coastal residents. How can it be related to the development of China? Although Ren Xiaotian wanted to retort, seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang was in a rage, he didn't want to provoke him. Zhu Baiao interjected, "Brother Xiaotian, what do you mean by the Lan Yu case? Did Lan Yu also commit some serious crime?" Lan Yu was a staunch supporter of the crown prince and extremely loyal to Zhu Baiao. Given their uncle-nephew relationship, Zhu Baiao had this question. "The Lan Yu matter begins with Xiang Ying," Ren Xiaotian said. The three men, including Zhu Yuanzhang, were puzzled. How was killing Lan Yu related to Xiang Ying? According to historical records, Xiang Ying and Empress Ma both died of illness in the 15th year of the Hongbiu reign. Following the principle of primogeniture, the emperor placed Zhu Yunwen on the throne as crown prince. "What did you say? Xiang Ying and my sister are both gone next year," Zhu Yuanzhang shouted in disbelief. Empress Ma, however, remained relatively calm about her own death. She tugged at Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve and said to Ren Xiaotian, "It's all right, Xiaotian, continue." Ren Xiaotian gathered his thoughts and continued. In the 25th year of the Hongbiu reign, the crown prince was sent by the emperor to Xi'an to investigate the relocation of the capital, but he unexpectedly contracted a cold and died. Zhu Yuanzhang felt dizzy and could only barely stand by supporting himself on the table. His voice trembled as he said, My Baiao is gone too." Zhu Baiao had already heard about his death from Ren Xiaotian and didn't react much. Empress Ma was also unsettled upon hearing the news. After all, Zhu Baiao was her and Zhu Yuanzhang's most favored son, and the undisputed heir to the Ming dynasty. She never expected him to die so young in the 25th year of Hongbiu's reign. Xiang Ying has recovered now, hasn't he? The crown prince's health will be fine as long as he strengthens his exercise. I'll take the empress for a checkup in a few days. Early detection and treatment are key. Besides, what I'm saying is from my time in history. It doesn't mean things can't be changed now, Ren Xiaotian quickly explained, noticing the tense atmosphere. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma pondered for a moment. Ren Xiaoshan's words did indeed make sense. As long as they took preventative measures now, everything would be fine. Zhu Yuanzhang even secretly vowed that he would never allow Zhu Baiao to set foot within 300 li of Xi'an again. Seeing that the three had calmed down, Ren Xiaotian continued, "Then let me continue. After the crown prince's death, the emperor had no choice but to decide that Zhu Yunwen would be the heir to the Ming dynasty. However, if Zhu Yunwen were to become emperor, a huge obstacle stood in his way, Lan Yu. The three men, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yunwen, were incredibly intelligent. They understood the reason without Ren Xiaotian explaining. Lan Yu was Zhu Baiao's brother-in-law, making him the great-uncle of Zhu Xiangying and Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen was born to Lady Lu, so naturally, he wasn't on Lan Yu's side. As Chang Yechun's brother-in-law and a veteran general, Lan Yu naturally held high prestige in the army. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had chosen Zhu Yunwen as his heir, Lan Yu was someone Zhu Yunwen had to eliminate. Ren Xiaotian, seeing their reaction, smiled and said, "It seems you've already guessed the reason. Let me add one more point. Lan Yu was indeed a capable general. In the 21st year of the Hongbier reign, 1380, he led his army to quell the northern Yuan invasion, advancing all the way to Bayer Lake. However, his most fatal flaw was his arrogance and pride. After defeating the northern Yuan, he secretly took a Mongol princess as his own. On the way back to the capital, because the garrison commander of Xifeng Pass was late in opening the gates, he actually ordered the bombardment of his own city. The emperor used this as a pretext to ultimately execute Lan Yu and his entire faction, implicating over 10,000 people. That Lan Yu. We were right to kill him in history. To bombard our own city without cause is that something a commander-in-chief would do," Zhu Yuanzhang said bitterly. "Actually, Lan Yu is indeed a good general. As long as the crown prince and Xiang Ying are alive, Lan Yu will only be their sharpest spear," Ren Xiaotian said, winking at Zhu Baiao. Zhu Baiao understood and said to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Father, rest assured, I will strictly control Lan Yu from now on." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and turned to face Ren Xiaotian. He patted Ren Xiaotian's shoulders with both hands and said solemnly, "Xiaotian, we have to ask you for a favor one more time. My sister and Baiao Er's health are in your hands. Please, you must heal them. If they die, we don't know what the point of living is." Ren Xiaotian thought of Zhu Yuanzhang's tragic later years, losing his grandson, wife, and son. The tyrannical Zhu Yuanzhang of his later years was probably divine retribution. After all, the people who loved and understood him most were gone. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaotian nodded heavily and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will take the crown prince and empress to be treated as soon as possible." Zhu Yuanzhang breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, then I can rest assured. Sister, Baiao Er, you and Xiang Ying stay with me for now. I must return to handle state affairs. I'll come back to see you in 7 days." Empress Ma and the other two agreed. Zhu Yuanzhang took the passage token from Empress Ma, and then the black passage opened. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and walked into the passage. The black passage vanished suddenly. For the next month or so, Empress Ma, Zhu Baiao, and Zhu Xiangying stayed in the small courtyard. Zhu Yuanzhang visited 2 or 3 times, each time only briefly before rushing back to attend to state affairs. During this time, Ren Xiaotian took advantage of his weekly trips back to the modern era to take Empress Ma and Zhu Baiao to a hospital in the future for a thorough medical checkup. Fortunately, neither of them had any major health problems. Empress Ma had mild pneumonia, and the doctor prescribed antibiotics. It seemed that historically, Empress Ma's death was more likely due to excessive grief following Zhu Xiangying's passing. Zhu Baiao, on the other hand, had high blood pressure and fatty liver. The doctor's advice was similar to Ren Xiaotian's: eat less oil and salt, more vegetables, and engage in moderate exercise. That day, Ren Xiaotian was instructing Zhu Baiao on Tai Chi. "Xiaotian, are your movements really correct? Why do they feel so awkward to me?" Zhu Baiao said while practicing. "How could my teaching be wrong? I've memorized the rhyme perfectly. Listen carefully: a big watermelon, cut in half, 1/2 for you, 1/2 for him," Ren Xiaotian instructed, feigning expertise. Just then, Zhu Yuanzhang banged on the door, calling, "Sister, open the door quickly, we're here." Hearing the noise, Zhu Baiao ran to open the door as if seeing a savior, saying, "I'll go open the door for father. Xiaotian, you can continue your boxing practice." Seeing Zhu Baiao had run off, Ren Xiaotian decided to stop his charade and went to greet Zhu Yuanzhang at the door. The door opened, and Zhu Yuanzhang strode in, smiling. "Oh, everyone's here to greet us." He then handed Ren Xiaotian a wine jar, saying, "What are we eating today? You never serve us wine when we come to eat, so we'll have to bring our own." Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead, realizing he rarely drank and had completely forgotten about serving wine. "I apologize for not thinking things through. I have some wine here, I'll bring it up for you in a bit." "Alright, I was just joking. Let's drink what I brought first," Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. "You can also try some of my wine, it won't interfere with either." "Your Majesty, how about we have hot pot today?" Ren Xiaotian asked. "You can arrange it however you like, we trust your cooking skills." "Okay, I'll go prepare it right away. Please come in and have a seat, Empress Ma and Xiang Ying are inside," Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Empress Ma has recently become obsessed with watching Country Love, watching it from morning till night every day, so Zhu Xiangying has to go to Ren Xiaotian's room to play games. Ren Xiaotian went to the kitchen, took a packaged bag of Sichuan hot pot base from the refrigerator, and, worried they couldn't handle the spice, even added a mushroom broth. Ren Xiaotian also prepared several dipping sauces, including oil and sesame paste, for them to choose from. Meat rolls like lamb and beef rolls were already prepared, all that was needed was to chop some vegetables. Ren Xiaotian was chopping vegetables when the system notification sounded. "The second customer is about to arrive. Please prepare to receive them." Ren Xiaotian was taken aback. Why were there new guests now? If it were from a dynasty unrelated to the Ming dynasty, that would be fine, but what if it was the emperor of the Yuan dynasty? Wouldn't he be at odds with Zhu Yuanzhang then? For now, they could only take it one step at a time. They couldn't just turn away a customer. Besides, it wasn't necessarily the Yuan dynasty emperor who would come. Ren Xiaotian brought the hot pot and prepared dishes to the room. Zhu Yuanzhang saw Ren Xiaotian enter and stood up, saying, "Xiaotian, is the food ready? We're all a bit hungry." Then Zhu Yuanzhang noticed Ren Xiaoshan's unpleasant expression and asked, "Why do you look so troubled?" Ren Xiaotian sighed and told Zhu Yuanzhang about the arrival of the second imperial customer. Zhu Yuanzhang looked unconcerned. "So what if he comes? I'm an emperor too, and I've never seen you afraid of me. I just wonder which emperor it is. If he's a good emperor, we'll have a good drink with him." Ren Xiaotian thought to himself, "What if it's a tyrant? With your hot temper, wouldn't you explode on the spot? Forget it, let's eat first. Besides, given the system's efficiency, who knows when the second guest will arrive? Let's eat first, we can talk when the guests arrive," Ren Xiaotian said, gesturing to the group. After everyone was seated, Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to the bright red broth and asked, "Is this really edible? The color looks a bit scary." Ren Xiaotian smiled and said, "This is a spicy broth, with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. If you really can't handle this, you can try the other half, the mushroom broth, which isn't spicy." Hot pot eating methods already existed in the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang skillfully picked up a slice of mutton and dipped it in the red broth. Without dipping sauce, he swallowed it whole. Within a few seconds, sweat beaded on Zhu Yuanzhang's forehead. He laughed heartily and said, "Comfortable. This chili tastes much better than dogwood." Ren Xiaotian hadn't expected Zhu Yuanzhang to be someone who could handle spicy food. Empress Ma hesitated for a while but didn't dare dip her meat in the spicy broth. She picked up a slice of beef, dipped it in the mushroom broth, and ate it with some sesame sauce. It was a typical northern way of eating hot pot. Zhu Baiao clearly inherited Zhu Yuanzhang's love of spicy food. Although he was also hissing and spitting out gasps from the spiciness, he couldn't resist. Zhu Xiangying also insisted on having a spicy hot pot broth. Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to pour him a bowl of milk, telling him to rinse it in before eating. Ren Xiaotian got up, opened a few bottles of beer, and handed them to Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Baiao, and also got 2 cans of Sprite for Empress Ma and her son. "Hot pot needs cold beer. Your Majesty, save your beer for next time. Try mine today." Zhu Yuanzhang poured himself a bowl. The bright yellow liquid was different from the beer he had drunk before. He simply picked it up and drank it all in one gulp, letting out a loud burp afterward. Zhu Yuanzhang blushed slightly and said, "This wine, it doesn't taste like wine at all. It does have a wheat flavor, though. I've never tasted anything like it before." Ren Xiaotian explained, "This wine is brewed with malt, which is why it has a malt flavor. If you don't like it, I can get you something else." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. "No need for that. This wine is quite good. Especially after eating this spicy hot pot, a sip is really comforting. People from your time really knew how to enjoy life." Zhu Baiao, hearing this, curiously took a sip, his face turning bitter the moment it entered his mouth. It seems not everyone likes beer. Ren Xiaotian noticed Zhu Baiao didn't like beer, so he handed him his Sprite, saying, "Your Highness, have this." Zhu Baiao took it and took a sip, his eyes lighting up instantly. This stuff tasted so much better than beer. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, a knock came at the door and a man's voice. "Is anyone home?" Ren Xiaotian froze. A new customer had arrived. Before Ren Xiaotian could react, Zhu Xiangying dashed out, shouting, "I'll go open the door." Ren Xiaotian quickly chased after him. Zhu Xiangying opened the courtyard gate, where 2 men stood. Ren Xiaotian caught up and carefully examined the 2 men. The man in the lead wore a blue dragon robe and appeared to be in his 40s. His dark complexion and imposing presence made him look less like an emperor and more like a seasoned military commander. The man beside him was dressed similarly to Zhu Baiao and appeared to be in his early 20s. His plump figure gave him a somewhat simple and honest appearance. He probably lacked exercise, as he was already panting heavily, hands on his knees, after only a few steps. Ren Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't the Yuan dynasty emperors. Zhu Xiangying and the older man in the dragon robe locked eyes. "Fourth uncle?" Zhu Xiangying asked, puzzled. The older man, as if seeing something terrible, exclaimed in horror, Xiangying, didn't you already? Am I in hell?" Ren Xiaotian, hearing their conversation, slapped his forehead. "This is it. The customer is none other than Emperor Yanl, Zhu Di. The chubby one must be Emperor Renzong, Zhu Jiokai. This damn system is really incompetent. Even sending me a Yuan dynasty emperor would be better. If Zhu Yuanzhang saw his 4th son become emperor, wouldn't he skin him alive? That's why people can't help but mutter things." Just as Ren Xiaotian was lost in thought, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice rang out. "Xiangying, Xiaotian, what are you two dawdling about? Which emperor is it? Let's see him too. Zhu De froze upon hearing this voice. Zhu Xiangying turned and ran towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Grandpa, fourth uncle is here too. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. Grandson, you're joking again. Your fourth uncle is currently guarding beeping. How could he possibly be here? It really is fourth uncle. Grandpa, please go and see him. He just looks much older, almost as old as you are now. Zhu Yuanzhang, half believing, quickly walked to the door. Zhu Di also saw Zhu Yuanzhang approaching and immediately lowered his head, tugging at the bewildered Zhu Jiaokai beside him. Zhu Yuanzhang walked over and looked at the two with their heads down, indeed finding their figures somewhat familiar. Raise your heads, Zhu Yuanzhang shouted. Zhu Di reflexively raised his head, but Zhu Jiaokai remained head down, unresponsive. Zhu Yuanzhang saw that all too familiar face and immediately took a half step back before regaining his balance. You're really the fourth prince. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang standing before him, Zhu Di thought he and his father were truly in hell. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed, saying, "Your subject greets your majesty." Zhu Jiaokai, still confused, also knelt and kowtowed, saying, "Grandson greets imperial grandfather." Zhu Yuanzhang grabbed Zhu Di by the collar of his dragon robe and demanded, "Fourth prince, you're wearing the dragon robe now, huh? You've really grown up. Don't you want to explain yourself?" Zhu Di felt ashamed and stammered, unable to speak. Zhu Yuanzhang kicked Zhu Di, sending him staggering. Zhu Jiaokai quickly stepped forward to support him. "Explain yourself. How did you get this throne?" Zhu Yuanzhang roared. Ren Xiaotian wanted to intervene, but how could he possibly persuade the enraged Zhu Yuanzhang? Empress Ma and Zhu Baiao rushed over upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard. "Alright, Kongba, who is this guest that has made you so angry?" Empress Ma comforted him. "Look at yourself, this unfilial son," Zhu Yuanzhang said, barely suppressing his anger. Empress Ma and Zhu Baiao looked at Zhu Di, who had been kicked to the ground by Zhu Yuanzhang, with suspicion. "Dear fourth brother?" they both asked simultaneously. Zhu Di looked up and saw the two of them, tears instantly streaming down his face. He pushed Zhu Jiaokai aside, rushed forward, and hugged the two of them, crying loudly, "Mother, eldest brother, I've finally seen you again." Zhu Baiao, still confused, asked, "Fourth brother, what's wrong?" Zhu Di choked back tears, saying, "Brother, I'm so sorry. I stole my nephew's throne. I'm willing to atone for my sins in this hell, but could you please spare Gao Qi? He's still young." Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. "Your place is hell, your whole family is in hell, something seems off." Zhu Baiao was completely bewildered and could only look at Zhu Di with a puzzled expression. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, knew how to grasp the key point. Upon hearing Zhu Di say he stole his nephew's throne, he immediately rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and swung it at Zhu Di. Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Baiao quickly stopped him. "Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this rebellious son. He even stole his nephew's throne. Is this how I raised you?" Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Baiao struggled to wrest the cleaver away. Zhu Yuanzhang was truly old but still vigorous. "Your Majesty, there's a misunderstanding here. Please don't rush to execute people," Ren Xiaotian advised. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He himself confessed to seizing the throne from his nephew. What else is there to misunderstand?" Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. "The reasons here are complicated, and Emperor Yanel has his own difficulties. It can't be explained in a few words. Let's sit down and talk it over," Ren Xiaotian advised again. Empress Ma came over and whispered something to Zhu Yuanzhang, who then gave up. "Alright, let's hear what difficulties this rebellious son has that led him to do this." Although Zhu Yuanzhang no longer intended to take action, he didn't give Zhu Di a friendly look. After speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang walked towards the room with a livid face, Zhu Di and Zhu Jiaokai obediently following behind. Ren Xiaotian was about to follow when Zhu Baiao tugged at his clothes. "Xiaotian, why is my fourth brother here?" "I didn't know it would be him," Ren Xiaotian said innocently. "It's all this damn system's doing, it has nothing to do with me." "No, I wanted to ask how fourth brother became emperor." Zhu Baiao shook his head. "Isn't it all thanks to your good son?" Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes. "Xian Ying? What did he do to fourth brother?" Zhu Baiao pressed. "Not Xian Ying, but Zhu Yunwen. Don't ask any more, just come in and listen, you'll understand." Hearing this, Zhu Baiao didn't press further, and the four of them followed him back to the room. Upon entering the room, Zhu Yuanzhang sat in his seat, while Zhu Di and Zhu Jiaokai stood obediently before him. However, Zhu Jiaokai's eyes kept darting towards the hot pot on the table, and he swallowed several times. Ren Xiaotian found it amusing. Zhu Jiaokai truly was a glutton, still thinking about hot pot even at this hour. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his fist on the table, shaking the hot pot and nearly spilling the broth. "Fourth prince, tell me, how did you seize the throne from your nephew?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked, his face expressionless. Zhu De feared his father more than anything. Faced with his father's questioning, he was speechless for a moment. Zhu De instinctively glanced at Zhu Baiao. When his father punished his younger brothers in their childhood, it was always Zhu Baiao, the eldest brother, who spoke up for them. Although Zhu De was nearing 50, this habit still naturally reminded him of Zhu Baiao. Zhu Baiao glanced at his fourth brother, who was older than their father. Confused by the situation, he had no intention of pleading for his brother. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang about to erupt again and Zhu De speechless, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to speak. "Your Majesty, let me explain this matter." Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu De. "Alright, then Xiaotian, tell us what this rebellious son has done. If he has no ulterior motives, then we'll chop off his head." Urgent mission issued, eliminate the rift between Zhu Yuanzhang and his son Zhu De. Rewards will be determined based on completion. Ren Xiaotian organized his thoughts and began. Actually, Emperor Yangle's rebellion was largely due to being forced into it. Zhu De was secretly pleased to hear Ren Xiaoshan's words. He hadn't expected this stranger to speak well of him. How was he forced into it? Did someone hold a knife to his throat and force him to rebel? Zhu Yuanzhang asked angrily. You know what, Emperor Yangle's situation at the time was practically like having a knife to his throat. This story needs to be told from the beginning. After your death in the 31st year of Hongdiu, the throne passed to Zhu Yunwen. Ren Xiaotian spoke eloquently. Zhu Yuanzhang's lips twitched slightly upon hearing the news of his own death. Ren Xiaotian, oblivious to the situation, continued, after Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne, under the advocacy of Confucian scholars like Qi Tai and Huang Zikan, he resolved to reduce the power of the princes. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "What? The policy of having princes protect the central government was established by us. How dare Yunwen overturn our established rules?" Ren Xiaotian scoffed, "What's so surprising? Zhu Yunwen has gone to extremes with Confucianism. He even reinstated the well-field system and wanted to emulate the Zhou rites. Isn't that incredibly pedantic?" Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Baiao, who was unwittingly caught in the crossfire. "Your Majesty, Zhu Yunwen was raised by you after the death of Crown Prince Zhu Baiao. His absurd behavior is also related to you," Ren Xiaotian said, contradicting Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Zhu Yuanzhang coughed twice, signaling Ren Xiaotian to drop the subject. Ren Xiaotian wisely avoided the topic. "Let's continue with the reduction of the prince's power. Actually, there's no right or wrong in reducing the prince's power." Zhu Yunwen's reduction of the prince's power was also intended to strengthen central authority. But his mistake was that he targeted other princes first, leaving the most powerful prince, the Prince of Yan, for last. At that time, Prince Qin, Zhu Xuan, and Prince Jin, Zhu Gang, were already dead, leaving only Prince Yan as the most powerful among the princes. A normal person would choose to target Prince Yan. However, Zhu Yunwen did the opposite. Prince Zhou, Zhu Su, Prince Min, Zhu Pian, Prince Qi, Zhu Fu, Prince Dai, Zhu Gui, and Prince Xiang, Zhu Bai, were all deposed one after another. Prince Xiang, Zhu Bai, unable to defend himself, was forced to commit suicide by self-immolation. Upon hearing this, Zhu De could no longer hold back, as if he could see the tragic scene of his 12th brother's self-immolation. He choked back tears and said, "Father, I watched my 12th brother grow up. You know what kind of person he is. What wrong had he committed to be driven to suicide by his own nephew, and even worse, to be given the derogatory posthumous title Li, meaning ruthless, by his nephew?" Zhu Bai was intelligent and studious from a young age, with a refined and scholarly demeanor. He was one of Zhu Yuanzhang's favorite sons. Upon hearing the news that Zhu Bai had been forced to commit suicide by Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily stunned. Then, he slammed a soda can on the table into a flat, cracked aluminum disc. "Zhu Yunwen, you truly are our good grandson." Ren Xiaotian continued. Zhu Yunwen appointed Zhang Bing, the vice minister of works, as the provincial governor of Beiping, and Xia Gui and Zhang Xian, the commanders-in-chief of Beiping. He also ordered Commander-in-Chief Song Zhong to garrison Kaiping and transferred the troops in Beiping that were originally under the control of the Prince of Yan. All of this was to prevent the Prince of Yan from rebelling. The Prince of Yan knew things were going badly. Seeing that even feigning illness or madness couldn't escape Zhu Yunwen's policy of weakening the power of the princes, he was forced to lead 800 brave warriors in a rebellion under the pretext of pacifying the rebellion. Zhu Baiao was stunned. 800 men against the entire army of the nation? This couldn't even be described as throwing an egg against a rock. And his fourth brother could still succeed in pacifying the rebellion like this? Actually, I can't believe the Prince of Yan could succeed in suppressing the rebellion with such a small force, yet things unfolded so magically. Beiping, being the Prince of Yan's long-established base, naturally saw his forces surrender wherever he went. Then, the Prince of Yan's army marched south, successively defeating the forces led by Sheng Yang, Gang Bingwen, and Su Huaizu. Then Zhu Yunwen made another disastrous move, appointing Li Jinglong as the army's commander-in-chief. This move can be said to have secured the Prince of Yan's ascension to the throne. Later generations have called Li Jinglong a second Zhao Kuo, but at least Zhao Kuo was a theorist. Li Jinglong was utterly incompetent, a complete bum. After the Prince of Yan's army besieged Yingtian City, Li Jinglong opened the city gates and surrendered to the Prince of Yan, who then ascended the throne as the Yongle Emperor. Actually, I want to ask the Yongle Emperor, was Li Jinglong an inside agent you planted? Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't be this incompetent, would they? Zhu Di blinked, remaining silent. Ren Xiaotian understood immediately. Li Jinglong's rise to the top of the court after the Jingnan Rebellion, and his appointment as Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, made him an undeniable mole. Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a long time after hearing this. That rebellious son, Zhu Yunwen, we left him a perfectly good Ming dynasty, and he's turned it into chaos. Even if you really wanted to weaken the power of the princes, there were many ways to do it. Why force your fourth son to rebel? You don't even have the ability to quell a rebellion. You've turned a sure-win battle into this mess. If I were you, I would have already committed suicide. Thankfully, we've already sent you back to Fengyang to guard the ancestral graves. Otherwise, if you had caused this mess again, we'd be jumping out of our graves to give you a good beating after we're dead. And this Li Jinglong, your father, Li Wenzhong, is at least our nephew and a highly decorated general under our command. How come you're such a good-for-nothing? We were hoping you'd train for a few years to serve our Biao in the future. Now it seems you'd better just stay a spoiled brat. Poor Li Jinglong, he did nothing wrong but was sentenced to a career death by Zhu Yuanzhang, making him a scapegoat for the Yongle Emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered, while Zhu Di's heart pounded like a roller coaster. Zhu Biao couldn't help but speak up, "Father, I don't think this is fourth brother's fault. Even if I were in fourth brother's position, I would have chosen to rebel." Zhu Di looked at Zhu Biao gratefully. His eldest brother still cared for him. Even though he had seized the throne from his brother's son, his brother still protected him. Ren Xiaotian chimed in, "Yes, Your Majesty, the Prince of Yan's rebellion was truly out of desperation. Besides, this happened in another timeline of the Ming dynasty, and has nothing to do with your time. The Crown Prince and Xiaoying are both in good health now. You have no need to worry about the Prince of Yan rebelling in your time, and he wouldn't dare to do so in front of the Crown Prince." Zhu Di was completely bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't I in hell? What other timeline of the Ming dynasty? I was utterly confused. "Just forgive dear," Empress Ma said. "Yunwen was indeed wrong in handling this matter. Besides, Biao and dear are both our own children. What does it matter if dear becomes emperor now that Biao is gone?" Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent, his face grim. Ren Xiaotian was getting anxious. If Zhu Yuanzhang didn't forgive Zhu Di, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Why was this old Zhu so stubborn? Zhu Yuanzhang's reluctance to forgive Zhu Di stemmed primarily from his deepest aversion to fratricide within the imperial family. His reinstatement of the enfeoffment system was partly motivated by a desire for the princes to protect the emperor, and partly by a wish for his sons to enjoy their fiefdoms without bloodshed over the throne. He desperately wanted to prevent a repeat of the Tang dynasty's fate in the Ming, yet his fourth son had seized the throne from Zhu Yunwen shortly after his death. Even if Zhu Yunwen was incompetent, he was still Zhu Yuanzhang's nephew, and moreover, another of his chosen successors. Zhu Di's actions were a severe slap in the face to Zhu Yuanzhang. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's uncertain expression, Zhu Di knelt before him with a thud. "Father, if you cannot appease me, then kill me." Zhu Jiokai rushed forward and embraced Zhu Di. "Father, you mustn't. What wrong have you done? If you hadn't raised the Jingnan rebellion back then, our entire family would have been wiped out by Zhu Yunwen. If grandfather wants to kill you for this, then I'll be the first to object." Zhu Jiokai finally understood the situation and said to Zhu Yuanzhang with his neck stiff. Zhu Yuanzhang ignored the chubby grandson's words and glanced sideways at Zhu Di, saying, "Fourth Prince, do you really think we won't kill you?" Zhu Di looked at Zhu Yuanzhang firmly and said, "If father thinks I've done wrong and kills me, I will have no complaints." Ren Xiaotian was exasperated. Why was Zhu Di so stubborn? Couldn't you just talk to old Zhu properly? Why did you have to provoke him? Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Ren Xiaotian quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the Prince of Yan should not be killed." Zhu Yuanzhang angrily retorted, "He's our son. If he did something wrong, why can't we kill him? Do you truly believe that the Prince of Yan's campaign against the rebellion was wrong? If you were in the Prince of Yan's position, what would you choose? Would you choose to sit idly by and wait for Zhu Yunwen to wipe out the entire Prince of Yan's household? Furthermore, I believe the Prince of Yan was far more capable as emperor than Zhu Yunwen. If Zhu Yunwen had continued as emperor, the Ming dynasty would have been doomed, if not dying within 2 generations. The Yongle Emperor inherited your governing philosophy during his reign. His 5 northern expeditions dealt a heavy blow to the remnants of the Mongol forces, preventing them from threatening the safety of the border people. In terms of people's livelihood, he implemented measures such as relocating people to more lenient rural areas and supervising farming to promote agricultural production. He commissioned Yao Guangxiao, Xia Jin, and others to oversee the compilation of the world's largest encyclopedia, the Yongle Encyclopedia, a book with profound global influence. He also dispatched Zheng He on 6 voyages to the Western Seas, strengthening economic and cultural exchanges between the Ming dynasty and overseas countries. Even his son, the plump Zhu Jiokai before you, would one day become the Renzong Emperor, who ushered in the prosperous reign of the Ming dynasty. Is such a good emperor inferior to that absurd Zhu Yunwen? Would you still kill such a good emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent. Zhu Di and Zhu Jiokai exchanged a glance, puzzled as to who this young man was and how he knew so much about them. Some of the things he spoke of were merely rough ideas in Zhu Di's mind, never implemented, and some he himself was completely unaware of. How did this young man know all this? Was this not hell but a celestial realm? Zhu Baiao also stepped forward to advise, "Father, I think Xiao Tian is right. Fourth brother has done so well, even if I became emperor, I might not be able to surpass him. Why do you insist on dwelling on his rebellion?" After hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Yuanzhang began to waver. Now that even Yunwen's biological father, Zhu Baiao, had spoken, a crack finally appeared in Zhu Yuanzhang's hardened heart. Zhu Yuanzhang carefully examined his 4th son, who wasn't much younger than himself. Zhu Di's hair was already streaked with gray, and his once sharp back was bent. The youthful face he remembered was now etched with the marks of time. The once spirited 4th son now showed signs of aging. A myriad of emotions swirled in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. Alas, enough, 4th son, rise. Zhu Di was overjoyed, his father had forgiven him. Your son kowtows in gratitude to your majesty. Zhu Di kowtowed deeply, then stood up and looked gratefully at Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Baiao. If it weren't for their earnest persuasion, his father would likely never have forgiven him. Congratulations, host, for completing the emergency mission reconcile Zhu Yuanzhang and his son. Completion 100%, reward points plus 200. The system notification sounded in Ren Xiaoshan's mind. Since Xiao Tian says you've done a good job, then continue to do well where you are. Don't even think about the throne now. You've seen it yourself, our eldest brother and Xiong Ying are both in good health. Zhu Yunwen has already been confined to his quarters. You won't have the chance to rebel again, Zhu Yuanzhang said slowly. Zhu Di smiled bitterly. He never really wanted to be emperor, he was mostly forced into it by Zhu Yunwen. If his elder brother were still alive, he wouldn't dare to rebel even if he had 1,000 lives. He could only apologize to his father for his past actions, for he was the one who prevented his father from ever ascending the throne. Empress Ma, seeing that the father and son had reconciled, said, all right, we're all family. It's best to talk things out. Dear, you two haven't eaten yet, have you? Come and have a meal with us. Relieved, Zhu Di finally dared to look closely at his mother, whom he had longed for day and night. Gazing at that familiar yet seemingly unreachable face, Zhu Di's nose tingled and tears welled up. Your subject thanks your majesty, he said. Empress Ma, seeing Zhu Di's tears, said with heartache, my child, you have truly suffered these past years. Zhu Di wiped away his tears and said, your subject has not suffered. To see father, mother, and my elder brother again today, I would gladly shorten my lifespan by 10 years. Empress Ma quickly covered Zhu Di's mouth, saying, you mustn't speak such nonsense. If you wish to see us, you will still be able to see us in the future, won't you, Xiao Tian? Seeing Empress Ma's pleading gaze, Ren Xiao Tian thought to himself, so exchanging the passage token doesn't require you to contribute points. But then he thought, oh well, the Zhu family has been quite good to me, even contributing a lot of points. Giving Zhu Di a token isn't a big deal. Ren Xiaotian exchanged a passage token and handed it to Zhu Di. Emperor Yongle, this token allows you to bring up to 3 people back and forth here. The cooldown period is 7 days. Zhu Di stroked the token in his hand and said, don't call me Emperor Yongle anymore. In front of father and mother, I will always be the Prince of Yan of the Great Ming Dynasty. Also, I've been wanting to ask you something, are you perhaps a celestial being? Is this the celestial realm? Zhu Yuanzhang and the others laughed heartily. Ren Xiaotian also smiled and said, Prince Yan, you misunderstand. I am not a celestial being, and this is not the celestial realm. He then explained the whole story to the two of them. Zhu Di and his son Zhu Jiokai finally understood. After taking their seats, Zhu Di laughed and said, when I first saw father and Xiangying, I thought I'd arrived in hell. Zhu Yuanzhang slapped Zhu Di on the head and laughed, scolding, you brat, if you want to die, don't drag us and Xiangying down with you. We still want to live a few more years. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Ren Xiaotian asked, how did the Prince of Yan get here? Zhu De picked up a piece of food and said, I was discussing the northern expedition against the Mongols with Gao Qi when a black hole suddenly appeared in the hall. My father and I, out of curiosity, walked in and ended up here. Zhu Gao Qi, his mouth full of food, sobbed, I originally wanted to come in and investigate myself, but father insisted on coming along. Luckily, there was no danger, otherwise the sky over our great Ming would have collapsed. Zhu De laughed, would I let my son go first in anything? That's not the style of men of the Zhu family. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard and nodded, fourth brother, what you said makes sense. We Zhu family members must have this kind of spirit. Ren Xiaotian curled his lip, thinking to himself, you guys haven't met the great Ming's war god, Zhu Kijhen, otherwise you would understand what true spirit is. Zhu Di, looking at Zhu Jiokai with displeasure, said, Jiokai, mind your manners. How can you eat so improperly in front of your imperial grandparents? What kind of behavior is this? Zhu Jiokai, though feeling wronged, still managed to stuff a couple more bites of food into his mouth. It was truly difficult for a foodie like him to resist eating. Empress Ma smiled and said, Fourth Prince, if the child wants to eat, let him. We're all family, what's with all this talk about manners? Zhu Jiokai swallowed the food in his mouth and said gratefully, Grandson thanks imperial grandmother. Then he picked up a large chunk of beef roll and gave Zhu Di a defiant look. Zhu Di, furious, rolled up his sleeves, ready to attack, but Empress Ma quickly stopped him. At this moment, Ren Xiaotian interjected, Emperor Renzong, Jiokai, you'd better listen to the Prince of Yan and eat less. Zhu Jiokai asked, puzzled, why should I eat less? I love food more than anything. If you don't let me eat, you might as well kill me. Ren Xiaotian was somewhat helpless, he simply couldn't understand the mentality of these foodies. Zhu Yuanzhang, sensing the implication in Ren Xiaoshan's words, asked, Xiaotian, you must have your reasons for saying this, right? Ren Xiaotian nodded. Emperor Renzong, Zhu Jiokai, later became so obese that he needed 2 people to help him walk, and he died after only 1 year on the throne. Although historical records state that the cause of death was sudden, I suspect it was highly likely that he died from a sudden cardiovascular disease caused by excessive obesity. Zhu Di was utterly shocked upon hearing this news. His son had died after only 1 year on the throne, and even more absurdly, due to excessive obesity. Turning to Zhu Di angrily rebuked Zhu Jiokai, I've told you to eat less all the time. You just wouldn't listen. Listen to how fat you've become. You need 2 people to help you walk. What's the difference between you and a pig? From now on, you're not allowed to eat meat anymore. I'll have someone specifically supervise you. After hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhu Jiokai stared at the culprit, Ren Xiaotian, with incredibly resentful eyes. Ren Xiaotian felt extremely uncomfortable under Zhu Jiokai's gaze and could only say, Prince Yan, actually, you also bear some responsibility for Jiokai's sudden death. Zhu De scoffed, my biggest responsibility is failing to properly supervise his weight loss. What else has to do with me? Your words are biased, Ren Xiaotian continued. Zhu Jiokai served as regent for 10 years, from the 6th year of the Yang'o reign, a total of 6 times. You enjoyed your northern expedition against the Mongols, leaving Zhu Jiokai to handle the entire army's logistics and national affairs. He not only had to procure and transport provisions for your northern expeditionary force but also deal with numerous court matters. With so many major and minor issues to handle, given his physical condition, it's a miracle he even lasted until his ascension to the throne. Don't you think you bear any responsibility for this? Zhu De blushed at Ren Xiaoshan's words and tried to defend himself, saying, I was just trying to train him. How can he be a good emperor if he can't handle state affairs well? Zhu Yuanzhang picked up the vegetables in front of him and threw them at Zhu De. What kind of twisted logic is this? You, an emperor, need to personally lead the troops to fight the Mongols? If we were to personally lead every battle like you, what would be the point of having all these generals in the court? I think you should just pass the throne to my grandson and become a grand marshal yourself, wouldn't that be better? Ren Xiaotian laughed. You know what, later generations jokingly say that Emperor Qinju of Ming, Zhu De, was actually the grand general of the northern expedition of Emperor Renzong of Ming, Zhu Jiokai. Upon hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyebrows shot up instantly, and he demanded, Emperor Qinju, fourth brother, you've really made something of yourself. My future temple name will at most be Teju, but you've given yourself Qinju. It seems you're planning to be on equal footing with me? Why don't you stop calling me father and we can address each other as brothers from now on? Zhu De panicked immediately, looking at Ren Xiaotian and saying, Father, I had absolutely no such intention. Brother Xiaotian, please explain this to me. How could I possibly do something so treasonous? I did have selfish motives, but at most I would have chosen the temple name Taizong, not Qinju. Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead. He had indeed let slip that. If he didn't speak up for Zhu De, the old Zhu might really grab a knife and kill him. Your Majesty, please calm down. This is my fault. Actually, the Prince of Yan's temple name was originally Taizong when emperor, but it was changed later. Zhu Di, feeling relieved, said, "Father, you see, I would never dare to do such a thing. Brother Xiaotian, who did this? How dare they change my temple name?" This was done by Emperor Jia Jing of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Haokong. At that time, Emperor Wuzong of Ming, Zhu Haozhou, died without an heir, and Zhu Haokong, the heir apparent of Prince Seng, ascended the throne. To legitimize his ascension, he posthumously honored his father, Prince Xingxian, Zhu Yuyuan, as Emperor Xingxian. Due to the limited space in the imperial ancestral temple, Zhu Haokong could only place one of his father's memorial tablets outside. Emperor Renzong of Ming, Zhu Jiokai, unfortunately became the unfortunate victim due to his short reign. Then, to demonstrate the legitimacy of the lineage of Prince Yan, Zhu Di, he changed Emperor Taizong's temple name to Qinju. Zhu Di angrily exclaimed, "This wretched child! How dare he commit such an act of blasphemy? When I return, I will establish a rule that no descendant named Zhu Haokong shall inherit the throne." Zhu Jiokai, his fat face dark with anger, thought, "So what if I reign for a year? Did I eat your rice? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Why should you take my memorial tablet out?" Zhu Yuanzhang, initially furious, almost laughed at the reactions of Zhu Di and his son. Fortunately, his fourth son didn't have a chance to ascend the throne, so he didn't have to worry about the clever Zhu Haokong arbitrarily changing temple names. Still feeling insecure, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to establish an ancestral precept upon returning home. Future emperors were forbidden from arbitrarily changing their ancestors' temple names, and those who violated this rule would be stripped of their thrones. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhu Baiao quickly changed the subject, saying, "Xiao Tian, I wonder what became of our great Ming dynasty." Actually, this question had been on Zhu Baiao's mind. Although he already knew from Ren Xiaotian that the Ming dynasty had fallen, he simply didn't have the courage to ask how it had perished. Today, Zhu Di's sudden arrival made Zhu Baiao realize that since all the Ming emperors in history were descendants of his fourth brother, the rise and fall of the dynasty had little direct relation to him, the former crown prince. If his father was truly angry, it would be directed at his fourth brother, not him, the eldest son. So he simply asked directly. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di, Zhu Jiokai, and even Empress Ma were all drawn to the question and looked at Ren Xiaotian. Zhu Di declared confidently, "The Han dynasty lasted for 400 years, I imagine our great Ming dynasty won't be any less powerful, at least 400 years or more." Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes at Zhu Di, speechless. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence is arrogance. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's reaction, Zhu Yuanzhang understood and glared at Zhu Di, shouting, "Shut up." Seeing his father's anger, Zhu Di shrank back and dared not utter another word. Ren Xiaotian pondered for a moment and replied, "From the Hongbu Emperor to the Chongzhen Emperor Zhu Yujian, the Ming dynasty had 16 emperors and lasted for 276 years. How could the Ming dynasty only last for a little over 200 years? Zhu Di was incredulous upon hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words. Empress Ma asked doubtfully, "Xiaotian, was it because the Chongzhen Emperor, like He and Yang Guang, ruled too cruelly and absurdly, that led to the demise of our Ming dynasty?" Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Jiokai thought similarly to Empress Ma, believing that the Chongzhen Emperor's misrule caused chaos and ultimately led to the Ming dynasty's downfall. The Ming dynasty had indeed produced many absurd emperors. Zhu Haozhou, the self-proclaimed great general and zookeeper, Zhu Haokong and his grandson Zhu Yujun, whose primary occupation was cultivating immortality and alchemy, and who were emperors for decades without attending court. Zhu Changluo, who died suddenly after only 1 month on the throne due to the red pill case. Zhu Yuxiao, obsessed with carpentry. And then there was the renowned god of war of the Ming dynasty, the gatekeeper Emperor Zhu Qizhen. While Emperor Chongzhen Zhu Yujian was certainly not a good emperor, he was far less absurd than these figures. Zhu Yuanzhang nearly suffered a stroke after hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words. What kind of people were his fourth son's descendants? Cultivating immortality and refining elixirs? The examples of the first emperor and the emperors of the Tang dynasty were still fresh in his mind. If taking elixirs could grant immortality and prolong life, what would be the point of our Ming dynasty? Obsessed with carpentry? Emperor Huizong of Song, Zhao Ji, could be considered a refined gentleman at best. But you, an emperor, spending your days chiseling and sawing? Why not just go and be a carpenter among the common people? And that so-called great war god of the Ming dynasty sounds impressive, right? But to be ranked alongside these figures, and to have the title of Son of Heaven, he's probably no pushover either. Fourth son, listen to this. This is the Ming dynasty you've built. Is this how your descendants have squandered the empire we worked so hard to conquer? Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry he wanted to smash a hot pot over Zhu Di's head. Zhu Di panicked and hurriedly explained, "Father, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know what happened afterward. Brother Xiaotian said before that I'm a good emperor. Right, it must be Gao Qi, he failed to educate his descendants properly." Zhu Gao Qi was delighted to be implicated, but dared not speak, only looking at Zhu Di with resentment. This matter really has little to do with those two, please calm down, Ren Xiaotian advised, seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's continued anger. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and remained silent. Xiaotian, why don't you continue talking about Zhu Yujian? Empress Ma, fearing Zhu Du would continue to be scolded, quickly changed the subject back to Chongzhen. Emperor Tinkai, Zhu Yuxiao, of the Ming dynasty died suddenly without an heir, so his younger brother, the idle Prince Zhu Yujian, ascended the throne as Emperor Chongzhen. After ascending the throne, Zhu Yujian was considered diligent and caring towards the people. Historical records state that he rose at cockcrow and stayed up late into the night, often falling ill from overwork, and there were never any banquets or entertainment in the palace. He wouldn't even replace his dragon robe when it was torn, patching it again and again. Zhu Baiao couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, since he was so diligent and frugal, why did he become the last emperor of a fallen dynasty? He was, after all, just an idle prince, and from a young age received no education in the art of rulership. Coupled with his tragic childhood experiences, he developed a deep distrust of everyone. Over time, this fostered a capricious, indecisive, and stubborn personality. During his 17-year reign, he replaced 50 grand secretaries of the cabinet and 14 ministers of war, executing 7 governors-general, 11 provincial governors, and countless lower-ranking officials. Unfortunately, most of those he killed were capable men. Truly treacherous officials like Wen Tairan, Zhou Yanru, and Qian Qinyi were instead entrusted with important responsibilities by Zhu Yujian. Furthermore, Zhu Yujian's poor handling of the deaths of renowned generals Lu Xiangshan and Sun Chuanting in battle led to demoralization within the army and a growing disillusionment among soldiers at all levels, indirectly accelerating the demise of the Ming dynasty. Ren Xiaotian picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He was indeed thirsty after speaking so much. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his fist on the table in anger, that Zhu Yujian is truly a useless man. Zhu Baiao shook his head slightly, one who does not understand the ways of an emperor cannot be an emperor. Ren Xiaotian put down his teacup and continued, in a peaceful era, Zhu Yujian might have been a competent ruler who maintained the status quo, but unfortunately, the Ming dynasty at that time was already facing severe internal and external troubles. Domestically, the country was in the midst of the Little Ice Age, with frequent major natural disasters such as floods, droughts, and plagues causing widespread suffering. Records indicate that in the first year of the Chongzhen Emperor's reign, the sky over Shaanxi was as red as blood. The 5th year saw a great famine, the 6th a great flood, the 7th a locust plague and famine in autumn, the 8th a drought in September in western Shaanxi, and floods in Luoyang, which submerged all houses. The 9th year was a drought and locust plague, the 10th a year saw no autumn harvest, the 11th a summer of locusts darkening the sky, the 13th a great drought, the 14th a drought. In the 13th year of Chongzhen's reign, a major plague struck Shunda, Hejian, and Daming prefectures, killing 8 or 9 out of 10 people. The Jianzhou Jurchens on the border had gained considerable power, dominating Liaodong and posing a threat to the Ming dynasty. Corruption was rampant in the court, and the Donglan party's influence was so great that it rivaled the imperial authority. Zhu Yujian, the Chongzhen emperor, once pleaded with officials to raise funds for the army, but all claimed they had no silver. Ironically, the rebel leader Li Zichen, after entering Beijing, found 70 million taels of silver in the homes of these officials. In this situation, even if His Majesty himself were to go, he might not be able to solve the numerous problems plaguing the Ming dynasty. Actually, Zhu Yujian could be considered a man of principle. After the rebel army stormed the capital, to prevent his wife and daughters from being humiliated, he personally beheaded them. Then, he and a loyal eunuch, Wang Qinzhen, hanged themselves from a tree. Before his death, he left a letter for the rebel army. Since my ascension to the throne 17 years ago, although I am of meager virtue and have offended heaven, it is all due to the mistakes of my ministers that the rebels have come to the brink of the capital. After my death, I have no face to meet my ancestors in the underworld. I remove my crown and cover my face with my hair. Let the rebels tear my body apart, but do not harm a single commoner. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Zhu Yujian was indeed not a qualified emperor, but he was certainly not a completely incompetent ruler. Perhaps he had many flaws, but he always hoped that the Ming dynasty could develop in a positive direction. Faced with Zhu Yujian, who was never the heir apparent and had never studied the ways of an emperor, no one wanted to place the entire blame for the Ming dynasty's demise on him. After a long silence, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke. It seems the fall of our Ming dynasty cannot be entirely blamed on Zhu Yujian. Even we ourselves would not have found these many thorny problems easy to handle. The brothers Zhu Baiao and Zhu Di deeply agreed with Zhu Yuanzhang's words. The Ming dynasty was rotten to the core. To save it, these malignant tumors had to be eradicated. Empress Ma asked, Xiaotian, after the fall of our Ming dynasty, did the rebel army unify the country? Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, the rebel leader, Li Zichen, entered Beijing, ascended the throne, and established the great Shun dynasty. Wu Sangui, the Ming general of Shan Haiguan, surrendered to the Jurchens in Liaodong. Just 42 days later, Li Zichen was defeated by the Qing dynasty established by the Jurchens, and ultimately the Central Plains were unified by the Qing. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth in fury upon hearing this. He and his soldiers had endured countless hardships to overthrow the tyrannical Yuan dynasty, allowing the Han people, who had suffered a century of hardship, to see the light of day again. He never imagined that in just over 200 years, the Central Plains would once again fall into the hands of foreign tribes. How could he not feel hatred? Wu Sangui, that treacherous dog. We wish we could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Even if you declared yourself emperor, we wouldn't say a word against you, but why did you become the Jurchen's lackey? Isn't this sending our Ming people to the slaughter? Empress Ma comforted him. Perhaps the Jurchens aren't as brutal as the Mongols? Kongba, you shouldn't think so extremely. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different hearts. Since the 5 barbarian invasions of the Jin dynasty, which foreign tribe has treated the Han people under their rule as human beings? How can the Jurchens be any better than the Mongols? Xiao Tian, do you think I'm right? Ren Xiaotian remained silent, because after the Qing army entered the pass, their brutality towards the Han people was indeed as Zhu Yuanzhang had imagined, comparable to that of the Yuan dynasty. In fact, without the Qing dynasty, perhaps there wouldn't have been that dark and humiliating period in Chinese history. Seeing Ren Xiaotian remain silent for so long, everyone understood his meaning. The Jurchens, are they? If I can't destroy them when I get back, I'll write the character Zhu backwards from now on. Zhu declenched his fists, speaking each word with hatred. He had fought the Mongols for most of his life, never expecting that the Jurchens would ultimately steal his home. How could Zhu Di accept this? Zhu Jiaokai quickly tried to dissuade him. Father, you mustn't. The Jurchens are just a minor problem. The Mongols are our true threat. If we attack the Jurchens now, aren't we just pushing them into the Mongol camp? Zhu Di flew into a rage, stood up, and kicked Zhu Jiaokai, sending him staggering. You want to teach me a lesson? The Ming dynasty isn't under your rule yet. I'll wipe out the Jurchen's ancestors first, and see how they unify the world in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma didn't stop Zhu Di's actions, because their thoughts were exactly the same as his. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Baiao exchanged a glance, and Zhu Baiao instantly understood Zhu Yuanzhang's meaning. Your subject will procure provisions and funds upon returning, Zhu Baiao said, bowing. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, upon returning, issue an edict to Su Tian and the 4th Prince, who are stationed in Beiping. If they need troops, we'll provide them. If they need money, we'll provide it. We have only one condition for them: do not let a single Jurchen escape. If we find out that any Jurchens are still alive, those two can bring their heads to Yingtian to face us. Zhu Di, who had just reprimanded Zhu Jiaokai, suddenly felt a chill run down his neck upon hearing this. He instinctively pulled back and touched his neck, thankfully finding his head still intact. Empress Ma tugged at Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve, advising, let's spare the elderly, weak, women, and children. Excessive killing is against the natural order. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated upon hearing this, instinctively glancing at Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian was also conflicted. After a long silence, he sighed and said softly, at the end of the Ming dynasty and the beginning of the Qing dynasty, the total registered population of the entire country decreased by more than 70%. Besides those who died from famine and disease, at least tens of millions more died under the Qing army's sword after they entered the pass. How many? Zhu Yuanzhang seemed unable to believe his ears. He knew that in the 14th year of the Hongvua reign, the total population of the Ming dynasty was only a mere 60 million. There are no precise historical records of the exact number. The Qing court itself recorded 9 million, but the true figure is at least 30 to 40 million. 800,000 died in Yangzhou alone, and countless other examples like Yangzhou exist. Even Empress Ma was shaken upon hearing this. Her voice trembled as she said, are the Jurchens so brutal? How are they any different from the Mongols? From Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to see countless Ming people screaming in agony amidst the flames, and the Qing army's faces as they raised their butcher's knives. He was a lucky survivor who had struggled to live through the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty. Countless others had died in agony and hunger. He had thought that by driving out the Mongols, the Ming people would never have to endure such tragedies again, but 200 years later, the same scene was repeating itself. His eyes filled with tears, and his voice hoarse, he roared, this time, I will personally lead the army. I will avenge the blood feud of 200 years ago with my own hands. Zhu Baiao dared not delay and immediately agreed. Zhu Di, enraged, kicked Zhu Jiaokai again. Zhu Jiaokai asked innocently, Father, why did you hit me again? You rebellious son, are you still trying to stop me from fighting the Jurchens? Listen to what the Jurchens have done to our Ming people. If I had known you were such a coward, I would have made Gao Su the crown prince. At least he has more guts than you. Zhu Di said bitterly. Your son didn't know any of this before, but now your son fully supports your campaign against the Jurchens. I'll go back and make preparations. You should still carefully consider the position of crown prince. Upon hearing that Zhu Di was considering changing the crown prince, Zhu Jiaokai quickly patted his chest and assured him. Zhu Di was just trying to scare Zhu Jiaokai. This chubby son was good in every way, except for his mild temperament. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Zhu Di nudged Ren Xiaotian with his elbow and asked, Brother Xiaotian, the Jurchens of my time were easily defeated. Do you have any way to get our army to fight the Qing army of later generations? Ren Xiaotian was speechless at Zhu Di's warmongering, but he was also curious about whether Zhu Di's 3 major battalions or the 8 banners cavalry of the early Qing dynasty were stronger. He asked the system in his mind, and after receiving its reply, he said, Prince Yan, I cannot fulfill your wish right now. Zhu Di understood the implied meaning in his words and was moved, saying, so that means there will be an opportunity later? Perfect timing. I'll go back and practice on their ancestors first. When the time is right, we'll show them the fighting power of our Ming army. Zhu Yuanzhang stepped forward and shoved Zhu Di aside, saying, get out of my way. If there really is a chance to fight the Qing army, we should be the first to go. We can't let the grievances of the Ming people go unpunished. Zhu Di panicked and quickly said, hey, father, I was the one who told Brother Xiaotian first. How could you? Zhu Yuanzhang's face hardened. What? You want to fight your father for the throne? How about we go back and pass it on to you, so you can be the head of the family? Zhu Di, seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's posture, immediately wilted. Your son wouldn't dare. Father, you can attack first, just remember to leave some men for me. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted. That depends on whether the Qing army can hold out. If we defeat them, don't say I didn't leave you a chance. Ren Xiaotian, hearing the father and son's conversation, was both amused and exasperated. The matter hadn't even been settled yet, and these two were already at odds. Besides, did they really think they could bully the 8 banners of the early Qing dynasty? The 8 banners cavalry under Huang Teji were quite powerful, weren't they? Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and straightened his clothes. Eldest son, sister, let's go back and prepare for the military campaign. Zhu Di, hearing this, became anxious. Father, I just met with mother and have many things I want to say to her. Can you stay a little longer? Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Di and said, is the people of our great Ming more important than our family matters? Fourth son, you're the emperor now, don't you understand what's more important? This time, Zhu Di didn't back down, looking directly at Zhu Yuanzhang and saying, Father, I am indeed the emperor of the great Ming, but I am also mother's son. As a son, is it wrong for me to want to spend more time with my mother? Zhu Yuanzhang, trembling, pointed at Zhu Di. You're infuriating. Ren Xiaotian quickly smoothed things over, saying, Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Prince Yan is only acting out of filial piety. Besides, the Jurchens won't suddenly disappear. Are you worried about not having a chance to fight them? I'll inform you immediately if there's an opportunity to attack the Jurchens at the end of the Ming dynasty. What do you think? Zhu Baiao also stepped forward and said, Brother Xiaotian is right. Fourth brother must miss mother terribly after not seeing her for so long. There's no rush to fight the Jurchens. We can stay here for one night, it won't delay anything. Zhu Xiangying, who had been mostly ignored, finally spoke up. Grandpa, please stay the night. I'd like to chat with fourth uncle. He's fought so many battles, the things in the military camp must be very interesting. Zhu Yuanzhang squatted down and affectionately patted Zhu Xiangying's head, saying, For the sake of our eldest grandson, we won't hold it against you this time. You can stay tonight. Ren Xiaotian laughed, all right. I'll cook a sumptuous reunion dinner for everyone tonight. Zhu Di cupped his hands and said, Thank you very much, Brother Xiaotian. Zhu Xiangying clapped his hands happily and said, Great. We can have something delicious tonight. Brother Xiaotian, I want spicy chicken, boiled sliced pork, and cream cake. Okay, I'll make it for you later, but you can't eat too many sweets. You can only have a small piece of cake at most, Ren Xiaotian instructed. Empress Ma said, half laughing and half crying, What kind of hierarchy is this? Baiao and Dare call Xiaotian brother, and Xiangying calls Xiaotian brother. It's all messed up. The others then realized what was going on and awkwardly scratched their heads and laughed. Empress Ma continued, How about this? I see Xiaotian is a few years younger than Baiao, so Xiaotian can address Baiao and Dare as brothers. Xiaotian can call Kongba and me uncle and aunt, and Xiangying and Gao Qi can call Xiaotian uncle. What do you think, Xiaotian? Ren Xiaotian nodded in agreement. I think your suggestion is excellent. From now on, I'll call you aunt. Empress Ma smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents, and said to Zhu Baiao and Zhu Di, Come and greet your brothers, Xiaotian. Brother Xiaotian, from now on, we're family, Zhu Baiao and Zhu Di said in unison. Don't be so polite, brothers, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Zhu Di laughed heartily. Brother Xiaotian is incredibly capable. I, as his elder brother, will be in a lot of trouble with you in the future. Ren Xiaotian had a good impression of the Zhu family members and immediately patted his chest, saying, No problem. Fourth brother, please don't hesitate to ask if I can help. Zhu Baiao joked, Fourth brother may be old, but he's still the same fourth brother. He's only just arrived in Xiaotian and he's already thinking about taking advantage of us. My mind isn't as quick as yours. Zhu De replied dismissively, eldest brother, how can family matters be considered taking advantage? This is called mutual support between brothers. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but smile at this scene of brotherly affection. Zhu Xiangying, being a child, soon became restless. Uncle Xiaotian, I'm so bored, I want to watch a movie. Apart from Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying, no one else knew what a movie was, and they became curious. Xiaotian, what is a movie? Zhu Yuanzhang asked first. A movie is similar to the Ming Dynasty's Zeju, a type of Chinese opera. It tells us stories, either adapted from reality or fictional, in a theatrical way. Zhu Yuanzhang became interested upon hearing this. He often enjoyed watching Zeju in his spare time. Xiaotian, let's go check it out. I'm really curious about this movie. No problem. We still have some time before dinner. Watching a movie to pass the time is a good idea, Ren Xiaotian said. Fortunately, Ren Xiaotian also enjoys watching movies, and his 2 NAS devices are filled with movies, TV series, and various documentaries. He's the kind of person who would rather spend tens of thousands to build a NAS than spend $20 on a video streaming membership. In his words, money should be spent wisely. Ren Xiaotian led the group to his private cinema room, turned on the projector, and asked, Uncle, what kind of movie do you want to watch? I don't know much about movies, you decide. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. Ren Xiaotian didn't know their preferences, so he just randomly picked a popular crime thriller from a few years ago. After watching for a while, the character Nick Chung was passionately delivering his lines, Away is dead. What kind of idol did you choose? The people in front of the projector were uninterested, as they were unfamiliar with the modern setting and had no idea what the movie was about. This lousy movie is boring, I'm getting sleepy, Zhu De said with a yawn. Zhu Yuanzhang chimed in, fourth brother is right, we didn't understand what was going on either. What's that guy yelling about? Ren Xiaotian scratched his head. It was indeed his mistake. Movies like this were incomprehensible without understanding the historical context. But if it were an ancient war film, it would be riddled with flaws in the eyes of these experts on cold weapon warfare. Ren Xiaotian suddenly had a brilliant idea and picked up the remote control. Xiaotian, no need to bother. This movie is really boring. Let's go back and watch a variety show, Zhu Yuanzhang said, standing up and stretching. Uncle, don't worry, I'm sure you'll be interested in what I'm about to set off, Ren Xiaotian said as he searched. Alright, since you say so, let's see what you're going to set off for us, Zhu Yuanzhang said, sitting down again. Accompanied by the sound of 28 cannon salutes, the screen gradually lit up. The expressions of Zhu Yuanzhang and the others changed from casual to serious as the screen changed. These are soldiers. Zhu Biao couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is the military parade commemorating the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China in our future generations. These are naturally all soldiers, Ren Xiaotian explained. As one formation after another marched past the screen, the resolute faces, orderly ranks, high morale, and indomitable spirit of the Chinese soldiers constantly resonated with the viewers. The entire viewing room was silent, save for the resounding slogans and the rhythmic thumping of marching feet from the screen. Zhu Yuanzhang murmured, gazing at the scene, if all the soldiers of our Ming dynasty were like this, what would prevent our dynasty from declining for 1,000 years? As the female soldiers marched past, Zhu Jiaokai asked doubtfully, can women also serve in the military in later generations? Ren Xiaotian glanced at him and said, Jiaokai, the idea of male superiority over females is unacceptable. Even in ancient times, there was Fu Hao who joined the army, and in the later Ming dynasty, there was Qin Lianjiao's White Spear army. In our later generations, women can hold up half the sky, not only in the military, but also among the elite talents in all walks of life. Empress Ma couldn't help but applaud. Xiaotian is right. Women are not necessarily inferior to men. Zhu Jiaokai lowered his head in apology, saying, Grandmother, I was being naive. Zhu De pointed to the soldiers' sidearms in the image and asked, Xiaotian, are those muskets these soldiers are holding? Ren Xiaotian nodded, that's right. They're holding the Type 95 automatic rifle, independently developed by China, what you understand as a musket, fourth brother. Zhu De asked doubtfully, I know a little about muskets. Their range is only about 100 paces, and their accuracy is terrible. They're nowhere near as reliable as bows and crossbows. Besides, by the time you reload after firing a shot, the enemy cavalry will have already charged in. How come we use such weapons in later generations? Ren Xiaotian smiled, the muskets of later generations are completely different from the ones you understand, fourth brother. These muskets in later generations can hit anything within a 400-meter range. The detachable magazine holds 30 rounds. Once it's empty, you just need to change the magazine to continue fighting. Zhu De exclaimed in astonishment, 400 meters? Wouldn't that mean the enemy would be killed by these muskets before they even see us? That range is too far. This is only a medium-range automatic rifle. Later generations also had sniper rifles with an effective range of up to 1,500 meters. The world's longest sniper kill record is 3,540 meters by a foreign soldier, Ren Xiaotian explained confidently. Everyone was speechless. Taking lives from thousands of meters away? That's more incredible than a god. Are wars this terrifying in later generations? Zhu Di looked at Ren Xiaotian with hopeful eyes. Ren Xiaotian naturally understood his meaning. Fourth brother, don't look at me like that, it scares me. Even if I gave you the blueprints, you couldn't make this gun. The various fields involved are simply impossible for the Ming dynasty's production capacity. Zhu Di looked disappointed. His plan to arm his Shenji battalion with these muskets had failed. Don't be disappointed yet. I'll give you the blueprints for a flintlock musket later. Although a flintlock musket can't compare to an automatic rifle, it's still a huge leap forward for the Ming dynasty's matchlock muskets. Zhu Di became happy again, patting Ren Xiaotian on the shoulder and saying, good, good, good. Then I'll trouble you, Xiaotian. I won't take it for nothing. Seeing that you have no one to serve you, your fourth brother will send you a few women later. No, I'm not that kind of person. Fourth brother, you should keep them for yourself. I'm not used to being served, Ren Xiaotian quickly refused. At this moment, Zhu Baiao also spoke up. Xiaotian, you can't just give them to your fourth brother. Don't forget about your eldest brother. Brother Baiao, I can't forget you. When I bring it out, you too can have it, okay? Ren Xiaotian said speechlessly. Xiaoshan's the best, ha ha ha, Zhu Baiao laughed. The group turned their attention back to the military parade. On screen, various armored vehicles and tanks rumbled past the city gate, and the group was awestruck by these behemoths. Are these also vehicles? Empress Ma, who had once ridden in Ren Xiaoshan's van, asked. Essentially, they are vehicles, but they're covered in thick iron armor. These are deadly weapons of land warfare. Ordinary bullets can't even penetrate the outer armor, let alone the machine guns and cannons they're equipped with. Charging into a crowd would be a soldier's nightmare, Ren Xiaotian explained. Zhu Di looked at Ren Xiaotian again, and Ren Xiaoshan's scalp tingled. Fourth brother, don't look at me. There's absolutely no chance of that. For one thing, you can't even get the fuel for a tank. Actually, Zhu Di hadn't really expected to get a tank, so he wasn't too disappointed after hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words. The scene continued, with armed helicopters, various reconnaissance planes, fighter jets, and bombers roaring overhead. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in amazement, people in later generations can actually fly. How did they manage to build such a huge iron lump? The principles of airplanes are very complex, even if I explained it, you might not understand. Moreover, in later generations, not only can they fly, but they can even fly outside the Earth and land on the moon. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others already knew from Ren Xiaotian that the Earth they lived on was actually a sphere, but Zhu Di and his son didn't know that. Zhu Zhaokai asked blankly, is it really possible to fly to the moon? And are there really Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit there? Ren Xiaotian chuckled, of course not. They're just mythical figures imagined by people. The moon's surface is covered in craters from meteorite impacts, it's far from as beautiful as we imagine. Empress Ma sighed, the wisdom of later generations is truly remarkable. It's all thanks to the power of technological development. The truly rapid development has only occurred in the last 100 years or so. You don't need to be too sentimental, it's not too late for the Ming dynasty to start developing technology now. Zhu Yuanzhang asked, what is technology? Technology is science and technology. In simpler terms, it's the study of things. Whether it's medicine, agriculture, meteorology, or similar disciplines, they all fall under the specific branches of science, Ren Xiaotian explained. Can farmers really learn anything about farming? Zhu Baiao asked doubtfully. Of course. The 24 solar terms are essentially agricultural patterns summarized by the ancients. It's just that later generations studied them in more detail. For example, a giant in later Chinese history developed hybrid rice, achieving an astonishing yield of 2 to 3,000 caddies per mu. That's the power of agronomy. 2 to 3,000 caddies. That's practically a divine intervention. If anyone in our Ming dynasty could develop such rice, we'd be willing to bestow upon them the title of a king of a different surname. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed. Most Chinese people in later generations revered him as a deity. After his death, people from all over the country spontaneously traveled great distances to bid him farewell. Even so, a very small minority still went to great lengths to slander him. He was accused of vanity simply for touching a luxury carriage. Zhu Di instantly flew into a rage. These people deserve to be torn to pieces, executed by slow slicing. If this old man were in my Yaimo reign, let alone what kind of carriage he wanted, I wouldn't object even if Gao Qi were to ride on his back. Zhu Gao Qi blinked, looking at Zhu Di with a puzzled expression. It was as if he were saying, Father, you can say whatever you want, but why make me ride on someone else's back? The scene gradually came to a close, and the Dongfeng 41 missile made its grand entrance. Xiao Tian, what is this? Why does it look so heavy? Zhu Biao asked. In my opinion, this should be a cannon or a battering ram. Before Ren Xiaotian could answer, Zhu Yuanzhang gave his opinion. This is called a strategic intercontinental ballistic missile. It has nothing to do with a battering ram. If you have to say it's related, it might be somewhat related to a cannon. This missile is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. In later generations, only 4 countries, including China, have been able to manufacture it. Its maximum range can reach 28,000 li, approximately 14,000 kilometers. A single missile can easily destroy a city the size of Yingtian City in the Ming Dynasty. Is this really a weapon that exists in the human world? Its power is too great. It can destroy a city from tens of thousands of miles away? Zhu Jiaokai said in shock. Ren Xiaotian continued, even more terrifying are missiles equipped with nuclear warheads. Not only can they destroy cities, but the nuclear radiation from the explosion can persist for years, even decades. During this time, nothing grows within the blast radius. Anyone who walks in will quickly become ill or even die from radiation exposure. Everyone gasped in shock. This weapon was terrifying, even the legendary powers of immortals couldn't compare. However, this weapon mainly serves as a deterrent. As far as I know, China has never launched such a missile before. But Japan, China's neighbor, was hit by 2 nuclear bombs during World War II, which is the only time nuclear weapons have been used in actual combat. Empress Ma asked doubtfully, I remember Japan is just a small island nation. What heinous crime did they commit to be attacked by such a weapon? Your Majesty, you are unaware that Japanese pirates frequently raid the coast of our great Ming, committing arson, murder, and looting all sorts of atrocities. Every time I want to send troops to punish them, they flee at the mere sight of me. They are like a persistent, venomous weed, truly cunning. Zhu Di also felt a burning hatred for the Japanese pirates. These things were like toads, they didn't bite, but they were still a nuisance. Ren Xiaotian scoffed, Japan isn't some insidious pest. I think vicious wolf is a more fitting description, a wolf that bites when you least expect it. Xiaotian, why do you harbor such resentment towards Japan? Empress Ma asked in a low voice. Now is not the time. I'll tell you after both Ming dynasties have eliminated the Jurchen threat. For now, you only need to know that Japan and the descendants of China have a blood feud. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian was unwilling to elaborate, Empress Ma wisely refrained from further questioning. Zhu Yuanzhang, oblivious to their conversation, focused entirely on the military parade. As the parade concluded, the screen gradually darkened. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up, still savoring the moment, and said, Today has truly broadened our horizons. Later generations of China are far superior to our Ming dynasty. Ren Xiaotian composed himself and said, You don't need to belittle yourself. In your time, the Ming dynasty was still the most powerful country in the world. Very few countries could rival it. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. We overlooked that we only thought our Ming dynasty was inferior to later generations of China, forgetting that there are hundreds of years between us. If our Ming dynasty had developed for hundreds of years, it would probably be the same. As they chatted and laughed, the sky gradually darkened. Ren Xiaotian looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. You all chat. I'll go cook. Zhu Yuanzhang instructed, Xiaotian, stir-fry some hot and sour shredded potatoes and the braised beef brisket with potatoes we had last time. Remember to add plenty of chili to the shredded potatoes. Ren Xiaotian smiled, Alright, I know you like spicy food. I'll also make you some Hunan dishes. I guarantee they'll be spicy to your heart's content. What are potatoes and chili peppers? Are they delicious? Zhu Jiaokai perked up at the mention of food. Of course they're delicious. Ask your imperial grandfather how delicious they are. No need to make so much, it's just for the few of us. Making too much would be a waste. Empress Ma, accustomed to frugality, spoke up. Don't worry, it won't go to waste. We still have Gao Qi if we can't finish. Ren Xiaotian patted Zhu Gaokai's belly and laughed. That won't do. I've already made Gao Qi lose weight. Xiaotian, don't spoil him, Zhu De said, feigning displeasure. Fourth brother, I was just kidding. I'll make Gao Qi some vegetarian dishes later to help him get rid of the fat in his belly. That's more like it. He can't see any meat from now on. Look how fat he's gotten, Zhu De said. Ren Xiaotian turned and went to the kitchen to busy himself, while Zhu Yuanzhang's family continued chatting in the room. 40 minutes later, Ren Xiaotian announced that dinner was ready. Zhu Xiaoying dashed out of the room, shouting, Oh, time to eat cake. Zhu Gaoqi tried to follow, but Zhu De grabbed him by the collar. Don't you have any manners? Your grandparents and uncles haven't even touched it yet, what's your hurry? Zhu De snapped. But brother Xiaoying went out too, and I didn't see you scold him, Zhu Jiaokai said, sounding aggrieved. Don't you see how old your brother is? You're already 20. Can't you act like a grown-up? How can you be a ruler like this? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled as he watched Zhu Jiaokai being scolded. He actually quite liked this chubby grandson. Alright, fourth brother, stop putting on that sour face in front of the child. Jokai, come with your grandfather. You can eat whatever you want later. If your father scolds you, I'll stop him for you. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had spoken, Zhu Di naturally didn't dare say anything more and could only glare at Zhu Jokai. Zhu Jokai pretended not to see Zhu Di's glare and followed Zhu Yuanzhang out, leaving Zhu Di gritting his teeth in anger but helpless. Everyone's here. Let's get ready to eat, Ren Xiaotian said, gesturing for everyone to sit down. This is steamed sea bass, which brother Baiao loves. This is spicy chicken, which Xiang Ying ordered. This is rock sugar pear and white fungus porridge, good for your lungs. Auntie, your lungs aren't very healthy, you should drink more of it. Hot and sour shredded potatoes, braised beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, and chopped chili fish head. These are all for Uncle Zhu. This cold bitter melon salad and northeastern-style dipping vegetables are specially made for Gao Qi. You should eat plenty of them later. Fourth brother, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I didn't prepare any special dishes for you. Ren Xiaotian introduced the dishes as he served them. Zhu Di waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. I don't have any dietary restrictions, I can eat anything. Zhu Jokai looked at the bitter melon and a large plate of radishes and cucumbers in front of him, and his face instantly turned the same color as the food. He stubbornly picked up a piece of bitter melon, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. The bitterness made his face contort. Everyone burst into laughter at his disheveled appearance. Ren Xiaotian said with a laugh, Jokai, I was just teasing you. Eat whatever you want, it's not like you're trying to lose weight with this one meal. But it's always good to eat more vegetables. Like this bitter melon, although it tastes very bitter, it clears heat and reduces internal fire, and can also enhance the body's immune function and supplement vitamins. Zhu Jokai felt like he had been granted a pardon. He quickly put down his chopsticks, took a sip of water to rinse his mouth, thinking that bitter melon might have many benefits, but it was undeniably bitter. Alright, stop fooling around. The food is ready, it'll get cold if we wait any longer, let's eat, Zhu Yuanzhang said. When everyone heard that Zhu Yuanzhang had spoken, they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. After a hearty meal, Zhu Di wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Xiao Tian's cooking is truly excellent, even the imperial chefs in the palace can't compare. Ren Xiaotian laughed, my cooking is certainly not as good as the imperial chefs. It's mainly because the ingredients are more novel, some dishes were only developed in later generations, so it's normal that you haven't tried them, fourth brother. Zhu Jokai had eaten most of the food on the table and was now slumped in his chair, panting heavily. Empress Ma asked with concern, Jokai, is it all right that you ate so much? Zhu Jokai sat up with difficulty and replied, Grandmother, I'm fine. I just haven't tried these dishes before, and I accidentally ate too much. Zhu Di snorted coldly, Mother, don't worry about him. Let him eat more until he's fat and dies, that would save me the trouble. Empress Ma scolded, what are you saying? It's one thing to not care about your own son, but to make sarcastic remarks like that. Zhu Di spread his hands, Mother, this isn't my fault. Father made him eat, I didn't dare to interfere. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had just put down his chopsticks, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said sarcastically, so, fourth prince, you're blaming us for this. Zhu Di shook his head vigorously, your subject wouldn't dare. I just blurted it out, Father, please don't be offended. Alright, we'll make Gao Qi lose weight later. Eating a little more today isn't a big deal. Fourth prince, we see you've got nothing to do. Xiao Tian has been busy all day, I'll hand over all the pots and pans to you later. Zhu Di reluctantly agreed, his expression mirroring Zhu Joukai's earlier one. After everything was settled, the Zhu family sat together chatting. Ren Xiaotian, not wanting to disturb them, tactfully went back to his room to play games. The next morning, Ren Xiaotian woke up yawning. As he went out to wash up, he was surprised to find that, apart from Zhu Xiangying still sleeping, the others were still in their room talking. Judging from their appearance, they probably hadn't slept all night. Empress Ma and Zhu Baiao and Zhu Di had red eyes, whether from staying up all night or crying, it was hard to tell. Good heavens, haven't you all slept all night? Xiaoshen's up? I was so busy talking to mother and brother that I didn't realize it was already dawn. Zhu Di rubbed his dry eyes and replied, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Do you think you're some young punk like brother Baiao? Can your body handle staying up this late? Zhu Yuanzhang then spoke up, when we're handling state affairs, we don't sleep for nights on end, and we're perfectly fine. It's not as delicate as you make it out to be. Ren Xiaotian retorted irritably, your body is extraordinary. Most people would have collapsed from staying up this late. You know, back then, there were countless examples of young people dying from overwork. Staying up all night is fine, I can just go back and get some sleep, Zhu Di said nonchalantly. He certainly inherited most of Zhu Yuanzhang's diligent genes. Perhaps there was a genetic mutation in his descendants, because the later emperors of the Ming dynasty were all increasingly lazy in their governance. Alright, fourth prince, you've said what you needed to say. We should go back and arrange the campaign against the Jurchens, Zhu Yuanzhang said, wiping his face. Why are you in such a hurry? At least have some breakfast before you go back, Ren Xiaotian said. No, I'm not eating. You're too comfortable here. Staying with you too long will make me lazy. There's a ton of work to do in court. Zhu Yuanzhang rejected Ren Xiaoshan's suggestion. Empress Ma nodded in agreement. Dear, you should go back too. You two haven't returned all night, the palace must be worried sick. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Di, fourth prince, Xiaotian praised you to the skies before. How about we make a bet to see who can destroy the Jurchens first? If you win, I'll fully acknowledge you as the legitimate emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di was overjoyed. Receiving Zhu Yuanzhang's personal approval was better than any praise, and Zhu Yuanzhang's words also ignited his competitive spirit. Father, it's a deal. Don't blame me for not going easy on you later. Then he turned to Zhu Jiaokai and said, Jiaokai, hurry back with me. This time, I'm going to wipe out the Jurchens before your grandfather. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Zhu Jiaokai towards the courtyard exit. Ren Xiaotian said, half laughing, half crying, fourth brother, what's the rush? Do you think you can get back like this? Come back first, I'll tell you how. Zhu Di hurriedly returned, embarrassed, and said, I forgot about that. Xiaotian, tell me how to get back quickly. Ren Xiaotian exchanged a passage token from the system and handed it to Zhu Di, fourth brother. As long as you hold this token and silently recite my name 3 times, you can return to where you are. This token has a 7-day cooldown period, you can use it again after 7 days. Zhu Di took the token and silently recited Ren Xiaoshan's name 3 times. Sure enough, a black passage, just like the one they had come through, appeared not far away. Zhu Di, pulling Zhu Jiaokai to the entrance of the passage, turned and called out, Father, Mother, Elder Brother, I'll head back now. I won't return until the Jurchens are defeated. After saying this, he led Zhu Jiaokai into the passage, which then closed, and the two disappeared from the courtyard. Empress Ma laughed, this dear, even at his age, his temper is still as fiery as when he was a child. Sister, let's go back too. As his father, I can't let my son outdo me. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing that Zhu Di had already gone back to prepare, couldn't sit still any longer, not wanting to lose to him. You two truly are father and son, dear's temper is probably inherited from you, Empress Ma said, somewhat exasperated. Zhu Biao stepped forward and said to Ren Xiaotian, Xiaotian, we still can't take Xiangying back this time. We'll have to trouble you to take care of him for now. What trouble? I wouldn't feel right without Xiangying here. You can go back without worry. I promise I'll take good care of Xiangying. Zhu Biao nodded, then looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang took out his token and opened the passage. The 3 of them walked towards the passage, turned back to wave to Ren Xiaotian, and then passed through the passage back to the Hongyu era. Ren Xiaotian lowered his hand. The once lively courtyard was now only occupied by him and his brother, father and son. At this moment, Zhu Xiangying, rubbing his sleepy eyes, came out of the room. Uncle Xiaotian, where did my grandmother and the others go? They went back and asked you to stay with me a little longer. What's wrong? Do you miss them? Ren Xiaotian asked. Zhu Xiangying shook his head. I don't miss them. Grandfather and father are very busy every day, and I don't want to bother them. I just miss my third brother. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I wonder how he's been. Ren Xiaotian thought for a moment before realizing who Zhu Xiangying was referring to as his third brother. Are you talking about Zhu Yuntong? Zhu Xiangying nodded. Since Changxi's death and Zhu Xiangying's illness, the two brothers had rarely seen each other, so it was no wonder that Zhu Xiangying missed Zhu Yuntong. That's easy. I'll just tell your grandma to bring Yunhu next time she comes. Zhu Xiangying's little face lit up with a smile again, and he nodded emphatically, saying, Thank you, Uncle Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian patted his head and laughed, we're like father and son, no need to be so polite. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the room. In the 3rd year of the Yang'el reign, Zhu Di and his son Zhu Jiaokai returned to the palace. Zhu Di felt a sense of disorientation, as if everything that had happened before was an illusion. Then Zhu Di turned and asked, Jiaokai, was that just a dream? Zhu Jiaokai shook his head and chuckled, Father, it wasn't a dream. We really saw grandfather, grandmother, and Crown Prince Yaiwen. Look, I even got a chicken leg from Uncle Xiaotian. He then pulled a large, greasy chicken leg from his sleeve. Zhu Di kicked Zhu Jiaokai, angrily scolding, What time is it and you're still thinking about food? Is this the behavior of our great Ming Crown Prince? Then he muttered, So it wasn't a dream. Then what happened before was real. Jiaokai, quickly go to Qingxiao Temple and invite the junior tutor to the palace. I have important matters to discuss with him. Upon hearing Zhu Di's order, Zhu Jiaokai hurriedly dragged his large body out of the palace. An hour later, Zhu Jiaokai entered the hall accompanied by a monk in black robes. I wonder what important matter has brought your majesty to summon this old monk so late at night. the monk asked, his hands clasped together. Zhu Di recounted what he had seen and heard that day. Hiss. Even Yao Guangxiao, with his vast experience and profound composure, couldn't help but gasp after hearing Zhu Di's words. What Zhu Di said was simply too unbelievable. He had actually traveled through time to meet the Hongvu Emperor and Crown Prince Yaiwen, who had been dead for many years. The shrewd and calculating Yao Guangxiao quickly pieced together his thoughts and said, "According to your majesty, this man named Ren Xiaotian said that the Ming dynasty would one day be destroyed by the Jurchens." Zhu Di nodded. "This is also why I summoned the junior tutor to the palace late at night. I wanted to ask the junior tutor whether the Jurchens should be attacked." Yao Guangxiao pondered for a moment. "In my opinion, the Jurchens should indeed be exterminated." Zhu Di asked curiously, "Why does the junior tutor also agree with attacking the Jurchens?" Yao Guangxiao replied, chanting a Buddhist prayer. "Amit Ba. It's not that I want to commit unnecessary bloodshed. In my view, the Mongols are merely a minor ailment, to be eliminated by the emperor sooner or later. The Jurchens may seem docile now, but there's an old saying, a barking dog doesn't bite. If everything is as Ren Xiaotian says, the Jurchens will eventually become the greatest threat to the Ming dynasty. Rather than waiting for the Jurchens to grow powerful, it's better to eliminate them swiftly and decisively while they are still weak." "I understand. Then, according to the junior tutor's opinion, how should the Jurchens be dealt with?" Zhu Di continued. "If you don't nip the problem in the bud, it will cause endless trouble." Although Yao Guangxiao was a monk, his eyes at this moment held no mercy, only a chilling killing intent. Zhu Di slammed his hand on the table and said, "Good, Grand Tutor's words are very much to my liking. Then, Grand Tutor, how do you think this battle should be fought?" Yao Guangxiao smiled slightly and said 4 words: use a pretext to destroy Guo. Zhu Di, being so clever, naturally understood Yao Guangxiao's meaning. "That's how it will be done. Tomorrow, I will have Zhang Fu lead the army under the pretext of attacking the Mongols in the north. I presume there won't be any objections in the court. After the army sets off, I will secretly instruct Zhang Fu to secretly eliminate the Jurchens." "Your Majesty is wise." Yao Guangxiao patted Zhu Di's backside. "Ha ha ha, everything is thanks to Grand Tutor's guidance." Zhu Di laughed. "This Ren Xiaotian is quite an unusual person. I wonder if I could arrange for this old monk to meet him someday." Yao Guangxiao was intrigued by Ren Xiaoshan's supposed ability to know the future. "That's easy. The young master can come with me later. Xiaotian is now my good brother. The young master can ask him any questions he may have." Yao Guangxiao nodded with a smile. "Now that this matter is settled, this old monk will return to the temple. This campaign has resulted in much bloodshed. This old monk needs to go back to chant scriptures and recite Buddhist prayers to help them pass on to the afterlife as soon as possible." "Alas." Yao Guangxiao bowed and walked out of the hall. "Gao Qi, what are you still standing there for? Go and see the young master off," Zhu Di urged. Zhu Gaoqi quickly caught up with Yao Guangxiao and saw him out. For the next 2 months, neither Zhu Di nor Zhu Yuanzhang visited Ren Xiaotian, presumably because they were both busy with the war against the Jurchens. Empress Ma, however, visited quite frequently. After Zhu Xiangying's suggestion, Empress Ma always brought Zhu Yunwen with her, and later even left him there. The 2 brothers were having a great time at Ren Xiaoshan's place. Ren Xiaotian sat on the recliner, somewhat troubled. Since entertaining Zhu Di last time, the system had given him another 200 points. Other than that, he hadn't received any more. "When will I ever accumulate enough points to go back? This damn system doesn't know when it will send me any more customers. It's really worrying," Ren Xiaotian thought. "Uncle Xiaotian, I want to go to the amusement park again," Zhu Yunwen pleaded, tugging at Ren Xiaoshan's clothes. Ever since Ren Xiaotian took his 2 brothers to the amusement park on his day off, Zhu Yunzu had been constantly talking about it, pestering him to go back every time he visited, much to Ren Xiaoshan's exasperation. "Uncle will take you in a few days, okay?" Ren Xiaotian asked Zhu Yunzu, putting aside his worries. "Okay, I'm going to play games with my older brother now. Goodbye, Uncle Xiaotian," Zhu Yunzu said politely. Go on, but don't play too long. Watching too much TV isn't good for children's eyes," Ren Xiaotian cautioned. Zhu Yunzu agreed and ran off, leaving Ren Xiaotian lying down again, lost in thought. Just as Ren Xiaotian was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Ren Xiaoshan's eyes widened. If it were someone from the Zhu family, they wouldn't knock but call his name. This meant there were new guests. Zhu Xiangying heard the knocking from inside and ran out to open the door. "Xiangying, I'll go open the door, you go back inside," Ren Xiaotian said, pulling Zhu Xiangying back to her room. Zhu Xiangying pouted and reluctantly went back inside. Actually, Ren Xiaotian was also concerned for Zhu Xiangying's safety. After all, they didn't know who the emperor was, and if Zhu Xiangying encountered danger, Ren Xiaotian wouldn't be able to explain to Empress Ma. Besides, Ren Xiaotian was invincible in the courtyard and didn't need to worry about the visitor harming him. The knocking continued, but no one spoke. Ren Xiaotian went forward and opened the door. Standing outside was a burly man over 1.9 meters tall. Ren Xiaotian was startled by the man, and the person outside the door, also startled by the sudden opening of the door, took a half step back. "Who are you?" Before Ren Xiaotian could react, the person outside spoke first. "You're quite something, knocking on my door and asking who I am." Ren Xiaotian was so angry he almost laughed. The man drew his sword and pointed it at Ren Xiaotian, saying, "Who exactly are you? What do you want with me here?" Ren Xiaotian wasn't worried about being harmed, but adhering to the principle of guests are guests, he said, "This is a restaurant. If you want to come in and eat, you're welcome anytime. But if you intend to use violence, don't blame me for refusing service." The man sheathed his sword, still watching Ren Xiaotian warily. Ren Xiaotian helplessly raised his hands, saying, "Don't worry, no one here will hurt you. If you're hungry, come in and have something to eat." The man hesitated for a while, and Ren Xiaotian was getting impatient. "All right, then prepare some food for me. Don't even think about poisoning it, or I'll wipe out your entire family." "Are you suffering from paranoia? Who would poison your food? Poison doesn't cost anything. Besides, what good would it do me to kill you? I don't even know who you are." Only then did the man lower his guard, sheathing his sword again and following Ren Xiaotian into the courtyard. The newcomer entered the courtyard and carefully scrutinized Ren Xiaotian from head to toe. "Who are you? And where is this place? Your attire is quite strange. Could you not be a citizen of my Great Qin? What are you saying? Of course I'm not a citizen of Great Qin." "Wait, Great Qin, you are the first emperor, Ying Zheng?" Ren Xiaotian paused mid-sentence, then tentatively asked, "How do you know I am Ying Zheng? Are you a remnant of the Six Kingdoms?" The newcomer took a step back, drew his sword again, and pointed it at Ren Xiaotian. Hearing that the person before him was indeed Qin Shi Huang, Ren Xiaotian excitedly wiped his hands on his clothes several times. He extended his hand to shake hands with Qin Shi Huang. Then, remembering the precedent of Zhu Yuanzhang, he lowered his hand again. He simply walked up to Qin Shi Huang with a grin and said, "So you're the first emperor? What a pleasure to meet you." This was the founding father of 2,000 years of feudal dynasties, the ancestral dragon of China. He definitely had to take a picture with him later. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang tensed up and placed his sword against Ren Xiaoshan's neck, demanding sharply, "What do you want? Don't be agitated, I mean no harm. Put down your sword and let's talk," Ren Xiaotian said, raising his hand to his chest. Only then did Qin Shi Huang remove the sword from Ren Xiaoshan's neck, his eyes still fixed on him. "Where is this place, and how did you bring me here? Speak quickly. In terms of the Qin dynasty's timeline, I come from China, 2,000 years in the future. This is my small restaurant. As for why I run a restaurant here, I can't explain it in a few words. Those who come here are all emperors of past dynasties. As for how you got here, I don't know, but I suppose you also came through a dark passage, right?" Qin Shi Huang nodded. Because the remnants of the six states were still causing trouble, he had just finished his fourth eastern tour and returned to the palace. Suddenly, a dark entrance appeared in his bedchamber. Curious, he entered and ended up here with Ren Xiaotian. "You say you come from 2,000 years in the future? How can I believe such a ridiculous claim?" Qin Shi Huang remained highly wary of Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian took out his phone, opened the camera, took a selfie with Qin Shi Huang, and then handed the phone to him. Upon seeing the photo of himself and Ren Xiaotian, Qin Shi Huang was horrified and slammed his phone to the ground. "This must be a soul-devouring monster. You fiend, how dare you attempt to harm me?" Ren Xiaotian picked up his phone with a pained expression. Thankfully, the screen wasn't shattered. "This is a product of technology from 2,000 years in the future. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. Why did you smash my perfectly good phone?" Qin Shi Huang ignored Ren Xiaoshan's words, reaching up to touch his entire body. Only after finding nothing amiss did he relax. "Talking to you ancient people is so tiring. I should have just said I was an immortal," Ren Xiaotian muttered. Qin Shi Huang straightened his disheveled clothes and said slowly, "I'll assume for now that you're from 2,000 years in the future. Has anyone come before me?" "Oh, you two have already visited, but unfortunately they've been busy fighting the foreign tribes lately and probably won't be coming to see me again anytime soon," Ren Xiaotian explained. Not bad. I was worried that future generations would become complacent and unambitious, but judging from what you've said, these two are indeed good emperors, actively fighting against the foreign tribes. It seems my Qin dynasty has good prospects." Just as Ren Xiaotian was about to explain further, the brothers Zhu Xiaoying and Zhu Yuntang, hearing the commotion, ran out. "Wow, this person looks so tall. Uncle Xiaotian, who is he?" Zhu Xiaoying asked, licking his lollipop and looking at Qin Shi Huang. "This is the famous first emperor. It's a pity your grandfather isn't here today, otherwise he would definitely have a lot to say to the first emperor," Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Zhu Yuntang, emboldened, approached Qin Shi Huang and curiously tugged at his trouser leg. Qin Shi Huang crouched down, stroked Zhu Yunwen's head, and asked, "You just said only the emperor can come here. Are these two little ones perhaps emperors too?" "They are brothers. The older one should be able to become emperor someday, but the younger one probably has no hope." Qin Shi Huang then beckoned to Zhu Xiangying. Zhu Xiangying approached, displaying the demeanor of a grandson of the Ming emperor, and bowed to Qin Shi Huang, saying, "This junior greets the first emperor." Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily, "You're quite the polite child. I ask you, how many generations has our Qin dynasty passed down to you?" Ren Xiaotian, hearing Qin Shi Huang's question, immediately felt a sense of impending doom and frantically tried to signal to Zhu Xiangying with his eyes. Zhu Xiangying, oblivious to Ren Xiaoshan's subtle maneuvering, replied calmly, "Your Majesty, I am not a subject of the great Qin, but Zhu Xiangying, the grandson of the Ming emperor. This is my younger brother, Zhu Yunwen. As for your great Qin, it perished over 1,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's sword clattered to the ground. "No, impossible. How could great Qin have perished? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, you brat." Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing the news of great Qin's demise, roared as if possessed. Ren Xiaotian, fearing for Zhu Xiangying's safety, quickly stepped forward to protect the two. Qin Shi Huang lowered his head and asked Ren Xiaotian, "I ask you, is this child lying?" My mighty Qin swept across the 6 states, and their remnants trembled in fear. How could Qin possibly perish? Ren Xiaotian looked at the towering Qin Shi Huang. Although Qin Shi Huang couldn't harm him, the emperor's imposing aura still made Ren Xiaotian swallow hard. "I'll tell you the truth," Ren Xiaotian said, "Qin did indeed perish. Not only Qin, but even the Ming dynasty, under Zhu Xiangying, couldn't escape its fate. This is the law of feudal dynasties. No dynasty in Chinese history can ultimately escape the destiny of rising to power, declining, and ultimately perishing." Ren Xiaoshan's words deeply affected Qin Shi Huang. He slumped to the ground, lost in thought. After a long while, Qin Shi Huang slowly stood up, as if all his energy had been drained away, making him look at least 10 years older. Ren Xiaotian hesitated several times, unsure how to speak, as this news was a devastating blow to Qin Shi Huang. Finally, Zhu Xiangying stepped forward. "Your Majesty, your uncle Xiaotian once told me, failure is the mother of success. You are one of the greatest emperors of China. How can you be defeated by these unknowns? If you can avoid the mistakes of the past, ensuring Qin's eternal reign may be impossible, but extending it for several hundred years is certainly achievable." Qin Shi Huang's spirits lifted upon hearing Zhu Xiangying's words, as if he saw in him the shadow of the once mighty, all-conquering first emperor. "I never imagined that after a lifetime as emperor, I would be taught a lesson by a mere child like you. But you are right. How could I be discouraged by such a thing? Your grandfather is truly blessed to have such a grandson. I'm sure you will be a good emperor in the future." Qin Shi Huang patted Zhu Xiangying's shoulder and smiled. Ren Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Xiangying to come to his rescue. "Emperor Qin, have you eaten before coming? Would you like me to make you something to eat?" Ren Xiaotian changed the subject. Emperor Qin subconsciously touched his stomach. Ren Xiaoshan's question had indeed made him feel a little hungry. "Very well, I am indeed quite hungry. It would be a good opportunity for me to see the food of you later generations." Ren Xiaotian readily agreed. "All right, please come inside with Xiangying and sit for a while. I'll cook for you right away." Zhu Xiangying understood and said, "Emperor Qin, please come with me." Emperor Qin nodded and followed Zhu Xiangying into the room. Upon entering the room, Qin Shi Huang stared blankly at the 8 immortal table and chairs. During the Qin dynasty, meals were served on small tables, with people kneeling on mats or carpets to eat. High-legged tables and chairs didn't become popular until the northern and southern dynasties. Zhu Xiangying noticed Qin Shi Huang's confusion and stepped forward, pulling out a chair and smiling, "Please, Your Majesty, take a seat." Qin Shi Huang sat down, curiously touching the armrests. "This is quite nice, it's much more comfortable than kneeling," Qin Shi Huang remarked after sitting for a while. "This is called a chair. Its structure isn't complicated. You can have a craftsman make a replica when you get back." "Good," Qin Shi Huang nodded, stroking the armrests. Qin Shi Huang looked around the room. The style was indeed vastly different from that of the Qin dynasty. Then Qin Shi Huang's gaze was drawn to the television hanging on the wall. He pointed at it and asked, "And what's that hanging on the wall?" Zhu Xiangying followed Qin Shi Huang's gaze and explained, "Oh, that's a television." "A television? Is it used to attract lightning?" "No, the electricity used by a television isn't like lightning as you understand it, it's artificially created electricity. A television is simply powered by electricity, something used to watch entertainment programs." Zhu Xiangying had spent a long time with Ren Xiaotian and had some understanding of electricity. Qin Shi Huang looked at Zhu Xiangying with a blank expression, clearly not understanding what he was saying. Zhu Xiangying, unsure how to explain to Qin Shi Huang, simply turned on the television. You'll understand once you see it. The television screen lit up, accompanied by a voice, "You're amazing, you're so aloof." Qin Shi Huang was startled, instantly jumping up from his chair and asking warily, "Who's speaking?" Zhu Xiangying quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, don't be alarmed. These are characters on television. You can think of them as actors in a play." The Qin dynasty also had its own operas, though they bore little resemblance to later operas, but Qin Shi Huang understood Zhu Xiangying's meaning. Qin Shi Huang then sat back down and continued watching the television. On the screen was a person with a topknot, dressed in black, speaking to someone in front of him. Qin Shi Huang asked, "This person's attire is similar to that of my great Qin. Who is he?" Zhu Xiangying hadn't seen this television series either, shaking his head and replying, "I don't know who he is either. Let's watch some more." The person in the scene turned and walked up the steps, reciting lines, "I will climb to the top step by step, I will become Zhao Gao." Zhao Gao? Isn't Zhao Gao the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office of our great Qin? Why does this person say he wants to be Zhao Gao? Qin Shi Huang asked, bewildered. Perhaps it's just a coincidence of names? Zhu Xiangying wasn't sure who this person was either. At this moment, Ren Xiaotian entered carrying 2 cold dishes. "Your Majesty, are you watching TV? Oh, isn't this the scene where Gao Yao turns evil?" Ren Xiaotian said. "Who is Gao Yao? Why does he say he wants to be Zhao Gao? Is the Zhao Gao he's talking about the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office of our great Qin?" Qin Shi Huang asked in a barrage of questions. "Hey, I can't explain it in a few words if you haven't seen the previous episodes. Everything shown here is fictional. Except for the Zhao Gao, you know. Please don't take the rest seriously," Ren Xiaotian replied, placing the dishes on the table. "What about Zhao Gao? Why did this person say he wanted to be Zhao Gao, and not Li Si or Meng Tian?" Qin Shi Huang still didn't understand. Zhu Yuntong replied in a childish voice, I know. Zhao Gao was a great traitor of the Qin dynasty. I heard it when Teacher Song was lecturing to my elder brother." Qin Shi Huang smiled and shook his head upon hearing Zhu Yuntong's words. "You must have misheard, child. Zhao Gao was loyal to me, and he was a eunuch. How could he be a traitor?" Zhu Xiangying said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, my third brother is right. Zhao Gao really was a great traitor." Qin Shi Huang then turned his gaze to Ren Xiaotian. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang insisted on getting to the bottom of things, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to speak. "They are both right. Zhao Gao was indeed the greatest traitor of Qin, and the direct culprit behind Qin's downfall. According to the records of the Han dynasty, after your sudden death during your 5th Eastern tour, Zhao Gao and Li Si conspired to alter the imperial edict, ordering the death of Fusu and installing Hu He on the throne. After Hu He ascended the throne, he wielded immense power, persecuted loyal officials, and acted tyrannically. Under Hu He's brutal rule, commoners and nobles from the 6 former states rose in rebellion. Zhao Gao concealed this from Hu He until the rebel army reached the walls of Xianyang. In the ensuing chaos, Zhao Gao killed Hu He, attempting to seize the throne himself. With all the ministers opposing his ascension, Zhao Gao had no choice but to install Xing as emperor. Shortly after Xing's ascension, he plotted to exterminate Zhao Gao's entire clan. However, the Qin dynasty was riddled with deep-seated problems, and Xing only reigned for 46 days before the rebel army captured Xianyang, leading to the Qin dynasty's demise. Ren Xiaoshan's words struck Qin Shi Huang like a cannonball. No wonder Ren Xiaotian had said he was more like Hu He than Ying Zheng when he first arrived. This was what he meant. Qin Shi Huang felt a wave of dizziness and nearly fainted. He forced himself to speak. "How dare Zhao Gao?" Ren Xiaotian said. Zhao Gao might have initially acted out of self-preservation, given his past grudges against Prince Fusu and Meng Yi. If Fusu ascended the throne, he would inevitably face death. His later actions only show that this is Zhao Gao's true nature. While you were alive, you could control him, but once you passed away and he gained power, his true nature was fully revealed. Qin Shi Huang gritted his teeth and spat out each word. "Zhao Gao, Li Si, you 2 traitors. I won't be satisfied until you're torn to pieces." Ren Xiaotian sighed and said, "Actually, this is partly your fault. If you had designated Fusu as crown prince earlier, none of this would have happened. Furthermore, your education of your children was seriously flawed. Your eldest son, Fusu, was pedantic and rigid in his Confucian studies, and you yourself felt he was incapable of shouldering the responsibility. And Hu He was inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, only pretending to be a good child in front of you. After ascending the throne, he executed all his remaining brothers and sisters with methods so cruel they were utterly appalling. The other princes were even less suited to be the ruler of Qin. With the mighty Qin Empire lacking even a proper heir, it's no wonder the Qin dynasty perished after only 2 generations." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang became anxious and hurriedly said, "Please enlighten me, sir. Qin has many problems right now, and I can only offer my brief opinion. First, we must determine the heir apparent. Although Fusu is pedantic, he is generally a benevolent ruler. Bring him to me later so that the three elders, Xiang Ying and others, can guide him. This is far better than having him learn from a pedantic scholar like Xin Yu. Secondly, there's the issue of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Killing Zhao Gao wouldn't have much impact on Qin. As for Li Si, my suggestion is not to kill him. Although he's somewhat ambitious, he's a talented individual deeply versed in legalist theory, and the foundation of a nation is a sound legal system. Qin can certainly keep him around to continue contributing. Finally, and most importantly, there's the issue of the nobles of the 6 former states. The core of this problem actually lies with the common people of those states. The common people don't really understand who the rulers are, they're only concerned with their basic needs and safety. Unfortunately, the current Qin laws are far too harsh and easily incite popular uprisings. Once an uprising occurs, it means a continuous supply of soldiers for any rebellion by the nobles of the 6 former states. My suggestion is to amend the current Qin laws. As the saying goes, in times of chaos, harsh laws are necessary, but Qin is now unified, and there's no need to suppress the people with harsh laws. We should use more conciliatory laws and policies to win over the people of the 6 former states and increase their sense of belonging to Qin. Over time, they will only see themselves as subjects of Qin, and even if the nobles of the 6 former states wanted to rebel, no common people would follow them. Ren Xiaotian felt his mouth was dry after saying this long speech. Zhu Xiangying, quick-wit, handed Ren Xiaotian a cup of tea and interjected, "Uncle Xiaotian is right. If the Yuan dynasty hadn't been so cruel to the people of central China, my grandfather probably wouldn't have rebelled and joined the righteous army, and our great Ming dynasty wouldn't be what it is today." Sun Tzu once said, "The ruler is the boat, the common people are the water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it." This means that once a country loses the support of its people, its demise is not far off. History is full of examples like Hu Hai and Yang Guang. Qin Shi Huan listened to their words and fell into deep thought. Ren Xiaotian picked up his teacup, drank it all in one gulp, patted Zhu Xiangying on the shoulder, and turned to go back to the kitchen to busy himself. After a long silence, Qin Shi Huang sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "I never imagined that beneath Qin's glorious exterior lay so many problems. I have truly failed my ancestors." Zhu Xiangying comforted him, "Your Majesty, it's actually a good thing that you know these things in advance. It means you still have enough time to change Qin's fate. Look at me, historical records originally stated I would die of illness next year, but I am now completely cured and will not die from it." Qin Shi Huang shook his head and said, "I understand what you mean, but Qin's problems cannot be solved in a day or two. I'm afraid my health won't hold out until then." Hearing this, Zhu Xiangying remembered something and quickly asked, "Your Majesty, are you still taking elixirs?" Qin Shi Huang looked at Zhu Xiangying in surprise and asked, "How did you know I was taking elixirs?" Zhu Xiangying anxiously said, "Please don't worry about these things. Go back and stop taking those pills immediately. They're all poisonous. Historical records indicate that your sudden death was also related to them." Qin Shi Huang smiled nonchalantly. "Those pills were all made by renowned alchemists using precious medicinal herbs. How could they be poisonous? Besides, I did feel refreshed after taking them. How could poison have such an effect? If it weren't for the pills, my body would have collapsed long ago. Uncle Xiao Tian told me that those pills contain heavy metals and other substances. They can cause short-term euphoria, but long-term use is extremely damaging to the body, causing irreversible damage to liver and kidney function. I fell ill because I was poisoned by them. If I hadn't been rescued in time, I'd probably be dead by now." Zhu Xiangying was jumping up and down in anxiety. Could the pills really be poisonous? Seeing Zhu Xiangying's serious expression, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but become serious. Just then, Ren Xiaotian entered carrying dishes. Zhu Xiangying rushed forward and said, "Uncle Xiaotian, quickly tell the first emperor if the elixir he's taking is poisonous." Ren Xiaotian put down the dishes and asked, "You've already started taking the elixir?" The first emperor nodded. Xiangying is right, the elixir is indeed poisonous. Later generations analyzed an ancient elixir and found it contained large amounts of mercuric sulfide, copper sulfate, and other substances harmful to the human body. Sulfur, when it enters the body and comes into contact with water, turns into sulfurous acid, causing dizziness, nausea, nosebleeds, and even sepsis. Mercury, once ingested, accumulates in the body and cannot be naturally excreted, damaging liver and kidney function, and long-term use can lead to death. Historically, especially during the Tang dynasty, many emperors attempted to achieve immortality and took elixirs for extended periods, only to suddenly die around the age of 30. The first emperor carefully recalled that he had indeed experienced several unexplained nosebleeds and felt unusually fatigued, only feeling better after taking the elixir. Could it be that everything I ate before was poison? Qin Shi Huang grew increasingly frightened, even feeling nauseous at the thought of consuming so many elixirs. Is it truly impossible for me to live forever? You are from the future, surely you have a way. Qin Shi Huang looked at Ren Xiaotian with hopeful eyes. Ren Xiaotian shook his head helplessly, saying, immortality is merely a beautiful wish of humankind. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws that no one can avoid. Even with the medical techniques of the future, one can only slightly extend lifespan, many diseases remain incurable. Uncle Xiaotian, if you can cure me, then you must be able to cure the first emperor's illness, right? Zhu Xiangying still held Qin Shi Huang, the founding emperor of China, in high regard and couldn't help but ask on his behalf. Xiangying, your poisoning is still mild, so you only need a short period of treatment to recover. But I don't know the extent of the first emperor's condition. He needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. If it's more serious, it will probably require several months or even longer of treatment, but if it's very serious, the hospital may not be able to cure him, Ren Xiaotian replied. Qin Shi Huang shook his head and said, I don't have that much time for treatment. If I'm away from court for too long, the remnants of the 6 states will surely seize the opportunity. This highlights the importance of the crown prince. Like Zhu Di, who had Zhu Jiaokai overseeing the country while he was constantly fighting the Mongols in the north. However, Qin Shi Huang currently lacked a suitable regent. If he were to appoint Fusu as regent, wouldn't Fusu be able to distribute the entire Qin dynasty among his followers? Even if Qin Shi Huang recovered, he would likely be driven to his death by Fusu's influence. Ren Xiaotian thought it over carefully and decided to have the first emperor stop taking the elixirs for now. He would wait until Fusu had finished his treatment with him before taking the first emperor for a thorough examination and treatment. Ren Xiaotian then explained his idea to the first emperor, who, after considering it for a while, agreed. After all, it was a good solution. The first emperor regretted having Fusu study Confucianism in order to gain the approval of the various schools of thought. What was originally a good child had turned into a pedantic scholar. Not only did he constantly contradict him, but he also wanted to restore the Zhou rights and the feudal system. He hoped that Fusu would learn the true art of rulership from Ren Xiaotian. Alright, I will arrange things for Fusu. You should eat first, or the food will get cold, Ren Xiaotian urged. The first emperor then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. However, the first emperor was clearly preoccupied, and he ate absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes. What a waste of all the food he'd prepared. Successfully entertained customer Ying Zheng, points plus 100. Looking at the system notification, Ren Xiaotian clicked his tongue. The points were way too low. It was obvious Qin Shi Huang hadn't been paying attention at all. Oh well, he'd wait until he came again. He'd probably have a ton of things to deal with when he got back. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang wiped his mouth and stood up, looking at Ren Xiaotian as if he wanted to say something. Before he could speak, Ren Xiaotian exchanged for a token and handed it to him. Take this and silently recite Ren Xiaotian 3 times, then you can go back. You can return in 7 days using the same method. Qin Shi Huang gratefully replied, Thank you for your hospitality, sir. However, I have many concerns and have no appetite for the food. I will apologize to you in 7 days after I have finished my business. What apology? You should go back and handle the affairs of the court first. Remember to bring Fusu next time. I don't believe that my 4 wise rulers here won't be able to educate him properly, Ren Xiaotian said. Then I will return first, Qin Shi Huang said, opening the passage and entering. After Qin Shi Huang left, Ren Xiaotian muttered, What a waste. These 2 dishes haven't even been touched. Xiangying, come and eat some more with Yuntong. 215 BC, the 32nd year of Qin Shi Huang's reign. Ying Zheng returned to Xianyang Palace through the passage. The guards in the palace spotted Qin Shi Huang and rushed forward. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Prince Fusu and Minister Li have been searching frantically for you. I went out of the palace on business. What do they want? Qin Shi Huang asked. This humble servant doesn't know either, only overheard the prince and Minister Li arguing about enfeitment. Qin Shi Huang snorted coldly, Bring them both to see me, and also summon Zhao Gao, the chief of the imperial carriage office. The guards obeyed and withdrew. Shortly afterward, the 3 entered the palace. Your Majesty, where have you been? I was so worried. Zhao Gao knelt before Qin Shi Huang, his voice shrill. Looking at the affected Zhao Gao, Qin Shi Huang felt a surge of disgust. Qin Shi Huang's hatred for Zhao Gao, the eunuch, now surpassed that for Lao Ai. Alright, get up, Qin Shi Huang gestured. Fusu, Li Si, what brings you two to my court? Li Si, dressed in black with a long beard, replied, Your Majesty, the eldest son has submitted a memorial proposing to reinstate the feudal system in Qin, restoring the status of the nobles of the 6 former states. I disagree with his opinion, and therefore request Your Majesty's decision. Qin Shi Huang turned to Fusu with disappointment and asked, Fusu, why do you want to reinstate the feudal system? Fusu straightened up and said passionately, Father, I believe that Qin should follow the Zhou dynasty and reinstate the feudal system, with the 6 states recognizing Qin as its suzerain state and protecting its security. This is the best policy. The prefecture county system implemented by Prime Minister Li is unprecedented and violates ancestral rights and laws. It should be abolished. I have never heard of anything that lasts without following the ancients. I believe what Master Qin Yu said is very reasonable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang flew into a rage, grabbed the bamboo slips in front of him, and threw them at Fusu. Have you gone mad from studying Confucianism? If we reinstate the feudal system, what's the point of Qin's unification? Do you want to reignite war? How will I face my ancestors then? Fusu, unfazed by the blow, persisted. The legalist ideology is fundamentally flawed. Only through Confucian benevolent governance can we educate the people and ensure Qin's longevity. Utterly pedantic. Without the reforms of Duke Xiao and Lord Shang, would Qin have become so powerful? Qi revered Confucianism, yet it was still destroyed by Qin. You can't even grasp this basic principle? I truly want to see if your head is filled only with archaic phrases. Qin Shi Huang roared. If the ruler commands death, the subject must die. If father wishes to cut off my head, I will have no complaints. Fusu was truly defiant, leaving Qin Shi Huang speechless. Get out! Get out of my sight! Never show your face before me again. Qin Shi Huang shoved the table in front of him, scattering books and scrolls all over the floor. Fusu did not argue, bowed to Qin Shi Huang, and left the hall. Qin Shi Huang trembled with rage, muttering, "That rebellious son! That rebellious son!" Standing nearby, Zhao Gao's face flashed with smug satisfaction. Judging from the current situation, Fusu's chances of becoming crown prince were slim, while Hu He had always been Qin Shi Huang's favorite. If Hu He ascended the throne, Zhao Gao's status as Hu He's teacher would undoubtedly rise accordingly. Qin Shi Huang had been watching Zhao Gao closely and naturally noticed the smugness on his face. "Zhao Gao, are you happy that I have dealt with Fusu?" Qin Shi Huang suddenly asked. Zhao Gao hurriedly knelt down and explained, "This servant wouldn't dare. This servant was only worried about the eldest prince." "Is that so? I think you're afraid Fusu won't die, aren't you?" Qin Shi Huang glanced at Zhao Gao and said coldly, "Innocent. Your Majesty. This servant would never dare to think that." Zhao Gao immediately kowtowed repeatedly. Qin Shi Huang snorted coldly, "You dared to forge an imperial edict to order Fusu's death in the future, what else wouldn't you dare to do? This servant is truly innocent. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth." Zhao Gao said, terrified. Li Si was startled by this. He only knew that Zhao Gao was favored by the emperor and was quite arrogant, but he never expected Zhao Gao to dare to forge an imperial edict. How did the emperor know that Zhao Gao would forge an edict to kill Fusu? Qin Shi Huang seemed to see the doubt in Li Si's mind and said, "Li Si, you were also involved in Zhao Gao's forging of the edict." Li Si was immediately terrified and prostrate himself. When had he ever conspired with Zhao Gao? "Your Majesty, I have absolutely no courage to forge an edict. Besides, I have never gotten along with Zhao Gao, so how could I conspire with him? I received divine guidance, knowing that you would forge an edict after my death to order the death of Fusu and support Hu He to ascend the throne. Hu He is cruel and tyrannical, and uprisings are rampant throughout the land. My great Qin dynasty perished because of him after only 2 generations. Tell me, were you involved in this injustice? Your Majesty, divine guidance is not something to be taken seriously," Li Si hurriedly explained. "I believe it. Why should I need your belief?" "Guards!" Qin Shi Huang shouted. Several elite guards entered. "Arrest Zhao Gao, this traitor who has wreaked havoc on the court, and exterminate his entire clan," Qin Shi Huang ordered. The guard stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Gao, and carried him out of the hall. Realizing his impending doom, Zhao Gao screamed frantically, "Ying Zheng, you tyrant! You will surely die a horrible death. I'll be waiting for you down there." Qin Shi Huang smiled contemptuously, completely disregarding Zhao Gao's words. Having conquered the 6 kingdoms, he clearly didn't care about such curses. As for Li Si, who stood to the side, he was already paralyzed with fear at the sight. After Zhao Gao was dragged out, Qin Shi Huang coldly looked at Li Si. "Li Si, your subject is here." Li Si trembled and prostrated himself on the ground. "You colluded with Zhao Gao, plotting to tamper with my will. Your crimes are heinous, and you should be executed along with Zhao Gao's entire family." Li Si's face turned pale upon hearing this, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. "However, considering your many contributions to our great Qin over the years, I will show you leniency and spare your life for now, demoting you to the position of Minister of Justice to observe your future conduct. If you show any disloyalty again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Si repeatedly kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty." "All right, get up." Qin Shi Huang turned and sat back in his seat. Ever since sitting in Ren Xiaoshan's chair, Qin Shi Huang no longer wanted to kneel. It seemed he needed to have a chair made for him soon. "Li Si, what are your views on the current laws of the Great Qin?" Qin Shi Huang asked. Li Si blinked and said, since Shangyang's reforms, Great Qin has always adhered to the legalist principle of governing by law. Now, your majesty has conquered the various states, established prefectures and counties throughout the land, and unified the laws. Great Qin's laws operate smoothly, and the people of the 6 states all obey. Therefore, I believe Great Qin's laws are excellent. Don't you think some laws are too harsh on the people? If this continues, the people will inevitably resent it, and then we will lose the hearts of the people, and Great Qin will cease to exist. Li Si shook his head and said, I believe your majesty's worries will not happen. Severe punishments for minor offenses can deter crime and violence. Without punishment, how can violence be prevented? As long as the people abide by the law, there is no need to worry about being punished. Besides, even if a few commoners rebel, they won't cause much trouble. Great Qin's elite troops can completely suppress them. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his temples. This Li Si was truly quite confident in his legalist ideas. What if I were to pass away one day, and my successor were a tyrant? Then the people would all rebel. Do you think my Qin army could suppress them all? Even if we could, would the people truly submit to Qin? If we cannot win back the hearts of the people, the 6 states will forever remain the same 6 states. What would be the point of Qin's unification? This, your majesty, I haven't thought about that, Li Si said, embarrassed. Emperor Qin himself didn't have a good idea either, so he could only consult Ren Xiaotian next time. Go back and think about what aspects of Qin's laws can be improved. Write them down for me to review. Laws are not so easily amended, but Li Si had just narrowly escaped death and dared not disobey Emperor Qin. He could only agree with a mournful face. Your majesty, I take my leave. Emperor Qin waved his hand, and Li Si stood up and backed out of the hall. After Li Si left, Qin Shi Huang summoned a palace attendant and ordered, arrest all the alchemists in Xianyang who participated in alchemy. Also, prepare all the elixirs I haven't yet taken. The attendant obeyed and left. Qin Shi Huang then stood up. It was time to see Hu Hai. Hu Hai's residence. Because Qin Shi Huang dealt with Zhao Gao with swift and decisive action, the news had not yet reached Hu Hai. Hu Hai was playing a game of pitch-pot with his concubine, blindfolded. If I hit the target this time, my beauty will have to serve me well later, Hu Hai said with a lewd grin. What if you miss, sir? The concubine in his arms giggled. Then I'll reward you with 20 gold pieces, how about that? Then I'll thank you in advance for your reward, sir, hee. How do you know I definitely won't miss? Wait till I hit it and see how I deal with you later, Hu Hai said with an air of absolute certainty. Just as Hu Hai was eagerly preparing to throw the pot into the pot, a eunuch's shrill voice rang out from outside the courtyard, His Majesty has arrived at the 18th prince's residence. Hu Hai was immediately startled. He ripped off his blindfold, pushed aside his concubines, and whispered, quickly, everyone hide inside and bring out the legal documents the imperial carriage office gave me. The group scattered like headless flies. Hu Hai was frantic. These people were only making things worse. He had no choice but to go to the study to get the documents himself. He had just turned around and taken a step when he felt himself bump into someone. The force of the impact knocked him to the ground. Hu Hai immediately burst into a tirade, damn servant, are you blind? You even block my path. Don't you want to live? What? You want to kill me? Hu Hai froze upon hearing this voice, slowly raising his head to look at Qin Shi Huang, trembling as he said, Father, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. Qin Shi Huang looked indifferently at his most beloved son. He hadn't realized he'd been deceived by him and Zhao Gao all along. All that humility and eagerness to learn, all that courteousness, it was all an act. This was his true face today. What are you doing? Why is the mansion in such chaos? Qin Shi Huang asked calmly. I was studying the laws of Qin. I heard news of your majesty's arrival and worried that the servants weren't prepared. In my haste, I acted this way. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. Hu Hai bowed his head deeply, afraid that Qin Shi Huang would see any flaw in his expression. Qin Shi Huang ignored Hu Hai's explanation, walked past him, and bent down to pick up the arrows used for the pitchpot game and Hu Hai's blindfold from the ground. Come, read this to me. Which article of the Qin law is written on this? Qin Shi Huang shoved the items into Hu Hai's hands. This. Hu Hai stammered, unable to answer. If it's a game, then it's a game. Why lie and deceive me? I can accept your ignorance, but I cannot accept your deception. Hu Hai panicked. He had never seen Qin Shi Huang so angry with him. Previously, Qin Shi Huang had only reprimanded Fu Su in this way. He never expected it would be his turn. Father, please listen to your explanation, Hu Hai pleaded. No need for explanation, I have seen it with my own eyes. Rest assured, I will not punish you. On the contrary, I will reward you. Don't you like to play? From now on, you can play freely in the manor, and I will find someone to keep you company. Hu Hai understood Qin Shi Huang's meaning and knelt down, weeping. Father, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me. How could Qin Shi Huang possibly soften his heart? He completely ignored Hu Hai's cries and turned to leave. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Zhao Gao, that traitor, has been exterminated along with his entire clan. Don't expect him to speak for you anymore. Just stay quietly in your residence. Hu Hai stared blankly at Qin Shi Huang's departing figure. He never imagined that his strongest supporter, Zhao Gao, would be executed by Qin Shi Huang's decree, and that he would never have another chance to ascend the throne. Wah! This was probably the most heartbroken Hu Hai had ever cried in his life. My lord, something terrible has happened. Fusu, who had just been reprimanded by Qin Shi Huang, was currently engrossed in studying Confucian classics in his residence. He believed that his understanding must be insufficient to persuade his father. Hearing the voice, Fusu looked up and saw Qin Yu entering. It's Dr. Qin Yu. What has happened that has you so flustered? Fusu asked, puzzled. A major event has occurred in the court, but for you, my lord, it is definitely good news, Qin Yu said with a look of surprise and delight. Oh? What good news? Fusu asked, putting down his book. Zhao Gao, the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office, has been ordered by the emperor to have his entire clan exterminated. From now on, Prince Huhe can no longer compete with you for the position of crown prince. Isn't that great news? Why did father suddenly exterminate Zhao Gao's entire clan? What crime did he commit? Fusu didn't seem particularly excited upon hearing this news. Instead, he asked with suspicion. Qin Yu shook his head and said, I don't know. I only heard the news from the palace. I went to Zhao Gao's residence just now, and indeed, all his family members have been taken away by the imperial guards. I think Zhao Gao must have angered the emperor for some reason, which is why his entire clan was exterminated. Fusu frowned and pondered for a while before saying, no, I must go to the palace to advise father. Zhao Gao was also a pillar of the Qin dynasty. It's unreasonable for him to be exterminated along with his entire clan just for offending father. Qin Yu was speechless after hearing Fusu's words. Fusu was being far too pedantic. Zhao Gao was clearly his political enemy. Now that Zhao Gao had been executed by the emperor, a normal person would be overjoyed. Fusu was not only unhappy but also pleading for him. It was truly incomprehensible what Fusu was thinking. Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect on what he had been teaching Fusu. It seemed as if Fusu's brain had stopped working. Fusu straightened his clothes and got up to leave. Before Qin Yu could even offer a word of dissuasion, another person hurriedly entered. Minister Meng, what brings you here? Fusu asked after glancing at the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Meng Yi, the Grand Minister of Qin. Meng Yi looked at Fusu and Qin Yu beside him, immediately understanding that Fusu already knew of Zhao Gao's impending execution. Since Dr. Qin Yu is also here, then you must already know about Zhao Gao, my lord. Fusu nodded, saying, I just heard about this from Dr. Qin Yu. What are your plans, my lord? I am preparing to go to the palace to advise my father that Zhao Gao must not be killed, Fusu replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi glared fiercely at Qin Yu, who returned a look that seemed to say, what's it to me? The brothers Meng Tian and Meng Yi were staunch supporters of Fusu. Meng Yi, naturally, knew Fusu's temperament all too well. He knew that upon learning of Zhao Gao's execution, Fusu would definitely go to the palace to remonstrate with the emperor, which was why he rushed to stop him. Although Meng Yi didn't know why the emperor had suddenly executed Zhao Gao, he knew the emperor was undoubtedly furious. Fusu's attempt to remonstrate now would not only be ineffective but would also provoke the emperor's displeasure. My lord, you mustn't. Going to the palace to remonstrate now will only anger the emperor. Not only will it not save Zhao Gao's life, but it will also implicate you, causing you to be reprimanded by the emperor, Meng Yi advised. Your Excellency, there's no need to say more. As a prince of Qin, Fusu naturally has to protect the pillars of our Qin. Even if it angers the emperor, I am willing to do so, Fusu said solemnly. Meng Yi hurriedly said, My lord, Zhao Gao is a sycophantic and treacherous villain, not a pillar of our Qin. You must not let a small matter cause you to lose sight of the bigger picture. If you anger the emperor over this matter, I fear you will find it difficult to ascend to the throne. Enough! Zhao Gao is the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office of Qin. How could he be a treacherous person? Is your Excellency questioning the emperor's judgment in choosing officials? Don't take revenge just because Zhao Gao and your Excellency have a past grudge. Meng Yi had once sentenced Zhao Gao to death according to Qin law, but Zhao Gao escaped execution due to the emperor's favor. Since then, Zhao Gao harbored hatred for the Meng brothers and had repeatedly attacked them before the emperor. After hearing Fusu's words, Meng Yi's face turned red with anger. Is Fusu unable to understand reason? Doesn't he know who's on his side? My brother and I are utterly loyal to him, and you still think I'm a traitor? Did Zhao Gao drug you? Maybe we should find a sorcerer to check? If the Meng family hadn't already placed their bets on Fusu, Meng Yi would have already considered supporting a different prince. Meng Yi secretly admired Wang Jian's cunning. He didn't support any prince, so whoever succeeded to the throne was none of his family's concern. Fusu ignored Meng Yi and left the prince's residence to enter the palace. Watching Fusu's departing figure, Meng Yi angrily kicked Xin Yu, who was standing there in a daze. Meng Yi, being from a military family, kicked Xin Yu, sending him sprawling. "Minister Meng, what is the meaning of this? Why did you suddenly strike me? You call yourself a scholar? This is an insult to scholarship." Xin Yu struggled to his feet and angrily rebuked Meng Yi. "That's exactly what I'm doing. If it weren't for you, this foolish scholar, teaching the young master every day, would he be in this state today?" Meng Yi roared, glaring fearlessly at Xin Yu. Xin Yu, somewhat flustered by Meng Yi's glare, stammered, "I didn't expect this either. I only taught the young master Confucian classics, who knew he would now plead for Zhao Gao." Upon hearing this, Meng Yi made a move to strike, startling Xin Yu, who quickly covered his head with his hands. Fortunately, Meng Yi didn't strike again, only giving Xin Yu one last fierce glare before leaving to chase after Fusu. "Minister Meng, wait for me. I'm coming too." Xin Yu hurriedly dusted himself off and followed Meng Yi out. It's important to understand that the Confucian school had placed a heavy bet on Fusu. Their future was essentially tied to him. If Fusu offended the emperor and lost his chance at the crown prince position, those old Confucian scholars would not forgive Xin Yu. Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang, having just dealt with Hu He, was in a bad mood. Although he held bamboo slips in his hand, his mind was clearly elsewhere. Just as Ren Xiaotian had said, although he had many sons, few were truly capable. Fusu had been corrupted by Confucianism into a bookworm, and Hu He, whom he had initially favored, had become a tyrannical and incompetent ruler. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang greatly admired Zhu Xianying's grandfather. Although he had never met him, his grandson Zhu Xianying was truly an excellent candidate for crown prince. If possible, Qin Shi Huang even wanted to bring Zhu Xianying back to Qin. Qin Shi Huang put down his books and sighed. "Am I really not a good father? Why can't I educate so many sons properly?" After hesitating for a long time, Qin Shi Huang finally made up his mind and decided to send Fusu to Ren Xiaotian for a period of reformation. After all, Hu Hai's reputation was completely ruined, while Fusu might still have a chance to be saved. As Qin Shi Huang was contemplating the future of the Qin dynasty, a palace attendant approached. "Your Majesty, Prince Fusu requests an audience." Qin Shi Huang was taken aback. Why was Fusu seeking him out at this time? "Bring him in." A short while later, Fusu entered with the attendant. "Your subject Fusu greets your Majesty," Fusu said, bowing to Qin Shi Huang. "Fusu, what brings you to me?" Qin Shi Huang asked. "Your Majesty, I have heard that your Majesty intends to exterminate the entire clan of Zhao Gao, the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office, and thus I have rushed to the palace to advise you," Fusu said. Qin Shi Huang, his face stern, asked, "Where did you learn of this?" Fortunately, Fusu wasn't foolish enough to betray his ally, and lied, "I heard it from rumors circulating in the streets." "Oh? Have rumors spread so far that they even know what just happened in the palace?" Fusu blushed and said, "Your Majesty, please don't concern yourself with such details. I have come today regarding Zhao Gao." Qin Shi Huang said with a half-smile, "Do you know why I intend to exterminate Zhao Gao's entire clan?" Fusu shook his head and said, "I do not know. Perhaps Zhao Gao has somehow offended your Majesty? I beg your Majesty to spare his life, considering his service to Qin over the years." Qin Shi Huang looked at Fusu with disappointment and said, "Do you see me as a tyrant? When has there ever been a precedent of exterminating 3 generations of a person for offending me?" Fusu looked at Qin Shi Huang blankly and said, "Indeed, there has never been." "Then what has Zhao Gao done? If I told you that after my death, Zhao Gao would alter the imperial edict to execute you, install Hu He on the throne, seize power, and wreak havoc on Qin, causing the Qin dynasty to perish after only 2 generations, would you still plead for him?" Fusu exclaimed in shock, "Father, what makes you say such a thing? The future is uncertain, how Zhao Gao will act is still unknown. Why do you speak with such certainty? I have been guided by heaven, who has specially dispatched a remarkable person to inform me of all the future events of Qin." Fusu pursed his lips and said, "Father, the sage once said, a son should not speak of strange phenomena, physical prowess, disorder, or spirits. All tales of gods and ghosts are absurd and should not be believed. If father were to execute Zhao Gao because of this, I believe it is absolutely unacceptable." Qin Shi Huang slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Are you saying I have deceived you? I have personally visited the celestial realm and seen this remarkable person. Everything I have witnessed is true. Father must not have slept well these days, which is why he saw these scenes in his dreams," Fusu said dismissively. "Fusu!" Qin Shi Huang roared, his anger barely contained. Just as Qin Shi Huang was about to explode, a palace attendant announced, "Your Majesty, Minister Meng and Dr. Qin request an audience." "Let them in." After the two entered, Qin Shi Huang, barely suppressing his rage, asked, "What brings you two to me?" Meng Yi bowed and said, "We 2 ministers know that your highness is here to see me about Zhao Gao, and we were worried that your highness might offend you with your words, so, you two have come at the right time. Father just said that he wanted to execute Zhao Gao because of a dream. Would you two believe such an absurd thing? Fusu said with an air of righteousness. Meng Yi wished he had never been here at all. Listen to the kind of question you ask. Leaving aside why the emperor wanted to kill Zhao Gao, is this how a son should speak to his father? If he spoke to his father, Meng Wu, like that, Meng Wu would have slapped him across the face long ago. Besides, you're facing the emperor. Even if he killed someone because of a dream, or simply because he disliked Zhao Gao, he could kill him at will. Don't be so skeptical. Once you become emperor, you can kill whomever you want. Qin Yu was pedantic, not stupid, and remained silent in the face of Fusu's question. Seeing that neither of them answered him, Fusu turned his gaze to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang said with a neutral expression, Fusu, are you sure you want to plead for Zhao Gao? Even if you lose your position as crown prince, you're willing to pay the price. Your subject is certain. The sage teaches that heaven cherishes life. Even if Zhao Gao is guilty, his family is innocent. I hope your majesty can forgive them, Fusu said firmly. Have you ever heard the saying, a gentleman knows what to do and what not to do, he does what he knows he can do, and he does not do what he knows he cannot do? The matter of Zhao Gao was the matter of the inability to do what I have decided, no one can change, Qin Shi Huang retorted domineeringly. Fusu knelt down with a thud and said, please, father, retract your decree and spare Zhao Gao's entire clan. Qin Shi Huang said impatiently, Fusu, didn't you hear what I said? Fusu persisted, please, father, retract your decree. Qin Shi Huang flew into a rage, grabbed a bamboo slip, and threw it at Fusu. Who is greater, me or your Confucian sage? The words of the sage are greater than heaven, Fusu said fearlessly. Good, good, good. This is my good son, Qin Yu. This is the good son your Confucian school has raised for us. Qin Shi Huang's cold gaze swept over Qin Yu, and he immediately shivered. From this day forward, without my order, Fusu is not to step out of the palace. He is forbidden from reading any Confucian classics. All of you, get out. Qin Shi Huang stood up and roared, pointing at Fusu. Fusu looked indignant and wanted to say something, but Meng Yi and Qin Yu rushed forward, covered his mouth, and dragged him out of Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang slumped down. Was there really any chance to save Fusu? Zhu Yunwen returned to Hongyu Ming Dynasty with Empress Ma. Ren Xiaotian was watching the TV series Zhu Yuanzhang with Zhu Xiangying. This person doesn't look like Grandpa at all. He's much more handsome than Grandpa, Zhu Xiangying said, pointing to Hu Jun, who played Zhu Yuanzhang on TV. Where are we going to find someone who looks just like your grandfather to play the role? We don't even know what your grandfather looked like in later generations. Besides, isn't this perfect? He's just as imposing as your grandfather. That's true. Sigh, I wonder how my grandfather's battles with the Jurchens are going. I miss him a bit. Don't worry, when it comes to warfare, your grandfather has never yielded to anyone. The Jurchens of your time were no match for him, Ren Xiaotian said casually. Uncle Xiaotian is right, my imperial grandfather is the best. By the way, I wonder how the first emperor is doing now. I quite like him. He should be all right. The Qin dynasty has unified the land, his body can probably hold out for a few more years. I just wonder if he's dealt with Hu He and Zhao Gao yet. As the two were chatting, a notification sounded in Ren Xiaoshan's mind. Emperor Yangle of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, has completely eliminated the Jurchen forces in his world. The historical course of the Yangle Ming dynasty has changed. Reward, host points plus 500, channel token cooldown reduced to 3 days. Ren Xiaotian was overjoyed. This was truly like sitting at home and getting points falling from the sky. He hadn't expected to get points for changing the course of history, he'd definitely have to spoil more for the future. Seeing Ren Xiaotian lost in thought, Zhu Xiangying nudged him and asked, Uncle Xiaotian, what's wrong? Ren Xiaotian snapped out of his reverie and said, oh, nothing, it's just the bet your grandfather made with your fourth uncle. I'm afraid your grandfather is going to lose this time. Zhu Xiangying blinked and said, fourth uncle has already wiped out his Jurchen tribe? Uncle Xiaotian, how did you know? Ren Xiaotian said mysteriously, of course I figured it out. I'm the fortune teller, Ren Xiaotian. Zhu Xiangying naturally didn't believe him and reached out to tickle Ren Xiaoshan's armpit. Ren Xiaotian, not to be outdone, also tickled Zhu Xiangying's skin. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with howling laughter. A few days later, just as Ren Xiaotian had predicted, Zhu Di arrived at his place even earlier than Zhu Yuanzhang. Early that morning, while Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Xiangying were still asleep, there was a loud knock on the courtyard gate. Ren Xiaotian, still half asleep, opened the gate and found Zhu Di. Accompanying Zhu Di were an old monk dressed in black and a young boy who looked about the same age as Zhu Xiangying. Brother Tian, it's so late and you're still sleeping? Zhu Di said with a smile, patting Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder. Ren Xiaotian winced at the pat and glared at him irritably. I don't have to attend the morning court, and there are no guests right now, why get up so early? The little boy beside Zhu De spoke up, the early bird catches the worm. You're wasting precious time getting up so late. Oh, fourth brother, who's this little guy? He's got quite a sharp tongue. Ren Xiaotian said, squatting down and ruffling the little boy's head. The little boy angrily brushed Ren Xiaoshan's hand away and tidied his ruffled hair. Zhu De laughed heartily and said, so you get lectured sometimes, huh? Let me introduce you, this is my good grandson, Gao Kai's eldest son, Zhu Zanji. Oh, so this little guy is the future cricket emperor, Emperor Xianzong of Ming, Zhu Zanji. I must say, just looking at his cleverness, he seems like an emperor. Ren Xiaotian exclaimed with sudden realization. Cricket emperor? That doesn't sound like a good title. I remember you said my eldest grandson would be a wise ruler. Zhu De said doubtfully. There's no conflict between the two. Who says a ruler can't have his own hobbies? His love of playing with crickets doesn't affect his handling of state affairs. Just like you, fourth brother, you enjoy fighting wars, isn't that your hobby too? Zhu De pondered for a while, realizing Ren Xiaoshan's words made sense, and didn't pursue the matter further. Where's Gao Qi? Why didn't I see him come with you? Ren Xiaotian asked. Gao Qi is acting as regent for me. How is it? Father hasn't come yet, has he? Zhu De said anxiously. Ren Xiaotian shook his head with amusement. The competitive spirit between this father and son was truly strong. Uncle Zhu hasn't come yet. This time, fourth brother, you've won. Zhu De clenched his fist tightly, his joy overflowing. Ha ha ha, I won. This time, father will acknowledge my throne, right? For Zhu De, 1,000 flattering words from courtiers were not as valuable as a single compliment from Zhu Yuanzhang. Historically, to legitimize his rule, he resorted to rewriting historical records and abolishing the reign title of the Jianwen emperor. Ren Xiaotian ignored Zhu De, who was lost in his own world, and turned his gaze to the black-robed monk beside him. Master, you must be the black-robed Prime Minister Yao Guangxiao? Ren Xiaotian said. Yao Guangxiao asked curiously, I dare not accept the title of black-robed Prime Minister. May I ask how you knew I was Yao Guangxiao? To be trusted by my fourth brother and brought here, dressed as a monk, can only be the legendary black-robed Prime Minister Yao Guangxiao, Ren Xiaotian explained with a smile. Yao Guangxiao was immediately dumbfounded. How could he, a living, breathing person, become a legendary figure in Ren Xiaoshan's words? Ren Xiaotian carefully observed Yao Guangxiao, the actual mastermind behind the Jingnan campaign. Yao Guangxiao's appearance was not handsome, in fact, one could say it was somewhat fierce. Especially his triangular eyes, which revealed a hint of ruthlessness, completely lacking the compassion expected of a monk. If it weren't for his baldness, Ren Xiaotian would have truly mistaken him for Sima Yi. However, it must be said that Zhao Guangxiao's grasp of the development of the political situation and the hearts of the people was unparalleled. Compared to Liu Bowen, whose fame was merely a facade in later generations, Yao Guangxiao was the true master strategist. It could even be said that without him, there would have been no Yan'al Emperor, Zhu De. Yao Guangxiao felt very uncomfortable under Ren Xiaoshan's gaze. Even with his strong self-control, he found it somewhat unbearable. This old monk has heard from your excellency that benefactor Ren possesses knowledge of the past and future. Seeing him today, it is indeed true, Yao Guangxiao said with a light cough. Ren Xiaotian quickly waved his hand, saying, it's not as exaggerated as fourth brother says. Since I'm from a later era, I naturally know more about Chinese history. This old monk would like to ask benefactor Ren a question. Is the Jurchen truly, as you say, a major threat to the Ming dynasty 200 years later? Ren Xiaotian nodded solemnly, indeed, and more than just a major threat. One could say the Jurchen built the Qing dynasty on the bones of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangxiao closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and chanted a Buddhist prayer, saying, Umatba, then this old monk is relieved. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Jurchen had become a major threat to the Ming dynasty, so what was there to be relieved about? He suddenly thought of something and asked, Master, how did my fourth brother deal with the Jurchen? Yao Guangxiao suddenly opened his eyes, his fierce, wolf-like gaze startling Ren Xiaotian. On the old monk's advice, the Jurchens were all sent to the Western Paradise by their superiors. Yao Guangxiao truly lived up to his reputation as a wicked monk. Although the Jurchen population during the Yan'al era was not large, there were still nearly 50,000 households, meaning at least 100,000 people. With a single, casual remark from Yao Guangxiao, hundreds of thousands of people were wiped out. Ren Xiaotian, who didn't consider himself to have any goodwill towards the Qing dynasty, still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. Ren Xiaotian completely forgot that he was actually the culprit behind the Jurchen's extermination. Zhu De, now regaining his senses, tossed the bundle he was carrying to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian absent-mindedly reached out to catch it, almost being thrown off balance by the bundle's momentum. Good heavens, fourth brother, what did you bring me? This bundle is quite heavy, Ren Xiaotian said, weighing the bundle in his hand. It's nothing much, just something I found after I wiped out the Jurchens. Nothing special, but you can keep it for yourself. Ren Xiaotian immediately threw the bundle on the ground, as if it were a hot potato. Zhu Di understood Ren Xiaoshan's concerns and stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder. Brother Tian, don't worry. If you hadn't told me about the Jurchens, 200 years later, it would only be the people of the Ming dynasty who would suffer. Even if the Jurchens wanted revenge, it would be against me. I can wipe them out once, and I can wipe them out 2 or 3 more times. If you really don't want these things, I'll take them when I go back. Ren Xiaotian sighed softly. If these were from Xiao Rizai, he would have accepted them without hesitation. The Jurchens were Zhu Di's enemies, and Zhu Di could confiscate spoils of war without feeling guilty. But the Jurchens were also one of the peoples of later China, and Ren Xiaotian simply couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's reaction, Zhu Di took the bundle from his hands. This was fourth brother's mistake. Next time I'll bring you things from our great Ming. I'll keep this bundle for now. Ren Xiaotian gave Zhu Di an apologetic look, and Zhu Di returned a knowing look. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Xiaoying yawned and came out. Uncle Xiaotian, who's here? Zhu Di rushed forward, picked up Zhu Xiaoying, and kissed him. Fourth uncle is here. Is the Jurchen battle over? Zhu Xiaoying asked with concern upon seeing Zhu Di. Zhu Di patted his chest loudly. Of course. Who is fourth uncle? Could those little Jurchens possibly defeat me? Zhu Xiaoying exclaimed excitedly. Yay. Fourth uncle beat grandpa this time. Zhu Zhanji, standing to the side, looked at Zhu Xiaoying with displeasure. This brat dared to steal grandpa's affection. He immediately stepped forward and tugged at Zhu Di's sleeve, pouting, Grandpa, I want a hug too. Zhu Di understood that Zhu Zhanji was jealous, and smiled as he picked him up with his other arm. My dear grandson, this is your eldest uncle, Zhu Xiaoying. Greet him quickly. Zhu Zhanji reluctantly pouted and called out uncle in a barely audible voice. Zhu Xiaoying broke free from Zhu Di's embrace, clapping and laughing. Oh, I have a nephew now. Everyone except for the still sulking Zhu Zhanji looked at Zhu Xiaoying with smiles. Zhu Zhanji, not to be outdone, jumped down from Zhu Di's arms, looking at Zhu Xiaoying defiantly. Zhu Xiaoying didn't seem to mind. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Zhanji's small hand. Zhu Zhanji was startled, thinking Zhu Xiaoying was going to hit him. Ren Xiaotian also thought the two were about to fight and was about to step forward when Zhu Di stopped him. Zhu Di knew Zhu Xiaoying well. She wouldn't get angry over such a small matter, so he wasn't worried at all. Just as Zhu Di expected, Zhu Xiaoying didn't hit Zhu Zhanji after grabbing his hand. She simply led him into the room. I have lots of delicious snacks in my room, and Uncle Xiaotian gave me a game console. It's so much fun. Let's go play together. Uncle, is there really anything delicious? Is it even better than the candied fruit from the palace? Perhaps Zhu Zhanji inherited Zhu Jiaokai's gluttonous genes, but upon hearing Zhu Xiaoying say there was something delicious, he immediately put aside his reservations and went back to his room with Zhu Xiaoying. Ren Xiaotian watched this scene speechlessly. Zhu Zhanji was too easy to coax. If this were in later times, wouldn't he be kidnapped by human traffickers with just a piece of candy? Zhu Di, however, didn't think so much, and yawned while lying on Ren Xiaoshan's recliner. It's so comfortable here, Brother Tian. I'm really tired from fighting these days. Then rest here for a few more days. Anyway, Jiaokai is overseeing the country for you, so you can take a break. Ren Xiaotian teased. Zhu Di chuckled and said, that's exactly what I planned. Because of this campaign against the Jurchens, those ministers in the court have submitted countless memorials advising against it. It's incredibly annoying. Why are the ministers advising against it? Ren Xiaotian asked curiously. Those people say the Jurchens are subjects of the Ming dynasty, and conquering them is tantamount to slaughtering the people of the Ming. I can't possibly tell them that the Jurchens will destroy the Ming dynasty 200 years from now, can I? Ren Xiaotian nodded. Those ministers were indeed right, but the reasons were rather complicated. These people keep harping on this matter, it's utterly tiresome. So I simply handed over the reins of government to Gao Qi, letting him bear all the pressure for me. Fourth brother, you're having a good time being the hands-off ruler, but don't you think about Gao Kai's feelings? Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, saying, how can he be a good emperor if he can't even handle this much pressure? I'm doing this to train him. At this moment, Zhu Gaoqi, whose scalp was tingling from the clamor of his ministers, suddenly sneezed, wondering if he had caught a cold. Let's not talk about that. Have you had any new guests lately? Zhu Di asked, changing the subject. One came a few days ago. Judging by the schedule, he should be back in the next few days, Ren Xiaotian replied. Oh, which emperor is it? Zhu Di asked eagerly. Seeing Zhu Di's anxious expression, Ren Xiaoshan's playful side was aroused. He winked and said, fourth brother, guess who it is? I'll give you a hint. This emperor's name is legendary. Zhu De frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "A legendary emperor? Lu Che? Li Shimen?" Ren Xiaotian shook his head. "It can't be Zhao Guangayan, can it?" Zhu De asked doubtfully. Ren Xiaotian shook his head again. Yao Guangxiao interjected, "Perhaps benefactor Ren is referring to the first emperor, Ying Zheng." Ren Xiaotian gave a thumbs up and said, "Bingo. Master, you are indeed wise beyond your years. The person who came was indeed Qin Shi Huang." Zhu De said unconvinced, "I thought of that too, but I just hadn't had a chance to say it." Ren Xiaotian gave Zhu De a half-smile. Zhu De coughed lightly and asked, "In which year did the first emperor arrive?" "I don't know the exact year, I only know that he just returned to Xianyang after his fourth eastern tour," Ren Xiaotian replied. "Doesn't that mean the first emperor is about to die?" Zhu De, well versed in history, quickly said. Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, "When he came last time, he looked unwell, probably due to the elixirs he took. I don't know the exact extent of his condition yet." "Brother Tian, why didn't you take him for a checkup? Isn't medicine so advanced in your later generations?" Zhu De still held Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, in high esteem and naturally didn't want him to die. He was in a hurry to go back and deal with Zhao Gao's matter, and I couldn't dissuade him, but I promised him I'd take him for a checkup next time he comes. "That's good. Zhao Gao's matter should indeed be dealt with as soon as possible. I hate eunuchs wielding power more than anything in my life. That traitor Zhao Gao deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses," Zhu De said bitterly. Ren Xiaotian glanced at Zhu De, thinking to himself, "I wonder which genius invented the Eastern Depot. Fourth brother, could you bring sister-in-law Miaowen over when you have time? I want to take her for a checkup too." Ren Xiaotian suddenly remembered that Empress Su, Zhu De's wife, had died of illness in recent years, so he quickly reminded Zhu De. Zhu De immediately tensed up. "What happened to Sister Miaowen? Does she have some kind of illness?" "Nothing, just a routine checkup. It'll help detect any minor problems early, right?" Ren Xiaotian was worried that Zhu De wouldn't be able to handle the news of Su Miaowen's death, so he could only use a white lie to appease him for now. Zhu De was relieved and said, "Then I'll bring your sister-in-law over next time. Mother said she missed her last time." "Fourth brother, there's something else I forgot to tell you. The passage token will only need to be returned in 3 days from now on, no need to wait 7 days anymore," Ren Xiaotian said, patting his forehead. "That's great. Now I can hide here whenever I have troubles." "Ha ha ha," Zhu De laughed. "So you're using this place as a refuge? I'll charge you for coming here so often," Ren Xiaotian teased. The Hongvu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty has eliminated the Jurchen forces in his plane, altering the course of history in the Hongvu Ming Dynasty plane. Reward, host points plus 300. The system notification sounded, and Ren Xiaotian was momentarily stunned. "Tian, what's wrong?" Zhu De noticed Ren Xiaoshan's sudden daze and asked. "Nothing much, Uncle Zhu just wiped out his Jurchen forces," Ren Xiaotian explained. "Father's several days behind me. I'm going to show off properly when he arrives," Zhu De said smugly. "Fourth brother, you've gotten quite bold. Aren't you afraid my uncle will beat you with his shoe? If father wants to beat me, let him. I won this time anyway," Zhu De said nonchalantly. "True, with your thick skin, fourth brother, even a shoe wouldn't change color," Ren Xiaotian teased. "You dare laugh at me? You're asking for it," Zhu De said, laughing and lightly patting Ren Xiaoshan's head. Just as the two were joking, the system notification sounded again. Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, executed Zhao Gao and imprisoned Hu Hai. The course of Qin history has changed. The host is rewarded with plus 500 points and 1 longevity pill. Ren Xiaotian was stunned again. Wow, Qin Shi Huang was truly decisive. He dealt with Zhao Gao and Hu Hai in just a few days. But what on earth is this longevity pill that the system is rewarding him with? Have they started using such fantastical things as elixirs? System, what is the longevity pill used for? I'm truly worried about the host's intelligence. The longevity pill, as the name suggests, extends lifespan. Nonsense, of course I know it extends lifespan. I'm asking how much specifically. That depends on the user's physical condition. If the user is already in poor health, the longevity pill will primarily heal. If the user is healthy, it can extend lifespan by at least 5 to 10 years. Is this longevity pill precious? It can cure all diseases and extend lifespan, and it can't even be redeemed with points. Wouldn't you say it's precious? Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian naturally understood how precious the longevity pill was. He quickly put the pill away safely, determined not to take it out unless absolutely necessary. Zhu De, watching Ren Xiaoshan's actions, asked with suspicion, "Brother Tian, what's wrong now? What did you just put in your pocket?" "Oh, just a chocolate bean. Fourth brother, would you like to try some?" Ren Xiaotian said casually. Zhu De immediately lost interest, saying, "Never mind, you keep it. I don't like sweets." Yao Guangxiao suddenly spoke up, Benefactor Ren, I wonder when the first emperor will arrive here? This old monk would like to see His Majesty. It should be in the next couple of days. I suppose he'll have finished dealing with things there. Yao Guangxiao nodded, then this old monk will have to trouble Benefactor Ren for a few days. Look at what you're saying, master. Stay as long as you like. I have plenty of rooms here. I'll make you a vegetarian meal later, Ren Xiaotian said. Then I'll trouble you, Benefactor Ren. Ba, Yao Guangxiao said, pressing his palms together. Don't be shy, please sit down for a while. I'll go prepare the food. Hongwu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang and his family of 3 were sitting and chatting. We're definitely going to win this time. Let's see what that fourth brother has to say then, Zhu Yuanzhang said confidently. Father, I don't think you can be certain of defeating fourth brother. Xiao Tian also said that fourth brother is a veteran of countless battles, and the Jurchen should be no match for him. Zhu Baiao poured cold water on Zhu Yuanzhang's hopes. Elder, do you mean to say that we're not as good at fighting as fourth brother? Or that our soldiers aren't as capable as fourth brothers? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, displeased. Zhu Baiao shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. It's just that fourth brother has developed over the decades, and his weaponry, supplies, and army's combat strength are undoubtedly much stronger than ours now. So I think you shouldn't be blindly optimistic. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was about to say something more, Empress Ma stopped him. Alright, what are you two arguing about? What's the point of winning anyway? If Deer wants to win, let him win. I see you quite approve of him, Kongba, so why not just go along with it and acknowledge his throne? Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, Sister, that's not how it works. What would it look like if I, as his father, lost to my son? Where would I put my old face then? We'll acknowledge his throne even if he wins, but we must fight for this honor. Kongba, you really are something, even in your old age you still insist on fighting for this honor. I can't say anything to you anymore. You two decide what to do. Empress Ma said, both amused and exasperated. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Baiao and asked, Elder, how's the post-war work going? It's almost done. The next step is to relocate people from the Central Plains to the Jurchen region. This project will take some time, and then there's the appointment of officials, Zhu Baiao replied. When emigrating, you must take good care of the people's lives and emotions. As for the appointment of officials, you can handle it yourself, but you must ensure their integrity. Don't go to Xiaoshan's place this time. Focus on handling this matter and make sure there are no future troubles, Zhu Yuanzhang instructed. Yes, father, I will personally supervise this matter, Zhu Baiao replied. Sister, have you prepared Xiaoshan's things? Zhu Yuanzhang asked Empress Ma. They've been prepared for a long time. I personally made him a garment, and I also specially had some local specialties brought from Fengyang, Empress Ma said. That's good. By the way, eldest son, send someone to urgently summon fourth prince to the capital later. We'll take him to meet the young emperor of our great Ming this time. Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to already see the scene of the two Zhu Di meeting, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. What about the defense of Beeping? The northern Yuan has been eyeing us covetously, Zhu Baiao asked. With Su Tian and Beeping, what are you worried about? Those northern Yuan people aren't even a match for him. Besides, if even Su Tian can't defeat the enemy, do you think fourth prince can? Your subject understands. Your subject will immediately send someone to summon fourth brother to the capital, Zhu Baiao said. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, and Zhu Baiao stood up and left the hall. Kongba, why did you take Deer to see Yang? Empress Ma asked, puzzled. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and said, Sister, don't you think this is interesting? Let's see how our fourth prince reacts when he finds out he'll become emperor. Empress Ma playfully shoved Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, You're such a timid father. Deer will be terrified. Don't worry, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, winking. If fourth prince is so cowardly, how will he dare rebel against Zhu Yunwen in the future? Alright, Empress Ma laughed. I wonder what you'll do if you lose to Deer. Won't you be laughed at by both of them? Zhu Yuanzhang nonchalantly replied, How could we possibly lose to fourth prince? Just watch the show, sister, ha ha ha. The food here, Brother Tian, is just what I like. These past few months, eating and sleeping outdoors, my mouth has been completely bland. After a hearty meal, Zhu Di patted his belly and said slowly, Fourth brother, you're the emperor now, can't you treat yourself to a special meal? Ren Xiaotian asked. Zhu Di replied seriously, How can that be? War isn't a picnic. Who has the leisure to bring a royal chef? Besides, if I, the emperor, eat and drink well every day, wouldn't the soldiers be disheartened? Ren Xiaotian thought about it and realized that Zhu Di's words were indeed reasonable. An excellent military commander must share the hardships and joys with his soldiers. If, like that fool Zhu Kijhan, he personally led an expedition against the Wares, while the lower-ranking soldiers couldn't even get porridge, he was feasting on meat and fish every day, it would be strange if morale wasn't low. Master, did the vegetarian food suit your taste? Ren Xiaotian asked Yao Guangxiao. A monk doesn't crave worldly pleasures, this old monk is content with just being full. Yao Guangxiao smiled slightly, but the smile looked somewhat eerie on his face. Zhu De stood up and stretched, saying, Brother Tian, I've eaten my fill, and it's too early to sleep. I thought that movie you showed me last time was quite interesting, could you show me something else? Ren Xiaotian said, half laughing, half crying, that wasn't a movie, it was a real scene of a military parade in later China. Sure, I just want to kill some time, Zhu De waved his hand dismissively. Alright, since you're staying with me for a while, fourth brother, I might as well find you a TV series to watch. What's a TV series? Is it like a movie? Zhu De asked curiously. More or less, you can think of it as a movie with a longer runtime. Then let's go watch it quickly, Zhu De urged. The group followed Ren Xiaotian to the viewing room, but Zhu Zanji seemed rather sullen, clearly annoyed at being interrupted from playing his game. Fourth brother, what kind of TV series would you like to watch? Ren Xiaotian asked, holding the remote control. I don't know, you decide. Ren Xiaotian thought for a moment and found a Ming Dynasty drama for Zhu De. As the story began, Zhu De, after watching for a while, immediately chuckled. Is this about my story? I never imagined later generations would make a TV series specifically for me. Zhu Zanji opportunely flattered Zhu De, saying, Grandfather, you are wise and mighty, your achievements will last for millennia. Later generations must be grateful for your kindness, which is why they made this TV series. Zhu De laughed heartily, patting Zhu Zanji's head and saying, my good grandson knows how to talk. Ren Xiaotian was speechless at the grandfather and grandson duo. The protagonist of this TV series wasn't Zhu De at all. Sure enough, as the plot progressed, Zhu De realized something was amiss. Isn't this supposed to be my story? Why is it always about Zanji? Could this be Zanji's story? Fourth brother, don't worry, the main character of this drama isn't Zhu Zanji. Ren Xiaotian hadn't watched much of the drama, but he at least knew who the main character was. Then whose story is this drama about? Is it Gao Qi? Zhu De asked. Ren Xiaotian pointed to the female lead on the screen and said, look, this is the main character of this drama. Who is this woman? Why are we talking about her? Zhu De asked again. Ren Xiaotian shrugged and said, I only remember she's Zhu Zanji's Empress Son. I haven't seen the specific plot, so fourth brother, you should watch it yourself. After saying that, Ren Xiaotian reclined the sofa and lay down comfortably. The others followed suit, and with a few more foot massagers, it would feel like a foot massage parlor. Because he had woken up too early that morning, Ren Xiaotian fell into a deep sleep after watching for only a few minutes. You damn Zhu Jiokai! You actually dared to rebel against me. While he was sound asleep, Ren Xiaotian was suddenly awakened by Zhu De's angry roar. Ren Xiaotian rubbed his eyes and asked, what's wrong, fourth brother? Zhu De, still furious, said, that damn Zhu Jiaxu actually tried to force me to abdicate an alliance with Zhu Jsy. That's all made-up stories. Even if you gave Zhu Jiaxu 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare rebel while you were alive, Ren Xiaotian said, yawning. Zhu De, understanding Ren Xiaotian's implication, quickly asked, so you mean he wanted to rebel after I died? He didn't make a move while Jiokai was alive, but he rebelled after Zhu Zanji ascended the throne, Ren Xiaotian said, pointing to a bewildered Zhu Zanji. Why did second uncle rebel against me? Zhu Zanji asked, looking utterly bewildered. It was all thanks to your good grandfather. Back during the Jingnan rebellion, your grandfather told your second uncle, I am ill, you must strive, the heir apparent is often sick. He left him with the hope of becoming emperor. Your father died after only a year on the throne, and after you, a young boy, ascended the throne, your second uncle could no longer suppress his ambition. Did my second uncle succeed in his rebellion? Zhu Zanji continued to ask. Ren Xiaotian scoffed, successful my foot. You personally led the army, besieged his city, and then he surrendered. Zhu De chuckled upon hearing this, second brother, with this little skill, you dare to try and rebel like me? I even thought he was like me in military strategy. That's the difference between Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Zanji. If you replaced Zhu Yunwen with Zhu Zanji, you probably wouldn't have even left beeping before you were wiped out, Ren Xiaotian laughed. Zhu De, beaming, said, that's because my grandson is so capable, unlike that good-for-nothing Zhu Yunwen. Alright, fourth brother, stop making such a fuss. You're disturbing my sleep. I'm exhausted, let me get some rest, Ren Xiaotian said impatiently. Go to sleep, I won't say anything. With that, Zhu De turned back to his TV. When Ren Xiaotian woke up again, it was the next morning. Ren Xiaotian got up and looked around, finding that everyone except Zhu De was still watching TV and sound asleep. Good heavens, fourth brother, you didn't sleep all night. Ren Xiaotian said softly, afraid of waking the others. Zhu De didn't reply, only nodded slightly. Even if the TV show is good, you have to be careful. Can your body handle staying up all night? Ren Xiaotian continued. I'm fine, you go ahead with your work and don't bother me while I'm watching TV, Zhu De said impatiently. Ren Xiaotian pursed his lips. Fine, his good intentions were wasted. If you're tired, just take a nap. You can watch it whenever you want, it won't make a difference. Although Ren Xiaotian was a little annoyed, he still offered Zhu De this caring advice. After saying that, he quietly left the viewing room to clean up the mess from yesterday's dinner. Ren Xiaotian was washing dishes in the kitchen when there was a knock on the gate. Who is it now? Can't a person get any work done? Ren Xiaotian muttered to himself as he walked to the gate and opened it. Standing outside were Zhu Yuanzhang and two others. Ren Xiaotian immediately changed his expression to a smile and said, Uncle, Aunt, you're here. And this is. Zhu Yuanzhang blinked and smiled. Take a good look and see who he is. Ren Xiaotian felt that this person looked very familiar, as if they had just met. After a while, he suddenly realized that this was Zhu De, only younger. Fourth brother is here too. Please come in, please come in. Young Zhu De asked with a puzzled look, Father, Mother, who is this person? Why does he call me fourth brother? It's no wonder Zhu De was confused. He had been urgently summoned back to the capital, initially thinking something terrible had happened, but when he rushed to the palace, he found nothing amiss. He asked Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma, but they both remained mysterious and said nothing, simply leading him to this place. While Zhu De was still wondering where he was and why there was such a small courtyard, a young man suddenly appeared and called him fourth brother, making him even more confused. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, showing no intention of explaining to Zhu De. Empress Ma, concerned for her son, said softly, Dear, I'll tell you the reason later. Although Zhu De didn't know what was going on, he still followed the two into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly asked, Xiaotian, hasn't fourth brother arrived yet? Did we win this time? Called upon, Zhu De looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in bewilderment, as if to say, Father, I'm here. Uncle, fourth brother arrived yesterday. He's watching TV in that room over there. Ren Xiaotian, though reluctant to spoil Zhu Yuanzhang's good mood, could only tell the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang was startled and hurriedly said, Fourth brother is here? How could he be here before us? Is this kid lying about annihilating the Jurchens because he's afraid of losing to us? Ren Xiaotian spread his hands and said, Fourth brother did indeed annihilate the Jurchens, and quite thoroughly at that. This time, I'm afraid you really have lost, uncle. Zhu De remained bewildered. When did he make a bet with his father? And the Jurchens were clearly wiped out by his father's personal campaign, what did it have to do with him? Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fist tightly and said, Xiaotian, call the fourth prince out here. We need to question him ourselves. Father, I'm here, young Zhu De said. Get lost. We didn't call you. Stand aside. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a bad mood, naturally wouldn't give him a friendly look. Zhu De stood obediently to the side, not daring to utter a sound. Ren Xiaotian didn't dare provoke the angry Zhu Yuanzhang either, and turned to call Zhu De. Upon arriving in the room, Zhu De was still engrossed in watching TV. Ren Xiaotian coughed loudly, covering his mouth. What is it now? Can't I watch TV in peace? Zhu De said in a muffled voice. My uncle is here. He asked me to call you out. So what if he's here? What does it have to do with me? You mean father is here? Zhu De said, only realizing halfway through his sentence that he meant Zhu Yuanzhang. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, Otherwise what? I wouldn't dare disturb Emperor Yangle's enjoyment if it were anyone else. Zhu De scrambled to his feet, hurriedly straightening his clothes. Brother Tian, I was really engrossed in the TV series. I apologize. Ren Xiaotian wasn't truly angry, he was just joking with Zhu De. It's alright, fourth brother. I was just teasing you. You should go out now. Zhu De straightened up and asked, How is father's mood? Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, He seems to be in a very bad mood, probably because he lost to you. Zhu De couldn't help but shiver and said, Maybe I shouldn't go out. If you don't go out, you might get even worse later. The sooner you die, the better. Don't expect brother Biao to speak up for you, he didn't come this time, Ren Xiaotian said with a mischievous grin. Zhu De quickly woke Yao Guangxiao and whispered in his ear, Father is here. Come with me to see him. Yao Guangxiao stiffened, clearly fearful of Zhu Yuanzhang, especially worried about how Zhu Yuanzhang would deal with him if he knew he was the actual mastermind behind the Jingnan campaign. However, Zhu De had given the order, and he had no choice but to go. The two men walked out of the room with expressions of resignation. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw Yangle Zhu De approaching, he said sarcastically, Oh, isn't this our great Ming Emperor Yangle? Why the long face? You've won, you should be happy. Yangle Zhu De knelt down, his face drooping, and said, Your subject dares not. Your subject only won by chance, father, it doesn't count. Zhu Yuanzhang sternly said, A victory is a victory. There's no such thing as luck in war. We're not sore losers. Get up. Yanl Zude stood up, and Zhu Yuanzhang stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Good lad, you're better than me. We're honoring our bet. From now on, you are the rightful Yanl Emperor of our great Ming." Yanl Zude's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and he said in a trembling voice, "Father, your son has failed my elder brother." Zhu Yuanzhang gently comforted him, all right, you're emperor now, stop crying. As long as you diligently serve as a good emperor, you'll be worthy of your elder brother's spirit in heaven." Yanl Zude nodded emphatically, "Father, rest assured, your son will do his utmost to be a good emperor." Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly smiled and said, "I brought someone with me to see you today, I'm sure you'd like to meet him. Fourth son, come here." The young Zhu Di, who had been lost in thought, immediately reacted when Zhu Yuanzhang called him and walked to Zhu Yuanzhang's side. "Father, did you call me?" After speaking, the young Zhu Di looked up, his eyes meeting those of the Yanl Emperor. You. Both of them simultaneously took a step back. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing the scene, burst into laughter, and even Empress Ma couldn't help but laugh. The two stared at each other for a while. The young Zhu Di spoke first, "Who are you?" The Yanl Emperor chuckled, "I am Zhu Di, the Prince of Yan of the great Ming dynasty." "Nonsense! I am the Prince of Yan, Zhu Di. Who are you? Tell me the truth." The young Zhu Di shouted. "I am still Zhu Di, the Yanl Emperor of the great Ming dynasty, now you know, right?" Yanl Zhu Di laughed. "The Emperor of the great Ming dynasty is my father, what Yanl Emperor? You audacious madman." The young Zhu Di stepped forward and grabbed Yanl Zhu Di by the collar, angrily rebuking him. Empress Ma quickly stepped forward to stop the two, scolding, "You Zhu Kongba, you're really shameless." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, "Sister, this is more interesting. Xiao Tian, don't you think?" Ren Xiaotian also laughed, not expecting Zhu Yuanzhang, at such an old age, to still be so playful, teasing his two sons. Empress Ma pulled the young Zhu Di aside and whispered something to him, after which the young Zhu Di suddenly understood. Young Zhu Di knelt before Zhu Yuanzhang with a thud, saying, "Father, I absolutely never intended to rebel." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, saying, "All right, fourth prince, get up. We already know the reasons. Now that your elder brother and Xiong Ying are both healthy, you have no chance to rebel. Besides, we doubt you have the guts." Yanl Zhu Di patted young Zhu Di on the shoulder, half-jokingly saying, "I'm truly sorry, it's all my fault you can't sit on the throne." Young Zhu Di glared angrily, rebuking, "I have no intention of becoming emperor. I only want to defend Beiping for father and elder brother, and to conquer the northern Yuan." Yanl Zhu Di looked at his own spirit itself before him, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Empress Ma quickly intervened, saying, all right, we're all family. All this talk of rebellion is bad luck. Xiao Tian, I made you some clothes before I came. Try them on to see if they fit. Ren Xiaotian accepted the clothes from Empress Ma, feeling deeply moved. This was the first time anyone had cared for him so much since he transmigrated. However, Ming dynasty clothes were quite complicated to put on, and Ren Xiaotian clumsily struggled for a long time without success. "Brother Tian, you're such a grown man, can't you even dress yourself?" Emperor Yanl Zhu Di couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to help Ren Xiaotian put on the clothes. Ren Xiaotian chuckled sheepishly, "I'm used to wearing clothes from the future, so I'm not really comfortable wearing this kind of thing for the first time." Empress Ma adjusted his clothes, looked him up and down, and smiled with satisfaction, "It fits quite well, but I don't know if you like it, Xiaotian." Ren Xiaotian quickly replied, "Of course I like it. Thank you so much, auntie, for going to all this trouble to make me these clothes. If you keep being so polite, I'll get angry. To be honest, you saved Xiong Ying and Biao Yar's lives. I only made a piece of clothing, it can't repay your life-saving grace," Empress Ma said, feigning anger. "That's right, it's only right for an aunt to make clothes for her nephew. We gave you so many antiques and paintings last time, and you weren't shy about it. If you feel bad about it, just cook us a few more dishes." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. "All right, since you've spoken, uncle, I'll cook you a few more good dishes later." Ren Xiaotian smiled as well. "I was just kidding. No need to cook so many dishes, just give me another bowl of that white jade soup we had last time." Ever since he had the pearl jade white jade soup at Ren Xiaoshan's, Zhu Yuanzhang had genuinely grown fond of it. He'd had the imperial chefs make it several times after returning home, but it never quite tasted the same. Ren Xiaotian teased, "All right, I'll cook a whole pot for you later. Just drink as much as you want." "You little rascal, are you treating me like a pig? Get lost," Zhu Yuanzhang said with a laugh. After Ren Xiaotian went to the kitchen, Zhu Yuanzhang noticed Yao Guangxiao next to Yanl Emperor Zhu Di. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Aren't you the monk Dayan? How come you're here with the fourth prince?" Historically, Yao Guangxiao was only appointed as the chief monk by Zhu Yuanzhang to Zhu Di after Empress Ma's death, so it's no wonder Zhu Yuanzhang asked this question. Left with no other option, Yan'al Emperor Zhu Di confided Yao Guangxiao's story to Zhu Yuanzhang, including how Yao had orchestrated the Jingnan campaign for him. After listening, Zhu Yuanzhang observed Yao Guangxiao with great interest, but Yao Guangxiao remained as still as if in meditation, his face utterly calm. Truly, appearances can be deceiving, Zhu Yuanzhang said. I never imagined that the person who could incite the fourth prince to rebel was a mere monk. Your Majesty, this old monk and the Prince of Yan hit it off immediately. I couldn't bear to see him die at the hands of Emperor Jianwen, so I planned all this. Yao Guangxiao said calmly. Rest assured, we know what Zhu Yunwen has done, and we don't intend to blame you. It's just that we never expected such a talented person like you to be hidden among the monks of the Ming dynasty. Making you a monk is truly a waste of your abilities. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard and said, Your Majesty flatters me. This old monk is a member of the Buddhist order, how can it be considered a waste of my talents? Yao Guangxiao replied. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang said nothing more. However, the young Zhu Di, standing to the side, stared intently at Yao Guangxiao, a strange glint in his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Xiangying and Zhu Zanji, hearing the commotion, sleepily emerged from the room. Grandpa, you're here! Zhu Xiangying exclaimed happily, running towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang picked Zhu Xiangying up and lifted him above his head, asking with a smile, Grandson, did you miss your grandpa? Zhu Xiangying nodded emphatically, saying, Of course I missed you. I haven't seen you in so long. Then, as if incredulous, he rubbed his eyes and said, Grandpa, are my eyes broken? Why do I see two fourth uncles? Everyone burst into laughter at Zhu Xiangying's words. Empress Ma took Zhu Xiangying and explained with a smile, These two are both your fourth uncles, but the younger one is your actual fourth uncle. Zhu Xiangying scratched his head, clearly not understanding Empress Ma's words. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang saw Zhu Zanji and said to Yan'al Zhu Di, Fourth Prince, did you bring this little fellow too? Why don't you introduce him to us? Yan'al Zhu Di quickly explained, Father, this boy is Gao Kai's eldest son, your great-grandson. His name is Zhu Zanji. Zanji, come and greet your great-grandfather. Zhu Zanji immediately knelt down and greeted him, saying, Great-grandson Zhu Zanji greets great-grandfather. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, picked up Zhu Zanji, and affectionately patted him a few times. My dear great-grandson, we came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gift for you. We'll make it up to you next time. Thank you, great-grandfather. Zhu Yuanzhang put Zhu Zanji down, patted his shoulder, and said, All right, go play with your uncle. Remember to come for dinner later. The two children skipped and hopped back to their room to play games. Young Zhu Di stared blankly at Zhu Zanji's retreating figure. His eldest son, Zhu Jiaokai, was only 3 years old, and now a grandson older than his son had suddenly appeared. It was truly hard for him to accept. Yan'al Zhu Di noticed the young Zhu Di's expression and said, Stop looking. This is my grandson. If you want a grandson, have your Jiaokai give you one too. Young Zhu Di looked at Yan'al Zhu Di speechlessly. His Jiaokai was only 3 years old. He still wet the bed every night. You want him to have a child? Forcing growth like that is ridiculous. Yan'al Emperor Zhu Di realized his mistake and awkwardly said, Wait a few more years, a few more years. At worst, I'll lend you mine for a while. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma were amused by their conversation and burst into laughter, while Yao Guangxiao remained standing there expressionless. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was about to say something, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Who could it be? We didn't hear Xiao Tian mention any new guests coming? Zhu Yuanzhang walked over, puzzled, to open the gate. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang about to open the door, Yan'al Zhu Di quickly said, Father, please wait. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head in confusion and asked, Fourth Prince, what's wrong? Do you know who's outside? Yan'al Zhu Di nodded and said, I heard Xiao Tian mention yesterday that someone might come in the next couple of days. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell us who's coming, Zhu Yuanzhang said impatiently. If Xiao Tian is right, then the person outside is most likely the first emperor, Ying Zheng. Who did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again as if he hadn't heard clearly. Your son is talking about the first emperor of Qin Ying Zheng, Yan'al Zhu Di said, raising his voice. Even the seasoned Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, the person outside was the ancestor of emperors, the progenitor of the Chinese nation, Ying Zheng. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang opened the courtyard gate with trembling hands. Standing outside the door were a burly man, over 6 feet tall, and a handsome young man in his 20s. The burly man cupped his hands in greeting and said, Excuse me, is the gentleman here? Zhu Yuanzhang paused for a moment, then replied, Oh, you mean Xiao Tian? He's busy in the kitchen. The burly man looked Zhu Yuanzhang up and down, then asked suspiciously, Who are you? Could you be Zhu Xiangying? You've aged so much in just a few days. Zhu Yuanzhang was both amused and exasperated, and could only patiently explain, Xiangying is my eldest grandson. My full name is Zhu Yuanzhang. The burly man then suddenly realized, so you are the emperor of the Ming dynasty that you mentioned, sir. I am the emperor Ying Zheng of the Qin dynasty, and this is my eldest son, Fusu. Zhu Yuanzhang extended his hand, saying, I have long admired the first emperor's name. It is an honor to meet you. The first emperor of Qin looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's outstretched hand with a blank expression. Zhu Yuanzhang, realizing his mistake, withdrew his hand and said, Hey, it's all Xiaoshen's fault for telling us about handshakes. Now I want to shake hands with everyone I meet. How dare you? You don't even bow to the emperor of Qin? Do you want to be beheaded? Fusu suddenly stepped forward and shouted. Zhu Yuanzhang had never been reprimanded like this before. His hands immediately bulged with veins, ready to explode. What did you say, brat? Do you want to die? Before Zhu Yuanzhang could retaliate, the young Zhu Di rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge forward. He didn't care about Qin Shi Huang or Fusu. He wouldn't let anyone who dared threaten his father get away with it. Fourth brother, don't act recklessly. Seeing Zhu Di rush forward, Zhu Yuanzhang calmed down and grabbed Zhu Di's arm. Fusu, what do you want? Qin Shi Huang also realized what was happening and said to Fusu with a grim face. Before Fusu could say anything more, Qin Shi Huang roared, Get out of here. Are you trying to kill me with anger? Seeing Qin Shi Huang's face, so dark it was almost dripping with rage, Fusu could only obediently stand aside. Empress Ma quickly smoothed things over, saying, It's all a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please come in and rest for a while. Xiao Tian is almost finished with his work. Qin Shi Huang cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I will wait in the courtyard for a while. After saying this, Qin Shi Huang coldly snorted at Fusu, Aren't you coming with me? Fusu could only obediently follow Qin Shi Huang into the courtyard. As they passed the young Zhu Di bumped into him with his shoulder. Once inside, Qin Shi Huang grabbed Fusu and angrily rebuked him, You brat, apologize now. Fusu awkwardly said, I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault, please forgive me. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Zhu Di, however, snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Fusu's apology. Empress Ma tugged at Zhu Di's sleeve and whispered, Dear, be forgiving, don't take it so seriously. Zhu Di then let it go. At this moment, Yang'el Emperor Zhu Di arrived with Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian wiped the grease from his hands and smiled, The first emperor has arrived? This must be Prince Fusu, right? The first emperor bowed and smiled, I've bothered you again, sir. You're right, this is my eldest son, Fusu. Please don't call me sir so formally. My name is Ren Xiaotian. Just call me Xiaotian, like my uncles do, Ren Xiaotian said. The first emperor leaned closer and whispered to Ren Xiaotian, I've taken care of everything you asked me to do last time. I've also brought Fusu with me. You see. Ren Xiaotian smiled, Don't be so reserved. My uncles know just as much about the history of Qin as I do. Fusu's transformation will depend on their efforts. Let's be frank. Qin Shi Huang gritted his teeth and said, Fine, then so be it. If Fusu still doesn't change his mind, then I'll have to choose someone else for the crown prince position. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding what cryptic talk Ren Xiaotian and Qin Shi Huang were giving. Xiaotian, what are you two talking about? We don't understand, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, puzzled. Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to explain the whole situation to them, and then everyone suddenly understood. No wonder I didn't like this kid, it turns out he's become too rigid in his Confucian studies, the young Zhu Di said, glaring at Fusu. Yang'el Zhu Di joked, even pedantic scholars have their advantages. If it weren't for Huang Zikan and his gang of pedantic scholars, I probably wouldn't have succeeded in the Jingnan rebellion. Yao Guangxiao also had reservations about the pedantic scholars. In my humble opinion, if Fusu were to become like those literati of the Song dynasty, things would be disastrous. Qin Shi Huang, clearly unfamiliar with monks, asked suspiciously, Who are you? Perhaps you were subjected to the punishment of shaving your head? Ren Xiaotian smiled and explained, Master Dayan is a member of the Buddhist order. You can think of Buddhism as one of the 100 schools of thought. Don't let his baldness fool you, he was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and his status in the Yang'el reign of the Ming dynasty was equivalent to that of Li Si or Feng Qiuji in your time. Qin Shi Huang chuckled sheepishly, It was my shallowness. Ren Xiaotian turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, Uncle, my idea is to let Fusu learn from you for a while, let him experience the hardships of ordinary people and the darkness of officialdom, and completely dispel his false idealism. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and said loudly, We have no problem with that, but I wonder what the first emperor's plans are. Qin Shi Huang immediately said, I have no problem with that either. Fusu is already in this state, so let's try anything, even if it's a last resort. Seeing that both sides had agreed, Ren Xiaotian said, Alright, since everyone agrees, let's proceed as I have suggested. Fusu immediately objected, I have objections. Everyone seemed not to hear him, completely ignoring him. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Fusu shouted loudly, I have objections. Ren Xiaotian glanced at him and said, what objections do you have? First of all, I already have a teacher. I studied under the Confucian master Qin Yu. How can I arbitrarily change my lineage? Secondly, what I need to learn is the art of governing a country. Does this uncle have the ability to teach me that? Fusu said arrogantly. Your Confucian theories should have been thrown into the trash long ago. How dare you keep spouting them? This uncle you're talking about is the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Even a small fraction of his knowledge would be enough to benefit you for life. Do you think he has the ability to teach you? Ren Xiaotian retorted disdainfully. What great Ming? The whole world belongs to my great Qin. Where did the great Ming, this tiny little country, come from? Ren Xiaotian was so angry at Fusu's words that he laughed. The Ming dynasty unified China more than 1,700 years after the fall of the Qin dynasty. Its territory was nearly 3 times that of the Qin, and its population was twice as large. Can you call such a country a tiny, insignificant nation? Although Ren Xiaotian was quite angry, he still patiently explained to Fusu. Nonsense. My Qin dynasty is prosperous and powerful, destined to last for millennia. How could it possibly perish? You charlatan, stop spouting nonsense. Fusu clearly didn't believe Ren Xiaoshan's words and retorted. Boy, aren't you a little too confident? Can't you really see that the Qin dynasty's current prosperity is only superficial? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't hold back any longer. This Fusu was too bizarre. He even regretted agreeing to Ren Xiaoshan's request. Fusu arrogantly declared, now that the 6 kingdoms are unified and the people submit, I see no problem with Qin. If Father Emperor could adopt my Confucian advice to restore the Zhou rights and restart the enfeitment system, Qin would be even stronger. Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes and said to Qin Shi Huang, Brother Ying, I think if you have the means, you should have another child. This one is probably useless. Qin Shi Huang covered his face after hearing this. Fusu had utterly disgraced him. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, patted Qin Shi Huang on the shoulder, and said, I have a grandson, Zhu Yunwen, who is just like your son, so I understand how you feel. Qin Shi Huang lowered his hand and glanced speechlessly at Zhu Yuanzhang, thinking to himself, what do you know? Your grandson doesn't even need to inherit the throne. We've seen your eldest grandson, Zhu Xiangying. If Fusu were half as sensible as him, I wouldn't be so angry. What Qin Shi Huang didn't know was that in the original history, Zhu Yunwen not only inherited the throne but also put those ideas into practice. If Zhu De hadn't succeeded in his rebellion, who knows what would have become of the Ming dynasty? Seeing things were going off track, Ren Xiaotian quickly said, Uncle, don't rush to criticize Fusu. Let's think of a good way to change him. Hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Yuanzhang became serious again and turned to look at Fusu. Boy, do you know what your fate will be according to the normal course of history? Fusu was visibly stunned, and subconsciously asked, what will happen? After the first emperor's death, you will be executed by Zhao Gao and Li Si through a forged imperial edict. Although Meng Tian earnestly advised you to return to Xianyang before making any plans, you foolish boy wouldn't listen and committed suicide that very day. And not only did you die, but you also caused the renowned General Meng Tian to die with you. Fusu was struck dumb, muttering, how could this be? How could Zhao Gao and Li Si have such audacity? Forging an imperial edict is a crime punishable by the extermination of 3 generations of one's family. How dare they? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, the first emperor is dead, what wouldn't they dare to do? If they hadn't forged the edict, they would have faced their own doom after you ascended the throne. Fusu asked, puzzled, what does this have to do with me? I never intended to kill them. Zhao Gao was Hu Hei's teacher, and from the beginning, he stood against you. Plus, he had an old grudge against the Meng family, who were your staunch allies. Naturally, Zhao Gao wouldn't let you go. Li Si doesn't have any personal grudge against you, but your pro-Confucianism and anti-legalist stance clashes with his political views. As a representative of legalism, he naturally doesn't want to see you ascend to the throne, Ren Xiaotian interjected. So, according to you, it was the 18th brother who ultimately ascended the throne? And how did he perform? Fusu asked again. Terrible, terribly terrible. Even if you, a bookworm, were emperor, you probably couldn't have done worse, Ren Xiaotian sighed. Fusu said incredulously, how could that be? The 18th brother has always been obedient and studious. I don't believe he could have done so badly. Besides, with Zhao Gao and Li Si's assistance, even if he were absurd, he wouldn't be portrayed as such, would he? History proves that what you see is only what he wants you to see. In reality, after ascending the throne, he not only indulged in pleasure and neglected state affairs, but he was also extremely tyrannical, readily confiscating property and exterminating entire families. Even your brothers and sisters were ultimately executed by being cut in half at the waist or torn apart by chariots. As for your mention of Zhao Gao and Li Si's assistance, that would likely disappoint you even more. In fact, it could be argued that without Zhao Gao, Hu He might not have ended up like this. After Hu He ascended the throne, Zhao Gao wielded immense power. He not only arbitrarily altered laws, persecuted loyal officials, and misled the emperor, but also, after the rebel army stormed Xianyang, killed Hu He, and attempted to seize the throne himself. Li Si, on the other hand, was loyal. After all, he only disagreed with you politically, but he still hoped to see Qin prosper. Unfortunately, he was not trusted by Hu He, and ultimately, because he offended Zhao Gao slandered him, leading to Hu He's execution of his entire clan. It's pitiful that such a talented man met such a tragic end. Perhaps he simply chose the wrong path from the very beginning. Ren Xiaotian shook his head as he spoke. He also felt a pang of regret for Li Si, but ultimately, it was all the result of his own choices. Upon hearing this news, Fusu staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground. Clearly, Ren Xiaoshan's words had a profound impact on him. 18th brother, how could 18th brother dare to do this? Those were his own flesh and blood. How could he bring himself to do it? And Zhao Gao, that treacherous dog, he brought ruin to our great Qin. I wish I could tear him apart and sleep on his skin. How ridiculous that I would actually plead for such a person. Fusu roared to the sky. Ren Xiaotian squatted down and patted Fusu's shoulder in comfort. Don't be too pessimistic. The first emperor has already resolved the crises involving Zhao Gao and Hu He, and what I just described won't happen again. However, Qin cannot remain without an heir. Speaking from my own experience, Confucianism is absolutely unsuitable for Qin rule. If you want to be a qualified successor, you must learn to govern the country using the rule of law. Fusu, deeply influenced by Confucianism, instinctively rejected the idea, why use legalism? Haven't harsh laws killed enough people? Wouldn't it be more reasonable to educate the people with Confucianism? Ren Xiaotian patiently explained law is the foundation of a country, the skeleton upon which it is built. It is also a product of the ruling class's will. Whether from Mencius's theory of the inherent goodness of human nature or Sun's theory of the inherent evil of human nature, people need a code of conduct to restrain their behavior. This is to punish the violent and to protect the weak. The Confucianism of the Qin dynasty primarily condemned those who lacked morality from a moral standpoint. But what use is mere moral condemnation to criminals who disregard their moral reputation? Even if others vehemently criticize them, will it cost them a piece of their flesh? Therefore, it is essential to strengthen the moral development of the people, in addition to the legal protection backed by the coercive power of the state. Only by addressing both aspects simultaneously can the country achieve long-term stability and security. Fusu was momentarily stunned, unable to accept Ren Xiaoshan's words. Ren Xiaotian knew his words had greatly impacted Fusu, so he stood up and left him alone to think. Qin Shi Huang, seeing Ren Xiaotian stand up, rushed forward anxiously and said, Mr. Xiaotian, you told me last time that the Qin laws had problems, but I discussed it with Li Si for several days without any results. Since you come from the future, the laws of the future must be quite complete. I wonder if they can be implemented in Qin. Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, the laws of the future are indeed very comprehensive, but they are not suitable for use in Qin. From a political science perspective, the economic base determines the superstructure. Qin's productivity level is far lower than that of the future. Blindly applying them will only exacerbate the problems. These past few days, I have also carefully studied the Qin laws. I have found that the Qin laws are not as harsh as later legends portray them. It's just that you don't understand flexibility. The essence of legalism is that things change with the times, and preparations must be made accordingly. Qin has already unified the country. Continuing to use wartime laws is clearly inappropriate. Now that the flames of war have subsided and the Qin dynasty is rebuilding, the focus of the law should be on ensuring the livelihood of the people. If the people's survival cannot be guaranteed, how can there be peace and prosperity throughout the land? In fact, the Qin dynasty currently faces two major problems. The first is the corvée labor system. Qin Shi Huang asked in astonishment, what's wrong with corvée labor? This system has existed since ancient times, and I have never seen any country suffer because of it. I'm not saying that the corvée labor system itself is problematic. Levying corvée labor when there is a labor shortage is understandable. The main problem is that the Qin dynasty is currently in a stage of initial unrest after the unification of the 6 states. Large-scale conscription of corvée labor could easily provoke resistance from the people of the 6 states, and the rampant extortion by lower-level officials could further incite public anger. If a popular uprising occurs, it will spread like wildfire throughout the country. Qin Shi Huang hesitated, but if we don't conscript laborers, the hearts of the people in the former territories of the 6 states will be unpredictable. Won't that make things even more troublesome? Brother Ying, it's not like that, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. The common people don't care who the emperor is. What they care about is whether they can eat their fill and stay warm. Just like us back then, if we could have enough to eat, we wouldn't have chosen the path of rebellion. Ren Xiaotian echoed, my uncle is right. Let's return to the previous question, which is the livelihood of the people. What Qin needs most now is to recuperate and win back the hearts of the people. We must not be too hasty. Then how should I build my Epang palace and mausoleum? Qin Shi Huang asked. Emperors throughout history have always valued their mausoleums highly, and Ren Xiaotian could understand Qin Shi Huang's thoughts. We can only slow down the project's progress for now. I'll think of other solutions. Before that, I'll help you clear the toxins from your body. In your current condition, you should be able to live another 20 years. Qin Shi Huang nodded and asked, what about the second problem? The second problem I just mentioned is the issue of lower-level officials. Currently, the officials at all levels in the former 6 states are basically former Qin officials. Most of these people come from military backgrounds and don't have much experience in local governance. In addition, the people of the former 6 states don't have much of a sense of belonging to Qin, which easily exacerbates conflicts between officials and the people. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face fell. Qin already has few capable men, he said. I've already sent out all the ones I can. We can't possibly use the officials from the former 6 states, can we? This was indeed a problem. The former officials of the 6 states had intricate connections with the nobility. Even if they wanted to be loyal to Qin Shi Huang wouldn't trust them. Furthermore, due to the limitations of productivity in the Qin dynasty, very few people could afford to study. Ren Xiaotian couldn't think of a solution for the time being. Yongle Emperor Zhu suddenly spoke up, then let's follow Cao Men's example and issue a widespread recruitment order. Even a small county like Pei can hide so many talented people. With Qin's vast territory, are we afraid we won't find suitable officials? Ren Xiaotian clenched his fist in exasperation. This was a brilliant idea. Talented individuals like Xiao He and Cao Ken were currently only minor officials in Pei County. They didn't seem to have any aversion to Qin, and there were probably many like them in Qin. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile horse is common, but a discerning eye is rare. Cao Can and Xiao He were only able to fully utilize their talents after meeting Liu Bang, their discerning eye. If we can unearth such hidden talents, will Qin lack officials? Fourth brother, you're brilliant. This is an excellent idea. This period is perfect for training the next batch of officials, Ren Xiaotian said happily. Qin Shi Huang asked doubtfully, who is Cao Mend? Are there many great talents hidden in Pei County? How come I don't know? You will have the opportunity to meet Cao Mend in the future. Pei County does indeed hide many talents. Among the founding nobles of the Han dynasty, which later became part of Qin, there were as many as 23 from Pei County. There are also many talented people from other counties. Qin Shi Huang, intrigued, asked, Mr. Ren Xiaotian, those you call talented must be extraordinary. Could you tell me more about them? Xiao He was the chief clerk of Pei County, and Cao Ken was the prison clerk of Pei County. Their talents were no less than Li Si's or Feng Qiuji's. They both had the potential to become prime ministers. Besides them, there were also people like Zhou Bo and Xia Heying who possessed considerable talent. Ren Xiaotian spoke eloquently. Yongle Emperor Zhu nudged Ren Xiaotian and said, and Han Xin too. Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I almost forgot. There's also Han Xin from Huaiyan County. His military talent is unparalleled in the entire history of China, even surpassing that of Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan of Qin. Qin Shi Huang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets upon hearing this, stronger than my Qin's Lord Wuan? Surely this isn't an exaggeration, Mr. Ren Xiaotian. Han Xin is an extremely skilled military strategist. Only a handful of people can rival him, such as Zhang Sheng of the Western Zhou, Bai Qi, the Lord Wuan of Qin, and Li Jing, the Duke of Wei of the Tang dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a disgruntled expression, our Ming Suda and Chang Yuchun are no less capable than them. Ren Xiaotian ignored Zhu Yuanzhang's spiteful words and continued, however, what Qin currently lacks more are officials to govern the regions. Han Xin isn't in such a hurry. How could I miss such a great talent? Upon returning, I will arrange for someone to go to Huaiyan County and bring him back to Xianyang, Qin Shi Huang said impatiently. Once the recruitment order is issued, it will surely bring a group of talented people to Qin. You must make good use of them then, Ren Xiaotian instructed. Of course, Qin Shi Huang said, patting his chest. After I have examined them, I will certainly give important positions to those who are truly talented and have no ties to the nobles of the 6 states. Yongle Emperor Zhu patted Ren Xiaotian on the shoulder and said, Brother Tian, you can't be biased. Recommend some talented people to your fourth brother too. I'm short of talent right now. Ren Xiaotian laughed and cried, Fourth brother, don't be silly. You're not short of people. Yao Guangxiao, Xia Jin, Yang Shiki, Xia Yuanji, Zhang Fu, aren't they all renowned wise ministers in history? Yongle Emperor Zhu scratched his head awkwardly. Who would complain about having too many talented people? Even Han Xin, the military strategist, believed the more the better. Come on, fourth brother, don't follow the first emperor's lead. Just make good use of the people under your command. Don't let Xia Jin die unjustly again. Xiao Tian, who is this Xia Jin you're talking about? And what happened to his unjust death? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask. I told you about Xia Jin before. He co-authored the Yang'al Encyclopedia with Master Dayan. He was a great talent, and the first Grand Secretary of the Ming Dynasty. He was a Jinshi, successful candidate in the imperial examination, in the 21st year of the Hongbia reign. You will meet him later. He was a good person in every way, except he was very straightforward and easily offended people. At that time, my fourth brother favored his second son, Zhu Jiaokai, and intended to make him the crown prince. Xia Jin earnestly advised my fourth brother to make Zhu Jiaokai the crown prince, which displeased my fourth brother, who demoted him to the position of provincial governor in Guangxi. Zhu Jiaokai, that fellow, was also malicious. He slandered Xia Jin, accusing him of forming cliques and secretly meeting with the crown prince. My fourth brother was furious and ordered Ji Gang, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, to throw Xia Jin into the snow and freeze him to death. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh at the tragic fate of this renowned official. Fourth prince, look what you've done. We're already worried about not having enough men, and you gave him a great talent, and you drove him to his death. Zhu Yuanzhang slapped Yang'al Zhu Di on the head. The young Zhu Di, standing nearby, instinctively covered his head. Father, I'm innocent. You don't know Xia Jin's bad temper, his words are just too hurtful. Didn't you also dislike his speech and keep him idle at home for 10 years? At worst, I just go back and put up with him, not kill him. Can you please stop hitting me? Yang'al Zhu Di said aggrievedly, covering his head. You're our son, what's wrong with us hitting you a couple of times? Or do you think that just because you're emperor, you can disregard us? Zhu Yuanzhang was indignant, raising his hand as if to strike again. Yang'al Zhu Di quickly covered his head with his hands. Xiao Tian, tell me, did we really let Xia Jin stay idle at home for 10 years, as fourth brother said? Zhu Yuanzhang finally stopped fighting and turned to ask Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, my fourth brother wasn't wrong about that. Actually, you quite admired Xia Jin. It's just that he later did something that angered you. He submitted a memorial to plead for Li Shanchang. He was young and impetuous, and didn't even realize he was being used as a pawn. You didn't punish him much, you just had his father take him back home, retain his official position, and let him study for 10 years. Actually, you did this to preserve a talent for Zhu Yunwen, but unfortunately, Zhu Yunwen didn't give him any important positions. He had no choice but to turn to fourth brother. Xia Jin was undoubtedly a talented man, but he lacked workplace emotional intelligence and acted without considering the consequences. After all, he could emulate Wei Zheng, but not everyone could be Li Shiman. Interfering with the imperial succession was a major taboo throughout history, and a large part of the reason he ended up that way was due to his own actions. Qin Shi Huang echoed, if any minister of Qin dares to interfere with my decision on the succession, no matter how high their rank, I will chop off their heads. Speaking of which, I'd like to say a few more words. Fourth prince, what rules did we establish back then? The Zhu family's throne will always be established by the eldest son of the legitimate wife. Why do you want to change it to your second son? Are our words and rules just empty words to you? Zhu Yuanzhang flexed his right hand as he spoke, clearly wanting to give Yang'al Zhu Di another caress. Yang'al Emperor Zhu Di immediately took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, I was worried about Gao Kai's health back then. Besides, Gao Su has always resembled me, so it's normal for me to have a slight bias. But rest assured, I will never have that thought again. I will only pass the throne to Gao Qi in the future, Yang'al Emperor Zhu Di said with an embarrassed smile. Since learning that Zhu Gao Qi and his son Zhu Zanji would do well, and knowing that the scoundrel Zhu Gao Su would rebel, Yang'al Emperor Zhu Di's last remaining thought of changing the crown prince was completely dispelled. Alright, dear is not young anymore. Kongba, don't hit him so easily. Dear, you too, the first emperor is asking Xiao Tian a question, so don't get involved. Yang'al Emperor Zhu Di, feeling as if granted a pardon, quickly said, it was my rudeness. Your Majesty, please continue asking Xiao Tian your questions. Interrupted by Zhu Di, Qin Shi Huang momentarily forgot what else to ask. Fourth brother, you've kept the first emperor occupied for so long, shouldn't you offer something in return? Ren Xiaotian teased. That's unnecessary, Qin Shi Huang was interrupted by Ren Xiaotian before he could finish. Yang'al Emperor Zhu Di was taken aback. Offering something is certainly no problem, but what should I offer? I think paper making and printing are quite good. Qin still uses cumbersome bamboo slips. If we want to cultivate more talent for Qin, a good education is essential. Once Qin popularizes these two technologies, ordinary people will be able to afford to study. Unfortunately, I know nothing about these technologies, so I can only trouble you, fourth brother, Ren Xiaotian said. Ren Xiaotian could actually exchange for these two technologies from the system, but he wanted to conserve his points. Papermaking and printing were already quite advanced during the Ming dynasty, the technology could easily be transferred to Qin. Hey, what are you talking about? This small matter is all in my hands. Next time I'll bring 2 of the best craftsmen in the country as a gift from this junior to the first emperor, said Yang Zudi, patting his chest. Qin Shi Huang listened to their conversation with a blank expression. Paper sounded like it could replace bamboo slips for writing, but what was printing? Ren Xiaotian, noticing Qin Shi Huang's confusion, explained, paper is for writing, and it has advantages such as low cost, portability, and long shelf life. Printing is even simpler to understand. The principle is to combine small stamps, apply ink, and then press them onto paper. Books printed this way save a lot of labor and time compared to hand copying. Combining these 2 methods allows for the production of a large number of books in a short time, which can significantly improve the education rate in Qin and cultivate more talented individuals. After speaking, Ren Xiaotian returned to his room, retrieved a book, and handed it to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang first smelled the book, then carefully turned a page and gently stroked it a few times. This material looks extraordinary, isn't it a waste to use it for writing? Qin Shi Huang asked, examining the pristine white pages. You worry too much, Qin Shi Huang replied. This paper is made from grass, leaves, and tree bark. The cost is actually very low. The real value lies in the papermaking technique. Ren Xiaotian explained with a smile. This book. Qin Shi Huang carefully flipped through the book's contents. Accustomed to the small seal script, he frowned as he looked at the simplified characters. Ren Xiaotian had just casually picked up a book, but upon seeing the title on the cover, he was immediately alarmed and snatched it from Qin Shi Huang's hand. Qin Shi Huang, still bewildered, was taken aback by Ren Xiaotian's action. Qin Shi Huang couldn't read simplified Chinese characters, but Yongle Emperor Zudi could roughly understand them. He tilted his head and read out, word by word, Treasure Island Yang'e. Before he finished reading, Ren Xiaotian, as if he had wheels of fire on his feet, dashed into the room and put the book away. What's going on, Brother Tian? What book made you so nervous? Yongle Emperor Zudi asked, looking at the panting Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian feigned composure and replied, oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally took out my treasured storybook. It's a unique copy, very precious. Zhu Yuanzhang, intrigued, said, Xiaotian, let me see that book. A book you've treasured must be extraordinary. Ren Xiaotian chuckled and said, next time, uncle. I'll make a copy for you later. Don't forget, I love reading these kinds of strange tales, Zhu Yuanzhang insisted. Definitely, Ren Xiaotian said, relieved that he had gotten away with it. Mr. Xiaotian, I can't understand the characters used by people from later generations. What I want to ask is, how many characters could such a book contain? Qin Shi Huang wasn't concerned about what kind of book it was, he was more interested in the book itself. If we were to use later printing technology, that book alone would be 1,000,000 characters thick, equivalent to about 5 cartloads of bamboo slips from the Qin dynasty, Ren Xiaotian explained. So many! That thin book could contain so many characters. Qin Shi Huang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. That was printed using later technology. My fourth brother's technology couldn't produce that many characters, but a book could still hold hundreds of thousands of characters. Ren Xiaotian glanced questioningly at Yongle Emperor Zudi, who nodded in agreement. That's still quite a lot. I've truly witnessed a marvel today. I thank Mr. Xiaotian for passing on such important technology to my great Qin Shi Huang said, bowing slightly. Ren Xiaotian smiled and shook his head, saying, you should thank my fourth brother. After all, it was he who ultimately gave you the technology. I only offered a suggestion. There's nothing to thank me for. It's just a very ordinary thing. I'm quite happy that it can help the great Qin. After all, I also admire the first emperor. Yongle Zudi laughed heartily. Qin Shi Huang said solemnly, perhaps it's something ordinary to you, but it's extremely important to great Qin. I still want to thank you. Emperor Yongle, if you ever need help in the future, great Qin will certainly do its utmost. Yongle Zudi smiled and exchanged a few polite words, not taking Qin Shi Huang's words to heart. After all, he believed that the Ming dynasty was over 1,000 years more advanced than the Qin dynasty and wouldn't need their help. At this moment, Zhu Xiangying, holding Zhu Zhanji's little hand, walked out of the room and came before everyone. Uncle Xiaotian, when is dinner? Zhanji and I are hungry. After speaking to Ren Xiaotian, Zhu Xiangying looked around and noticed that Qin Shi Huang had also arrived. Grandpa Qin Shi Huang is here? Is this young man Uncle Fusu? Qin Shi Huang liked the polite little boy Zhu Xiangying very much. He bent down and patted Zhu Xiangying's little head. Xiangying, we meet again. After saying this, he pulled Fusu in front of Zhu Xiangying and said, this is your Uncle Fusu. Fusu, why don't you call him nephew? Although Fusu was old-fashioned, he also liked children. He smiled and said, what an adorable little boy. What's your name? My name is Zhu Xiangying, Zhu Xiangying replied. Then he pointed to Zhu Zhanji and said, this is my nephew, his name is Zhu Zhanji. Zhu Zanji looked timidly at Qin Shi Huang. After all, Qin Shi Huang was very tall and possessed an imperial aura, so it was normal for Zhu Zanji to be a little afraid. Zanji is my fourth brother's grandson, Xiangying is my uncle's grandson, and my fourth brother is my uncle's son, Ren Xiaotian quickly explained. Qin Shi Huang, who had initially understood, was now even more confused by Ren Xiaoshan's explanation. How come the son looks older than his father? Qin Shi Huang asked. Yang Zhu Di rolled his eyes. Although he wasn't young either, he was still several years younger than his father. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears. They came from different eras, so they're about the same age. Plus, my fourth brother looks older, so it's normal that you're mistaken. Yang Zhu Di was even more annoyed by Ren Xiaoshan's words. He couldn't help but touch his face. Did he really look that old? It seemed best to avoid personally leading troops into battle in the future. The constant exposure to wind and sun must be taking a toll on his skin. Ren Xiaotian then pulled the younger Zhu Di next to Yang Zhu Di, saying, "You see, they're actually the same person. It's just that the younger one came from my uncle's time, decades earlier than the older one. Brother Tian, if you say I'm old again, I'll get angry. Don't we look like the same person standing together?" Yang Zhu Di said, feigning displeasure. The younger Zhu Di quickly moved aside, surprised that he was so shameless at his age. It seems being emperor doesn't make one's skin thick. Ren Xiaotian then briefly explained the relationships between the people to Qin Shi Huang, who and Fusu finally understood. It's almost lunchtime. You two chat first, I'll go to the kitchen and cook a few dishes. We can eat and talk later. Ren Xiaotian finished speaking and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Uncle Xiaotian, wait for me, I'll go help you. Zhu Xiangying pulled Zhu Zanji along, but Zhu Zanji's expression clearly showed his reluctance. After Ren Xiaotian left, the remaining group stared at each other in silence, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Empress Ma broke the silence. Emperor Qin, let's go inside and have some tea. Xiaotian will have dinner ready soon. Kongba, dear, why don't you lead the way? Then I'll trouble this, sister-in-law. Qin Shi Huang didn't know how to address Empress Ma, so he simply called her sister-in-law. The group entered the room one after the other. After they entered the room, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Qin, we are about the same age, but you are our senior, so we must address you as Brother Ying. Qin Shi Huang, having experienced so much, had become quite philosophical about things. There was no real enmity between the Qin and Ming dynasties, separated by 1,000 years. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang greatly favored Zhu Xiangying, and by extension, he viewed Zhu Yuanzhang with more favor. Brother Zhu, to be honest, I envy you for having such a fine grandson as Xiangying. Looking at my bunch of good-for-nothing sons, sigh. Qin Shi Huang then glanced at Fusu. Fusu seemed indifferent to Qin Shi Huang's sudden mention of him. He had been scolded plenty of times, and Fusu was practically immune to such mild criticism. Hearing his grandson praised, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, Brother Ying, you flatter me. Actually, we haven't really managed Xiangying much. His grandmother and father are the ones who educate him, and he's very obedient, which has saved us a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but look at Empress Ma. Empress Ma wasn't particularly beautiful, but she possessed a virtuous and loving temperament, making her appear like a kind and tolerant woman. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but sigh. He, the mighty emperor of Qin, was so powerful, yet he still hadn't appointed an empress. If he had a woman like Empress Ma to manage his harem, perhaps he wouldn't be in this predicament of not being able to choose an heir. Qin Shi Huang shook his head, decisively abandoning the thought. Perhaps influenced by the events involving his mother, Zhao Ji, and Lao Ai in his youth, Qin Shi Huang lacked trust in any woman, even viewing them merely as tools for procreation. Changing his mindset now was probably impossible. Brother Zhu, you said Mr. Xiaotian could change Fusu's mindset. Is that really possible? Qin Shi Huang was genuinely unsure. If Fusu stubbornly adhered to Confucianism, he was truly hesitant to entrust the Qin dynasty to him. Zhu Yuanzhang, unsure for a moment, could only say, Brother Ying, we can't give you a definitive answer on this matter. After all, old habits die hard. No one can say for sure how much Fusu can change, but we will still do our best to help you. The young Zhu Di suddenly said, Father, First Emperor, why don't you two entrust Fusu to my care? I refuse to believe that putting him in the military camp for a while won't change his nature. Qin Shi Huang sighed, I have sent Fusu to the military camp before, but with little effect. You need to let him hone his skills at the lower levels for a while. I estimate that his previous visits to the military camp were merely formalities. After all, he is practically half the crown prince of Qin. Which officer would dare to truly train him? The young Zhu Di, having grown up in the military, was well aware of Fusu's behavior, a spoiled young master using the military for personal gain. Yao Guangxiao nodded slightly and said, This old monk also thinks that the military camp is a good place to temper one's character. What His Highness Prince Yan said is indeed an effective method. But this won't prevent Fusu from continuing his studies of Confucianism. I'm thinking of solving this problem at its root, Qin Shi Huang said, still appearing worried. Let's cultivate his manly spirit first. I'm tired of his current pedantic pronouncements. Once he's in the army, I'll give him a good workout, making sure he won't have time to study Confucianism anymore, Yang Zude said confidently. Yang Zude chimed in, you're right about his youth. If he practices until he falls asleep the moment his head hits the pillow, he won't have time to study Confucianism. Even if that doesn't work, there's still my elder brother. He's a well-read man, far superior to a rigid and ignorant Confucian like Qin Yu. Educating Fusu will be a piece of cake. Qin Shi Huang then cast a questioning glance at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, Brother Ying, the most successful thing in my life is having such a fine son as Biao. He is a Confucian scholar, while not a polymath, he is certainly accomplished. Biao is Confucian but not pedantic, and having been influenced by me for years, he has gained some experience in governing the country. Moreover, he is about the same age as Fusu, so there won't be any communication barriers. Brother Ying, you can completely trust him with Fusu. Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment before finally making his decision, then I will trouble Brother Zhu. Fusu is, after all, my eldest son, and I still have hope for him. Brother Ying, there's no need to be so polite. To be honest, I've always felt sorry for the Qin dynasty in history. Now that there's an opportunity to change all of that, I'll definitely help you, Zhu Yuanzhang said generously. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shi Huang exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. You're having a lively chat. Tell me what you were talking about. Just then, Ren Xiaotian entered carrying dishes, followed by Zhu Xiaoying and Zhu Zanji, each carrying a plate of cold dishes. Xiaoshan's here. We were just discussing Fusu with Brother Ying. Your presence is a good opportunity to offer your advice. Zhu Yuanzhang took the cold dishes from the two children and placed them on the table. You have a plan? Ren Xiaotian asked curiously. Zhu Yuanzhang told Ren Xiaotian about their discussion, and after thinking for a moment, Ren Xiaotian nodded. I really didn't expect this idea of joining the army. It must have been my fourth brother's, right? After all, he's the only one here who loves the battlefield so much. Young Zhu Di immediately stood up, saying, this idea was mine. Ren Xiaotian feigned doubt, saying, I'm not wrong, aren't you my fourth brother too? Young Zhu Di scratched his head and sat back down. He couldn't really refute Ren Xiaoshan's words, after all, Yang Zhu Di was Zhu Di, and so was he, but something still felt off. Ren Xiaotian said seriously, I think this method is quite good, and we can definitely give it a try. After all, Fusu is already in this state, so let's try anything, even if it's a last resort. If it still doesn't work, we'll have to carefully choose from among the first emperor's other sons. Fusu was startled upon hearing this, a strong sense of crisis washed over him. Whether he would be a suitable heir apparent is another matter, but if Qin Shi Huang truly abandoned him, where would he, the eldest son of the Qin dynasty, put his face? For the sake of his image, Fusu decided to temporarily learn from the Zhu family. He thought he would first get through this period and then promote Confucianism after successfully ascending to the throne. Everyone else was chatting, oblivious to Fusu's changing expression. Only the young Zhu Di noticed Fusu's subtle thoughts, but he wisely refrained from pointing it out. After all, Fusu wouldn't admit to something without evidence. Anyway, Fusu would soon be serving under him, and then he'd be completely at his mercy. The young Zhu Di was determined to teach Fusu a lesson, to see if he'd still be so arrogant. Shortly afterward, Ren Xiaotian brought out all the dishes. What are all these? I don't think I've ever seen them before. The first emperor of Qin hadn't paid any attention to the food during his last visit, and now, seeing this table full of unfamiliar dishes, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Haha, Brother Ying, don't be so kind. When we first arrived, there were quite a few vegetables we didn't recognize. It was only after Xiao Tian explained them to us that we understood. Look, this is a potato, a miraculous crop that yields thousands of kilograms per mu. This is a chili pepper. If you've never tasted spicy food, you shouldn't eat it. Both of these are crops from some America, we don't have them in China. Ren Xiaotian was about to explain to Qin Shi Huang when Zhu Yuanzhang spoke first. Qin Shi Huang picked up a piece of potato shreds with his chopsticks and exclaimed in shock, this little thing can yield thousands of kilograms per mu? Brother Zhu, you're not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Xiao Tian told me himself. He even promised to give me potato seeds last time. Isn't that right, Xiao Tian? Seeing that Qin Shi Huang didn't believe him, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly said to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, my uncle is right. Potatoes can indeed yield thousands of catties per mu. Not only potatoes, but also corn, tomatoes, and other crops can achieve yields of thousands of catties per mu. After saying this, Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 points from the system to exchange for seeds of these high-yield crops. Giving one to Zhu Yuanzhang was the same as giving one to Emperor Qin Shi Huang, so he might as well give one to Emperor Yangle Zhu as well. They were all Chinese, and Ren Xiaotian couldn't bear to see them starve to death. Uncle, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, fourth brother, I just got the seeds of these crops. You can each take some back. I will also teach you the habits and planting methods of these crops. After saying this, Ren Xiaotian looked at his points, which were nearly half gone, and his heart ached. Good lad. We've come so many times and you haven't given us anything, but you give it to us as soon as Emperor Qin Shi Huang arrives. I, as your uncle, have wasted my time spoiling you. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up angrily and slapped Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder several times. Ren Xiaotian winced in pain from the slap. Old Zhu, true to his military background, certainly had a heavy hand. Empress Ma quickly stood up and said, Zongba, what are you doing? Xiaotian already gave you the seeds, why are you hitting him? Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't angry to begin with, he was just joking with Ren Xiaotian. Seeing that Empress Ma was about to get angry, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly waved his hand and said, Sister, we were just joking with Xiaotian. We should be thanking him, how could we possibly hit him? Ren Xiaotian rubbed his shoulder and said, Uncle, you really went all out with your joke. I think you should give your share to my fourth brother. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately became anxious, why are you giving it to the fourth prince? He doesn't lack food. Just give it to me and brother Ying. Father, I'll only be living 20 years after you. How can I not lack food? Can you bear to see the people of our great Ming starve? Yangle Zhu, seeing that his father didn't even want to spare his share, quickly said, Then we'll share some with you. Take it back and plant it carefully. If you ruin it, we won't give you any more. Seeing that Yangle Zhu was even bringing up the people of the Great Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang could only reluctantly agree to give Zhu a portion. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes. This old Zhu was so stingy even with his own son. I'll put the seeds away for now. I'll give them to you when you return. Ren Xiaotian didn't immediately take the seeds from his system space. He planned to give them to take with them when they returned. After all, explaining the sudden appearance of a bunch of seeds would be quite troublesome. No one objected, and they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Brother Ying, try this tomato beef brisket. Brother Ying, try my pearl jade white jade soup. Zhu Yuanzhang, acting like a know-it-all, kept piling food into Qin Shi Huang's bowl. Qin Shi Huang was somewhat amused and exasperated. It wasn't that he hadn't enjoyed this treatment before, but previously it was always palace maids who served him food, and now it was a real change for a grown man to be serving him. Brother Zhu, I can do it myself. You should eat too. The two Zhu looked at Qin Shi Huang with envious eyes. Their father had only ever served food to their mother and eldest brother. As Zhu Yuanzhang's fourth son, he had never received such treatment. My mouth is on fire. Give me water. Fusu suddenly stood up and shouted, his tongue slurring, fanning his mouth with both hands. Have some of this. Ren Xiaotian took a can of ice-cold Sprite, opened the tab, and handed it to Fusu. Fusu quickly took the chili pepper and drank it down, letting out a long, satisfied burp afterward. Yangle Emperor Zhu said gleefully, You little rascal, your father told you not to eat chili peppers if you haven't tried them before, but you didn't listen. Now you've learned your lesson. Fusu hadn't missed Zhu Yuanzhang's words, but he hadn't taken them to heart. He thought chili peppers looked small and couldn't possibly have any power. Zhu Yuanzhang was just making a fuss. Hearing Zhu's teasing words, Fusu blushed deeply. After this little incident, both Qin Shi Huang and Fusu learned their lesson and vowed never to touch chili peppers again. After a satisfying meal, Qin Shi Huang let out a burp and, imitating Zhu Yuanzhang, picked his teeth with a toothpick. After eating today, I realize how much I wasted on my last visit. Mr. Xiaoshan's cooking is the best I've ever had. Qin Shi Huang patted his stomach and exclaimed. Customer Ying Zheng's approval earned, points plus 300. Looking at the points credited to his account, Ren Xiaotian finally felt a little better. After all, even a small amount is still something. I'm glad you enjoyed your meal. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, did you make any arrangements before you came? I mentioned last time that I would take you for a checkup, which would probably take a few days. Qin Shi Huang nodded and said, Everything is arranged. During my absence from the palace, Feng Quji and Meng Yi will handle state affairs, and military matters will be entrusted to Meng Tian and Wang Ben. I believe there won't be any problems in the next few days. That's good. Everyone can rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I can take you all for a tour of the later world, Ren Xiaotian said to everyone. Uncle Xiaotian, can we go to the amusement park? Zhu Xiangying asked expectantly. Xiangying, tomorrow I'm taking the first emperor for a medical checkup. You've been to the later world several times before, so I'll give you some money tomorrow. You can take a taxi to the amusement park with your grandparents, uncles, and nephews. We'll come find you after the checkup, okay? Yay! Let's go to the amusement park tomorrow. Zhu Xiangying shouted excitedly. Everyone, get some rest early tonight. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Although it wasn't evening yet, Ren Xiaotian still gave this instruction, considering tomorrow's schedule would be quite tight. Then, Ren Xiaotian looked at Qin Shi Huang and said, "Your Majesty, after dark, please don't eat or drink anything. There might be a blood test tomorrow." "I understand." Qin Shi Huang was somewhat puzzled about why a blood test was necessary, but trusting Ren Xiaotian, he nodded. Yang Zhude stood up and stretched. "I can't sleep this early. I'll go back to watching TV." After saying this, he walked out, patting the young Zhude on the shoulder as he passed by. "Go help Tiandi clear the dishes later. I'm leaving now." "What did you say?" The young Zhude was furious upon hearing this. He was, after all, the Prince of Yan of the Ming dynasty. When had he ever done such chores? Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but chuckle at this. This Zhude was so irresponsible. Why did he enjoy tormenting his younger self so much? "Alright, fourth brother, I can handle this myself. You didn't sleep a wink last night, go and get some rest." Yang Zhude chuckled but didn't reply, strode out of the room. Yao Guangxiao, seeing this, also rose, bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang, and followed Yang Zhude out. Ren Xiaotian said to the young Zhude, "Fourth brother is just teasing you, don't take it seriously." The young Zhude then sat down, asking curiously, "What kind of TV series is he talking about?" "It's complicated to explain. If you're really curious, just go watch it with him," Ren Xiaotian said. Young Zhude snorted arrogantly, "I'm not going to watch it with him." "Fine, don't bother explaining." Zhu Yuanzhang, still favoring his son Zhude, stood up and said, "This fourth son, he doesn't even invite us to the movies. Come on, let's go too." He then winked at Empress Ma, who understood and stood up as well. "Emperor Qin, our family will take our leave now," Empress Ma said apologetically to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang clearly had little interest in the movie and TV series they were talking about. He was more concerned about his health. "Brother Zhu, sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll go rest later," Qin Shi Huang said. Zhu Yuanzhang led his entire family out of the room, leaving only Ren Xiaotian and his two companions in the once lively room. Fusu also wanted to join the fun and see what the TV series they were talking about was, but with Qin Shi Huang nearby, he dared not wander off. "Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I will now take you to your rooms," Ren Xiaotian said. "Thank you, Mr. Ren." Ren Xiaotian led Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his entourage to the guest room and showed them how to turn the lights on and off and how to use the toilet. After learning, Fusu kept turning the lights on and off, and unsurprisingly, he was scolded by Emperor Qin Shi Huang again. "You two should rest early tonight. I will come to wake you tomorrow morning." After saying this, Ren Xiaotian left the guest room and went back to clean up the dishes. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Ren Xiaotian was woken by his alarm clock. As he stepped out of his room to wash up, he found Qin Shi Huang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Yang Emperor Zhude already chatting in the courtyard. "Why are you all up so early?" Ren Xiaotian asked in surprise. "Is this early? At this time of day, I'm usually already reviewing memorials," Qin Shi Huang said, puzzled. Ren Xiaotian had forgotten that Qin Shi Huang was also a workaholic. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang and his son, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, it seemed the two hadn't slept all night. Yang Emperor Zhude, somewhat embarrassed by Ren Xiaotian's gaze, said, "The TV series was really good. Before I knew it, I'd watched it all night again. I'm not saying this to criticize you two, but you're both so old. Aren't you afraid of having a stroke from staying up so late?" Ren Xiaotian said irritably. Zhu Yuanzhang, somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly said, "It's all fourth brother's fault. We said we'd only watch 2 episodes, but this kid seemed determined to keep watching, so we had no choice but to watch along. Alright, you guys can sleep in the car for a while. I'll wash up and call the others, then we'll set off." Ren Xiaotian was too lazy to say anything more to the two of them. Half an hour later, everyone had finally arrived, and Ren Xiaotian's minivan was packed full. Everyone had changed into the modern clothes Ren Xiaotian had prepared, only able to cover their hair with hats. Ren Xiaotian started the engine and said, "Then let's go, everyone sit tight." The minivan passed through the passageway into the modern world, and Ren Xiaotian immediately drove towards the hospital. Except for Empress Ma and Zhu Xiaoying, everyone in the car was in the modern world for the first time, and they were all captivated by the bustling traffic and towering buildings. "Is this the China of later generations?" Qin Shi Huang murmured, gazing at the towering skyscrapers. "This has truly broadened my horizons. By the way, Xiaotian, all the cars we've seen along the way look much nicer than yours." Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the cars on the road, his eyes starting to ache after a while. Ren Xiaotian said awkwardly, "Uncle, their cars are worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. My beat-up car is just a second-hand one I bought for 20 or 30,000. Of course, it can't compare to theirs." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and said, "Next time I'll bring you some gold. You should buy a nice car. This one is too uncomfortable." "Okay, thank you then." Ren Xiaotian clearly wasn't serious. He specifically found a mobile phone shop, got out of the car, bought a phone, and handed it to Zhu Xiangying. Xiangying, take this phone. We'll contact you after our appointment. Zhu Xiangying put the phone away and said, don't worry, Uncle Xiao Tian. Later, you and Auntie should take good care of my uncle and the others, and make sure they don't get into any conflicts. Ren Xiao Tian said, glancing at the young Zhu Di, who was the most impatient of the group. Upon arriving at the hospital, since none of them could drive, Ren Xiao Tian had to call a ride-hailing service. After giving the driver a few more instructions, the ride-hailing car took the Zhu family towards the amusement park. What's that smell? It's very unpleasant to me. Upon entering the hospital lobby, the pungent smell of disinfectant made Qin Shi Huang frown. It smells like disinfectant, please bear with it, that's how hospitals smell. Also, if you keep calling yourself the Emperor in the hospital, people might think you're crazy, Ren Xiaotian said. The Emperor. I understand. It has to be said, there were a lot of people at this top-tier hospital. Ren Xiaotian spent nearly half an hour just waiting to register. Then came the blood tests, the CT scan, and the ultrasound. Ren Xiaotian was running around and was exhausted. After all the tests were done, Ren Xiaotian collapsed into a chair, too tired to move. After all the results came back, Ren Xiaotian, exhausted, went to see the doctor. The doctor carefully reviewed Qin Shi Huang's examination results and said seriously, are you a relative of the patient? Has the patient himself arrived? Ren Xiaotian was taken aback by the question and said, I'm his nephew. The patient is waiting outside and hasn't come in yet. Should I call him in? The doctor shook his head and said, the patient isn't young anymore. I'm afraid he can't accept this result, so I'll tell you anyway. Ren Xiaotian immediately became anxious upon hearing this. What's wrong, doctor? What disease does he have? Judging from the CT scan, the patient likely has lung cancer, and it has already metastasized to multiple sites. It's now basically confirmed to be stage 4 cancer, and the situation is extremely dangerous. The doctor explained to Ren Xiaotian, pointing to the shadows on the CT scan. Then what can we do? How much longer can he live? Ren Xiaotian panicked upon hearing this devastating news. That varies from person to person, but in the most optimistic case, he has about a year to live, the doctor said, shaking his head. Can he have surgery? Surgery wouldn't be very effective in his condition, and his body might not be able to withstand it. My suggestion is to use targeted therapy and chemotherapy to prolong his life as much as possible, the doctor replied. I'll go back and think about it. After saying this, Ren Xiaotian walked out of the doctor's office, looking dejected. Seeing Ren Xiaotian come out, Qin Shi Huang immediately went to greet him. How are you, Mr. Xiaotian? Why do you look so down? Ren Xiaotian forced himself to cheer up, opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't speak. Is my body failing me? It's alright, just tell me the truth. Seeing Ren Xiaotian's expression, Qin Shi Huang understood. Ren Xiaotian sighed. There was no need to hide it now. Qin Shi Huang's health was ultimately his own responsibility. The doctor said your illness is very serious. The best case scenario is that you live for another year, and the worst case scenario is that you could die at any moment. How could that be? Father's health is absolutely fine. It must be that quack doctor who didn't treat you properly. Upon hearing this news, Fu Su rushed forward, grabbed Ren Xiaotian by the collar, and roared. Fu Su, how dare you be so rude? Release Mr. Xiaotian at once. Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing this news, remained calm, only displeased with Fu Su's rudeness. Fu Su then reluctantly released Ren Xiaotian. Mr. Xiaotian, I had already anticipated this outcome. My health has been deteriorating these past 2 years, and I've only managed to hold on until today by sheer willpower. Qin Shi Huang patted Ren Xiaotian on the shoulder and continued, I'm not afraid of death, but I regret not seeing the future of Qin. I entrust this good-for-nothing child, Fu Su, to you. I hope you will grant me one last request. You must educate him into a qualified ruler. Ren Xiaotian choked back tears and said, Emperor Qin, you. Qin Shi Huang raised his hand to interrupt Ren Xiaotian. No need to say more. Before I leave, I will help Sir remove all obstacles. History must never repeat itself. I will bear all the blame then. After saying this, Qin Shi Huang's previously somewhat hunched posture straightened up again, as if the iron-fisted monarch who had swept across the 6 kingdoms had returned. Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth and took out a small box from his inner jacket pocket. Qin Shi Huang asked curiously, what is this? This is a longevity pill. I obtained it by chance. This pill can cure all diseases and prolong life. Qin Shi Huang gave Ren Xiaotian a strange look and said, but didn't you tell me that all pills are poisonous? How come you believe it now? Ren Xiaotian explained, this pill is different from the ones made by alchemists using heavy metals. Mine really can prolong life. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang was still somewhat skeptical, Ren Xiaotian pretended to put it away, saying, just tell me if you want to eat it or not. I only have one. I originally wanted to keep it for myself. If you don't want it, I'll keep it. Alright, I'll eat it. I trust you wouldn't harm me, sir. Qin Shi Huang took the pill from Ren Xiaotian. As Qin Shi Huang swallowed the pill, a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he were in a hot spring. Ren Xiaotian and Fusa stared intently at Qin Shi Huang, fearing something might suddenly happen to him. After about 5 minutes, Qin Shi Huang suddenly began coughing violently, as if his lungs were about to burst. How are you feeling? Ren Xiaotian asked with concern, as he didn't know what the reaction would be after taking the longevity pill. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand without speaking, vomiting a bunch of grayish-white substance. Miraculously, the coughing stopped after he vomited. Quick, help me to the outhouse, Qin Shi Huang said after vomiting. Ren Xiaotian quickly led him to the outhouse. As soon as the door closed, Ren Xiaotian heard a crackling sound inside, followed by a putrid stench that almost knocked him over. Ren Xiaotian quickly pinched his nose and ran out of the outhouse. How is father? Fusu asked anxiously. Ren Xiaotian pointed inside without speaking. Fusu hurriedly went into the toilet, and less than 3 seconds later, he rushed out, pinching his nose. During the time before Qin Shi Huang came out, everyone who wanted to use the toilet was turned away by the stench, even the cleaning man. What did that guy in there eat? He pooped so badly. The cleaning man muttered from the doorway. Ren Xiaotian almost burst out laughing. Under the cleaning man's resentful gaze, Qin Shi Huang finally emerged. What's that guy doing? Why is he staring at me like that? Qin Shi Huang whispered in Ren Xiaoshan's ear. Ren Xiaotian pinched his nose and moved aside, saying, he's the toilet cleaner. You can smell how bad this toilet smells after you pooped here. Of course he's annoyed. Qin Shi Huang raised his arm and sniffed it, almost vomiting again. Forget about these clothes, let's go buy a new one later, Ren Xiaotian said disdainfully. Fusu was, after all, Qin Shi Huang's biological son. He took a deep breath and came to Qin Shi Huang's side, asking, Father, how are you feeling? Qin Shi Huang patted himself, delighted, and said, Mr. Ren, this medicine is truly miraculous. I feel refreshed and all my discomfort has vanished. Ren Xiaotian quickly stopped him, saying, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. If someone discovers you've suddenly recovered from a serious illness, they'll probably seize you and dissect you for research. Then he muttered to himself, if I'd known I'd take this elixir, why did I even bother with this checkup? It's cost me all this money. Qin Shi Huang heard Ren Xiaoshan's words and laughed, it's alright. When we get back, I'll give you a few more pieces of gold, just like I did with Brother Zhu. I was just venting. I don't know where I'd spend the gold anyway, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Ren Xiaotian smiled and then added, you've just recovered. Let's rest here a bit longer, and then we'll go find my uncle and the others later. Qin Shi Huang shook his head and said, no need to rest, I'm in great spirits, just a little hungry. Having spent so long in the toilet, his stomach was completely empty. It would be strange if Qin Shi Huang wasn't hungry. Alright, let's go find my uncles now, and I'll buy you some food along the way, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Extending Qin Shi Huang's lifespan, the course of Qin history has been greatly altered, points plus 1000. Ren Xiaotian was surprised to hear the system notification. This was the most points he had ever received. System, why are there so many points this time? Qin Shi Huang's lifespan has been extended, thus changing the fate of the Qin dynasty's demise after only 2 generations. It's only right that the host receives 1000 points. If the host thinks it's too much, I can take some back. No, I was just asking. I finally got so many points, and you want them back. Although he lost the longevity pill, he had at least made up for the points he exchanged for the seeds, and Ren Xiaoshan's mood improved considerably. In high spirits, Ren Xiaotian took Qin Shi Huang to McDonald's near the hospital for a meal. Qin Shi Huang was clearly starving. He ate most of the 2 family buckets he ordered. Emperor Qin, do you like this stuff? Ren Xiaotian asked curiously. Qin Shi Huang shook his head, the taste is just so-so, far worse than your cooking. I was just really hungry. Ren Xiaotian was both amused and exasperated. Had he given him some kind of longevity pill or digestive aid? After packing another family bucket for old Zhu's family, Ren Xiaotian drove straight to the amusement park. Xiang Ying, we're at the amusement park. Where are you? Upon arriving at the amusement park, Ren Xiaotian parked the car and dialed Zhu Xiang Ying's number. Xiaotian, we're down at the roller coaster. Xiang Ying's up there playing. Come find us. Zhu Yuanzhang answered the phone, but his voice sounded tired. Ren Xiaotian bought 3 tickets and took Qin Shi Huang and his son into the amusement park. Upon arriving at the roller coaster entrance, Ren Xiaotian immediately spotted Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. Zhu Yuanzhang sat pale-faced in a chair, while Empress Ma fanned him with a fan. What's wrong with my uncle? He looks terrible. Ren Xiaotian handed Empress Ma a McDonald's Coke and asked. I don't know either. He just came back from that roller coaster and he's like this. I had a lot of trouble getting him over here. is Kongba alright? Empress Ma said anxiously. Uncle, tell me where you feel unwell. If it gets worse, we'll go to the hospital. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's condition, Ren Xiaotian was also getting worried. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand weakly and said, I'm fine, it's just that my stomach is churning a lot, and my head is a little dizzy. Ugh. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly vomited. Ren Xiaotian quickly grabbed a plastic bag for him to catch it. After vomiting, Zhu Yuanzhang wiped his mouth, and his spirits seemed to have recovered considerably. Ren Xiaotian roughly understood what had happened. He teased, Uncle, you've fought battles your whole life and ridden horses a lot, haven't you? How come you got carsick on a roller coaster? Then he said to Empress Ma, Aunt, don't worry, my uncle just isn't used to roller coasters, so he's just like someone who gets carsick. He'll be fine after a rest. I don't know what's so fun about this roller coaster. Xiang Ying rode it 3 times and still wouldn't leave, so we got curious and tried it too, and who knew it would turn out like this? Zhu Yuanzhang complained. It's alright, it's normal, don't feel embarrassed. By the way, where are my 4th brother and the others? Ren Xiaotian glanced around and, not seeing Zhu Di, asked casually. Oh, the 3 of them got bored and went somewhere else. I gave him my phone before they left, Xiaotian, you can contact him, Empress Ma said. In this huge amusement park, Ren Xiaotian was genuinely worried they might get lost, so he quickly called Zhu Di. Strangely, no one answered after several calls, and he had no idea what the 3 of them were doing. Ren Xiaotian grew anxious. If something happened to Zhu Di and the others, it would be a real problem. And, please keep an eye on my uncle here and don't leave this spot. I couldn't get through to my 4th brother and the others, I'll go find them. Empress Ma nodded and said, Xiaotian, don't worry. You go find Deer and the others first. I'll take care of Kongba and Xiang Ying. Unable to locate Zhu Di and his companions, Ren Xiaotian and his 2 companions could only search aimlessly. 20 minutes later, as they passed the carousel, they noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in some commotion. Ren Xiaotian, however, had no interest in joining the fray. Just as they were about to move on to the next spot, Qin Shi Huang, taking advantage of his height, spotted a familiar bald head in the crowd. He quickly said to Ren Xiaotian, Isn't that Zhu Di and the others? Ren Xiaotian looked in the direction Qin Shi Huang was pointing and saw 2 Zhu Dis and Yao Guangxiao arguing in the crowd, seemingly embroiled in some trouble. Excuse me, let's go through, Ren Xiaotian said, struggling to push through the crowd. Once inside, Ren Xiaotian found the young Zhu Di arguing heatedly with a young woman, while Yanl Zhu Di and Yao Guangxiao stood awkwardly behind him. Ren Xiaotian patted Yanl Zhu Di on the shoulder and whispered, 4th brother, what happened? Yanl Zhu Di turned around and saw it was Ren Xiaotian. He pointed to the younger Zhu Di and explained, the 3 of us were strolling around here when he started taking pictures of everything with his phone. Then this girl suddenly rushed out and said he took her picture without her permission. She's blocking our way and demanding an explanation. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian roughly understood the situation. He said to Yanl Zhu Di, leave this to me. Then Ren Xiaotian stepped forward and said to the girl, Miss, there must be some misunderstanding. My 4th brother is definitely not that kind of person. The younger Zhu Di turned around in surprise upon hearing the voice and saw it was Ren Xiaotian. He immediately felt reassured. After all, he was new to this place and unfamiliar with the situation in the future. Coupled with the girl's antics, he was completely confused and unable to explain himself clearly. You're the one who's a miss, your whole family are miss. I saw him taking pictures of me without my consent. He was filming under my skirt the whole time I was on the carousel. Who are you to him, speaking up for him like this? The girl's confident demeanor made Ren Xiaotian uneasy. Could it really be that Zhu Di had taken pictures of her without her consent? This girl wasn't even that pretty. If Zhu Di really had taken pictures of her without her consent, then he should be dealt with accordingly, whether it was an apology or compensation. Ren Xiaotian would absolutely not show him any favoritism. Thinking this, Ren Xiaotian beckoned to the young Zhu Di and said, 4th brother, give me the phone. The young Zhu Di quickly handed the phone to Ren Xiaotian as if it were a hot potato. Ren Xiaotian, holding the phone, said to the girl, Miss, big sister, come and take a look together, let's see if he really took pictures of you without your consent. The girl refused, saying, I'm not going over there. Who knows if you'll take advantage of me. Ren Xiaotian, left with no other option, held out his phone, saying, fine, I won't go over then. Look for it yourself. The girl took the phone and started looking through it. After a while, the girl clearly hadn't found what she was looking for and said disgruntledly, who knows if he deleted it. This much time is enough for him to destroy the evidence. This phone has a photo recycle bin function. Why don't you check if it's there? Ren Xiaotian patiently explained. The girl searched the recycle bin again but still couldn't find the secretly taken photos. However, she stubbornly insisted, couldn't he have saved them to a cloud drive? Ma'am, I just bought this phone this morning. There's no cloud drive app on it, okay? Besides, how confident are you to keep assuming someone secretly took your picture? Ren Xiaotian was starting to lose his temper and said irritably, "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm framing him? What good will it do me, a grown woman, to spread such rumors? This guy was clearly a pervert taking pictures of me without my consent, and now it's my fault?" The girl yelled at Ren Xiaotian, hands on her hips. "Everyone, come and judge. This pervert took pictures of me without my consent, and now I'm accusing him of framing him? Is there no law anymore?" Seeing that Ren Xiaotian wouldn't respond, the girl addressed the onlookers, trying to force him to compromise through public opinion. At this moment, an elderly woman in the crowd spoke up, "Young lady, they've already shown you their phone, and you haven't found any evidence that they took pictures of you without your consent. Don't keep harping on it. That's right, you need to catch a thief red-handed. Without any evidence, what makes you think they took pictures of you? Look at your face. If it were me, I'd want to throw up after just a couple of looks. Do you really think you're some kind of goddess? Well, who knows, maybe some people like her. There are all kinds of people these days. Don't jump to conclusions." After the elderly woman started it, people began to discuss it animatedly. Seeing that no one spoke up for her, the girl suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears, crying, "You're all in cahoots. Not a single one of you is good. I don't care, this guy secretly filmed me, I'm calling the police to have him arrested." Ren Xiaotian didn't bother explaining anymore and simply said, "Coincidentally, I was just about to call the police too. I'm going to settle this with you today." Ren Xiaotian then dialed the police, briefly explained the situation, and found a place to sit down and wait for the police to arrive. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian had called the police, the onlookers all left the scene. After all, no one wanted to get involved in such trouble while having a good time. The local police officers arrived at the scene within minutes. Upon seeing the police officers arrive, the girl immediately rushed to the head officer and shouted, "Officer, you've come at the right time. Arrest that pervert quickly, and it would be best if he spent a few days in jail so he can take more pictures of me. We need to investigate the specific circumstances in detail. We can't just rely on your side of the story. Besides, we don't have the authority to arbitrarily put people in jail, that's the job of the courts," the head officer said. "You're not going to side with this pervert too, are you? With that attitude, I'll file a complaint against you," the girl shouted, throwing a tantrum. The head sheriff wasn't going to let the girl get away with it. Pointing to his badge number, he said, "Remember my badge number. Go ahead and file a complaint if you want. But I'll still handle this case truthfully. I won't side with you just because you want to complain." Young Emperor Zhu nodded to himself, then whispered to Ren Xiaotian, "This officer is good. Just based on his upright and incorruptible character, he'd be a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice back home. Alright, fourth brother, stop talking nonsense. He's not going to come back to the Ming dynasty with you." Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, the police chief approached the group and said, "Are you sure you didn't take any photos of that lady? Why is she so insistent that you did?" Ren Xiaotian explained helplessly, "Officer, my fourth brother and a few others just took a few photos casually while we were playing around. We didn't take any photos of her, let alone secretly. None of the photos show her in the background. We showed her our phones, but she's still insisting on blaming us." The police chief nodded and said, "Right now, she's clearly not accepting mediation. You guys come with me to investigate. If it really wasn't you, we definitely won't wrongly accuse you." "Of course, no problem," Ren Xiaotian said, "but we have some family members waiting for us at the roller coaster. Could we take them with us? I'm worried they might get lost and we won't be able to contact them." The police chief naturally wouldn't refuse Ren Xiaoshan's reasonable request, so Ren Xiaotian went back and called Zhu Yuanzhang and the others. The sheriff clearly hadn't expected Ren Xiaoshan's group to be so large. The police car couldn't fit everyone, so he reluctantly agreed to let Ren Xiaotian drive his own car to the police station. "Xiaotian, what happened? Why did the police have to be called?" Empress Ma asked anxiously as soon as she got into the car. "Don't worry, I called the police. We're just going to cooperate with the investigation." Ren Xiaotian then explained the situation to the group in detail. "Impossible. Dear wouldn't be that kind of person. That girl must have made a mistake," Empress Ma said. "I also believe fourth brother isn't that kind of person, but that girl insisted that fourth brother was the one who secretly photographed her. So we can only cooperate with the police investigation," Ren Xiaotian said, somewhat helplessly. She clearly already knows it wasn't fourth brother who did it, so what benefit does she gain from doing this? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, puzzled. "Don't ask me about that. I want to know what she's thinking," Ren Xiaotian replied. The group arrived at the police station. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Xiangying, and the other elderly, weak, women, and children were taken to the waiting room by the officers. Only Ren Xiaotian and the three individuals involved were questioned. Ren Xiaotian handed his phone to an officer, who then went to recover the data. The police chief, a seasoned veteran, could tell from the calm demeanor of Ren Xiaotian and the others that they hadn't committed any illegal acts. However, everything required evidence, and he couldn't simply let them go. Let's see what you have to say after the data is recovered. I said you took the photo secretly, so it's definitely true, the girl who arrived at the police station said smugly, legs crossed. Ren Xiaotian glanced at her but didn't say anything. The girl seemed enraged by Ren Xiaoshan's indifference. You! Before she could say anything, she was interrupted by a police officer who pushed open the door. The officer who entered placed his phone on the table, leaned down, and whispered a few words in the sergeant's ear. The sergeant nodded, picked up the phone, and examined it for a moment before saying to the group, "The data has been recovered. How is it? Did you find evidence that they took photos of me without my consent?" The young woman asked impatiently. "I'm sorry, ma'am. We didn't find the photos you mentioned. They only contain other photos taken by others," the sergeant said sternly. "What? How is that possible? They must have taken photos of me without my consent. You must have made a mistake." The young woman was stunned, but she persisted. The sheriff, ignoring her, turned to Ren Xiaotian and said, "Sorry for taking up so much of your time. The investigation has now concluded that you are indeed innocent." Ren Xiaotian grinned and said, "It's nothing, it's good that the matter has been resolved. It saves us from being labeled as perverts." Then, Ren Xiaotian looked at the girl and said, "Since we've been wronged, shouldn't this lady apologize to us?" "You want me to apologize? No way. Even if you didn't take pictures of me this time, who knows if you won't next time? You men are the most disgusting. What wouldn't you do?" The girl immediately bristled at Ren Xiaoshan's words. "Do officers have the right to force her to apologize to us?" Ren Xiaotian asked. The sheriff smiled wryly, "We don't have that right. If you want her to apologize, you'll have to go through the courts." Ren Xiaotian and his colleagues felt furious but helpless. Perhaps it was precisely because the cost of spreading rumors was so low that this girl was so brazen. "If there's nothing else, can we leave?" Ren Xiaotian really didn't want to see the girl's face again and just wanted to get as far away from her as possible. "Of course, the matter has been investigated and cleared up. You can sign this document and leave," the sheriff replied. Ren Xiaotian signed his name with a flourish and quickly left the investigation room with Zhu Di and the other two. After picking up Zhu Yuanzhang and the others in the lounge, Ren Xiaotian drove back to his courtyard. He had originally brought everyone here happily, but this whole mess had happened, leaving Ren Xiaotian quite annoyed. "Is everything resolved? How did the officials handle it?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. "Don't even mention it. That weirdo made me so angry." "In the end, she didn't even apologize," Ren Xiaotian said irritably. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in astonishment, "So the officials just released her? What else could they do? They couldn't just arrest her, could they? Unless I sue her in court, it would just be left like this. But going to court for something so trivial, who knows how long it would take to finish? I don't have the energy to keep following this," Ren Xiaotian said dejectedly. "Couldn't they just accuse her of false accusation and sentence her to the same punishment? Such a small case would be resolved on the spot in our Ming dynasty. Why is it so troublesome in your later generations?" Zhu Yuanzhang clicked his tongue twice and said, "You yourself said it was your time. Here, we don't have the crime of retaliation, so these kinds of cases are very troublesome. In the end, it wastes a lot of time and energy, and the best result is just a half-hearted apology completely not worth it." Qin Shi Huang shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "It seems your later laws don't entirely apply to the Qin dynasty. It seems I need to think this over carefully. I told you before, different periods apply different laws. You can't simply copy our laws now," Ren Xiaotian said. "The women here are truly terrifying. I don't want to come here again." Young Zhu Di was still shaken. The feeling of being overwhelmed by that girl was truly frightening. "Fourth brother, don't generalize. People like that are rare. At least before today, I'd only seen such oddballs online. You just had bad luck," Ren Xiaotian said. "Anyway, whoever wants to come can come, I'm not coming again." Young Zhu Di shook his head frantically. Back in the courtyard, Ren Xiaotian parked the car. After this little incident, everyone was no longer as cheerful as before, their faces all drooping. All right, it was just a little accident, don't be angry. How about we have hot pot tonight?" Ren Xiaotian encouraged everyone. "Xiaotian, get us an extra spicy pot, and some tripe too. Brother Tian, I'm not picky about anything else, just give me 2 extra plates of mutton." Hearing Ren Xiaotian mention hot pot, Zhu Yuanzhang and Yang Zhu Di immediately perked up. Fusu, however, looked completely bewildered, having no idea what Ren Xiaotian meant by hot pot. "Mr. Xiaotian, you know I can't eat spicy food, so please prepare something light for me." Although Qin Shi Huang didn't know what hot pot was, he pretended to have eaten it to avoid embarrassing Zhu Yuanzhang. "No problem, I guarantee everyone will be satisfied today," Ren Xiaotian said with a smile. Young Zhu Di was still sullen. He said, "I don't have an appetite, so I won't eat tonight. I'm going back to my room to sleep." He turned and walked towards his room. Ren Xiaotian was about to follow him when Empress Mu stopped him. It's alright, Xiaotian, that's just Dare's personality. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep. You don't need to worry about him too much. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian finally relaxed. The fourth customer is about to arrive. Please prepare to receive them. Just as Ren Xiaotian was about to go to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot that evening, the system notification sounded. Seeing Ren Xiaotian standing there in a daze, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly asked, "What's wrong, Xiaotian? Why are you suddenly stunned?" Ren Xiaotian smiled mysteriously and said, "Nothing, it's just that a new customer is coming." "Oh? Who's coming?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked, very curious. Ren Xiaotian shook his head, "I don't know who's coming. How about we have a guessing game?" Yanl Zudi also became interested and asked, "What kind of guessing game is it? What's the reward for guessing correctly?" "The person who guesses correctly can enjoy the Emperor's treatment here for a day, and everyone else will have to follow his orders. How about that?" Ren Xiaoshan's mind raced, and he came up with a clever idea. "How can that be? Even if I guess right, I wouldn't dare order my father and mother around." Yanl Zudi quickly refused. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, said nonchalantly, "I think Xiaoshan's suggestion is good. Fourth Prince, if you can beat us, you can order them around without a second thought. Then it's settled. If no one guesses the Emperor correctly, whoever guesses the dynasty correctly wins," Ren Xiaotian said. After saying that, he went back to his room and took out several slips of paper, handing them to everyone. "Everyone, write your answers on these slips of paper." Then he looked at Qin Shi Huang and his son, saying, "The first emperor doesn't know what dynasties came after, so they won't participate. How about we have them be the referees this time?" Everyone had no objections, except for Fusu, who seemed a little disappointed that he couldn't participate. Ren Xiaotian was the first to write his name on a slip of paper and hand it to Qin Shi Huang, and everyone else followed suit. Before long, Qin Shi Huang held up a few slips of paper and said with a smile, "Let me see who will win in the end. No one can cheat. I will supervise the process." Qin Shi Huang opened the slip of paper and said, "Brother Zhu wrote Li Shaiman of the Tang dynasty, Mr. Xiaotian wrote Lu Che of the Western Han dynasty, Zhu De wrote Zhao Su of the Song dynasty, my sister-in-law wrote Wu Zaishan of the Tang dynasty, and Yao Guangxiao wrote the name of the Qing dynasty, without mentioning the emperor's name." Then, Qin Shi Huang seemed to notice something amiss and asked, "They're all emperors of the Tang dynasty, so why don't Li Shaiman and Wu Zaishan have the same surname?" This is quite complicated to explain. Wu Zaishan was originally Li Shaiman's concubine, and later became the empress of Li Shaiman's son, Emperor Jiaozong of Tang, Li Ji. After Li Ji died, she simply declared herself empress and changed the dynasty name to Zhou, but in the end, she returned the throne to a member of the Li family. So, we generally say she was from the Tang dynasty, Ren Xiaotian explained. Qin Shi Huang was speechless at this confusing relationship, thinking to himself, "These people of the Tang dynasty really know how to play games. Can a woman be an empress? Wouldn't the country be in chaos?" Qin Shi Huang asked again. "Brother Ying, you know what, Wu Zaishan was generally a better emperor than most others. Although her harem was a bit chaotic, she was still a relatively good emperor during her reign," Zhu Yuanzhang interjected. Ren Xiaotian echoed, "Actually, the reason she received so much attention is because she was a woman who became emperor. After all, many women in history wanted to be emperor, but in the end, only she succeeded. Was she the only female emperor to successfully ascend the throne in later generations? It seems Wu Zaishan was indeed an extraordinary woman. I must meet her sometime," Qin Shi Huang said curiously. There were quite a few women who almost ascended the throne, such as Empress Lu, Empress Wei, Princess Taiping, Lu Yi, and that old witch from the Qing dynasty. They were almost one step away from becoming emperor, but for various reasons, they couldn't take that step. So, in the true sense, only Wu Zaishan is a female emperor, Ren Xiaotian said. Qin Shi Huang nodded. He hadn't expected history to be so convoluted. He'd definitely ask Ren Xiaotian for some history books later, since he knew nothing about the emperors of later dynasties, and he didn't want to embarrass himself and lose face for the Qin dynasty. Ren Xiaotian looked at Yao Guangxiao curiously and asked, "Master, why did you guess it was the emperor of the Qing dynasty?" Yao Guangxiao smiled slightly and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter who came. This old monk wrote about the Qing dynasty simply because I wanted to see what the Jurchen emperors of the Qing dynasty were like, whether their hands were stained with the blood of the Ming dynasty's people." Ah! Ren Xiaotian was speechless at Yao Guangxiao's words. He hadn't expected this old monk to harbor such deep resentment towards the Qing dynasty. All right, we've all guessed. I'll go prepare dinner first. You gentlemen, please go back to your rooms and have some tea." Ren Xiaotian really didn't know how to respond to Yao Guangxiao, so he could only change the subject. "Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I saw a TV series called A Step into the Past before. It must be about the Qin dynasty. Would you be interested in watching it?" Yanl Zudi, having watched TV series for a few days, had even learned to operate the remote control independently. "Oh, There's even a TV series about my great Qin? Then I'll see what it has to say. Qin Shi Huang, hearing it was about the Qin dynasty, also became interested. The group followed Zhu Di to the viewing room. After preparing all the ingredients, Ren Xiaotian waited for another half hour without anyone appearing, so he went to the viewing room himself to call them. Gentlemen, the food is ready. Shall we watch it later? Ren Xiaotian arrived at the viewing room and found everyone engrossed in the TV series, so he spoke up. Qin Shi Huang, without turning his head, said, after I finish watching this episode, I want to know how Xiang Xiaolong escaped from the Zhao army's encirclement. Well, after Zhu Di, Qin Shi Huang has also become a TV addict. TV series can be watched anytime. Let's watch it after dinner. I've been busy all day and I'm starving, Ren Xiaotian said, rubbing his stomach. Qin Shi Huang had no choice but to stand up helplessly and said, alright then, pause it for me. I'll watch it when I come back. Then the group went to the dining room. Because Ren Xiaotian had turned on the electric hot pot beforehand, the soup in the pot was already boiling. Empress Ma, remembering that Zhu Di was still sleeping in his room, summoned him again. Isn't the newlyweds coming soon? Should we wait a bit? After everyone sat down, Qin Shi Huang, remembering the guests were arriving, suggested. The others readily agreed, putting down their chopsticks to await the arrival of the newlyweds. Half an hour passed, and Ren Xiaotian had added water to the hot pot 3 times, but the guests still hadn't arrived. Xiaotian, are you sure you're not mistaken? We've been waiting so long, and no one's here yet. We can't wait any longer. This hot pot will lose its flavor if it keeps cooking. Zhu Yuanzhang, thoroughly impatient, simply picked up his chopsticks and said. Ren Xiaotian, also starving, readily agreed, saying, then let's eat first. I can always cook them another meal when they arrive. Just as everyone picked up their chopsticks to begin eating, the courtyard gate was pounded on, accompanied by a man's cursing. They can't even let me eat in peace. You all keep eating, I'll go open the door, Ren Xiaotian said, putting down his chopsticks. Qin Shi Huang frowned upon hearing the cursing outside the courtyard and said unhappily, I'll go too, to see who dares to shout and curse outside. Upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's words, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but chime in, we've lived this long and no one has ever dared to curse us. This person must be tired of living. Brother Ying, let's go together. As a result, everyone followed, even the 2 little ones, Zhu Xiaonying and Zhu Zanji. As Ren Xiaotian opened the courtyard gate, everyone's eyes turned to look outside, eager to know who had arrived. 2 men stood outside the courtyard. The one in the lead was tall and robust, with a dark complexion and rough, calloused hands, resembling a seasoned general. He bore a certain resemblance to Zhu Di. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and his gaze warily surveyed the group. The man beside him resembled the leader, but lacked his fierce demeanor, giving off a smooth and worldly air. At this moment, the man beside him walked into the courtyard under everyone's gaze and said, Are you all deaf? Why did it take so long to open the door after we knocked for so long? The hot-tempered Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't tolerate this and immediately clenched his fists, ready to explode. Empress Ma quickly stopped him, whispering, Kongba, don't cause trouble for Xiaotian. Zhu Yuanzhang then suppressed his temper and coldly glared at the man. The man entered, strolled around, and nodded, saying, I didn't expect this courtyard to look so bad from the outside, but it's quite nice inside. He recognized Ren Xiaotian as the leader of the group and pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket, tossing it to Ren Xiaotian, saying, Kid, I've taken a liking to this courtyard. This ingot is for the courtyard, you'd better take the money and leave. The man outside the courtyard rebuked him, Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Ren Xiaotian was so angry he laughed, Brother, are you still asleep? Who do you think you are? You think you can buy my courtyard with this paltry sum? Now get out of here before I lose my temper. The man, looking astonished, said, Boy, do you know who I am? I am the Prince of Jin and the Prefect of Kaifeng. It's your good fortune to have taken a liking to your courtyard, don't be ungrateful. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, so what if I'm the Prince of Jin? My son is also the Prince of Jin, and I've never seen him as arrogant and domineering as you. The man, thinking Zhu Yuanzhang was taking advantage of him, immediately flew into a rage and kicked at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang, a veteran of half his life on the battlefield, though advanced in years, was not someone anyone could easily defeat. He nimbly dodged the man's kick. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang dare to dodge, the man immediately followed up with another kick. Zhu Yuanzhang, being of advanced age, twisted his waist as he tried to dodge again. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was about to be knocked down, 2 Zhu De brothers rushed forward, each kicking the man in the stomach simultaneously. The man immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. The man outside the courtyard, seeing his brother being beaten, couldn't bear it any longer and rushed into the courtyard with his sleeves rolled up. This man, whose identity was unknown, possessed astonishing martial prowess. He easily overpowered 2 Zhu Dis. Seeing that Yangle Zhu De was about to give out, Qin Shi Huang and Fusu exchanged a glance and joined the fray. Qin Shi Huang, capable of killing Jing Ke, was naturally no weakling in combat. Although Fusu was a Confucian scholar, the Confucian scholars of the pre-Qin period were not merely eloquent talkers. With the addition of Qin Shi Huang and Fusu, these two fresh forces, even the most capable leader of the group began to struggle to hold on. With a sweeping kick that forced the crowd back, he leaped out of the fray, panting, and said, "Stop fighting. This was a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my second brother." Qin Shi Huang and his companions then stopped fighting. They hadn't expected this seemingly powerful emperor to be such a formidable fighter. "Gentlemen, my second brother was indeed in the wrong today. I apologize on his behalf. My brother and I will now withdraw," the leading man said, bowing slightly. "You're an emperor too? Are all emperors of later generations as skilled in combat as you?" Qin Shi Huang asked. The man frowned and said, "Why did you use the word also? Is anyone here an emperor besides me? Every man here, except me, is basically an emperor. Besides, this courtyard is no longer your territory, so don't even think about showing off your imperial power here." After this incident, Ren Xiaoshan's impression of this brother was extremely poor, and he spoke irritably. "How is this possible? Who are you all? And where is this place?" The man exclaimed in astonishment. "Before asking about other people's identities, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Ren Xiaotian retorted. The man nodded and said, "I am Emperor Zhao Kuangyan of the Great Song Dynasty. This is my second brother, Zhao Guanji. Now you can tell me your identities, right?" Ren Xiaotian thought to himself, so they are the brothers Zhao Kuangyan and Zhao Guanji. Zhao Kuangyan came from a military family and rose through the ranks to become the highest military commander of the later Zhou dynasty. No wonder he was such a fierce fighter. Qin Shi Huang proudly declared, "I am Emperor Ying Zheng of the Great Qin dynasty, and this is my eldest son, Fusu." Zhao Kuangyan was dumbfounded. "Good heavens, this man actually claims to be the first emperor. That's quite the fabrication. I am Zhu Yuanzhang, the emperor of the Ming dynasty, but our Ming dynasty came after your Song dynasty, so you wouldn't know," Zhu Yuanzhang said, rubbing his aching back. "I am also an emperor of the Ming dynasty. My name is Zhu Di. I never imagined that Emperor Taizhu of Song was really as formidable as the legends say. Today I've truly experienced it firsthand." Yanl Zhu Di's back had just taken a solid kick from Zhao Kuangyan, and it still hurt terribly. The young Zhu Di snorted coldly and remained silent, truly arrogant. "Then he's your son? You two do look quite alike." Zhao Kuangyan pointed at the young Zhu Di and asked Yanl Zhu Di. The young Zhu Di immediately lost his composure. "You're his son. You brothers are all his sons." Zhao Kuangyan was inexplicably scolded. He thought to himself, "I haven't made a mistake. These two look so alike. Are they father and son or grandfather and grandson?" Yanl Zhu Di was almost laughing his head off. He suppressed his laughter and explained, "He's not my son. He's actually me in my younger days. It's just that we're from different periods of the Ming dynasty." Seeing Zhao Kuangyan's bewildered expression, he clearly didn't understand what was going on. However, he didn't dwell on it and said to Zhao Guanji, who was still lying on the ground, "All right, second brother, what you did was indeed wrong. Stand up and apologize to everyone." Zhao Guanji was actually fine a long time ago, but he felt embarrassed to be kicked down, and since his highly skilled brother had lost, he simply lay on the ground and refused to get up. "I was indeed rash today, and I apologize to everyone." Upon hearing Zhao Kuangyan speak, Zhao Guanji immediately stood up and said with a beaming smile. Ren Xiaotian secretly admired Zhao Guanji's adaptability. He had just been beaten by several men, yet now he could apologize as if nothing had happened. No wonder he was destined to be the second emperor of the Song dynasty. His shrewdness alone was remarkable. Zhu Yuanzhang, still angry at Zhao Guanji for hitting him, said sarcastically, "I'm just an old man. I can't accept an apology from Emperor Taizong of Song. That would shorten my lifespan. I still want to live a few more years." Zhao Kuangyan, hearing this, asked with a puzzled look, "What Emperor Taizong of Song? When did my second brother become Emperor Taizong of Song?" "Oh, I forgot you don't know, but according to historical records, after Emperor Taizhu of Song, that is, you, died suddenly, Zhao Guanji ascended the throne and became Emperor Taizong of Song," Zhu Yuanzhang explained. "Don't try to fool me," Zhao Kuangyan retorted with a grin. "I'm as healthy as an ox, and I have no hidden illnesses. How could I possibly die suddenly? Besides, I have two sons, Dezeo and Defang. Even if I died suddenly, why would the throne pass to my second brother?" Zhao Kuangyan clearly didn't believe Zhu Yuanzhang's words. "I'm just telling the truth. Believe it or not. Anyway, who becomes emperor in your Song dynasty has nothing to do with me." Seeing that Zhao Kuangyan didn't believe him, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't bother to say anything more. Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian chimed in, "Old Zhao, my uncle is right. After you passed away, it was indeed your younger brother who inherited the throne. As for why you died so suddenly, I personally suspect it has something to do with your good brother." Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's seemingly plausible explanation, Zhao Guangyan couldn't help but waver slightly, looking at Zhao Guanji with suspicion. Even Zhao Guanji, with his deepest cunning, couldn't smile at this moment. He retorted, "My loyalty to my elder brother is as clear as day and night. How could I possibly harm him? I raised Dezhao and Defang from childhood. How could I, as their uncle, possibly steal their throne? Don't try to sow discord between us brothers." Seeing Zhao Guanji's righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, Ren Xiaotian curled his lip in disdain. Zhu Xiangying, who had been completely invisible, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Uncle Xiaotian, I know." On the night of the 19th day of the 10th month of the 9th year of the Kaibao era of the Song dynasty, Emperor Taizong summoned Emperor Taizong to discuss matters, and no one else was allowed to see him. Those outside the hall only saw shadows moving inside and heard the sound of an axe falling to the ground. Soon after, news arrived that Emperor Taizong had died. People speculated that Zhao Guanji had murdered his brother and usurped the throne. This is the origin of the shadow of the candle and the sound of the axe tail. After speaking, Zhu Xiangying looked up at Ren Xiaotian with her small face, as if waiting for his praise. Ren Xiaotian chuckled, squatted down, and patted Zhu Xiangying's head, saying, "Xiangying, you're great. You're absolutely right." Then, Ren Xiaotian looked at Zhao Guangyan and said, "Old Zhao, look, even a child knows this. We couldn't possibly have conspired to lie to you, could we? We couldn't have known beforehand that it would be the two of you coming." Zhao Guangyan's heart sank. It was already the 7th year of the Kaibao era. If what Zhu Xiangying said was true, didn't that mean he only had 2 years to live? He quickly shook his head, but the fear of death and the apprehension towards Zhao Guanji were like a thorn deeply embedded in Zhao Guangyan's heart, an idea he couldn't shake off no matter what. "Very well, if you truly know the future of the Song dynasty, then tell me, when did the Song dynasty destroy the Liao dynasty and recover the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun?" As a pure-blooded Han Chinese, recovering the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun had become a thorn in Zhao Guangyan's side. He no longer cared about his own life or death, he only wanted to know when the Liao dynasty would be successfully destroyed. "Old Zhao, do you two brothers both have a habit of dreaming? Destroying the Liao dynasty? You're probably just daydreaming. If you weren't dead, there might have been a sliver of a possibility, but after you died, there was absolutely no hope. Your good brother, after ascending the throne, personally led an expedition against the Liao dynasty, squandering all the resources you left behind in one battle, and the Song dynasty was thus completely unable to rise again. Of course, the Liao dynasty eventually perished, but it had little to do with the Song dynasty. The Jurchen-established Jin dynasty occupied Liao territory, and the situation was no different from before, or even worse. After all, the Jin dynasty had even captured the Song capital. If Wan Yingo hadn't later declared himself emperor in Linen, the Song dynasty might have ended there. Ren Xiaotian pointed to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "Later, the Mongols in the north rose up, destroyed the Jin dynasty along with the Song dynasty, and established the Yuan dynasty. It wasn't until my uncle and his men successfully revolted and overthrew the Yuan dynasty that the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun, which had been lost for hundreds of years, finally returned to the embrace of the Han people." Ren Xiaoshan's words struck Zhao Guangyan like a bolt from the blue. He felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. He muttered, "How could this be? My 100,000 soldiers are all battle-hardened elites. Even if they were no match for the Liao cavalry, how could they have been wiped out in a single battle?" Zhu Yuanzhang said, with a chilling tone, "Isn't that all thanks to your good brother? He wanted to prove that he was no less capable than you militarily, so he ignored the soldiers' exhaustion and only knew how to urge them forward. Even after victories, he didn't reward them. Naturally, the soldiers were filled with resentment. In the Battle of Jialiang River, Zhao Guanji was chased by the Liao army and fled in a panic on a donkey cart, causing the morale of his soldiers to plummet. You are also an excellent general, so you naturally understand what fate awaits such an army, right?" Speaking of the Battle of Jialiang River, Zhao Guanji even earned the title of God of the Donkey Cart in our later generations because of it. Don't underestimate him just because he wasn't good at fighting, he was an absolute master at riding a donkey cart. Even with an arrow wound in his buttocks, he drove the donkey cart for 200 li. And the Liao cavalry chased him all night but couldn't catch him. Besides Zhao Guanji, there's probably no one else who could achieve godlike status through escape. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but tease Zhu Yuanzhang when he mentioned the Battle of Jialiang River. Young Emperor Zhu did, not to be outdone, rubbed salt into Zhao Guanji's wounds. "What I admire most is that he learned from the lessons of the Battle of Jialiang River and pioneered a new tactic, remotely commanding his troops using battle formations." During the Yangtze Northern Expedition, Zhao Guanji remotely commanded an army of 200,000 men from Kaifeng, strictly adhering to his battle formations. However, battlefield situations change rapidly, and the enemy wouldn't be foolish enough to fight according to one's own plans. Generals like Pan Mei, Yang Ya, and Tian Chong were hampered by these formations, rendering them ineffective. The outcome was predictable. Yang Ya was captured and died after a 3-day hunger strike, while the other two suffered crushing defeats. From then on, the Song dynasty was no longer capable of launching northern expeditions against the Liao dynasty. Zhao Guanji, listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. Could this Zhao Guanji they were talking about really be his future self? He had always considered himself no less capable than his elder brother, Zhao Guangayan, only that he had always been suppressed by Zhao Guangayan, his military talents never fully revealed. Now, hearing Zhu Yuanzhang and the others' opinions, he realized he was far inferior to his brother, even a military incompetent. I still don't believe it. My second brother, while not a military genius, wouldn't have done something so foolish. Zhao Guangayan nearly ground his teeth to powder upon hearing this. He still couldn't believe his second brother was so utterly useless. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes, turned back to his room, and used 50 points to exchange for a history book of the Northern Song dynasty, handing it to Zhao Guangayan. This is the history book of the Great Song dynasty. Take a look for yourself. To be honest, the economic development of the Great Song dynasty was arguably the best among all dynasties, that much is undeniable. However, the weakness of the Great Song's military was also plain for all to see, and the root of the Great Song army's weakness began with Zhao Guanji. Do you know how later generations evaluate your dynasties? Powerful Qin, strong Han, prosperous Tang, weak Song, resolute Ming, and the abolition of Qing. You, old Zhao, crawled out of piles of corpses. Although your ascension to the throne was somewhat dishonorable, that doesn't diminish your status as a great emperor. Can you bear to see the Great Song dynasty, which you founded, become a country without even diplomatic standing? Zhao Guangayan remained silent, simply opening the history book and carefully reading it. After witnessing Zhao Guanji's rise to power amidst the chaos of war, Zhao Guangayan was still able to remain composed. However, when he saw one of his sons forced to commit suicide and the other die suddenly from an unexplained illness, the veins on Zhao Guangayan's hands bulged, and his gaze sharpened like a drawn sword. He forced himself to suppress his anger and continued reading. However, each subsequent emperor of the Song dynasty disappointed him more than the last. Only when he reached the chapter on Emperor Zhezong did his furrowed brow relax slightly. Unfortunately, Emperor Zhezong was followed by Emperors Huizong and Qinzong. Historical records only state that the Song capital was captured by the Jin dynasty, and that Emperors Huizong and Qinzong, along with their ministers, officials, and concubines, were all taken captive by the Jin. At this point, Zhao Guangayan could no longer control his emotions. Suddenly, he delivered a straight punch to Zhao Guanji's face, and Zhao Guanji fell to the ground. But Zhao Guangayan was still not satisfied. He swung the history book in his hand and smashed it hard against Zhao Guanji's face, causing blood to flow freely. Zhao Guanji, without even wiping the blood from his face, covered his head with his hands and pleaded, "Brother, it's me, Guanji. Please don't hit me anymore, or I'll die." Zhao Guangayan said hatefully, "If it weren't for the sake of you being my brother, you would have been a dead corpse at this time. Look at all these good things you have done. You keep saying that you love Dezhao and Defang, but after you ascended to the throne, you actually killed both of them with your own hands. My brother is wronged. I don't know what you said, I definitely didn't do this. How could I force my own nephew to death?" After Zhao Guanji finished speaking, he spat out a bloody tooth from his mouth, which showed how hard Zhao Guangayan had punched just now. Immediately, Zhao Guanji looked at Ren Xiaotian and the others resentfully. "It must be that a few of them are misleading the public to sow discord between me and my brother. I have followed my brother for so many years, doesn't he still understand my character? These people may be spies of the Liao kingdom, and our two brothers will definitely be able to take them down together." Hearing this, Zhao Guangayan hesitated again. On the one hand, he was the younger brother of his own compatriot, and on the other hand, although he didn't know who he was, they said that they had noses and eyes, and they didn't seem to be lying. Zhao Guangayan was originally a very suspicious person, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while after the two phases choose. "Do you have any other evidence to prove what you said? Don't blame me for not believing you, it's just that this matter is of great importance, so I can't help but be careless." After hesitating for a while, Zhao Guangayan still didn't know who to trust, so he had to ask Ren Xiaotian. Zhao Guangayan was also the first among the customers to question Ren Xiaoshan's words. Ren Xiaotian and the others looked at each other, as if there was no other way to prove their words except for letting Zhao Guangayan witness all this with his own eyes. "I really can't prove this now. Maybe there will be a way for you to see these facts with your own eyes in the future, and you will be able to believe our words then," Ren Xiaotian said helplessly. "Since you can't prove that what you say is true, then I can't believe your words. Today, my brother disturbed me, and I took my leave." After Zhao Guangayan finished speaking, he helped Zhao Guanji up from the ground and was about to walk outside the courtyard, but Ren Xiaotian quickly stopped him. "Lao Zhao, it's also your chance that you can come to me, so why are you in such a hurry? I've already cooked, you two stay and eat together." Zhao Guangayan shook his head and said, "There is no need to eat, I still have things to deal with in the court, so you can stay." Seeing that Zhao Guangayan insisted on leaving, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to exchange a channel token and give it to him. If you leave like this, you will never be able to come to me again. You can take this token, and after 3 days, silently recite Ren Xiaotian 3 times in your heart, and you can bring people back to me. I will definitely prove to you that everything I said is true. Zhao Guangayan absent-mindedly took the token and put it in his arms, and he didn't know if he had listened to Ren Xiaoshan's words. However, Zhao Guanji, who was supported by Zhao Guangayan, lowered his head, and everyone did not see a strange brilliance flashing in his eyes. The mountains and rivers meet, farewell. Zhao Guangayan arched his hands and helped Zhao Guanji into the black passage. As Zhao Guangayan's figure completely disappeared, everyone fell silent for a while. This old Zhao is really interesting. We kindly told him the truth, and he still didn't believe it. Ren Xiaotian broke the silence and complained. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile, actually, we can understand his thoughts. If Xiaotian hadn't saved Xiangying's life, we would probably be the same as Zhao Guangayan. Yes, when I came to you, I was shocked by my father and Xiangying, and I was shocked and didn't think about whether what you said was true. Yang Zhu Di also echoed. Qin Shi Huang smiled heartily and said, at that time, I almost regarded Mr. Xiaotian as a villain, but fortunately, I finally believed Mr. Xiaoshan's words, otherwise Dakin would not have been harmed by Zhao Gao, a traitor. Song Taizhu didn't believe that Mr. Xiaotian was his own loss. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, don't talk about him, if he is fated, he will come back. By the way, who won the bet we made in the end? Qin Shi Huang took out the note and read it again and said, no one guessed the emperor right, but Zhu Dikid guessed correctly that he was the emperor of the Song dynasty, so it was Zhu Dikid who won in the end. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and patted Yang Zhu Di's shoulder and said, it's still our 4th child who is powerful, tell us how you are going to use us. Let's prepare in advance. Yang Zhu Di suddenly stood on end, and waved his hand again and again, if you don't count, let's just joke. How dare the child call you, father, don't joke with the child. Qin Shi Huang also watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. He pretended to be serious and said, the king should be a word and 9 tripods, but the widow is the referee, how can you say that you don't count and don't count? Yang Zhu Di cried and lost his face, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang and then looking at Qin Shi Huang. He couldn't afford to mess with these 2 people. He suddenly said in a hurry, we didn't say what day it was at that time, right? In that case, how about we discuss when to fulfill the bet? Ren Xiaotian went up and put his arms around Yang Zhu Di's shoulders and said, 4th brother, why are you more frustrated than you lost? Well, how about fulfilling the bet the next time the 3 of you meet again? Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Yuanzhang had no objection to this, and nodded in agreement. Yang Zhu Di thought in his heart that he would not come here until Ren Xiaotian came here for a while in the future, so he would hide from the limelight first. Grandpa Huang, Uncle Xiaotian, can we go to dinner? I'm so hungry, Zhu Xiangying said while covering her stomach. Only then did everyone realize that they had been patronizing Zhao Guangayan just now, and they hadn't eaten for nearly an hour. When he came to the restaurant, he found that the hot pot soup had dried up, so Ren Xiaotian had to recook a pot. After tossing for another half hour, everyone finally ate. Today, let's all congratulate the first emperor on his recovery and give you a few to taste the wine of our future generations. Ren Xiaotian took 2 bottles of Maotai from the wine cabinet and poured them for Qin Shi Huang and a few others. Qin Shi Huang laughed and said, I want to thank Mr. Xiaotian for not only helping me eradicate the scourge of Zhao Gao, but also saving my life today, and I toast you. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all, but before he could swallow it, he sprayed it on the ground again. What kind of wine is this? Is it so fierce? The Qin dynasty did not have distilled high-altitude wine, and the first time he drank this high-altitude wine, he was stuffy and didn't vomit. Zhu Yuanzhang was also curious when he saw Qin Shi Huang's reaction so strongly. He picked up the wine glass and smelled it first, and a strange aroma of wine came to his nose. Then he put it to his mouth and took a small sip, slapped it in his mouth for a while before swallowing it. Good wine. It's no worse than the imperial wine in our palace. Zhu Yuanzhang drank all the wine in the glass in one gulp and couldn't help but sigh. The technology of distilling alcohol at the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty has been introduced to China, and it is not uncommon for Zhu Yuanzhang to drink high-grade wine. Qin Shi Huang also took a small sip, and this time he finally drank the aroma of wine. This wine has a taste more than any wine I have ever drunk. It's really good wine. It's good if you too like it. Everyone, let's go to drink today. I have wine here, let's not get drunk and don't return. Ren Xiaotian poured wine for several people again, and Queen Ma and Zhu Xiangying also poured fruit drinks for those who couldn't drink. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked and said, cheers. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Zhu Di said with a little drunkenness, Brother Qian, you know more about the dynasties of China. Which dynasty do you personally like the most? Ren Xiaotian didn't drink much, so he didn't drink much. He hesitated for a while and said, 4th brother, your question is really hard to answer. You have to ask me which dynasty I hate the most. I can say without thinking, but it's really hard to say which dynasty I like the most. Xiao Tian, just talk about it, it doesn't matter if your favorite is not our daming. Zhu Yuanzhang also got energetic. My three personal favorite dynasties are Han, Tang, and Ming, but if you want to say that the favorite should be the Han dynasty. After all, we are all Han Chinese, writing Chinese characters and speaking Chinese. Han culture has been integrated into the blood of our Chinese people. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and said, the influence of the Han dynasty is indeed quite far-reaching, which we are ashamed of in the Ming dynasty, and we personally admire Liu Che, the Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. Qin Shi Huang pretended to be dissatisfied and said, why doesn't Mr. Xiaotian like me to Qin? Thinking that my great Qin has swept the 6 kingdoms and unified the world, the car is on the same track and the same text, you have also told me that my great Qin is the first unified dynasty, why is it not as good as the Han dynasty in your mind? Ren Xiaotian smiled bitterly, it's not that I don't like Qin, it's really that Hu Hai, a bare child, has seriously lowered the image of Qin, but if Qin can last for 1 or 200 years, there will be nothing wrong with Qin. It's very boring to mention Hu Hai. I think that the remnants of my Qin Fen 6 will be destroyed in the hands of this gentleman. If it weren't for your reminder, Mr. Xiaotian, I wouldn't know how to explain to my ancestors when I died. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian mentioned Hu Hai, Qin Shi Huang slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, Brother Ying doesn't have to be so angry. Now that Hu Hai has been deposed, presumably Qin will not follow the old path of death in the second generation. Zhu Yuanzhang saw that Qin Shi Huang was in a bad mood, and quickly comforted him. Hu Hai was deposed, and there was only Yang Guang left as the king of the second generation. I don't know how Yang Jian will react when he knows this news, I really want to see it. Yang Zhu held the wineglass and showed a smile of schadenfreude, and it seemed that the picture of Yang Jian dying in anger had appeared in his mind. Qin Shi Huang said blankly, who is Yang Guang? Listening to what you said, he is also the king of the second generation? Could it be that he and Hu Hai are extravagant and tyrannical people? Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, Yang Guang is the Sui Yang emperor of the Sui dynasty, and you can see from his posthumous title that he is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Although he is not a complete waste like Hu Hai, he is also a master who can toss. The 3 expeditions to Goguryeo dragged down the Sui dynasty, excavated the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal and killed countless migrant workers, and the 3 patrols of the river were squandered, laboring the people and losing money. These many factors accumulated, and public resentment broke out in various places and rebels broke out. The glorious Sui dynasty inevitably perished. Of course, from the perspective of future generations, some of his measures, such as excavating the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal, are still beneficial to future generations, but they cannot be said to be a wise ruler for him. His biggest mistake was that he was so happy that he wanted to complete all the projects of tens or hundreds of years within more than 10 years. Everyone burst into laughter. Queen Ma gently hit Ren Xiaotian on the head angrily, as if blaming him for speaking too vulgarly. Qin Shi Huang smiled and found that something was wrong. So isn't he the same as Yang Guang, who is now building the Epang Palace, the Great Wall and the Imperial Mausoleum at the same time? No, these projects must be slowed down. Anyway, now that he is in good health, he is not in such a hurry to live in the Imperial Mausoleum. Everyone didn't notice Qin Shi Huang's careful thoughts. Yang Zhu continued to ask, Brother Tian, you just said that the dynasty you hate can be said without thinking, and the words have come to this, then you can tell us. The chatterbox opened, and Ren Xiaotian also said with interest, then I'll talk about it. If you want to say that the dynasty I hate the most, the first one must be the Jin dynasty of the Sima family. Yang Zhu asked puzzledly, why do you hate the Jin dynasty? Isn't the Wei and Jin style recorded in the history books a beautiful story? What a bullshit! Wei and Jin style is just a manifestation of the literati's frustration under the ruler's high-pressure policies. Do you think getting drunk every day, taking medicine, talking about it, and playing in the mountains and rivers is a beautiful story? The Jin dynasty was an extremely rare dynasty in which even the founding emperor was considered a faint king. Perhaps it was revenge for Sima Yi's usurpation of power, and few of the Jin emperors were normal people. After Sima Yan, the emperor of Jin, destroyed Wu, he was lazy in politics, indulged in banquets, and even sold official titles and indulged in women. He also reversed history and implemented the enfeitment system, which directly led to the 16-year rebellion of the 8 kings. After the rebellion of the 8 kings, the northern nomads took the opportunity to rise and launch the Yangjia rebellion, and Emperor Huai of Jin and Emperor Min of Jin were captured successively, and the western Jin dynasty fell as a result. The eastern Jin dynasty was not much better after it was established with the support of the gentry, and even exploited the people even more seriously, and it was at this time that the gentry gate valve, which had monopolized the imperial power for hundreds of years, rose at this time. After occupying the north, the 5 who led by the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Ji, Xiang, and Di in the north launched a dark rule of the people in the north for 300 years, which is also known as the 5 who chaos. The authorities of the eastern Jin dynasty only indulged in pleasure, completely ignoring that their own people were still living in dire straits. This chaotic situation lasted until the fall of the Jin dynasty, the juxtaposition of the northern and southern dynasties, and it was not until Emperor Wen of Sui Yangjian unified the north and south to establish the Sui dynasty, and it is not an exaggeration to say that this history can be said to be the darkest 300 years in Chinese history. Ren Xiaotian said and slapped the table indignantly, startling several people in contemplation. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and said, since the end of the Han dynasty, there have been continuous wars, and the population has plummeted. After the establishment of the Jin dynasty, the emperors did not want to recuperate, but extorted tyrannically from the people and aroused public resentment, which was the first sin. Although the three kingdoms continued to fight infighting, whether it was Gongsun Zan, Cao, or Liu Bei, they all actively resisted foreign invasions, but the emperor of the Jin dynasty opened the door and took the initiative to let foreigners enter the customs, which was the second sin. The Ninpin Zhongzheng system cut off the promotion of ordinary people, and the gentry monopolized the officialdom but did nothing, only caring for pleasure. Real talents can only hide in the living room to do some sick-free moaning works, which is the third sin. Xiao Tian is right, the Jin dynasty is definitely worthy of being the darkest and most corrupt dynasty. In our opinion, there are few people in the Jin dynasty royal family who are arrested and beheaded. There are still such absurd dynasties in later generations, and they can still be emperors like this. I am really ashamed. Qin Shi Huang picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, and said hatefully, Okay, today is a happy day, let's not talk about this angry thing. Seeing that everyone was a little angry, Queen Ma hurriedly said, The girl is right, this is all to blame for the fourth child. What are you doing with this? It's really disappointing. Zhu Yuanzhang first smiled at Queen Ma dotingly, and then turned to reprimand Yanl Zude. Yanl Zude did not dare to refute, so he had to pick up the wineglass and smile. It's my son's fault, and my son apologizes to you. Look at how you have an emperor with a hippie smile. We are not angry with you, so what are you guilty of for us? Zhu Yuanzhang pretended to be dissatisfied, but took the wine handed by Zhu Di in his hand. Mr. Xiaotian, now that the widow has recovered, the country cannot be without a master for a day, and the widow is ready to return to Dakin tomorrow. I wonder if the seeds you mentioned before can be taken away tomorrow? Qin Shi Huang hiccuped and said business before the wine was strong. Of course it's no problem, I'll prepare it for you later, and you can just take it away when the time comes. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and patted his chest and agreed. Seeing this, Yanl Zude quickly said, Brother Tian, don't forget the fourth brother's share. My people in the Ming dynasty are also short of food. Don't worry, fourth brother, all three of you have a share, can I still forget you? Ren Xiaotian glanced at Zhu Di and said. Zhu Di smiled sneeringly, poured a glass of wine and handed it to Ren Xiaotian, then I will thank Brother Tian first. Everyone drank for a while, and Ren Xiaotian was really overwhelmed with alcohol, so he went back to the room to sleep first. Early the next morning, Ren Xiaotian only felt a headache after getting up, and finally relieved some after washing his face with cold water. I can't drink so much in the future, this night is uncomfortable. Ren Xiaotian thought to himself. Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shi Huang uncharacteristically hadn't gotten up yet, and they didn't know how much they drank last night. While several people had not gotten up yet, Ren Xiaotian came to the kitchen and took out the seeds from the system space. There were surprisingly many seeds. Ren Xiaotian packed a bag for each of the three of them and left more than half of it, so he simply put the remaining seeds back into the system space and took them out when they were useful in the future. After all this, Ren Xiaotian boiled another pot of porridge, and after drinking too much, drinking some porridge was just enough to nourish the stomach. As soon as I came out of the kitchen, I ran into Queen Ma and Zhu Xiangying. Auntie, hasn't my uncle gotten up yet? Ren Xiaotian asked with a smile. Don't mention it, Kongba and the first emperor and a few others drank until the early hours of the morning, and they couldn't scream anymore. Queen Ma said angrily. This wine has a lot of energy, according to my uncle's drinking method, it will take a while to wake up, and when he wakes up, you can drink him some boiled water first, and then let him come over to drink some porridge. Queen Ma nodded and said, Nikang, I'll go back and look at Kongba first. Xiangying, you can play with your uncle Xiaotian for a while. After saying that, Queen Ma hurried back to the room. Zhu Xiangying looked at Ren Xiaotian and said, Uncle Xiaotian, this time Grandma Huang and I will not go back with Grandpa Huang. Grandpa Huang will take Uncle Fourth and Uncle Fusu back. Ren Xiaotian was stunned and said, Xiangying, don't you have to study for so long? I can't teach you how to be an emperor. Zhu Xiangying said excitedly. Grandpa Huang said to bring me a gentleman next time and let me study with you. It just so happens that I don't want to go back either. Ren Xiaotian smiled and touched Zhu Xiangying's little head and said, That's fine, I'm mainly afraid of delaying your studies. You can accompany me here, and if you want to go back suddenly, I guess I'm not used to it. Let's go, while the husband who taught you hasn't come yet, let's go play a game first. After the two played the game for nearly an hour, Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shi Huang finally got up. When Ren Xiaotian came to the kitchen, Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shi Huang were each holding a bowl of porridge. Zhu Yuanzhang took a sip and said, We drank too much yesterday, and we haven't drunk like this since we became emperor. Brother Zhu is right, I haven't dared to sleep too much since I was a child, let alone drink so much wine. That is, the widow can relax here with Mr. Xiaotian, and next time our brothers will drink together. After Qin Shi Huang finished drinking, he served himself a bowl of porridge. Are you two up? Will this sober up? Ren Xiaotian came in with a smile and said, wake up, we are happy to drink this time, let's discuss with Brother Ying for 3 months to drink together. Zhu Yuanzhang put down the porridge bowl and said. Ren Xiaotian asked curiously, why wait 3 months to drink? Isn't it possible to drink alcohol at any time? We made an agreement with Brother Ying to let Fusu stay with us in Daming for 3 months, and after 3 months, he would come to pick up Fusu, but our brothers would not return drunk. Zhu Yuanzhang explained. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian understood. By the way, Mr. Xiaotian, I forgot to tell you because I drank too much yesterday. I wonder if there is a history book of the Chinese dynasty here? I don't know anything about the hereafter now, you see. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed expression. Ren Xiaotian looked at Qin Shi Huang, a mighty man, doing this twisted gesture, and instantly got goosebumps. Deadied, don't be like this, I can't stand it. You want a history book, right? I'll go back to the house and find it for you. Ren Xiaotian returned to the room and flipped through the system all, and finally exchanged a copy of 5,000 Years Up and Down, although it is not a serious history book, but it is better than nothing. The biggest advantage of this book is that it is cheap, and it costs a total of 100 points. After all, points are too precious, use a little less, and finally Zhao Guangayan has not contributed points to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian is really reluctant to exchange points for real history books. Ren Xiaotian returned to the kitchen and handed the book to Qin Shi Huang and said, you can make do with this book first, the content may be a little simpler, but it is still recorded in major events in history. I have this one on hand for the time being, and you can read it again if you have anything else in the future. Qin Shi Huang was overjoyed and didn't care what Ren Xiaotian said, he put the book in his sleeve and put it away. Ren Xiaotian curiously looked at Qin Shi Huang's sleeves, he was very curious about this thing, after all, the sleeves of the ancients in costume dramas could fit better than Doraemon's pockets. After reading it, he couldn't help but be disappointed, in fact, he sewed the pockets of modern clothes into his sleeves, and there was nothing unusual about it. I have prepared all the seeds for you, 1 bag for each person, and I have also put the planting methods and matters in the bag for you. Go back and think about it yourself. Ren Xiaotian pointed to the seed bag behind the door and said. At this time, Yang Zhu yawned and walked in and said, what are you talking about? I didn't miss anything, did I? We divide the seeds, 4th brother, if you come a little later, you won't have your share. Ren Xiaotian quipped. Zhu Di instantly woke up when he heard this, rushed forward and hugged a bag and said, don't grab it from me, this bag is mine. Several people laughed at Zhu Di's nervous appearance. Ren Xiaotian laughed, 4th brother, don't worry, no one will take it from you. Yang Zhu still clutched the seed bag tightly, his gaze warily fixed on Zhu Yuanzhang. What's wrong with you, 4th brother? Why are you looking at us like that? Are you afraid your father will take your things? Zhu Di chuckled dryly but didn't speak. Uncle, please be nicer to my 4th brother in the future. Look at him, being afraid of you has become a conditioned reflex. Ren Xiaotian spoke up for Zhu Di. We're strict with him for his own good, but since you've said so, Xiaotian, we won't be so harsh on him anymore, Zhu Yuanzhang said, pursing his lips. As they were talking, Fusu and the young Zhu Di entered. Brother Zhu, I entrust Fusu to you now. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of him. Qin Shi Huang said to Zhu Yuanzhang upon seeing Fusu enter. Brother Ying, you flatter me. It's only natural for us old brothers to help each other. Go back with peace of mind, we'll take care of Fusu. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. Then I am relieved. Brother Zhu, sister-in-law, Mr. Xiaotian, it's still early, so I'll head back now. Qin Shi Huang picked up the seed bag with one hand and bid farewell to everyone. Alright, take care on your journey. If you have any problems, just come find me anytime, Ren Xiaotian said. Qin Shi Huang opened the passage, waved to everyone, and turned to walk into the passage alone. Brother Ying is gone, let's prepare to go back too. Xiaotian, please take care of my sister and Xiong Ying for now. We'll bring a tutor to teach Xiong Ying in a few days. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Ren Xiaotian after Qin Shi Huang left. Look at what you're saying. My aunt and Xiong Ying have been here before, so what's with all this talk of taking care of them? I'd be happy to have them keep me company, Ren Xiaotian laughed. Alright, then let's go back. 4th brother, take the seeds with you. Zhu Yuanzhang opened the passage and walked in without looking back, only to tossing a casual remark to the young Zhu Di. The young Zhu Di pursed his lips and said, Fusu, take the seeds and come with me. Fusu looked bewildered and said, why me? Uncle Zhu clearly said you were. Just take them. The first emperor promised to let you train with me, and taking the seeds is the first training exercise. Don't talk so much nonsense. The young Zhu Di said impatiently. Fusu had no choice but to pick up the seed bag and follow the young Zhu Di into the passage. Fourth brother, so you were cunning even when you were young. No wonder you're so shrewd now. Ren Xiaotian teased Yangle Zhu Di. Brother Tian, don't talk nonsense. I'm a simple-minded, good-natured person. Who knows if he learned it from you after coming here? Yangle Zhu Di winked and smiled at Ren Xiaotian. Get lost. If you're so simple-minded, then everyone in the world is cunning. Ren Xiaotian laughed and scolded. Alright, stop joking. I was originally planning to stay here for a while, but who knew you'd bring out the seeds this time? I'll go back and plant them first, and then come back to recuperate after I'm done. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shi Huang were both busy returning to their fields, Yangle Emperor Zhu Di felt a little restless, as many people in the Ming dynasty were still starving. Alright, important matters come first. You go ahead and do your work. I don't have anything to do here anyway, come whenever you want. Oh, and fourth brother, don't forget the paper-making craftsman you promised the first emperor. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand at him. Yangle Emperor Zhu Di nodded, took the seeds, and returned to the Yangle court with Yao Guangxiao and Zhu Zanji. After they left, the once lively courtyard instantly became quiet, and Ren Xiaotian returned to his leisurely, carefree life. After Qin Shi Huang returned to Xianyang Palace, he ordered his eunuchs to summon Meng Yi and Li Si. Meng Yi arrived in the hall and was somewhat surprised to find Li Si already there. Wasn't Li Si punished by the emperor? Why is he allowed to enter the court today? Has the emperor regained his trust in him? Meng Yi wondered. Li Si himself was puzzled. Ever since his punishment, he had been living in constant fear, terrified that any misstep would lead to the extermination of his entire clan. After all, the bloodied heads of Zhao Gao's entire family were still hanging at the city gates. He knelt on the ground and secretly glanced at the emperor. He saw no sign of anger on Qin Shi Huang's face, which reassured him considerably. He also noticed that the emperor's complexion seemed much better. After so much time, there was no longer any sign of the previous paleness and constant coughing. My two ministers, Qin Shi Huang said, I have summoned you to the palace today to entrust you with an important matter. I have obtained seeds for several high-yield crops from heaven, crops whose yields are several times, even dozens of times, greater than the current yields of crops grown in Qin. I intend to give these crops to you for trial planting in the royal farmland. If successful, they will be promoted throughout the land. This matter is of utmost importance, you two ministers must keep it strictly confidential. If any information leaks out, I will execute you without mercy. Upon hearing the word execution, Li Si shuddered. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse, but he lacked the courage. Qin Shi Huang noticed Li Si's unusual reaction. He said in a deep voice, Li Si, if you handle this matter well, I will not only forgive your offense but also reinstate you to your former position. You should think carefully. Your subject will certainly do his utmost and will not fail your majesty's expectations. Upon hearing this, Li Si bowed deeply. After all, nothing could be more tempting to an ambitious official than the prospect of being reinstated. Meng Yi, however, asked with some confusion, Your Majesty, isn't managing the royal lands the responsibility of the imperial household department? Why is it being entrusted to us? Qin Shi Huang, of course, had his own ulterior motives. Firstly, the Meng brothers were staunch allies of Fusu, and Qin Shi Huang intended to make Fusu the crown prince. Naturally, he needed to secure a strong foundation for his son. Meng Tian was defending the Xiongnu in the north. Who else could he use but Meng Yi? Secondly, there was Li Si. He was currently under investigation and possessed genuine ability. Qin Shi Huang was unwilling to leave him idle indefinitely. Now, a small favor would be enough to make Li Si extremely grateful. Why wouldn't Qin Shi Huang do it? Of course, Qin Shi Huang couldn't reveal these things. He slowly said, I entrusted such an important matter to you two ministers out of trust. I hope you will not let me down. Meng Yi seemed to have guessed something. He was somewhat pleased but couldn't show it, so he and Li Si kowtowed to thank Qin Shi Huang for his benevolence. The planting method for the seeds is in this bag in front of you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. If there are no objections, you can go about your business. After Qin Shi Huang finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that the two could leave. Before leaving, Meng Yi casually asked, Your Majesty, where is Prince Fusu now? I went to his residence yesterday to look for him, and the servant said he went out with Your Majesty. Qin Shi Huang didn't even look up and said, I have found Fusu a new teacher. He is currently studying with his teacher and will not be in Xianyang for the next few months. Although Meng Yi still had many questions, he dared not ask any more. He could only bow to Qin Shi Huang and leave the hall. After Meng Yi and the two went out, Qin Shi Huang wrote a few lines on the bamboo slip. Then he ordered the eunuch to call Wang Ben. After Wang Ben came in, he saluted Qin Shi Huang without humility or arrogance. The minister Wang Ben has seen Your Majesty. General Wang doesn't have to be restrained. Visitors were given seats for General Wang. Qin Shi Huang was still full of trust and respect for the Wang family and his son, and he smiled when he saw Wang Ben coming. After Wang Ben sat down, Qin Shi Huang asked casually, "I haven't been in the palace for the past 2 days, and nothing has happened in the army, right?" "Back to your majesty, nothing happened in the army, and there was General Meng Tian guarding the northern border, and the Xiongnu did not dare to invade easily," Wang Ben said calmly. "Today, I came to you because I have something to let you run. This matter is very important to my great Qin, and please do a good job of the general," Qin Shi Huang suddenly said in a serious tone. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang said so seriously, Wang Ben also became nervous, thinking that an enemy had invaded Dakan. He quickly asked, "I don't know what your majesty is talking about. Do you need me to bring more soldiers and horses?" "There is no need for people and horses, just look for a few people for me, and after finding them, you must invite them to Xianyang. These people are all great talents, and the general must not do rude things," Qin Shi Huang said and handed the bamboo slip to Wang Ben, who took a cursory look, and the names of places and people were recorded on it. "I don't know what kind of great talent actually wants to trouble your majesty to act like this. I was a little curious." Wang Ben tucked the bamboo slip into his sleeve, and the poker face that had not changed for thousands of years also showed a rare curious look. "These people are all great talents that are not born in the world, and some of them are even no less talented than Li Si and Wang Jian. My Dakan is now in a shortage of people, and these people must not be missed." Hearing Qin Shi Huang say that some people's talents are no less than his father Wang Jian, Wang Ben couldn't help but gasp. As a veteran in the army, Wang Ben naturally knew what kind of talent his father had in the military. Now Qin Shi Huang said that someone could surpass his father in war, and he naturally had 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart. "I don't know which talent your majesty said is no less talented than my father. I also want to see if this person is really as powerful as his majesty said," Wang Ben said to Qin Shi Huang with an arrogant face. 5 of the 6 kingdoms destroyed by Qin were destroyed by Wang and his son, and it is understandable that Wang Ben has this arrogance. Qin Shi Huang didn't care about Wang Ben's attitude, and pointed to the name of one of them and smiled. "Is Han Xin of Huiyin County? I will definitely learn his skills when the time comes." Wang Ben looked at the name Qin Shi Huang pointed to and muttered, "Teacher to learn, the general don't run away with the widow." Qin Shi Huang instructed nervously. "Han Xin is a soldier immortal certified by Ren Xiaotian, Zhu Yuanzhang and others. If he is angry and walks away by Wang Ben, Qin Shi Huang will have no place to cry at that time. I have my own measure, please rest assured, your majesty. I will go back and prepare and set off early tomorrow morning." Wang Ben casually arched his hands, got up to say goodbye to Qin Shi Huang and strode away. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but put his hands on his forehead when he saw the scene, and began to regret that he had handed this errand to Wang Ben to do, hoping that there would be no accidents. After dealing with all this, Qin Shi Huang stretched his waist, suddenly thought of something again, picked up a pen and wrote on silk. At this time, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but miss the feeling of writing on paper, but he could only wait for Zhu to send the craftsman to him before making paper. After writing, Qin Shi Huang used the heirloom jade seal to print it on the silk book. Since the incident of Zhaogao, Qin Shi Huang strictly forbade anyone to approach the jade seal, and the jade seal was also kept by himself. "I saw 2 silk books, one with the order of seeking talents. The other is a wanted notice, and the wanted people are the Xiang clan of the late Chu state and the late Korean aristocrat Zhang Liang. Those who captured Xiang Ji and Zhang Liang alive or offered their heads were rewarded with 1,000 gold and made marquises. Capturing the rest of the people also has their own rewards." Qin Shi Huang had already read Ren Xiaoshan's 5,000 Years Up and Down, and knew that Xiang Ji and Zhang Liang could not be loyal to Qin, and they were always a threat to Qin while they were alive, so it was better to strangle them in the cradle while they were still fledgling. As for Wei Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and even Lu Ji were not wanted, it was really that Qin Shi Huang did not look down on them at all. In Qin Shi Huang's view, they were nothing more than gamblers who took advantage of the chaos at the end of the Qin dynasty to take advantage of the situation, and the threat to Qin was incomparable to that of Xiang Ji Zhangliang, a person who was deliberately resisting Qin and bent on restoring the country. Although Lu Ji established the Han dynasty in history, Qin Shi Huang never looked down on him. When Xiao He, Cao Can, Han Xian and others were brought back to Xianyang, Lu Ji naturally became a toothless tiger and could only be his little pavilion chief in Pei County for the rest of his life. Qin Shi Huang called the eunuch again, handed him 2 imperial edicts in his hands and said, "Give these 2 imperial edicts to Wang Wan, and let him distribute the contents of the imperial decree to all counties." The eunuch took the order and went out. Qin Shi Huang then put down his pen and opened 5,000 Years Up and Down and read it. Let's talk about Zhu Yuanzhang's side. After Zhu Yuanzhang came back, he picked out some of the seeds and planted them in the ground of the harem, and the rest was placed under the bed in the palace by him. After all, he was born as a farmer, so it was natural to plant this acre of land. Anyway, Zhu Baiao handled the affairs of the DPRK in an orderly manner, and Zhu Yuanzhang simply squatted on the ground every day and waited for the seeds to germinate and grow. After a long time, the eunuchs in palace made spread rumors behind their backs that the emperor was stunned by the demons. As for Fusu, after Zhu Yuanzhang came back, he plunged into the ground and forgot about this stubble. Since Zhu Yuanzhang did not allow Zhu De to return to peeping, Zhu De, who was bored all day long, could only vent his anger with Fusu. Poor Fusu was numbed by the scalp of young Zhu Daixun in the barracks every day, and his originally white face had become a black face like Yu Qigong. Fusu, don't be lazy, you kid. This has only run 5 laps, and it is still half short of the 10 laps I requested. In the barracks, Fusu was panting in circles. Zhu De stood outside the field with a riding whip to supervise, looking like an iron-blooded instructor. Zhu De, you are almost done. I am here to learn how to be a good crown prince, not to be a soldier for you. Fusu really couldn't run anymore, and said with his hands on his knees and panting, how can you be an emperor without a good body? Looking at your thin and weak appearance, how can you be a good emperor in the future in the Great Qin, which is based on martial arts? Zhu De said that the head was right, and Fusu glanced at him angrily. Only when you train into a real man from me can you be qualified to learn from my eldest brother to be a crown prince. Anyway, the first emperor handed you over to me, you can watch and do it yourself. After Zhu De finished speaking, he waved the riding whip in his hand and was about to hit. Seeing this, Fusu had no choice but to continue running in circles. Ren Xiaotian was unaware of the miserable life Fusu had endured. He, on the other hand, lived a very comfortable life every day. With Empress Ma around, Ren Xiaotian was truly relieved of a lot of worries. Her mother took care of chores like washing clothes and mopping the floor. Ren Xiaotian had tried to persuade her several times, but she insisted, so he had no choice but to give up. Zhu Xiaoying was obedient and sensible, requiring absolutely no attention from Ren Xiaotian. He only needed to cook for the mother and son every day. This was practically the carefree life Ren Xiaotian had always dreamed of. One day, Ren Xiaotian was lying in a rocking chair, humming a tune and basking in the sun, when suddenly there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Ren Xiaotian got up, put on his slippers, and leisurely walked towards the gate. Let me see who's here. Is it the first emperor or fourth brother? Ren Xiaotian asked. As for why he didn't guess it was Zhu Yuanzhang, it was because every time he came, before he even arrived, his loud voice would announce his arrival so everyone could hear it was him. There was no answer from outside, only continued knocking. What's going on? Why aren't they saying anything? Give them a shout. Ren Xiaotian raised his voice. The person outside remained silent. This is unbelievable. Could it be old Zhao? Even so, he wouldn't be pretending to be mute. Ren Xiaotian muttered to himself as he prepared to open the door. Xiaotian, who's outside? Empress Ma's voice came from behind Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian turned around and saw that Empress Ma and Zhu Xiaoying had come out of their room after hearing the commotion. Who knows? I've been asking them for ages and they haven't answered. I was just about to open the door to see who it is. Ren Xiaotian complained a few times. Be careful. What if it's a bad guy outside? Empress Ma said worriedly. There are no bad people coming here, you're overthinking it. Although he said this, Ren Xiaotian was still cautious and slowly opened the door a crack to peek at the person outside. Before Ren Xiaotian could even peek through the crack, a sudden, powerful force struck the door, causing him to stagger backward. Before he could react, 2 cold glints of light shot straight towards Ren Xiaoshan's chest. Ren Xiaotian had no time to dodge and was struck squarely by the cold light. He looked closely and saw that 2 heavily armored warriors were wielding spears, each thrust into his chest. The spearheads clashed against Ren Xiaoshan's flesh with a metallic clang, and the 2 warriors were momentarily stunned. Ren Xiaotian used this opportunity to brace himself against the ground and scramble to his feet. Ren Xiaotian knew that the invincibility function given to him by the system had taken effect. But the problem was, although he was impervious to blades and spears, the stabs still hurt a lot. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Ren Xiaotian assumed a defensive stance, warily eyeing the 2 men, and asked. The 2 men merely stared at him coldly, offering no reply. Instead, a wild laugh echoed from outside the door. Ha ha ha, kid, didn't expect it to be me back, did you? Let's see what you can do this time. Zhao Guanji. It's you. Ren Xiaotian was utterly shocked upon recognizing the person outside. He never dreamed it would be Zhao Guanji. Zhao Guanji, seeing Ren Xiaoshan's astonishment, grew even more smug. He strolled over to the 3 men, looking at Ren Xiaotian with a mocking expression. Boy, weren't you always so good at talking? Why are you so quiet now? You lot got me beaten by my brother. If I hadn't gotten this token from him, I wouldn't have found this place. Zhao Guanji toyed with the token in his hand, glanced around the courtyard, and said, why don't I see the others? Well, they're lucky. But you 3 won't be so lucky. After saying that, Zhao Guanji ordered 2 guards, hurry up and take their heads. Seeing that Zhao Guanji was serious, Ren Xiaotian panicked and shouted, Auntie, Xiaoying, run. Go inside and lock the door, don't worry about me. Hearing this, Empress Ma quickly picked up Zhu Xiangying and ran towards the room. The two guards exchanged glances and wanted to follow, but Ren Xiaotian stopped them. Since this kid wants to play the hero, let's take care of him first. We can deal with the other two later, Zhao Guanji grinned. Two elite soldiers raised their spears, pointing them at Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian was immediately on high alert. After all, Ren Xiaotian was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be a match for fully armed and well-trained elite soldiers? However, he had Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying behind him. They didn't possess Ren Xiaoshan's invincible state, and if something happened to them, Ren Xiaotian wouldn't be able to explain himself to Zhu Yuanzhang. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth, relying on his invincible state, and prepared to charge forward to engage the two elite soldiers in close combat. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's haphazard attack, the two elite soldiers smiled contemptuously and thrust their spears up and down at him. Ren Xiaotian instinctively stopped. Seeing the spears getting closer, he rolled away to dodge them. The two elite soldiers pressed their advantage, taking another step and thrusting their spears into Ren Xiaotian, who hadn't yet had time to get up. Two more clangs of metal clashing rang out. Ren Xiaoshan's invincible state had once again saved his life. Ren Xiaotian stood up, rubbing his aching back, and sighed inwardly, realizing this couldn't go on. Your Highness, this man seems to be wearing inner armor. My spear can't penetrate him. A soldier noticed something amiss and reported to Zhao Guanji. Zhao Guanji, realizing Ren Xiaotian lacked combat experience, laughed. One of you stay here and deal with this kid, the other, go kill that mother and daughter. I don't believe they can both be wearing inner armor. One soldier, receiving the order, prepared to bypass Ren Xiaotian to capture Empress Ma and her companion. Ren Xiaotian, startled, ignored his pain and rushed to stop him. The other soldier, however, wouldn't let Ren Xiaotian succeed so easily. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's invulnerability, he changed his spear's thrust to a sweeping motion, striking Ren Xiaotian in the ribs and sending him flying. Ren Xiaotian, enduring excruciating pain, forced himself to stand, only to find another soldier kicking the door to Empress Ma's room. Fuck your grandpa. Ren Xiaoshan's eyes flashed with bloodlust. He seemed to see Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying covered in blood. System, quickly exchange for a combat skill for me. The kind that can kill. Mastering a combat skill requires 2,000 points. The host does not have enough points to exchange. Let me owe you. Can't you see the situation? Saving lives is urgent. Hurry up. System calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for a combat skill mastery. You currently have 1,000 points in debt, please pay them off as soon as possible. Ren Xiaotian felt like a mountain of information had been crammed into his head: Bajikwan, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Mossad assassination techniques, and so on. The sheer volume of knowledge nearly overwhelmed his brain. He shook his head, feeling like he couldn't remember any of those techniques. Had he exchanged for a fake? Before he could ask the system for clarification, Rui Shi's spear was drawn again. Ren Xiaoshan's body moved uncontrollably, executing a pine bridge move to narrowly dodge the sharp warrior's spear. The sharp warrior was visibly startled. How could someone who seemed like a novice suddenly use such a move? But the sharp warrior didn't hesitate any longer. Seeing that his spear had missed Ren Xiaotian, he thrust it forward again. Ren Xiaotian reacted quickly, grabbing the thrusting spear and pulling it away. The sharp warrior stumbled, his body involuntarily moving closer to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian flashed forward, unleashing a powerful Iron Mountain Lean strike from Bajikwan, slamming it into the sharp warrior's body. The sharp warrior, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder. However, being heavily armored, the damage was negligible. Ren Xiaotian understood this perfectly. He quickly stepped forward and, taking advantage of the moment before the bruiser could get up, removed his helmet. Then, using a guillotine choke from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he locked the bruiser's neck tightly. The bruiser struggled desperately, but Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is not so easily broken. Ren Xiaotian remained unmoved and continued to tighten the choke. Less than 30 seconds later, the bruiser felt he couldn't breathe and finally succumbed to Ren Xiaoshan's strangulation, passing out. Ren Xiaotian stood up, not even catching his breath, and charged towards another bruiser who was kicking down a door. Fortunately, Ren Xiaotian had used solid wood doors during his renovations, and they had held up for quite some time. However, the hinges were about to come loose, indicating that the door was about to collapse. Watch out behind you, that kid's gone. Zhao Guanji, seeing Ren Xiaotian suddenly unleash his power, taking down one bruiser and now charging towards another, was also anxious. While the remaining soldier was momentarily distracted, Ren Xiaotian had already closed in. The armor of the Song dynasty was undeniably excellent, but armor always has its weaknesses. The weakness of this armor lay under the wearer's armpits, as these areas were unarmored to maintain arm flexibility. However, under normal circumstances, attacking the wearer's armpits was virtually impossible. By chance, the soldier was kicking down the door with his spear in both hands, thus exposing his armpit weakness. Ren Xiaotian seized the opportunity, mustering all his strength, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the soldier's armpit. The soldier cried out in pain, his hands involuntarily dropping his spear after the heavy blow to his armpit. Ren Xiaotian pressed his advantage, and before the soldier could recover, he ripped off his helmet and slammed his head against the solid wood door. After being slammed against the door a dozen times, the hinges finally gave way, and the wooden door collapsed with a crash. The soldier was now unconscious, his face covered in blood. He likely suffered a severe concussion. After the door fell, Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying looked out in horror, only to find Ren Xiaotian standing there, while the two soldiers lay on the ground. "Xiaotian, have you taken care of them?" Empress Ma asked, still shaken. 14 years had passed since the founding of the Ming dynasty, and she hadn't witnessed anything like this in a long time. Ren Xiaotian turned to Zhao Guanji, muttering, "Not yet. Wait a little longer. Tie these two up first, so they won't cause trouble when they wake up." After speaking, Ren Xiaotian slowly walked towards Zhao Guanji. Zhao Guanji, his face filled with terror, retreated towards the courtyard gate, but the token's cooldown period hadn't expired, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Zhao Guanji truly couldn't understand how someone who had previously acted so weakly had suddenly transformed into a one-punch man. "Zhao Guanji, where do you think you're going? I'll kill you today, or I'm not Ren." Ren Xiaotian suddenly quickened his pace and charged towards Zhao Guanji. This bastard not only caused him to incur a huge debt to the system, but he also almost killed Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying. Ren Xiaotian would definitely not let him off so easily. Seeing Ren Xiaotian charging towards him, Zhao Guanji's legs immediately gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. "Little brother, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously," Zhao Guanji said, his voice trembling with fear. Ren Xiaotian grinned maliciously, pinching his fingers. "Is that so? How about I play a joke on you too? There's no donkey cart here today, so even if you're a cart god, you won't escape. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. I'm the Prince of Jin, you can't kill me." Zhao Guanji roared, using his hands to brace himself as he backed away. Thinking he was at a safe distance, he quickly straightened up and ran outside, glancing back every now and then to see if Ren Xiaotian was chasing after him. Perhaps he was too terrified, he forgot to check for obstacles in front of him while running. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. His head slammed hard against the door, knocking him unconscious. Ren Xiaotian watched the scene, somewhat amused and exasperated, wondering where Zhao Guanji's earlier swagger had gone. With the help of Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying, Ren Xiaotian quickly stripped the three men naked and tied them up. Ren Xiaotian was also at a loss as to what to do with the three of them. After all, he was an educated, model young man, and he couldn't bring himself to kill them all. Helpless, Ren Xiaotian could only temporarily lock them in an empty room, but this wasn't a long-term solution. Ren Xiaotian inwardly resented Zhao Guandian. That old Zhao was truly unreliable. Not only did he not trust them, but he also didn't keep his token safe, which Zhao Guanji stole, almost costing them all their lives. But now that Zhao Guanji had the token, it meant Zhao Guandian could no longer come to him, and Ren Xiaotian couldn't even question him if he wanted to. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but feel frustrated. Zhao Guandian had not only cost him over 2,000 points but had also caused him a lot of trouble. "Urgent mission issued," questioned Zhao Guandian. The system senses the host's resentment towards Zhao Guandian. To quell this resentment, the system issues this urgent mission. The host will receive 2 external aid slots, each capable of bringing 1,000 men, to travel through a special passage to the era of Emperor Taizhou of Song. As this is a special mission, there are no specific requirements, but there are no points awarded for completing it. The system was surprisingly considerate. Ren Xiaotian had just thought of this when the system thoughtfully issued the mission. Although there were no mission rewards, Ren Xiaotian was already quite satisfied with getting his revenge. As for the choice of external aid, after careful consideration, Ren Xiaotian ultimately chose Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Yangle Zudi. The reason for choosing Qin Shi Huang was simple: Ren Xiaotian wanted to witness the fighting prowess of the Qin elite troops firsthand. As for why he chose Zudi instead of Zhu Yuanzhang, first, Zhu Yuanzhang was too hot-tempered. Knowing that Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying were in danger, he would definitely not sit idly by and would easily escalate the situation. Zhu Di, on the other hand, was much more composed. Second, the army's tactics during the Yangle era were more sophisticated than those during the Hongwu era, and Zhu Di also possessed the 3 major battalions that Zhu Di was so proud of. Ren Xiaotian had just submitted his selection of reinforcements to the system when, a moment later, Qin Shi Huang and Yangle Zhu Di appeared in the courtyard, looking completely bewildered. "What happened? How did I suddenly end up here with Mr. Ren Xiaotian?" Qin Shi Huang was abruptly teleported here by the system, his head still spinning. "Yes, I was sleeping in the palace. How did I end up here all of a sudden?" Yangle Zhu Di, still in his bathrobe, rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Ren Xiaotian. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know I'd suddenly bring you here." Something serious has happened, so I had no choice but to ask for your help. Ren Xiaotian said apologetically to the two of them. He hadn't expected the system to bring them here in this way. What could possibly happen here that requires our help? Yangle Zhu Di asked in surprise. Ren Xiaotian briefly explained the situation to them. Zhu Di was furious. These were his mother and nephew. If anything had really happened to them, even tearing Zhao Guanji to pieces wouldn't have appeased his hatred. Where is that son of a bitch Zhao Guanji? I'm going to chop him up alive. Zhu Di rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and prepared to search the entire courtyard for Zhao Guanji. Zhu Di, don't rush to kill him. If killing him solved the problem, Mr. Ren wouldn't have summoned us. Let Mr. Ren finish explaining his plans. Qin Shi Huang quickly stopped Zhu Di, but Zhu Di was panting heavily, clearly not intending to let Zhao Guanji off the hook. This was my mistake. If I hadn't given Zhao Guangayan the passage token, none of this would have happened. I didn't expect Zhao Guangayan to be so careless, allowing such an important item as the token to be easily stolen by Zhao Guanji. Ren Xiaotian was also very guilty, as he had almost caused the deaths of Empress Ma and her daughter. Mr. Ren, there's no need to blame yourself. I didn't expect this to happen either. Now, let's think of a way to resolve this. Qin Shi Huang patted Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder to comfort him. Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, I called you here because I wanted to take you to Zhao Guangayan to demand an explanation and see how he plans to deal with Zhao Guanji. The three of us are outnumbered, so I'd like you to bring some troops with you. That's easy. I'll go back and bring the 3 major battalions. If that's not enough, I'll bring the army that went on the northern expedition against the Mongols. I refuse to believe we can't destroy Zhao Guangayan, Zhu Di said confidently, patting his chest. Ren Xiaotian said, half laughing, half crying, fourth brother, you can't bring that many. Each of you can only bring 1,000 men at most. Besides, we're going to demand an explanation, not to destroy the country. Even if we conquer the entire Song dynasty, what will you do with it? You can't stay in the Song dynasty and become emperor, can you? Zhu Di scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. He hadn't thought that far ahead, he was only thinking about avenging Empress Ma. Mr. Xiaotian, isn't 1,000 men a bit too few? Wouldn't it be like throwing an egg against a rock if we faced their massive army? Qin Shi Huang wasn't afraid of the soldiers sacrificing themselves, but he felt that pointless sacrifices were not worthwhile. It's not certain that a real battle will break out. Besides, we're going directly to his palace. We just need to take down the palace guards, Ren Xiaotian explained. Qin Shi Huang finally felt relieved. Brother Tian, when do you say we should depart? I need to go back and prepare. Zhu Di said impatiently. Ren Xiaotian took out 2 red tokens and handed them to the 2 men, saying, 1 day of preparation should be enough. We'll depart at this time tomorrow. You can use these tokens to travel to the Song dynasty. Zhu Di quickly snatched 1 token, saying, I understand. I'll go back and prepare now. Tomorrow, I'll make sure Zhao Guangayan knows that our great Ming is not to be trifled with. Qin Shi Huang also took the token, saying, then I will also go back and prepare. See you at the Song dynasty tomorrow. Ren Xiaotian nodded and had the system teleport them back. The next moment, Zhu Di was back in his palace, staring blankly at the red token in his hand. After a long while, he reacted and shouted, summon Marquis Zhang Fu of Xinkan to an audience immediately. Zhang Fu and his son were both meritorious officials in Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign, and Zhu Di naturally trusted them greatly. Zhu Di, dressed in his dragon robe with the help of palace maids, sat in the imperial study waiting for Zhang Fu. Shortly afterward, Zhang Fu arrived. Your subject Zhang Fu greets your majesty, Zhang Fu said, bowing to Zhu Di. Zhu Di waved his hand, saying, Wenbai, you may rise. Please take a seat. After sitting down, Zhang Fu was momentarily confused about why Zhu Di had summoned him, but he dared not ask unless Zhu Di spoke. Wenbai, how have you been at home lately? Zhu Di asked casually. Thanks to your majesty, everything is fine at my residence, Zhang Fu replied. Are there any battles in the court that require your participation? Zhu Di asked again. Your majesty, as you previously arranged, I am serving as the deputy general of the Duke of Cheng on an expedition to Annam. The army will depart next month. Zhang Fu was somewhat puzzled by the questions, but still answered truthfully. Leaving next month, huh? That won't delay things, Zhu Di muttered to himself. Your majesty, what did you say? Zhang Fu asked, puzzled. Nothing much, just that I'm about to give you a task. Tomorrow, you will lead 1,300 soldiers from the 3rd Battalion to attack the Song dynasty's Zhao Guangayan's palace, Zhu Di said, tapping his fingers on the table. Zhang Fu was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhu Di more closely. The emperor hadn't been drinking, so why was he talking nonsense? Or was he still half asleep? Zhu Di didn't bother to explain further to Zhang Fu. He said calmly, this matter is complicated, so I won't explain it to you. Just know that I'm giving you orders. Tomorrow at dawn, come here to prepare for the expedition. Remember, this battle must be won, defeat is not an option. If you win, I will reward you with higher ranks and titles. If you lose, you can come to me with your head." After saying this, Zhu De leaned back in his chair and waved his hand. Zhang Fu understood that the emperor wanted him to leave. Although he was still completely bewildered, he had no choice but to rise and depart. After Zhang Fu left, Zhu De beckoned to a eunuch. "Take my tiger tally and summon 333 of the most elite soldiers from each of the 5 armies camp, the 3,000 camp, and the Divine Machine camp to the palace to see me. All troops must be armored, and the Divine Machine camp's firearms must also be brought." After the eunuch obeyed and left, Zhu De leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep as he pondered tomorrow's battle plan. Zhu De was very confident in the fighting prowess of the 3 major battalions, but Zhao Kuangyan's troops were no less formidable. Especially the imperial guards protecting the palace, each one a hand-picked elite. The Ming dynasty's greatest advantage was its firearms, as they hadn't been invented during the Northern Song dynasty. However, firearms were extremely slow to reload, and the Song dynasty's imperial guards weren't fools willing to be easily defeated. The Shenji battalion only had one chance to fire. Therefore, it was crucial to use superior forces to decisively breach Zhao Kuangyan's palace before Song reinforcements arrived. Ren Xiaotian didn't need any special preparations, as he was essentially a lone commander. However, his invincibility vanished in the Song dynasty. While his combat skills made him unafraid of hand-to-hand combat, he was vulnerable to enemy arrows. To save his life, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to don heavy armor stripped from elite soldiers. The moment he put on the helmet, Ren Xiaotian nearly fainted from the stench of sweat inside. Ren Xiaotian angrily brushed the armor over a dozen times until the smell was completely gone before finally hanging it to dry. The next day, at Qinshi, 7 to 9 a.m., Zhu De was reviewing the soldiers of the 3 major battalions outside the palace. The 3 battalions truly lived up to their reputation as the elite of the Ming dynasty. Although they had been standing in armor for over an hour, the soldiers remained spirited and alert. Zhu De nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "Soldiers, today I entrust you with a difficult task, to breach the Song dynasty's imperial palace, belonging to Zhao Kuangyan. Do you have the confidence?" The soldiers of the 3 battalions exchanged bewildered glances, completely baffled by the emperor's intentions. Seeing the awkward silence, Zhu De shouted again, "Whoever is the first to breach the Song dynasty's imperial palace, I guarantee him promotion, nobility, and high office. Fight! Fight! Fight!" Hearing Zhu De shout, the soldiers disregarded the Song dynasty and roared with renewed vigor. Zhu De rode up to the front of the soldiers and, to the astonishment of Zhang Fu and the rest of the army, used a red token to open a door-shaped passage. "Follow me on the expedition." Zhu De roared, then rode into the passage and disappeared. Seeing the emperor lead the way inside, Zhang Fu turned to his soldiers and shouted, "Everyone follow. Make sure His Majesty is safe." Led by Zhang Fu, the soldiers of the 3 battalions entered the passage one by one. After the last soldier entered, the passage was completely closed. When Zhu De and the soldiers of the 3 battalions emerged from the passage, they found themselves in Bianliang, the capital of the Song dynasty. The soldiers, finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Although Zhang Fu was also surprised, he turned back and shouted angrily, "Silence!" Hearing Zhang Fu's shout, the soldiers immediately fell silent. Zhu De looked around and noticed a group of soldiers dressed in black armor not far away. He had never seen Song dynasty armor before, and the moment he saw the army, he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. "Quickly form ranks and prepare for battle." Zhu De drew his long sword and shouted. The soldiers of the 3 battalions immediately took up their fighting stances, ready to charge at any moment. Just then, a general ran over from the enemy camp, shouting something, but Zhu De couldn't hear him due to the distance. "Shenji battalion, prepare." At Zhang Fu's command, the soldiers of the Shenji battalion raised their firearms and aimed at the approaching man. "Don't fire. They're all on our side. Fourth brother, it's me." As the general drew closer, Zhu De finally heard him. Zhu De frowned, looked him over, and then slapped his thigh. It was Ren Xiaotian. "Quickly put away your firearms. They're on our side." Zhu De shouted hurriedly. It's no wonder Zhu De was in such a hurry. If a soldier accidentally fired and killed Ren Xiaotian, it would be a disaster. "Brother Tian, what are you dressed like? I almost mistook you for an enemy and killed you." Zhu De complained as Ren Xiaotian approached. "Hey, I took this from an assassin yesterday. I was just doing it for safety." "Fourth brother, the ones in black opposite you are the first emperor's army. Don't shoot the wrong person." Ren Xiaotian quickly reminded Zhu De. "So I'm the last one to arrive. That's a bit embarrassing. Zhang Fu, lead the soldiers to move towards our allies." Zhu De sheathed his sword and said. Zhang Fu accepted the order and led the 3 battalions towards the direction of the first emperor. Ren Xiaotian curiously sized up Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu was indeed a talented man, truly skilled in military strategy, but his death would be rather ignominious. Brother Tian is gone. What are you standing there daydreaming about? Zhu Di urged, seeing Ren Xiaotian lost in thought. Ren Xiaotian, not caring much, quickly followed Zhu Di back. Such a large-scale attack must have alerted Zhao Kuangyan. If they didn't act quickly, things would get complicated when Song reinforcements arrived. Zhu Di, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. If you hadn't come, I would have attacked first, Qin Shi Huang said, smiling at Zhu Di from his chariot. Zhu Di glanced at the imposing Ming gate of the Song dynasty palace and clicked his tongue. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I'm late. To prevent any unforeseen complications, let's skip the pleasantries and attack the city immediately. Qin Shi Huang nodded and said to those around him, Zhang Han, convey my order, the entire army will attack the city. Wind! Strong wind! Under Qin Shi Huang's command, the Qin army, wielding halberds and powerful crossbows, shouted slogans and rapidly approached the city gate. Zhang Fu, attack the city quickly! Seeing the Qin army had already launched their attack on the city gate, Zhu Di shouted, not wanting to be left behind. Zhang Fu, who had been staring blankly at the Qin soldiers, snapped to attention upon hearing Zhu Di's order and quickly led the 3 battalions towards the city gate. Has my second brother not been found yet? At this moment, Zhao Kuangyan was anxiously inquiring of the imperial guards about the whereabouts of Zhao Guanji. Your Majesty, Prince Jin has not returned since he took 2 brothers away yesterday. We searched all night but found no trace of him. Where could he have gone? Besides, what is he doing with the imperial guards? Zhao Kuangyan muttered to himself. Suddenly, Zhao Kuangyan remembered the token Ren Xiaotian had given him and hurriedly returned to his palace to look for it, but it was nowhere to be found. At this point, Zhao Kuangyan finally understood Zhao Guanji had led the imperial guards to seek revenge on Ren Xiaotian. I hope my second brother is alright. Please, he mustn't cause me any trouble. Although Zhao Kuangyan didn't really believe that he had encountered Qin Shi Huang or some Ming emperor at Ren Xiaoshan's place, Zhao Guanji's silence for a day and a night made him suspicious. When misfortune strikes, what you fear most often comes true. As Zhao Kuangyan was lost in thought, a palace guard rushed in, flustered. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. 2 armies of unknown origin are storming the palace gates outside Ming Gate. Zhao Kuangyan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately asked, how many are they? What flags are they flying? About 2,000 men. Those dressed in black are flying Qin flags, while the other side is flying Ming flags. Upon hearing the guard's report, Zhao Kuangyan immediately understood that Zhao Guanji's operation had failed, and Ren Xiaotian had come seeking revenge. However, upon hearing that there were only 2,000 soldiers, Zhao Kuangyan felt relieved. Such a small force attempting to storm the Song capital was suicidal. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 loud explosions came from the direction of the city gates, and Zhao Kuangyan tensed up. He quickly donned his armor, preparing to personally go to the city gates to see what had happened. It's no use, Your Majesty. The cannons we brought can't breach the city gate. Zhang Fu rushed over to report to Zhu Di. Zhu Di frowned. He hadn't expected the city gates of the Song dynasty's imperial city to be so surprisingly sturdy. Keep bombarding. Tell the soldiers not to be stingy with cannonballs. We must breach the gates before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Zhu Di had no other choice. After all, the cannons of the early Ming dynasty weren't very powerful, let alone the smaller, mobile cannons, whose power was further diminished. He had originally planned to open the gates quickly and end the battle, so he hadn't ordered his soldiers to bring any other siege equipment. Now, he was being thoroughly humiliated by the sturdiness of the Song dynasty's city gates. Fourth brother, are you sure you can handle this? The Song reinforcements are arriving soon. We don't want to get surrounded. Ren Xiaotian was also getting anxious. He knew Bian Liang's defenses were formidable. The commotion they'd caused could probably be heard even by the deaf. Ren Xiaotian regretted not giving Zhu Di the blueprints for the red cannon sooner. If he had the red cannon, the city gates would probably be blown to smithereens by now. If there's really no other way, we'll have to launch a direct assault. Luckily, I ordered men to bring siege ladders. Qin Shi Huang spoke to the 2 men while simultaneously directing the army. Under Qin Shi Huang's command, the elite Qin troops used crossbows to suppress the defenders on the city walls, while reinforcements used the opportunity to set up siege ladders. The planned surprise attack was quickly turning into a fierce siege. Ren Xiaotian wished he could just exchange for some C4 and throw it at the city gates. Large numbers of Qin soldiers scaled the city walls using the siege ladders they had erected, engaging the Song Imperial Guards in fierce combat. Fortunately, the palace walls lacked defensive siege weapons like hot oil, otherwise, the Qin army wouldn't have been able to scale the walls so easily. Seeing this, Zhang Fu immediately ordered the soldiers of the 5th Army Battalion and the 3rd Army Battalion to rush to the walls to join the Qin army in resisting the advancing Imperial Guards. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched, and neither the Qin nor Ming armies could break through the Song army's defenses. After about 10 minutes, Ren Xiaotian keenly heard the rumbling of hooves and heavy footsteps approaching from afar. He knew that Song reinforcements were about to arrive, and his anxiety grew. Suddenly, another thud echoed as a heavy object crashed to the ground. A general from the Shenji battalion ran excitedly, shouting, "Your Majesty, the city gate has fallen." Zhu Di was overjoyed. He drew his sword and roared, "Soldiers! The city gate has fallen. Follow me and charge in." The morale of the Imperial Guards on the city wall plummeted upon seeing the gate breached. Led by a commander, they retreated from the wall towards the palace. The Qin and Ming armies seized the wall. After regrouping, Qin Shi Huang left Zhang Han with a detachment to cover the rear, while the rest followed the two emperors towards the palace. Qin Shi Huang drove a chariot, Zhu Di rode a fine horse, and Ren Xiaotian, unable to ride, had no choice but to run alongside them. To avoid being surrounded by reinforcements from the Song army, the group quickened their pace, avoiding any small groups of Imperial Guards they encountered along the way, determined not to be entangled. The group arrived at the great celebration hall of the Imperial Palace. Ren Xiaotian was surprised to find Zhao Guangyan, leading several thousand Imperial Guards, already waiting for them. Zhao Guangyan, clad in armor and wielding a long staff, sat imposingly on horseback. "Why have you attacked my palace without cause?" Zhao Guangyan roared, his eyes wide. "Old Zhao, do you think anyone would be so bored as to attack your palace for no reason? If it weren't for your brother provoking us, I wouldn't have come even if you had carried me in a sedan chair." Ren Xiaotian scoffed at Zhao Guangyan's attitude, replying dismissively, "My second brother has indeed fallen into your hands. What have you done to him?" Zhao Guangyan asked anxiously. If anything had truly happened to Zhao Guanji, their mother, Empress Dowager Du, would surely be driven to despair. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, and 3 naked men were pushed forward from the ranks of the Qin army behind him. One of them was Zhao Guanji, but now he was bowing his head, his hair disheveled, completely lacking his former arrogance. "How dare you humiliate my second brother like this? I will not forgive you." Zhao Guangyan, seeing Zhao Guanji appear almost naked before everyone, felt deeply ashamed and shouted at Ren Xiaotian, "Why don't you ask us why we did this? Your brother almost killed all 3 of us when he came to my place. So, your Song dynasty law only allows him to kill us, but not us to avenge him, is that it?" Ren Xiaotian, still not satisfied, took the riding crop from Zhu Di and lashed it hard across Zhao Guanji's fair back. Zhao Guanji immediately let out a howl of pain, and a bloody welt immediately appeared on his fair back. "You dare! What exactly do you want?" Zhao Guangyan was about to erupt in anger, but considering Zhao Guanji was still in Ren Xiaoshan's hands, he could only force himself to hold back. Qin Shi Huang whispered in Ren Xiaoshan's ear, "Mr. Xiaotian, we can't delay any longer. Zhang Han's side won't hold out for long. We didn't come here to fight you, we just want an explanation. Just apologize to us and punish Zhao Guanji in front of us, and this matter will be over." Ren Xiaotian relayed their thoughts to Zhao Guangyan. However, Zhao Guangyan refused without hesitation. "I can apologize, but punishing my second brother is absolutely impossible. You should find another condition." Zhu Di, who had never intended to forgive Zhao Guanji, was instantly enraged by Zhao Guangyan's refusal. "What condition? Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. Shenji Battalion, prepare." With Zhu Di's order, the soldiers of the Shenji Battalion pointed their guns at Zhao Guangyan and the Imperial Guards behind him. Pointed at by hundreds of muskets, Zhao Guangyan felt a chill run down his spine. A strong sense of crisis made him instinctively spur his horse back a few steps. "All troops, advance. Recapture the Prince of Jin." Upon receiving Zhao Guangyan's order, the front ranks of the Imperial Guards, shielded by wooden shields, charged towards Qin Ming's army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the Imperial Guards charging, the Qin soldiers were the first to pull the triggers of their crossbows. However, the Imperial Guard's shields were large and thick, blocking the vast majority of the arrows. Occasionally, a few arrows would slip through the gaps in the shields, but they only wounded a few men. Seeing that the Qin army's attack had failed, Zhao Guangyan was overjoyed and shouted, "All troops, quicken your pace." Qin Shi Huang, seeing this, couldn't help but become anxious. "Zhu Di, you brat, why aren't your men attacking?" Zhu Di didn't answer Qin Shi Huang's question, but coldly watched the Imperial Guards approach step by step. When the Imperial Guards were less than 30 paces away, Zhu Di finally spoke. "Soldiers of the Divine Machine Battalion, fire." Early Ming Dynasty muskets had an effective killing range of 30 to 40 meters against armored enemies, a fact Zhu Di was well aware of. He was waiting for the Imperial Guards to enter the effective range of the Shenji Battalion's muskets, allowing for greater firepower. At Zhu Di's command, the Shenji Battalion's muskets opened fire. The shields, which had almost completely withstood the Qin army's crossbows, were as fragile as paper before the powerful impact of the musket pellets. As the shields were easily torn apart by the musket pellets, the Imperial guards hiding behind them also suffered. The pellets, after piercing the shields, continued their trajectory, striking the Imperial guards, and a large number of those at the front fell instantly. In truth, the accuracy of early Ming Dynasty muskets was mediocre, but the Imperial guards were packed together. In this situation, the Shenji battalion didn't need to aim deliberately, they could fire anywhere without missing their target. The Imperial guards behind were completely unaware of what was happening. They only heard a series of crackling sounds, like firecrackers, before their comrades fell. Seeing their brothers lying on the ground, groaning in pain, the Imperial guards halted their charge. The scene was utterly bizarre. They didn't know what weapons the enemy used, but it was as if their men had been magically brought down. The Qin soldiers nearby were also startled. Who were these allies? How could their shields, which could withstand their powerful bows and crossbows, be so easily breached? The Imperial Guard's hesitation gave the Divine Machine Battalion time to reload. They skillfully loaded their ammunition and then aimed their guns at the Imperial Guards. Faced with the musket so close, and the dark, deadly muzzles of the guns, one Imperial Guard soldier finally couldn't take it anymore. He dropped his shield and ran back. His retreat was like a snowflake triggering an avalanche. All the Imperial Guards began to flee. After all, the fear of the unknown is an innate human instinct. Zhao Kuangyan drew his longsword and killed a fleeing Imperial Guard, then roared, "Anyone who deserts in the face of battle will be executed without mercy." His words stopped the Imperial Guards in their tracks. Dying on the battlefield meant the court would provide compensation to their families, but fleeing and being killed would not only bring them nothing but also the stigma of desertion. What weapons are you using? Why are they so powerful? After rallying the Imperial Guards, Zhao Kuangyan asked Zhu De with a look of astonishment. Zhu De coldly snorted, "Do you think I'll answer you? Zhao Kuangyan, I'll give you one more chance to consider. If you still refuse to accept our conditions, you'll be the next one lying on the ground. Shenji Battalion, prepare." Upon hearing Zhu De's order, the Shenji Battalion soldiers all pointed their muskets at Zhao Kuangyan. Zhao Kuangyan instinctively dismounted and hid behind one of the Imperial Guards. Even though he was very confident in his martial prowess, he was still somewhat afraid of this strange weapon. "Let's talk this over. Release my second brother, and we'll sit down and have a proper discussion." Zhao Kuangyan's demeanor suddenly changed, and he said with a broad smile. To his surprise, Zhu De wasn't buying it. He sneered, "Zhao Kuangyan, don't even think about stalling for time. Even if your army charged in right now, I guarantee you'd die before me." Seeing his plan exposed, Zhao Kuangyan's expression returned to its usual coldness. "What exactly do you want? Do you have to fight me to the death?" Ren Xiaotian didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked Zhao Kuangyan, "Old Zhao, let me ask you, if your mother and nephew were attacked by bandits and nearly killed, what would you do?" "Then, of course, I would exterminate the entire bandit family to quell my hatred." Zhao Kuangyan answered without hesitation. Then, as if he understood something, he murmured, "Could it be Guanji?" Ren Xiaotian pointed at Zhu De and said, "Your good brother wants to kill his mother and nephew. He's an emperor, just like you. Just like you said, he's here for revenge. The fact that you haven't killed Zhao Guanji yet is already showing you a lot of respect." Zhao Kuangyan suddenly realized what was going on and said, "Then why didn't you just kill Guanji to get revenge? Why did you come to me instead?" Zhao Guanji, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head and said incredulously, "Brother, you, shut up. If it weren't for your vengeful nature, how could you have brought such trouble to our great Song dynasty? I wish I could kill you right now." Zhao Kuangyan glared at Zhao Guanji. Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian secretly shook his head. It seemed that Zhao Kuangyan wasn't as protective of his brother as he appeared. "Don't you know why we're looking for you? The token I gave you is a priceless treasure that allows you to travel through space. Not only did you not take good care of it, but Zhao Guanji actually stole it. Who else can we turn to if not you?" Ren Xiaotian questioned Zhao Kuangyan. This was indeed my mistake. I didn't expect my second brother to hold such a grudge against you." Zhao Kuangyan's tone softened, and he had to admit his error. Ren Xiaotian nodded and said, "Isn't it all over now that we've talked it out? But we can't let this fright go unpunished, can we? Old Zhao, what do you plan to do with Zhao Guanji? Didn't you already beat my second brother? What else do you want me to do with him?" Zhao Kuangyan said to Ren Xiaotian with an incredulous expression. "Apart from the lash I gave him just now, we didn't lay a hand on him. If a lash can atone for his crime, that would be too lenient on him, wouldn't it?" Ren Xiaotian sneered. Zhao Kuangyan gritted his teeth, gripped his staff, and strode towards Ren Xiaotian. The Qin army and the soldiers of the three major camps immediately aimed their crossbows and muskets at him, but Zhao Kuangyan made no other move. He walked past Ren Xiaotian and stood in front of Zhao Guanji. Zhao Guanji looked up and saw Zhao Kuangyan, overjoyed, and exclaimed, "Brother, have you come to save me?" Zhao Kuangyan didn't reply, but raised his staff high and struck Zhao Guanji's arm. Everyone heard a sickening cracking sound, followed by Zhao Guanji's scream of agony. Zhao Guanji's right arm had been broken by Zhao Guangayan, and he was in excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Guangayan still hadn't stopped, and picked up the stick again, striking Zhao Guanji's left arm. After both of Zhao Guanji's arms were crippled, Zhao Guangayan coldly asked Ren Xiaotian, "Is that enough?" Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Guangayan was truly ruthless. Even if Zhao Guanji recovered, his arms were essentially useless. Without waiting for Ren Xiaotian's reply, Zhao Guangayan, carrying the stick and dragging the lifeless Zhao Guanji back to his camp, said, "I've given you the explanation you wanted. Now, shouldn't you give me an explanation? My great song is not a place you can come and go as you please." Before Ren Xiaotian and the others could answer, several Qin soldiers, covered in blood, ran from afar. "Your Majesty, the enemy has invaded. This humble general is incompetent, we simply cannot hold them off." Zhang Han stumbled to Qin Shi Huang, and, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed after uttering these words. Qin Shi Huang quickly stepped forward to help Zhang Han up. It was truly remarkable that he had managed to hold out for so long against such a large enemy force with only a few dozen men. Then, the Song army surged in like a tidal wave, completely surrounding Ren Xiaotian and Qin Ming's allied forces. The tide of battle turned instantly. "Lay down your weapons and surrender now, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Zhao Guangayan, leaning on his staff, coldly looked at Ren Xiaotian and his companions. 2,000 men against an enemy force of unknown numbers. Ren Xiaotian and his companions had virtually no chance of victory. This was the greatest crisis Ren Xiaotian had faced since obtaining the system. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di were completely unmoved after listening to Zhao Guangayan's threatening words. "Do you want me to surrender? You're dreaming. I told you just now that even if I die here today, I will take you with me." Zhu Di sneered and said. Qin Shi Huang also said domineeringly, "My great Qin only has the old Qin people who died in battle, and there are no old Qin people who surrendered. If you want to fight, come on, I'm to Qin next." After saying that, he whispered to Ren Xiaotian, "Mr. Xiaotian, think of a way. The current situation is too unfavorable for us." But Ren Xiaotian really didn't have any good way to break the game. Fortunately, Zhao Guangayan is now afraid of the firearms of the Divine Machine Battalion, and he does not dare to let the soldiers rush up easily in a short period of time. For a while, both sides tacitly maintained a state of confrontation. Zhao Guangayan quietly retreated, ready to retreat to a safe distance before letting the soldiers charge. Unfortunately, the sharp-eyed Zhu Di discovered his small movements and shouted, "Zhao Guangayan, if you dare to move again, I will immediately beat you into a hornet's nest." Zhao Guangayan's body suddenly stiffened and stood in place honestly. But it was not a way to continue the stalemate. Zhao Guangayan's eyes rolled and he thought of an idea again. "Since you refuse to surrender, it's not a problem for us to be like this all the time. How about we just have a gamble?" "What's the gambling method?" Zhu Di asked. "You can choose someone to fight with me, and the losing side will let the other party deal with it?" Zhao Guangayan knew that Zhu Di did not dare to let people shoot casually, so he simply pushed aside the crowd and walked to the front of the formation. Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang both hesitated. They have all seen Zhao Guangayan's force, and neither of them is Zhao Guangayan's opponent together, let alone fighting alone. There may be someone in the Qin army and the Ming army who can beat Zhao Guangayan, but Zhu Di and the two really dare not gamble on this. "Hey, is this cowardly? If you don't dare to fight me, put down your weapons and surrender as soon as possible," Zhao Guangayan said with a sneer. "Let me come." Seeing that Zhu Di and the two were very entangled, Ren Xiaotian simply took the initiative to stand up and say. Zhu Di and the two were suddenly shocked. They had known Ren Xiaotian for a long time, and they had never seen him fight with anyone. "Brother Tian, can you do it? This is not the time to be strong. If you lose, you will lose your life," Zhu Di said anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm the unreliable person, just my ability to beat Zhao Guangayan is simply a handheld pinch, you two can take a look," Ren Xiaotian said and moved his body, but felt that the armor on his body was in the way, so he simply took off the armor. Zhao Guangayan saw that it was Ren Xiaotian who came out to fight, and asked in astonishment, "You want to fight me?" Although Zhao Guangayan didn't see Ren Xiaotian make a move when he fought alone with Qin Shi Huang last time, his body shape and posture didn't seem to have been trained, and he couldn't figure out why the other party would let Ren Xiaotian fight for a while. "What's wrong? Can't you? Don't look at the gentlemen who are thin, they are all pimpled meat," Ren Xiaotian said and posed a bodybuilding pose for Zhao Guangayan. Zhao Guangayan was laughed angrily. He threw the eyebrow stick to a forbidden soldier, moved his body a few times and walked towards Ren Xiaotian. "Boy, fists and feet have no eyes, I'll beat you to death in a while, don't blame me for being too heavy." Ren Xiaotian raised his middle finger at Zhao Guangayan and said cheaply, "If you have that ability, you can beat me to death, I can't ask for it." Although Zhao Guangayan didn't know what the middle finger meant, he also understood that Ren Xiaotian definitely didn't hold back his fart, and punched Ren Xiaotian directly in the face in a fit of rage. Ren Xiaotian quickly protected his face with his forearm, and Zhao Guangayan's fist only hit Ren Xiaoshan's forearm. Immediately afterwards, Ren Xiaotian took 3 steps back and shook his arm with his teeth bared. This Zhao Guangayan's strength is really big enough, and Ren Xiaoshan's forearms were numb. Zhao Guangayan was unforgiving, and punched Ren Xiaotian with punches close to his body. Ren Xiaotian saw the trick and used various genres of moves to deal with it, and the two fought indistinguishably for a while. The onlookers were stunned. Zhu Di and Qin Shihuang really didn't expect Ren Xiaotian to be so good at fighting, and he usually didn't show the mountains are due, and he really responded to the sentence that people can't look good at critical times. The Song Dynasty Forbidden Army was even more surprised. Zhao Guangayan couldn't be more clear about how good he could beat them, and 3 or 5 forbidden troopers were not his opponents on weekdays, although the Forbidden Army was also suspected of releasing water, but this could also show how high Zhao Guangayan's force was. However, Zhao Guangayan, who was brave on weekdays, actually fought back and forth with a thin young man, which made the forbidden soldiers begin to wonder if they were too lazy in training. Seeing that he and Zhao Guangayan were indistinguishable for a while, Ren Xiaotian quickly stepped forward and reapplied an Iron Mountain back, leaning heavily on Zhao Guangayan's chest. But what Ren Xiaotian didn't expect was that Zhao Guangayan just snorted, but used this empty space to strangle Ren Xiaoshan's arms with his backhand, no matter how much he broke free. Seeing that Zhao Guangayan was about to press Ren Xiaotian to the ground, Zhu Di and Qin Shihuang both closed their eyes in despair and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Ren Xiaotian couldn't break free, and in a hurry, a monkey stole peaches with his right hand, which hit Zhao Guangayan's vital part impartially. Zhao Guangayan immediately screamed and jumped more than a meter high, which showed how ruthless Ren Xiaoxia's hands were, and everyone present felt the same cold. "You kid doesn't talk about martial arts, you actually sneak attack me." Zhao Guangayan knelt on the ground in pain and gasped, and after a while, he struggled to squeeze out such a sentence from between his teeth. "I'm not the head of Hunyuan Tai Chi, what martial arts do I tell you? Are you better? If it's okay, let's fight again." Ren Xiaotian looked at Zhao Guangayan with his arms crossed and said, "Come on. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be surnamed Zhao." Zhao Guangayan stood up and roared, but the way he protected the vital points with his right hand was not to mention how funny it was. The injured Zhao Guangayan was like a mad tiger, completely ignoring Ren Xiaoshan's fist on him, and waved towards Ren Xiaoshan's throat, obviously wanting to kill Ren Xiaotian. But Zhao Guangayan's irrational fighting style hit Ren Xiaoshan's arms. Ren Xiaotian saw the right time to stretch out his leg and trip Zhao Guangayan, sat on him and strangled Zhao Guangayan's neck fiercely. "Lao Zhao, hurry up and admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, I will strangle you." In fact, Ren Xiaotian would not kill people, he was just scaring Zhao Guangayan. "Let me admit defeat. Don't think about it." Zhao Guangayan's face turned red, and he was still unwilling to admit defeat when he couldn't breathe. "Why are you doing this? Isn't it okay for us to sit down and talk?" Ren Xiaotian sighed. Zhao Guangayan ignored Ren Xiaotian no more, but riveted up all his strength and shouted, "Soldiers, don't worry about me, quickly kill all the enemy troops." Ren Xiaotian was shocked by these words. "Isn't it, Lao Zhao, are you serious? Didn't you say that whoever loses will be disposed of? You obviously can't afford to play. You're allowed to be disrespectful in martial arts, but I'm not allowed to go back on my word? I learned that from you." Zhao Guangayan grinned coldly. Upon receiving the order, the Song army, weapons in hand, slowly approached the Qinming allied forces. A major battle was imminent. "Old Zhao, if you don't make them stop, I'm really going to strangle you. Aren't you afraid of death?" Ren Xiaotian, seeing that the two sides were about to fight, hurriedly said to Zhao Guangayan, "Even if you kill me, you won't escape today. If you're prepared to die, then go ahead and do it." Zhao Guangayan chuckled, clearly certain that Ren Xiaotian wouldn't dare kill him. "Damn, this Zhao Guangayan is completely impervious to reason. System, hurry up and help. This system cannot provide assistance to the host until the host has repaid the debt. If you don't help, I'll lose my life. Who will pay you back then?" The system remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing Ren Xiaoshan's words. Out of humanitarian considerations, this system is providing the host with one last free assistance. "My system is really awesome. What kind of help are you going to give me? A large quantity of submachine guns or grenades?" "Host, you're overthinking it. This system is providing you with all the memories from the founding of the Northern Song Dynasty to the fall of the Southern Song Dynasty." "Damn it, what would I do with that stuff? I can't use it to fight the enemy. Host's intelligence is truly worrying. Why don't you just give these memories to Zhao Guangayan? How can I transfer the memories to him? Besides, that's not the point. The problem is that we're already at each other's throats, and it looks like we're about to be wiped out. Host, just place your hand on Zhao Guangayan's head and the memories will be automatically transferred." As for the situation you're facing, this system can't help you. Friendly reminder, if you die, this system will automatically find a new host. Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead hard. Damn it, what's the use of these memories from this lousy system? It's not like I'm altering Zhao Guangyan's own memories. Despite his complaints, Ren Xiaotian, with a nothing-to-lose attitude, placed his hands on Zhao Guangyan's head. Immediately, Zhao Guangyan let out a scream even more agonizing than when the peaches were stolen. Hearing this scream, both sides, who were about to fight, tacitly stopped. What have you done to the emperor? Let him go. A Song Dynasty Imperial Guard general rushed over and demanded anxiously. Although Zhao Guangyan had said to leave him alone, none of the guards took him seriously. After all, they were responsible for protecting the emperor's safety. If anything happened to Zhao Guangyan, none of them would survive. Ren Xiaotian ignored the general's question, his eyes also fixed nervously on Zhao Guangyan. If Zhao Guangyan lost his mind, it could lead to a terrible disaster. The screams gradually subsided, and Ren Xiaotian removed his hands, standing up from Zhao Guangyan. Zhao Guangyan felt as if he had just had an exceptionally long dream. He first witnessed his initial success in conquering the land under Chai Rong's leadership, followed by Chai Rong's death and his subsequent ascension to the throne at the urging of his generals, establishing the Song dynasty. He also witnessed the truth behind the axe and candle shadow incident that Ren Xiaotian had once recounted, and the actions of Zhao Guanji after his ascension to the throne. He witnessed the brief glory of the reigns of Emperor Renzong and Emperor Zhezong, and the mediocre rule of Emperor Zhenzong and Emperor Shenzong, until he saw the Jin army advance south, Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong captured by the Jin, the Song dynasty ravaged, and its people displaced. Faced with these tragic scenes, Zhao Guangyan repeatedly tried to awaken from his despair, but he couldn't. Then came Zhao Guo's ascension to the throne and Yu Fei's northern expedition. Yu Fei's army marched all the way to Zuxian town, a stone's throw from the old capital, Bianliang. Just when Zhao Guangyan thought the Song dynasty was about to regain its glory, the 12 imperial edicts, the Fengbo Pavilion incident, the Manjianghong incident, and the fabricated charges chilled his passionate heart. After Yu Fei's death, the Song dynasty began its gradual decline, and Zhao Guangyan's dream ultimately ended with Lu Xiaofu embracing the last emperor of the Song dynasty, Zhao Bing, and throwing himself into the sea at Yaishan. After waking from this long dream, a tear rolled down Zhao Guangyan's cheek. He quietly wiped away the tear and stood up. Old Zhao, are you alright? Do you still remember who I am? Ren Xiaotian, fearing that implanting memories might damage Zhao Guangyan's mind, quickly stepped forward to ask upon seeing him awake. Zhao Guangyan didn't answer Ren Xiaotian, but simply walked to the Song army and said calmly, all of you, cease your attacks. As the Song army lowered their weapons, the Qinming allied forces also lowered their guard, gathering around Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Guangyan took back his staff from the imperial guards and slowly walked to Zhao Guanji. Zhao Guanji looked at his elder brother, who was carrying the staff, with a face full of terror. He didn't know why Zhao Guangyan had targeted him again. Brother, you can't hit me anymore. What if you kill me? How will you explain to mother? Zhao Guanji's arms were already broken, he could only sit on the ground, inching backward. Zhao Guangyan coldly stared at Zhao Guanji. This second brother, who had always been so subservient to him, had actually dared to lay a hand on him. And those veteran soldiers who had followed him for decades, all destined to die pathetically at the hands of this useless second brother. Zhao Guangyan tightened his grip on his long staff. But thinking of decades of brotherhood and mother's instructions, Zhao Guangyan ultimately couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. A torrent of emotions culminated in a long sigh. Second brother, go back. From now on, don't participate in court affairs. I will guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. Why, brother? Have you forgotten what mother said? This isn't fair to me. Zhao Guanji shouted frantically. A life of glory, or death now. Second brother, the choice is yours. Zhao Guangyan's icy gaze swept over Zhao Guanji, who shivered and lowered his head, daring not to speak again. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di, filled with doubt, approached Ren Xiaotian and asked, Mr. Xiaotian, what has happened to Zhao Guangyan? Why has he suddenly changed his ways? The implantation of memories was far too bizarre for Ren Xiaotian to explain to the two, so he could only shrug and say, I don't know what he's up to, but it's always good to avoid war. Guards, take Prince Jin back to his residence to heal his wounds. From now on, without my order, he is not to leave the residence even a step. Zhao Guangyan handed Zhao Guanji over to the imperial guards, gave them a few instructions, and then walked towards Ren Xiaotian and the others. Young man, what I saw before. Zhao Guangyan asked Ren Xiaotian. Those were all things that would happen in the future. Old Zhao, you should have seen them all, right? Before Zhao Guangyan could finish his question, Ren Xiaotian interrupted him. Zhao Guangyan nodded and said, I saw the future of the Song dynasty. So what you told me before was true. I misunderstood you. Hey, we've become friends through this fight. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? We're all pretty tired after fighting like this. Ren Xiaotian said casually. No problem, come with me. Zhao Guangayan turned and led the way. Ren Xiaotian quickly stopped him, pointing to Zhang Han and the group of wounded soldiers. Old Zhao, could you help treat these wounded? Let them wait here for a while. I'll have the imperial physician come and treat their wounds later. Zhao Guangayan agreed. Anyway, there were quite a few wounded soldiers in the Song army, they could be treated all at once. Both Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang hesitated, clearly distrustful of Zhao Guangayan. Zhao Guangayan noticed their hesitation and said calmly, if you don't trust me, you don't have to come with me. Besides, if I truly wanted to destroy you, your small force wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Hearing Zhao Guangayan's words, Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang were immediately enraged and followed him. Upon entering the Hall of Heroes, Zhao Guangayan walked to the main seat and sat down. Please, all three of you, have a seat. Ren Xiaotian plopped down. Although he was skilled in combat, his physical abilities were ultimately those of an ordinary person, and his fight with Zhao Guangayan had exhausted him considerably. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di looked at Zhao Guangayan sitting in the main seat. That position had belonged to them since their ascension to the throne, and seeing someone else sitting there now felt somewhat unsettling. Old Zhao, you've finally come to your senses. If we continue fighting, neither side will benefit. Ren Xiaotian stretched his shoulders after speaking, the bump he'd made on Zhao Guangayan's chest still stung. He wondered how the guy had trained so well. I am, after all, the emperor of the great Song dynasty. Isn't it rather disrespectful of you to keep calling me old Zhao? Zhao Guangayan said, frowning. Normally, if anyone dared to call him that, he would have been dragged away and punished long ago. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, saying, hey, don't worry about the details. A name is given so people will call you that. Calling you old Zhao just seems more friendly, doesn't it? Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's nonchalant attitude, Zhao Guangayan didn't bother arguing with him. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the things he had just dreamed about. Were the things I just dreamed about real? Zhao Guangayan hesitated for a moment before asking Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian peeled 2 grapes and put them in his mouth, saying indistinctly, those weren't dreams, they were things that will actually happen in the Song dynasty in the future. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di were both puzzled by the conversation. Zhu Di asked, puzzled, Xiaotian, what kind of riddle are you two talking about? What dream or something? Oh, it's nothing serious. I just showed Zhao Guangayan the future of the Song dynasty. I guess he's having a hard time accepting it. Fourth brother, try these grapes, they're quite sweet. Ren Xiaotian grabbed a handful of grapes and shoved them into Zhu Di's hand, leaving Zhu Di somewhat amused and exasperated. I didn't expect you to have this ability. When will you let me see the future of the Ming dynasty? Zhu Di casually placed the grapes on the table and leaned closer, asking Ren Xiaotian with interest. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes, thinking, you think I don't owe you enough? I don't even know where to get points to pay you back. Fourth brother, why are you getting involved? We encountered a special situation. Do you really think this is like looking at cabbages on the roadside? I also have to pay a price, you know. Zhu Di could only sit back down sullenly. Zhao Guangayan had no interest in listening to the three's whispers. Thinking of the emperors he had seen in his dream, he sat in his chair and muttered, are all the future emperors of my great Song dynasty really so incompetent? The great Song dynasty certainly has many incompetent rulers, but not all of them are completely useless. Emperor Renzong Zhao Zhen, Emperor Zhezong Zhao Su, and Emperor Xiaozong Zhao Shen. These were all very good emperors. Ren Xiaotian heard Zhao Guangayan's voice and answered, then how do you explain Zhao Ji, Zhao Go, Zhao Yun, and Zhao Qi? I have never seen any dynasty with so many incompetent rulers. Second brother's descendants are truly getting worse and worse. Thinking of this, Zhao Guangayan said resentfully, those two in the back have nothing to do with Zhao Guanji. They're your descendants, old Zhao. Don't pin all the blame on one person. Ren Xiaotian picked his nose, secretly wiping his snot on the back of the stool before speaking. How could that be? Do you think my second brother's descendants would have a change of heart and return the throne to my descendants? Zhao Guangayan, oblivious to Ren Xiaoshan's subtle action, said in shock. Zhu Di chuckled and explained, it's probably because Zhao Go committed so many evil deeds. Although he lived to 81, he had no children and could only pass the throne to your descendant Zhao Shen before his death. So, from the second emperor onwards, all the emperors of the southern Song dynasty have been your descendants. How is that possible? My descendants could have so many incompetent rulers. Zhao Guangayan, still furious with Zhao Go and his memories, hadn't been in the mood to carefully examine the emperors after Zhao Go. Now, hearing Zhu Di's explanation, he found it hard to accept. Even sages make mistakes, let alone ordinary people like us. Besides, apart from Zhao Go, the other emperors' incompetence wasn't entirely due to their own faults. Ren Xiaotian picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and then grimaced. Watermelons in the Song dynasty weren't as delicious as modern ones. Zhao Guangyan snorted coldly. Zhao Ji, such a foolish ruler, was obsessed with calligraphy, painting, and playing football all day long. Not only did the capital fall, but he himself was captured by the Jurchens. Isn't this the result of his own actions? Zhao Ji was indeed incompetent in governing the country, but he wasn't originally the heir apparent. He was doing just fine as a prince, but Empress Xiang, the wife of Emperor Shenzong, insisted on making him emperor. With the encouragement of court officials like Zheng Bulletin and Caibian, Zhao Ji became emperor in a rather muddled way. Ren Xiaotian pointed at Zhu Di and continued, Zhao Ji's background is very similar to that of Zhu Yujian, the last emperor of the Ming dynasty. However, these two are quite interesting. One was too diligent as emperor, wanting to manage everything himself. The other was completely indifferent, letting his ministers do whatever they wanted. But in the end, they both ended up on the same path of national demise. This ignorant woman. How dare she interfere in the politics of my great Song dynasty? She deserves to die. Zhao Guangyan clenched his fists, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. This has nothing to do with gender, it's all about parental favoritism. Emperor Shenzong of Song also doted on Zhao Ji, Emperor of Huitsong, when he was alive, praising him for his good fortune, longevity, benevolence, and filial piety. Ren Xiaotian, after speaking, couldn't help but think of Empress Dowager's son and Zhu Qichen. After the Tumo crisis, Zhu Qiu, the Ming dynasty's Emperor Daizong, was doing a good job, but Empress Dowager's son insisted on supporting the foolish Zhu Qichen's coup and restoration. Perhaps, in a mother's eyes, even a child's flaws are virtues. I think the biggest problem with your great Song dynasty is that it overemphasizes civil officials and suppresses military ones. Starting with you, Zhao Guangyan, the status of military generals gradually declined compared to civil officials. In the later Song dynasty, the status of military generals in the eyes of civil officials was even lower than that of ordinary people. You must know that the great Song dynasty was constantly surrounded by powerful enemies in the north, the Liao, Jin, and Mongol. The great Song dynasty couldn't defeat them in battle, and the civil officials in the court kept dragging their feet, clamoring for peace talks. Therefore, it could only endlessly pay tribute, which was undoubtedly like drinking poison to quench thirst. Following the style of our great Ming, anyone who dares to propose peace to me again will have their entire family wiped out first. You must understand that the army is the sharp blade protecting the country and its people. How can those sour-tongued scholars praise or criticize it at will? Zhu Di was extremely dissatisfied with the Song dynasty's emphasis on civil administration over military affairs, and he spoke hastily. Zhao Guangyan was completely bewildered. When did he decide to prioritize civil administration over military affairs? Although Zhao Guangyan had stripped many generals of their military power with a cup of wine, he had never relaxed his efforts in training and maintaining the army. After all, he still wanted to recover the 16 prefectures of Yuyun in his lifetime. How could he possibly cripple his military now? Old Zhao, while this isn't entirely your fault, you definitely have a part to play. Ren Xiaotian noticed Zhao Guangyan's confusion and explained, how is this related to me? In my dream, it clearly started with my second brother emphasizing civil over military affairs. Zhao Guangyan clearly didn't want to take the blame. Ren Xiaotian laughed, who told you to start the releasing military power over a cup of wine policy? Even you, the founding emperor, were so wary of your generals. Wouldn't all the later emperors follow suit? With this ebb and flow, civil officials naturally rose to power. In the later Song dynasty, civil officials could even practically run the emperor's household. Hearing this, Zhu Di couldn't help but feel a little smug. You should learn a lot from me, he said. My chief ministers only offer suggestions, the decision-making power rests with me. Relying solely on those scholars is unreliable, an emperor needs an army. Zhao Guangyan's eyes lit up. Could you tell me more about this chief minister? After hearing your explanation, I'm tempted to emulate him. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Old Zhao, don't listen to my fourth brother's nonsense. His cabinet system isn't entirely suitable for the current Song dynasty. Besides, do you really think his cabinet system is so good? Let me tell you the truth, in the mid to late Ming dynasty, the power of the cabinet ministers was no less than that of the civil service in the late Song dynasty. During the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, the chief minister Zhang Jiahan was known as the Emperor Maker. You can imagine how much power he wielded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di immediately became anxious. Xiaotian, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter sooner? Telling you now is useless. You can't exactly go back to the Wanli era and beat him up, can you? Besides, although Zhang Jiahan was a bit arrogant, he was still a loyal and patriotic man who made considerable contributions to the Ming dynasty. If you really want to fight, save your strength for dealing with people like Wen Tyran and Wei Zayed later. Zhu Di was about to say something when Zhao Guangyan interrupted him. Do any of you three have a way to resolve the predicament of my great Song dynasty? Qin Shi Huang hadn't even read the section on the Song dynasty in his 5,000 years of Chinese history, so he knew nothing about the situation there. Therefore, he simply sat there silently, knowing that silence would reveal his weakness. This isn't a difficult issue, it's simply a matter of striking a balance. I know you, Lao Zhao, are worried that too much power from military generals could lead to a repeat of the late Tang dynasty's fragmentation by regional warlords, while excessive power from civil officials could weaken national defense. Actually, the Great Purge of later dynasties successfully solved this problem by simultaneously weakening the power of both civil and military officials, thereby further strengthening imperial power. During the Great Purge, unless war broke out, generals had no right to mobilize troops in peacetime. Military power remained permanently in the hands of the emperor. This also addressed your concerns, Lao Zhao. Politically, multiple departments were established directly under the emperor, along with a cabinet system similar to what my fourth brother just mentioned. Ministers checked and balanced each other's power, but the final decision-making power still belonged to the emperor. Only when the final decision-making power for both military and political affairs rested with the emperor could the balance between civil and military officials be effectively maintained. But this can't be rushed. Old Zhao, you can first set up a pilot department in the court, and then gradually expand it. This isn't something you can accomplish in one term as emperor, you need to be prepared for a long haul. Ren Xiaotian didn't care whether Zhao Kuangyan understood or not, and rattled off a long speech. After listening to Ren Xiaoshan's lengthy discourse, both Zhao Kuangyan and Zhu De fell into deep thought. But if the crown prince is a fool, won't power eventually fall into the hands of the civil and military officials? Zhao Kuangyan grasped the crux of the problem and pointed it out bluntly. This brings us to another excellent aspect of the Qing dynasty, its secret system of designating an heir. Actually, it's quite simple. The Qing dynasty abandoned the traditional concept of primogeniture, placing the emperor's sole responsibility for selecting a successor. Let me give you an example. After Emperor Yongzheng of the Qing dynasty determined his heir, he wrote two secret edicts. One was placed behind the plaque in the Qianqing Palace, and the other was kept by Yongzheng himself. After Yongzheng's death, the court ministers opened both edicts simultaneously, verifying their authenticity before confirming the heir. The greatest advantage of this system is that it provides a long-term observation period for each prince, allowing the emperor to understand them and minimizing the possibility of a tyrannical ruler. Furthermore, it effectively prevents princes from fighting to the death for the throne. Surely no emperor wants his son to end up like Li Chengqian or Li Tai, right? Before Zhao Kuangyan could speak after Ren Xiaotian finished, Zhu De shouted, establishing the eldest son as heir has always been the orthodox practice of our Chinese nation. How can our great China emulate the Jurchens? I do not agree with Xiaoshan's method. Actually, Zhao Kuangyan didn't have any particular thoughts on this matter. Having experienced the chaotic era of warlordism, he felt it didn't matter which of Zhao Difang and Zhao Dezhao became emperor in the end, since they were both his sons. Alright, fourth brother, calm down. Why do you always chime in on everything I say? I was just giving old Zhao a suggestion, and he didn't even object, so why are you getting so worked up? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, you'll naturally agree with my method when you meet Zhu Qizhen later. Zhu Qizhen? Isn't that the great war god of the Ming dynasty you mentioned? What did he do? Tell me. Zhu De, seeing that Ren Xiaotian had only said half of his sentence, hurriedly pressed for an answer. I'm afraid you'll be furious if you know now, so let's talk about it later. Let's help old Zhao solve his problem first. After Ren Xiaotian finished speaking, he completely ignored Zhu De, who was scratching his head in frustration. Zhao Kuangyan pondered for a while and then nodded, saying, "Your method is good. I will consider it carefully. So, does this count as a reconciliation? If we've reconciled, could you get me something to eat? I've been here since early this morning and haven't even had breakfast." Ren Xiaotian complained, rubbing his sunken stomach. Zhao Kuangyan laughed, "It was my mistake. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I'll have someone bring the meal." Shortly, the food arrived. Ren Xiaotian was starving. He grabbed a roast chicken, tore off a leg, and started eating. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu De only took a few bites before stopping. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kuangyan asked curiously, "Why aren't you two eating? Is the food here not to your liking? This dish has no chili peppers, it tastes very bland. I really can't eat it." Zhu De picked up his chopsticks and rummaged through the food, saying with disdain, "Your imperial chef's skills are far inferior to those of Mr. Xiaotian, I cannot eat this." Qin Shi Huang simply put down his chopsticks. "This gentleman can actually cook? I had no idea." Zhao Kuangyan pointed at Ren Xiaotian and asked in surprise, "Last time you went to Xiaoshan's place, we prepared a meal for you, but you threw it away as soon as you arrived. Serves you right for not getting to eat his cooking and having to eat this pig food." Zhu De said gloatingly. Ren Xiaotian, who was engrossed in his meal, looked up at Zhu De upon hearing this. "Who are you calling a pig? Your whole family are pigs, Zhu. You're incredibly rude. I treated you all with kindness, and you dare say I eat pig swill." Zhao Kuangyan couldn't help but explode at Zhu De's words. Sorry, my fourth brother didn't mean that, old Zhao, don't be angry. Fourth brother, hurry up and apologize to old Zhao. Ren Xiaotian, though also inwardly criticizing Zhu Di, could only try to smooth things over. I'm not wrong. It's his fault for serving such terrible food, not even as good as the chefs in my palace. I don't know what's the point of him being emperor. Zhu Di, realizing his words were offensive, shrank back and muttered under his breath. Zhao Guangyan could only cough and say, I don't usually indulge in such culinary desires, please bear with me. Qin Shi Huang laughed, actually, your food is much better than what I usually eat. I've been spending so much time with Mr. Ren Xiaotian that my palate has become quite picky. Back then in the Qin dynasty, there weren't many edible vegetables, and ironware wasn't widespread, so cooking was mostly steaming or boiling, making it quite unpalatable. You two praise Ren Xiaotian's cooking so highly, it makes me want to try it too. I just don't know if I'll ever have the chance to go to his place again. Zhao Guangyan knew he hadn't kept a safe distance from the token Ren Xiaotian had given him, and had caused such a big commotion, so he only said this with a thick skin. Ren Xiaotian, however, didn't care about any of this and pulled out the token he'd found from Zhao Guanji's place, tossing it to Zhao Guangyan. Old Zhao, take this. Keep it safe this time, or I won't be able to replace it if you lose it again. Zhao Guangyan was overjoyed to receive the token. It wasn't that he was particularly craving Ren Xiaotian's cooking, but rather that he knew Ren Xiaotian could transport people through time and was knowledgeable about history. He figured that getting closer to him would definitely be useful in the future. Thank you, Warrior Ren. This time, I absolutely won't lose it again. Ren Xiaotian had finished eating. He wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, Thank you for the hospitality. I never thought I, a restaurant owner, would have to eat at a customer's house. Fourth brother, Emperor Qin, things are almost done here. Let's go check on the wounded soldiers. If they're all right, we can head back. Seeing Ren Xiaotian and the others about to leave, Zhao Guangyan quickly stood up and said, Please don't rush off, gentlemen. I have something I'd like to ask. Old Zhao, if you don't understand something, just ask, Ren Xiaotian said, stopping in his tracks. I have only one question, are the Mongols really as powerful as I imagined in my dream? If so, won't my great Song dynasty be destroyed by them sooner or later? Zhao Guangyan's eyes flashed with apprehension as he thought of the Mongol cavalry, so powerful in his dream that they seemed to sweep away everything. You're worrying about the Mongols too soon. Even dealing with the Khitans of Liao is difficult for the great Song. Instead of worrying about the future Mongol threat, you should strengthen your army now and recover the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun first. At its peak, the Mongol cavalry was unmatched by many armies throughout the entire Chinese dynasties. My fourth brother is the best judge of that. But as long as the great Song continues to develop according to my plan, it may one day have the strength to fight them. Seeing that Zhao Guangyan considered the Mongols a hypothetical enemy, Ren Xiaotian replied with a wry smile. Zhu Di echoed, Xiaotian is right. Even against the already weakened Mongols, I could only manage a 60/40th chance, let alone the peak golden family of Temujin and Kublai Khan. Zhao Guangyan was greatly disappointed, not expecting that even Ren Xiaotian had no good solution for dealing with the Mongols. Ren Xiaotian patted Zhao Guangyan on the shoulder and said, Don't be too discouraged. The Mongols are still over 100 years away from rising again. As long as you develop steadily and avoid repeating past mistakes, there's still hope. Even if the Mongols do rise, the Ming emperors can still offer advice. They've fought the Mongols for so many years, their experience in this area far surpasses yours. Zhu Di straightened his back proudly and said, That's right. Our great Ming dynasty successfully drove out the Mongols. Even if we were to face Kublai Khan, we wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. My father and I will help your great Song dynasty then. We absolutely cannot allow the people of the Central Plains to be ravaged by the Mongols again. Zhao Guangyan looked at Zhu Di gratefully and said, My second brother almost harmed your family. You're still willing to help me now. I truly thank you. Zhu Di waved his hand and said, I can distinguish between state affairs and family matters. However, my helping you absolutely does not mean I forgive Zhao Guanji. If I have the chance, I will still kill that bastard. It's only because my father wasn't here at the time, otherwise, Zhao Guanji would have been dead 800 times over by now. Zhao Guangyan chuckled awkwardly, I never imagined my second brother would be such a vicious person. Considering he even harmed his elder brother, I can understand your feelings. Don't worry, I will treat my second brother well from now on. Zhu Di nodded in satisfaction. Since Zhao Guangyan had said so, it seemed Zhao Guanji would find it difficult to die a quick death in the future. Old Zhao, you should visit me more often. Not only the emperors of the Ming dynasty, but also Emperor Wu of Han and Emperor Taizong of Tang might visit me in the future. Communicate with them, if the opportunity arises, they might even send troops to help your Song dynasty. I'm sure I'll be troubling you, Zhao Guangyan said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Then let's go. Let's see how the soldiers are doing. Hopefully, there haven't been too many casualties. Ren Xiaotian finished speaking and led the way out. I'll go too, and see you three off. Zhao Kuangyan followed Ren Xiaotian. When the four arrived at the Imperial Hospital, the wounded soldiers had mostly received effective treatment. However, 300 or 400 people had still paid the ultimate price in this pointless battle. The Qin army suffered the most casualties, exceeding 100, especially the rearguard led by Zhang Han, whose dozens of men were almost completely wiped out. Ren Xiaotian, seeing this scene, couldn't help but fall silent, even regretting bringing them to the Song dynasty. Qin Shi Huang noticed Ren Xiaoshan's self-reproach and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Xiaotian, there's no need for this. The responsibility doesn't lie with you. Besides, these soldiers died a worthy death on the battlefield." Ren Xiaotian shook his head without speaking, only letting out a long sigh. Zhang Han, wrapped up like a dumpling, saw Qin Shi Huang enter and tried several times to rise and pay his respects, but failed each time. Qin Shi Huang gently pressed his shoulder and said, "General Zhang Han, there's no need for such formality. Rest assured and recover from your injuries. The Qin army will need you in the future." Zhang Han was overjoyed. Qin Shi Huang's words meant he would be given an important position in the future. However, the smile inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to wince in pain. After a long silence, Ren Xiaotian spoke up, "Let the soldiers take our fallen brothers and we go back." Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di exchanged a glance and said in unison, "All right." Ren Xiaotian forced a smile and said to Zhao Kuangyan, "Old Zhao, settle your affairs here first, then come visit me in a few days." "All right, I will definitely pay a visit, and apologize to Brother Zhu's family then. Gentlemen, I won't see you off any further, see you next time." Zhao Kuangyan cupped his hands in greeting to the three of them. Ren Xiaotian didn't speak, but bowed deeply to the soldiers present before opening the red passage and entering. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di knew Ren Xiaotian was in a bad mood, so they tacitly refrained from disturbing him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two opened the passage and led their soldiers back to Qin and Ming respectively. After returning to the courtyard, Ren Xiaotian plopped down on a recliner, looking utterly dejected. "Xiaotian's back? Did things go smoothly?" Empress Ma had just finished washing Zhu Xiangying's clothes when she found Ren Xiaotian sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought. She walked over and asked. Ren Xiaotian seemed not to hear Empress Ma's question, remaining motionless. "What's wrong, Xiaotian? Did something happen? Say something quickly, don't scare me." Seeing Ren Xiaotian looking like he'd lost his soul, Empress Ma hurriedly asked anxiously. Ren Xiaotian then turned to look at Empress Ma, his smile more like a grimace. "Auntie, I'm fine. Everything's resolved. Fourth brother and the first emperor have both returned. Don't worry." Empress Ma, still concerned, touched Ren Xiaoshan's forehead and said, "You don't have a fever. Why do you look so troubled? If something's wrong, you must tell me. Don't keep it bottled up." "I'm not sick. I'm just reflecting on myself, wondering if I did something wrong." Ren Xiaotian sighed and said to Empress Ma. Empress Ma asked with a puzzled look, "What did you do wrong? Tell your auntie, and I'll give you some advice." Ren Xiaotian was silent for a moment before finally confiding in Empress Ma. "Xiaotian, are you feeling guilty because those soldiers died because of you?" Empress Ma asked after listening for a moment. Ren Xiaotian nodded. If he hadn't dragged Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di into this mission, those soldiers wouldn't have died in the Song dynasty. He choked back tears, saying, "This was a pointless war to begin with. They could have lived. Just thinking about the scene of their deaths makes my heart ache. They were someone's sons, husbands, fathers, and I didn't even know who they were. It was because I brought them there that they lost their lives." Empress Ma patted Ren Xiaoshan's head, comforting him. "War inevitably results in casualties. Back then, Kongba and I crawled out of piles of corpses countless times to establish the Ming dynasty we have today. To die on the battlefield is a soldier's highest honor." That's a harsh statement, but it's not without reason. Besides, on the battlefield, those who clash are enemies, not like what you're saying about it being a pointless war. I understand all that you're saying, but I just can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Ren Xiaotian grabbed a handful of his hair. He didn't consider himself a saint, but witnessing such a brutal scene was simply unbearable for someone born in peacetime. Fortunately, none of the three of us were injured this time. If something had happened to me in Xiangying, wouldn't you be even more upset? Then Kongba and Dare would inevitably fight Zhao Kuangyan to the death, and the casualties among the soldiers would have been even greater. When Zhao Guanji chose to act against us, it already meant that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Achieving the current situation with minimal casualties is already a great success. So, Xiaotian, don't blame yourself anymore. Did you really want to see anything happen to me in Xiangying? After speaking, Empress Ma playfully poked Ren Xiaoshan's forehead with her finger. Pa, auntie, don't talk nonsense. I just hope you and Xiangying both live to be 100 years old. Thank you for your guidance, I understand now. In the end, it's all that grandson Zhao Guanji's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this mess would have happened. Ren Xiaoshen's mood brightened after understanding, and he smiled as he spoke to Empress Ma. Empress Ma was relieved to see that Ren Xiaotian was alright. She smiled and said, "It's good that you're alright. Hurry up and make something for us, Xiang Ying. She's been complaining about being hungry for a while, and we haven't had anything to eat since you left early this morning. Alright, please come inside and sit for a while. I'll make something for you right away." Ren Xiaotian washed his hands and went straight to the kitchen. After returning to the palace, Zhu De rewarded Zhang Fu with some gold, silver, calligraphy, and paintings, and promised to promote him after his expedition to Annam. Then, Zhu De ordered Zhang Fu to lead the 3 battalions back to camp to rest. Just as Zhu De was about to take a nap, Zhu Jiokai rushed in, flustered. "Look at you, so flustered. What kind of behavior is this? You don't look like a crown prince at all," Zhu De said, looking at Zhu Jiokai's obese body with displeasure. "It was your son's haste, please forgive me, father." Zhu Jiokai quickly apologized to Zhu De, his entire body trembling as he bowed. Zhu De frowned and said, "I told you to lose weight, and this is how you've managed it. Tell me, what's the rush to see me?" Zhu Jiokai wiped his brow and said, "I'm losing weight. I've already lost a pound these past few days. I heard that Father Emperor urgently mobilized 3 major camps of soldiers, so I came to ask if something happened." Zhu De snorted coldly, "Do I need to ask you, the Crown Prince, for permission to mobilize troops? Just handle your affairs of state. Why are you asking about these things? I'm concerned for Father Emperor. 1,000 men are far too few. I was just about to mobilize a larger army to reinforce Father Emperor," Zhu Jiokai said righteously. "You know where I went and you're already sending reinforcements? By the time your reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late." Although Zhu De said this, a smile still appeared on his lips. Zhu Jiokai blinked and asked, "Father Emperor, where exactly did you take your troops? I haven't heard of any bandits appearing nearby." Seeing that Zhu Jiokai was determined to get to the bottom of things, Zhu De simply told him the whole story. "That damned Zhao Guanji dared to assassinate my grandmother and brother. Father, wait. I will mobilize the army and destroy the Song dynasty." Zhu Jiokai was furious upon hearing this, his body trembling. Zhu De slapped Zhu Jiokai on the head. "If I could lead an army, would I need you to mobilize it? The first emperor and I would have already taken Bianliang. Were you even listening to me?" Zhu Jiokai scratched his head, feeling wronged. It was understandable, Zhu De had said so much in one breath, it was normal for him to miss a few sentences. "Alright, this matter is over. Zhao Guangayan and I have reconciled. Let's not discuss the destruction of the Song dynasty again." Zhu De stroked his already graying beard and said. Zhu Jiokai respectfully replied, "I will obey your majesty's orders. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yang Shiki and the others still have matters to discuss with me." "Wait a minute," Zhu De said, "I suddenly remembered something. Have you prepared the papermaking craftsman I promised to give to the first emperor?" Zhu De slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. The first emperor had just sent troops to help him. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, how could he face him in the future? Zhu Jiokai blinked and said, "Father, when did you mention this to me? I have absolutely no recollection of it. Didn't I tell you when I came back from your Uncle Tian's place a couple of days ago? Think about it carefully." Zhu De was immediately furious upon hearing this. It was fortunate he remembered beforehand, otherwise it would have caused a major problem. Zhu Jiokai protested, feeling wronged. "You really didn't tell me. We haven't seen each other since you came back. If I hadn't rushed to see you after hearing about your troop deployment, we don't know when we would have seen each other again." Zhu De thought carefully and realized he hadn't mentioned it to his chubby son. But Zhu De was a man who valued his pride above all else. How could he admit his mistake? Zhu De brandished his large, fan-like hand, threateningly saying, "You dare argue with me, brat? I said I meant it. Go and prepare 2 of the best papermakers for me. I'll bring them to the first emperor next time I visit. Remember, if you dare argue with me again, I'll slap you across the face. Your subject understands." Your subject will immediately go to the Imperial Household Department to summon the best papermakers. I guarantee it won't delay your majesty's business. Although Zhu Jiokai felt wronged, he dared not contradict Zhu De. After speaking, he dragged his bulky body out the door. "That kid, he's done quite well while I was away. These scholars are all under his thumb. It seems he really can succeed me in the future." After Zhu Jiokai left, Zhu De flipped through the secret reports delivered by the embroidered uniform guard on the table, muttering to himself. After putting down the reports, Zhu De suddenly remembered something. "Ji Gang, come in." As soon as Zhu De finished speaking, Ji Gang entered the hall like a ghost. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Zhu De leaned back on the dragon throne, squinting, and ordered, "From today onwards, the embroidered uniform guard will closely monitor the Prince of Han and the Prince of Zhao's every move. Report any discoveries to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Ji Gang didn't understand why Zhu De wanted to monitor his own sons, as an excellent intelligence chief, he knew perfectly well what to ask and what not to ask. Zhu De waved his hand, and Ji Gang understood and left. The TV series he had watched at Ren Xiaoshan's place seemed to have pierced Zhu De's heart. Although he knew very well that Zhu Jiaxu and Zhu Jsy didn't have the guts to rebel, one shouldn't be too absolute, it was still necessary to take precautions. Having learned from the lessons of Qin Shi Huang and Fusu, Zhu De had already decided that Zhu Jiokai was the future successor of the Ming dynasty. He certainly couldn't allow Zhu Jiaxu and Zhu Jsy to become obstacles to Zhu Jiokai's ascension. 1 month later. During this time, Qin Shi Huang unusually didn't visit Ren Xiaotian, and no one knew what had happened in the Qin dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang did come once, but only briefly entrusted the great scholar Lu Samyu to Zhu Xiangying as a teacher before hurriedly returning. Yanmal Emperor Zhu De visited frequently, each time hoping to bring artisans to Qin Shi Huang, but each time he came up empty-handed. Zhao Kuangyan, on the other hand, met with Zhu De several times. After setting aside their differences, the two unexpectedly hit it off, often discussing tactics and strategies for dealing with nomadic cavalry all night long. Ren Xiaotian was quite relaxed lately. He no longer needed to worry about Zhu Xiangying's education, all he had to do was cook for the others. He also curiously listened to Lu Samyu's lectures a few times, but each time he fell asleep within 5 minutes, infuriating Lu Samyu, who pointed at him and berated him as an incorrigible child. Hongbu Dynasty. In the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was lying on the ground, gently stroking potato seedlings. Ever since planting the seeds, Zhu Yuanzhang had been obsessed, spending every day squatting on the edge of the field waiting for the potatoes and peppers to sprout. Recently, various crops began to sprout and grow one after another, and Zhu Yuanzhang even neglected to eat on time, practically moving his bed to the field. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around impatiently and said, "Who dares to tap me on the shoulder?" "Father, it's your son. I called you over there for ages, but you didn't answer, so I had to come and call you." It turned out that Zhu De had come to the palace to see Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu De and then turned back, saying, "Fourth Prince, it's you. Who dared to do this? Just tell me what you need, I'm busy." Zhu De, seeing this, said helplessly, "Father, Fusu has been training with me quite well these past few days. I think it's time for him to learn the ways of the crown prince from my elder brother." Zhu Yuanzhang turned around and looked him over, noticing that there was indeed a dark-skinned young man following behind Zhu De. "Look at my forgetfulness. Isn't this my nephew Fusu? I've been so busy with the fields lately that I've neglected you. Are you settling in well in the Ming dynasty? Has fourth brother been giving you a hard time?" Zhu Yuanzhang finally recognized the dark-skinned young man as Fusu after a great deal of effort, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Fusu glared resentfully at Zhu De for a while, and just as he was about to complain to Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu De subtly nudged him and threatened, "If you dare to complain to Father Emperor about me, see how I deal with you later." Fusu immediately shuddered. Zhu De had been pushing him to his limits lately, so much so that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow at night, and he had become noticeably thinner and darker. Replying to Uncle, "I'm doing well here, thank you for your concern. Brother Zhu De has also taken good care of me and has never made things difficult for me." Fusu practically gritted his teeth as he spoke the last part. Zhu De's expression softened, and he said in a low voice, "You're quite sensible, lad. I won't deal with you today." Despite his seemingly straightforward manner, Zhu De was actually more afraid than anyone of Fusu complaining to Zhu Yuanzhang. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's fiery temper, if he were to find out that Zhu De was secretly plotting against Fusu, Zhu De would be in for a severe beating. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't notice their subtle interaction. He smiled and patted Fusu on the shoulder. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, "You've certainly gotten quite strong lately, you're showing some manly qualities. Fourth brother, you've got quite a few clever ideas, this time I'll give you credit." Zhu De scratched his head sheepishly. He was still young at heart, and hearing Zhu Yuanzhang praise him, his lips practically stretched to the sky. You see, apart from their eldest brother Zhu Baiao, very few of the other brothers had ever received praise from Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "I see your physique is almost ready. Starting tomorrow, you'll stay by Baiao's side and learn more. He's currently acting as regent for us, and you can help him handle some military and state affairs." Fusu was naturally very happy. For him now, as long as he wasn't still serving Zhu De, he would be willing to do even cleaning in the palace. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we visited Xiaotian. How about this, Fusu, you come with us later. You might even run into your father, the emperor, and let him see how much you've changed. Zhu Yuanzhang said after a moment's thought. Zhu De raised his arm high, saying, "Father, what about me? I've gotten tanned lately from training Fusu. Xiaotian has lots of strange things there, I'll ask him for some to lighten my skin." Zhu Yuanzhang's face hardened. "Where are you going?" We're here to bring your mother back. What are you doing there? Zhu De pursed his lips, not daring to speak. It seemed the Zhu family's tradition of fearing their father started with Zhu De. Fusu, wait here for a bit. We'll go back and change our clothes before we leave. Zhu Yuanzhang was a man of action. He turned and walked towards the imperial bedchamber. After Zhu Yuanzhang left, Zhu De said somewhat guiltily, "Boy, don't you dare secretly complain to my father while I'm gone. That's the act of a despicable person." "Don't worry, I disdain being that kind of person, unlike you," Fusu sneered. "You!" Zhu De was speechless for a moment. A short while later, Zhu Yuanzhang returned in clean clothes. As soon as he stood up, Zhu Yuanzhang urged, "Fusu, let's go. When we get back, I'll take you to see Baiao. Fusu naturally had no objections and followed Zhu Yuanzhang into the teleportation passage. Ren Xiaotian was chatting with Zhao Kuangyan. Zhao Kuangyan picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, saying, "I'm preparing to establish a new agency as you suggested. However, I haven't yet decided what its responsibilities should be, or what it should be called." Ren Xiaotian pondered for a moment and said, "Its functions could be similar to the Grand Secretariat of the Ming Dynasty and the Grand Council of the Qing Dynasty. It would summarize the matters of the 6 ministries, with officials first proposing solutions, then submitting them to you for approval. I've already thought of a name for you, the General Staff Department of the Great Song Dynasty." General Staff Department? What does that mean? Zhao Kuangyan had never heard of such a novel term and asked with a puzzled expression. Ren Xiaotian explained, "The officials in this organization are like your personal advisors, specifically there to give you, the Emperor, advice. So this organization can be called the General Staff Department, or simply the General Staff Department." Zhao Kuangyan nodded. The name was a bit odd, but it made sense. "Then how should we select the officials for this department? Our Great Song Dynasty doesn't have many capable people right now," Zhao Kuangyan asked, raising a new question. "Initially, you can use your trusted confidants to build the team. Then, through the imperial examinations, select a new batch of loyal officials to gradually replace the old ones. Of course, this is just my personal idea, you can consider it yourself," Ren Xiaotian replied. Then, just as Zhao Kuangyan was about to ask something else, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. "Xiaotian, sister, we're here. Open the door quickly." Ren Xiaotian could hear Zhu Yuanzhang's loud voice even through several walls. Ren Xiaotian stood up and said, "All right, Lao Zhao, let's stop here for today. My uncle's here, I'll go open the door." Seeing this, Zhao Kuangyan had no choice but to suppress his doubts and stand up, saying, "I'll go with you." Zhao Kuangyan and Zhu Yuanzhang had met once before, but the experience was unpleasant. Although Zhao Kuangyan had already apologized to Empress Ma and Zhu Xiangying, he wasn't sure if Zhu Yuanzhang would retaliate after learning about this. While Zhao Kuangyan was still lost in thought, Ren Xiaotian had already opened the door and welcomed Zhu Yuanzhang in. Zhu Yuanzhang entered and smiled. "Xiaotian, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Look who I brought." Ren Xiaotian curiously looked back and noticed a muscular, long-haired black man following behind Zhu Yuanzhang. "Damn, buddy, are you from Wakanda?" Ren Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" Fusu was momentarily stunned by Ren Xiaotian's question. "Wakanda? This place didn't sound like the Central Plains." Before either of them could answer, Ren Xiaotian suddenly realized, "I understand. He's the legendary Kunlun slave. Uncle, you're quite capable. You even managed to get me a Kunlun slave." Zhu Yuanzhang was both amused and exasperated. What was all this about? Where was he supposed to get a Kunlun slave for him? "Xiaotian, what's wrong with your eyes? Look carefully. This is Fusu." Zhu Yuanzhang lightly slapped Ren Xiaotian on the head. Ren Xiaotian leaned closer and examined him carefully for a long time before recognizing that it was indeed Fusu. "I'm so sorry, I didn't expect Fusu to be so dark-skinned. What have you been through? How did my fourth brother mistreat you?" Fusu pouted, almost crying. He couldn't bear to recall the torment he had endured. "Brother Ying hasn't come? We were just saying we'd bring Fusu to see him." Zhu Yuanzhang looked around but didn't see Qin Shi Huang, then turned to Ren Xiaotian and asked. Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, "The first emperor hasn't come for the past month. I wonder if something's happened in court. But I doubt anything has happened, since Zhao Gao and Hu Hei have already been dealt with." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "They're probably just as focused on the seed matter as we are. After all, it's a matter of utmost importance." "Hey, isn't that Zhao Kuangyan? What's he doing here?" Zhao Kuangyan, seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had noticed him, stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brother Zhu, we meet again." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, saying, "Don't be like that. Your Song dynasty is before our Ming dynasty. If anyone should be addressing someone, it should be me calling you Brother Zhao." "What? Didn't your brother come with you this time?" Zhao Kuangyan smiled awkwardly, saying, "No, my second brother has been confined to his residence. As his elder brother, I apologize for the trouble he caused you. Zhu Yuanzhang was unaware of Zhao Guanji's surprise attack. He said nonchalantly, "Hey, it's no big deal. No need for apologies. I'm not that petty." Ren Xiaotian had originally agreed with Empress Ma not to tell Zhu Yuanzhang about Zhao Guanji's assassination attempt, fearing he might do something irrational. However, Zhao Guangyan was unaware of this. After hesitating for a while, he decided to tell Zhu Yuanzhang about Zhao Guanji's actions. "That's how it is, Brother Zhu. My second brother is now under my confinement in the manor. If you're still not satisfied, then beat me up, I won't complain." Zhao Guangyan recounted the entire incident to Zhu Yuanzhang. Ren Xiaotian had given him several meaningful glances, but Zhao Guangyan hadn't noticed, making Ren Xiaotian anxiously pace around in circles. After listening, Zhu Yuanzhang surprisingly remained silent for a long time, which surprised Ren Xiaotian. Just when Ren Xiaotian thought the matter was over, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly punched Zhao Guangyan hard in the face. Zhao Guangyan didn't dodge, taking the blow head-on. Even with his physical strength, the punch still made him see stars, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ren Xiaotian was shocked and was about to rush forward to stop Zhu Yuanzhang when Zhu Yuanzhang reached out and pulled Zhao Guangyan to his feet. "This punch was for your poor discipline, but now our feud is even. We won't blame you entirely for what Zhao Guanji did, but you must never let us see Zhao Guanji again, or we'll definitely take his life." Zhu Yuanzhang truly lived up to his reputation as Zhu Di's father. The two spoke almost identically. Zhao Guangyan nodded heavily. Now that he knew what kind of person Zhao Guanji was, he hadn't killed him out of respect for their mother. How could he let him leave the mansion at will? "Alright, Xiaotian, don't look so nervous. Do you think I'm just a violent, unreasonable person?" Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled and patted Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder. Ren Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had truly let go of the matter, he joked, "How could that be? In my heart, you've always been a good emperor who can distinguish right from wrong and loves his people like his own children. Stop flattering me. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Ying and Fourth Prince have already gone to the Song dynasty for us, we would have definitely taken some people there to cause a scene." Empress Ma also came out at this moment. She had heard the commotion outside. She stepped forward to comfort Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, "Kongba, don't worry. Xiong Ying and I are fine, aren't we? Emperor Taizhu of Song didn't mean it that way. Let's just let this matter pass." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said, "My sister is so understanding. It's good that you two are all right. Let's just pretend this never happened. It's rare that we've come all this way, so let's not talk about this unpleasant matter." Empress Ma was smiling and about to say something more when she was suddenly startled by Fusu behind Zhu Yuanzhang. She stared at him for a while before recognizing him as Fusu, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this Fusu? Kongba, what have you been teaching him? How did he get so tanned?" Ren Xiaotian chimed in, "Uncle, you didn't send Fusu to dig coal in the western hills, did you? Even if you're short of labor, you can't put him through this ordeal." Zhu Yuanzhang said awkwardly, go away, why would we send him to dig coal? Fusu got this tan from being in the army camp with Fourth Prince. We've been so busy with the fields lately that we forgot about Fusu, but we've already arranged for him to start learning from Biaoer tomorrow. Do you really need to personally oversee farming? Just find a few people to watch over it. You know, the first emperor entrusted Fusu to your education, but you've just become a hands-off manager. Ren Xiaotian winked and said. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, "What do you know, kid? That's something that can save millions of lives. How can we not take care of it ourselves? Besides, isn't Fusu doing much better now? He's much more pleasing to the eye than before. A man should look like a man. What kind of person was he, all weak and timid? Brother Zhu, what was that thing you mentioned earlier that could save millions of lives? Could you show it to me?" Zhao Guangyan, intrigued by Zhu Yuanzhang's words, leaned closer and asked. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "Ours are all growing in the fields. I can't exactly dig them up and show them to you, can I? If you really want to see them, ask Xiao Tian. The ones we have are all from him." Seeing Zhao Guangyan's eager expression, Ren Xiaotian reluctantly explained the various crops to him again, even taking him to the kitchen to see the finished products. "These are truly divine treasures. No wonder Brother Zhu is so interested. If it were me, I would have them closely guarded. Mr. Ren, I wonder if I could." After looking at them, Zhao Guangyan was first overjoyed, then looked at Ren Xiaotian with a pitiful expression. Sure, I'll get you some seeds later. You can take them with you when you go back, okay?" Ren Xiaotian was utterly disgusted by his gaze. If Zhao Guangyan were a woman, it would be one thing, but can't a grown man stop looking at people like that? Overjoyed at receiving Ren Xiaoshan's promise, Zhao Guangyan said, "Mr. Ren, on behalf of the people of the Great Song, thank you. I will repay you handsomely next time I visit." Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "No need for a generous repayment, I don't lack anything. How about this, in the future, if either the Great Qin or the Great Ming needs any help, just lend a hand. It's my duty. Just let me know if you need anything." After saying this, Zhao Kuangyan followed Ren Xiaoshan's instructions and went to the kitchen to get the seeds. Ren Xiaotian squeezed Fusu's arm and exclaimed, "You know what, Fusu really looks much more energetic now, and his muscles have become quite firm." Fusu was unaccustomed to Ren Xiaoshan's gesture and subconsciously took a step back. Ren Xiaotian, half laughing and half crying, said, "Why are you avoiding me? Don't worry, I don't have homosexual tendencies, I'm just simply envious of your figure." Zhu Yuanzhang teased, "That's easy, Xiaotian. Why don't you spend a month or two in the army with the fourth prince? I guarantee your figure will be even better than Fusu's." Ren Xiaotian patted his little belly and said, "Forget it, I can't handle that kind of hardship. My life is pretty good now, I don't want to make myself suffer." "Stop joking, hurry up and get us some food. We haven't had a proper meal all day." Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking and pushed Ren Xiaotian towards the kitchen. "Don't push me, I'll make it for you." Ren Xiaotian protested as he walked towards the kitchen. "Grandpa, you've come. Your grandson has missed you so much. This old man greets your majesty." Zhu Xiangying and Lu Samuel had just finished class when they saw Zhu Yuanzhang arrive. The two quickly went to pay their respects. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up Zhu Xiangying and laughed, "Ha ha ha, my dear grandson, Grandpa missed you too." Then he turned to Lu Samuel and said, "Mr. Tanwang, are you settling in well here? Has Xiangying caused you any trouble?" Lu Samuel smiled and said, "This old man, though frail, has been fortunate enough to be summoned by His Majesty to teach the Crown Prince as a commoner. It is already a great honor. How could I be picky about such trivial matters as food and lodging? The Crown Prince is exceptionally intelligent. I have never taught a student as bright as him before. I imagine that in another year or two, he will have mastered everything I have learned." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Excellent, excellent. Mr. Tanwang's ability to teach Xiangying well is a great achievement for our Ming dynasty. When you return, I will promote you to Hanlin Academician." Although Lu Samya didn't care much about official rank, he was still very happy to hear Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Since Zhu Yuanzhang kept complaining of hunger, Ren Xiaotian could only prepare a few simple dishes, and the group shared a modest dinner. After finishing his meal, Zhu Yuanzhang wiped his mouth and said, "Since Brother Ying isn't here today, we won't stay here overnight. Sister, why don't you come back with me later? Without you in the palace, those concubines are always making a ruckus, giving me a real headache." Empress Ma laughed, "I thought you were enjoying yourself in your harem, I didn't expect you to have such a headache." Zhu Yuanzhang said awkwardly, "Sister, please don't tease me. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I spend my days in the fields to avoid trouble." Lu Sanyu, eyes downcast and seemingly in a meditative state, thought it best for his ministers to know little about the affairs of the royal family. After finishing their meal, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the Hongbu court with Empress Ma and Fusu. Zhao Kuangyan, eager to return to planting, also left after a short while, leaving only Ren Xiaotian and his apprentice Zhu Xiangying in the courtyard. Qin Shi Huang had been incredibly busy lately, so busy that he had no time to visit Ren Xiaotian. It wasn't that the Qin dynasty was facing any crisis, but rather that many things had coincidentally come together. The planting was being handled by Li Si and Meng Yi. Qin Shi Huang wasn't very knowledgeable about agriculture, and although he would occasionally visit the fields, he didn't spend all his time there like Zhu Yuanzhang. More importantly, Wang Ben had indeed brought Xiao He, Cao Can, Han Xin, and others back to Xianyang. Eager to recruit talent, Qin Shi Huang naturally dared not neglect them and immediately summoned Wang Ben for an audience. "General Wang, you've worked hard these past few days. How well have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you?" Ying Zhang asked anxiously before Wang Ben could even sit down. Wang Ben, somewhat uncomfortable in the newly made chair ordered by Qin Shi Huang, replied awkwardly, "Your Majesty, most of the people on the list you gave me have already arrived in Xianyang. Only a very few were unwilling to come with me, and as you instructed, I did not make things difficult for them." Qin Shi Huang frowned. He hadn't expected anyone to be so tactless as to refuse the Qin Emperor's summons. "Oh, who are the ones who haven't come? Tell me." Zhou Bo, Xia Heying, and Fan Kuai from Pei County all claimed they didn't want to leave their homeland, and I tried many methods but couldn't change their minds. However, according to my investigation, they are all secretly very close to Lu Ji, the head of the Pei County Pavilion, so I suspect. Qin Shi Huang raised his hand to interrupt Wang Ben. "All right, I understand. These people are just using unorthodox methods, whether they come or not is irrelevant, as long as Xiao He and Han Xin come." Qin Shi Huang naturally knew that Lu Ji was the future Emperor Jiaozu of Han, but Lu Ji's right-hand men, Xiao He and Han Xin, had already arrived in Xianyang. People like Xia Heying and Fan Kuai, with some martial prowess, were of little use to Qin. If they didn't want to come, so be it, he figured Lu Ji wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the future. Moreover, Lu Ji was only a few years younger than Qin Shi Huang, and now that Qin Shi Huang was in good health, he was fully confident that he could outlive Lu Ji. However, regarding Xiang Yu and Zhang Liang, these two formidable threats, Qin Shi Huang had dispatched numerous men to search for them, but after so much time, not even a single hair of theirs had been found. Wang Ben hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, what about Han Xin?" Upon hearing Wang Ben mention Han Xin, Qin Shi Huang immediately became interested. "Judging from General Wang's appearance, you must have clashed with Han Xin before? What was the result?" "Your Majesty, Han Xin is indeed a man of great talent. When I first arrived in Huiyin Commandery, I saw that he was physically weak, and therefore somewhat underestimated him. I did not expect that although he is not skilled in close combat, he is extremely proficient in tactics and strategy. On the way to Xianyang, I conducted more than 10 battlefield simulations with him, but each time I was defeated, and mostly quite badly. Your Majesty is indeed discerning. Such a great talent is wasting his life in a small place like Huiyin Commandery. If it weren't for your Majesty's wise judgment, it would be a great loss to our great Qin." Wang Ben was considered one of the pillars of the Qin army, alongside Meng Tian. Now that even he speaks so highly of Han Xin, it shows just how strong Han Xin's military abilities were. Qin Shi Huang slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming excitedly, "Excellent! Such a talent is truly fit for the use of our great Qin. General Wang has accomplished a great feat this time." Wang Ben replied calmly, "This humble general merely followed your Majesty's orders. I have no merit to speak of." "Your Majesty flatters me." Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily. "That's not how it works. If it weren't for General Wang finding Han Xin, wouldn't our great Qin have missed out on a great talent? By the way, how did Xiao He perform?" "Well, your Majesty, you know this humble general is merely a military officer, completely ignorant of politics, so this humble general has no idea what abilities Xiao He possesses," Wang Ben said with a wry smile. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Asking Wang Ben to concern himself with political affairs was indeed somewhat difficult for him. In this respect, he was even inferior to Meng Tian. "It's all right, I will personally test him later. General Wang, you must be tired from your journey. Go back to your residence and rest. I will reward you tomorrow." Seeing that Qin Shi Huang had given him the order to leave, Wang Ben understood and stood up, saying, "This humble general takes his leave." After leaving the hall, Wang Ben realized that he hadn't felt his legs go numb despite sitting for so long. It seemed that the strange things the emperor possessed were indeed quite effective. Wang Ben planned to have a craftsman make one of the same design when he returned home. After Wang Ben left, Qin Shi Huang impatiently summoned Xiao He, Cao Can, and Han Xin. The three men entered the hall and greeted Qin Shi Huang, saying, "Your humble servants/commoners greet the first emperor." Qin Shi Huang raised his hand and smiled, "You three may rise, please take seats." Several palace servants brought 3 chairs for the 3 men, who sat down in the chairs as Qin Shi Huang had instructed. Qin Shi Huang smiled and asked, "Do the 3 of you know why I summoned you to Xianyang?" The 3 men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Wang Ben had only said that Qin Shi Huang wanted to see them, so naturally they dared not ask further. "To tell you the truth," Qin Shi Huang said, his face hardening, "I received a divine message that my great Qin possesses 3 men of great talent. I truly do not wish for you to remain unknown among the common people, therefore I have brought you to Xianyang." Qin Shi Huang's expression turned stern. Seeing how convincingly Qin Shi Huang spoke, the 3 men couldn't help but feel a mixture of belief and doubt. Could it be that a deity truly knew of their talents? Seeing the 3 men's expressions, Qin Shi Huang knew they didn't believe him, but he patiently said, "Heaven has told me that Han Xin is a military genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Xiao He has the potential to be a prime minister. Cao Can, though not as learned as Xiao He or as skilled in martial arts as Han Xin, excels in both and is extremely capable. Am I right?" The 3 men were immediately astonished. Han Xin was somewhat better off, after all. He was quite confident in his abilities, and on the way to Xianyang, he had sparred with the famous Qin general Wang Ben more than 10 times, winning every time. Qin Shi Huang knew this, so it wasn't surprising. Xiao He and Cao Can were different. They were originally just minor officials in Pei County. Although they considered themselves exceptionally talented, they had never been given important positions, and they usually kept a low profile. How could Qin Shi Huang know their abilities? Qin Shi Huang, noticing the 3 men's fear, said, "You 3 need not be so alarmed. Now that I know you are all highly talented, I will certainly give you important positions. You can rest assured about that." The 3 men then calmed down slightly, wondering how Qin Shi Huang would arrange things for them. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shi Huang said, "While the 3 of you possess great talent, your experience is still insufficient. If I were to rashly promote you to high positions like the 9 ministers, many court officials would surely object, which would be detrimental to your development. How about this? Heaven has told me that Xiao He is quite adept at domestic affairs. Right now, Qin has a top secret matter concerning its future. Although Li Si and Meng Yi are currently in charge, neither of them is skilled in this area. Xiao He, you will go and assist them. Once this matter is resolved, I will promote you to the position of Minister of Agriculture. Han Xin, you possess the bearing of a commander of 10,000 troops, but currently, the Qin dynasty is at peace and there is no war. If you wish to distinguish yourself in the army, your only option is to go to General Meng Tian in the north. I will also speak to him about your situation. As for whether he will give you an important position, that depends on your own abilities, Han Xin. Cao Can, you are skilled in both civil and military affairs. I haven't yet decided how to arrange things for you. I would like to ask your opinion. Do you wish to be a civil official or a military general? Xiao He and Han Xin were overjoyed upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's arrangement. They hadn't expected the emperor's promise of such high rank and importance to be extended to this extent. Before arriving, Xiao He was merely a chief clerk in Pei County, assisting the magistrate with local affairs. Now, Qin Shi Huang had promised him the position of chief minister of grain supply, one of the 9 ministers, a meteoric rise indeed. Roughly equivalent to a modern-day county finance director suddenly being promoted to national finance minister. Han Xin, needless to say, was originally a commoner from Huaiyan County. He possessed great strategic talent, but his humble origins hampered his progress. If it weren't for Qin Shi Huang's sudden summons, he might have wasted his life in his hometown. Now, although Qin Shi Huang had only assigned him to Meng Tian's command, Han Xin was confident he could quickly distinguish himself on the battlefield. Cao Can was also conflicted. Having worked with Xiao He for many years, he knew his own talents were inferior to Xiao He's. On the way to Xianyang, he had also engaged in battlefield simulations with Han Xin, suffering more defeats than victories than defeats. Currently, he was also confused about his own position, unsure which path to take. Qin Shi Huang noticed Cao Can's hesitation and waved his hand, saying, "Since you yourself are undecided, Cao Can, I will decide for you. You and Han Xin will go to the northern border to join General Meng Tian's forces, starting as his deputies. If you achieve military merit later, I will reward you accordingly." Seeing that Qin Shi Huang had made the decision for him, Cao Can no longer hesitated. After all, battlefield combat was his forte. "Thank you for your great favor, Your Majesty. We will surely serve Qin to the death." After receiving their assignments, the three bowed to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction. He had finally secured these 3 talents. He wondered if the decree-seeking talent would bring more such brilliant minds to Qin. Han Xin, go back and prepare. You will depart for the northern border with the army tomorrow. Xiao He and Cao Can, you two stay here, I have some minor matters to ask you. Han Xin accepted the order and left the hall. He and Xiao He and Cao Can were only nodding acquaintances, and Han Xin naturally didn't want to hear more about their affairs. You two are both from Pei County. Do you know a man named Lu Ji? After Han Xin left, Qin Shi Huang leaned back in his chair and asked in a low voice. Cao Can was taken aback. The first emperor actually knew of Lu Ji? But then again, considering the first emperor's clear knowledge of both of their talents, it wasn't surprising that he knew Lu Ji. Your Majesty, Cao Can replied, I am from Pei County, just like Lu Ji. I am a prison clerk in Pei County, and he is the head of a pavilion in Pei County, so naturally we have frequent contact. However, my interactions with him are only official, we are not familiar with each other privately. But I have heard people say that Lu Ji is eccentric and acts without any sense of propriety. I wonder why Your Majesty would ask about him. Cao Can was unsure why Qin Shi Huang would ask about Lu Ji. He could only answer cautiously, fearing that Lu Ji might have gotten into trouble and implicated him. Qin Shi Huang said casually, Oh, I only heard about this pavilion chief in Pei County and was just asking out of curiosity. Xiao He, do you know him? Xiao He's expression was complicated. His relationship with Lu Ji was not as simple as Cao Can's. However, since the first emperor had asked, he couldn't give an untruthful answer. Your Majesty, I have known Lu Ji since childhood. Although he is somewhat slick and frivolous, as Cao Can described, he is extremely loyal to his friends and possesses a chivalrous spirit. I also find him commendable, hence my friendship with him. Qin Shi Huang nodded. This was indeed the Lu Ji he knew. No wonder Xia Heying, Fan Kuai, and others were unwilling to come to Xianyang because of him. Qin Shi Huang straightened up and asked, Then do you know if this man has any great ambitions? Xiao He, looking bewildered, asked, Great ambitions? What are great ambitions? It means having lofty aspirations, such as overthrowing my great Qin and becoming emperor himself. Qin Shi Huang's words, though spoken softly, struck Xiao He like a thunderbolt. Xiao He immediately knelt and said, Your Majesty, Lu Ji has absolutely no such intentions. He's usually idle and prone to petty theft. The people of Pei County avoid him. Even if he had such thoughts, I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability. It seems Xiao He didn't know his friend well enough. Don't be fooled by Lu Ji's unassuming demeanor, his ambitions are far from insignificant. Qin Shi Huang said with a half-smile, that's not necessarily true. If Lu Ji had the help of you gentlemen, plus his cronies in Pei County, perhaps he would have the ability to do it? Your Majesty is wise. I am not familiar with Lu Ji, so how could I possibly follow him in rebellion? Besides, I am an official of Qin, and I would never dare to commit treason. Even Cao Can panicked. He didn't know how Lu Ji had dragged him into this. Yes, Your Majesty, I have absolutely no intention of rebellion. If Lu Ji really intends to rebel, I will immediately return to Pei County to arrest him and prove my innocence. Xiao He didn't understand why the first emperor could change his attitude so suddenly, but this was a matter of life and death, and even though he had a good relationship with Lu Ji, he dared not speak up for him anymore. Qin Shi Huang smiled again and leaned back in his chair, saying, "You two need not be so alarmed. I was just joking with you. As long as you two are loyal to my great Qin, I will never treat you unfairly." Xiao He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If such words were considered a joke, then it was best to avoid them altogether. A few more such incidents would scare people to death. However, Xiao He had also discerned from Qin Shi Huang's attitude that he was determined to sever ties with Lu Ji. Since he would be serving as an official in Xianyang, if anything happened to Lu Ji and he was implicated, he would have nowhere to turn. You two must be tired from your long journey. I have arranged residences for you and your families. Please rest assured and stay there. I will have someone take you there later. Qin Shi Huang then wrote an imperial edict on a piece of silk and handed it to Xiao He, saying, "Xiao He, tomorrow take this edict to Shanglin Garden and give it to Meng Yi. He will make the necessary arrangements." Xiao He respectfully accepted the edict and carefully placed it close to his body. Qin Shi Huang then turned to Cao Shen and said, "Cao Shen, wait at the palace tomorrow. I will arrange for troops to escort you and Han Xian to the northern border. I hope that you two will make good use of your talents in the north and defeat the Xiongnu for me." Cao Shen replied firmly, "This humble official will certainly not fail in his mission and will do his utmost to serve your majesty." Qin Shi Huang waved his hand and said, "All right, it's getting late. You two should go back and rest. Many things await you tomorrow." The two men, understanding the situation, tactfully took their leave. Qin Shi Huang leaned back in his chair and murmured, "Xiang Ji, Zhangliang, I swear I will capture you two, even if it means turning the Qin dynasty upside down. Speaking of which, it's been a month since I last visited Mr. Ren Xiaotian. I wonder if that brat Zhu De has prepared the craftsman he promised me." Qin Shi Huang stroked the armrest of his chair, pondering for a while, then suddenly stood up and muttered to himself, "I must go and see. I'm tired of the food in the palace lately." Qin Shi Huang was decisive. After summoning Wang Wan and giving her a few instructions, he eagerly went to Ren Xiaoshan's courtyard. Ren Xiaotian was fast asleep in a reclining chair. It wasn't that he was particularly sleepy, it was just that Lu Samya's lecture voice was so hypnotic that it always quickly sent Ren Xiaotian to sleep. Ren Xiaotian dreamt that he had returned to his original world and was playing with his daughter when Qin Shi Huang's knocking on the door startled him awake. "Why did you have to come at this time of year? I was just teaching my daughter to call me daddy, and now she's gone. You'd better give me a daughter in return." Ren Xiaotian opened the door and saw Qin Shi Huang, speaking to him with annoyance. "Mr. Xiaotian, if you want a daughter, that's easy enough. I'll go back and find a few women for you, or if that doesn't work, you can choose any palace maid you like." Because Ren Xiaotian hadn't told anyone he was married and had a daughter, Qin Shi Huang assumed he had some kind of unusual fetish. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes at Qin Shi Huang and said, go away, go away. I'm not that kind of licentious person. This is a complicated matter, and I can't explain it to you. By the way, what brings you here today?" Qin Shi Huang went into the courtyard, poured himself a cup of tea, and said as he drank, "I've been busy lately. I have to keep an eye on the seed business, and I have to guard against the Xiongnu in the north. Xiao He and Han Xian just arrived in Xianyang these past 2 days, and I came here after settling them in." Ren Xiaotian nudged Qin Shi Huang lightly with his shoulder and said, "Wow, you're quick on your feet. You found them so fast? Are they willing to follow you? Don't let them turn out to be serving Cao while their hearts are with Liu Bei." Qin Shi Huang understood the implication of Ren Xiaoshan's words. He said smugly, "Is there anyone I can't win over? Let me tell you the truth, with my combination of kindness and force, no talent can escape my grasp. You're just bragging. By the way, what did you do with Liu Bang?" Ren Xiaotian asked curiously. "You mean Lu Ji? I didn't do anything to him. He should still be serving as a village head in Pei County right now." Qin Shi Huang finished speaking and poured himself another cup of tea. This kind of tea, with its bittersweet flavor, was something only Ren Xiaotian could enjoy. Ren Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't kill Lu Ji? That's not like you at all." Qin Shi Huang scoffed, "Lu Ji is nothing more than a nobody who rose to power through a series of coincidences. It's not that I look down on him, but now that I have Xiao He and Han Xian under my control, I'd like to see if he can still rebel. Good heavens, you've made Emperor Jiaozu of Han seem insignificant. But don't be careless. Liu Bang's ability to defeat Xiang Yu and establish the Han dynasty, which lasted for hundreds of years, is not as simple as you think. Ren Xiaotian cautioned him worriedly, knowing that Qin Shi Huang's arrogant attitude was a major taboo. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I haven't done anything? There are no fewer than 5,000 Qin soldiers lurking in Pei County. If Liu Ji makes any move, he'll be hacked to pieces. So you had everything planned out all along. I've been eagerly lecturing you here. You truly are a cunning and shrewd old fox. Ren Xiaotian gave Qin Shi Huang a thumbs up. Qin Shi Huang, amused, smacked Ren Xiaotian on the head. The two exchanged a glance and laughed. Ren Xiaotian, you brat, what are you doing making such a racket? Don't you know you're disturbing my lesson? Lu Samyu, hearing the commotion, stormed out of the house, pointing at Ren Xiaotian and yelling. Ren Xiaotian was used to this. The old man had a very eccentric personality. Anyone who disturbed his lessons with Zhu Xiangying would be subjected to a lecture. Even Empress Ma had been lectured once. Zhu Xiangying ran out as well, and upon seeing Qin Shi Huang, she excitedly exclaimed, Grandpa Qin Shi Huang is here. Qin Shi Huang smiled at Zhu Xiangying and said, I've arrived. Where are your grandfather and fourth uncle? Zhu Xiangying earnestly explained, Grandpa came with Uncle Fusu, but they returned yesterday. Fourth uncle has been coming to see you often lately, but you've never been home. Qin Shi Huang laughed, ha ha ha, Zhu Di is quite the gentleman. I've been busy lately, so I haven't had time to come. Lu Samyu glanced at Qin Shi Huang and coldly said, I wondered who it was. So you're the tyrannical Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng. Your Highness, come back to your room with me. Don't associate with such a tyrant. Qin Shi Huang had never been insulted like this before, and he immediately flew into a rage, shouting, You old scoundrel, do you want to die? Lu Samyu remained unfazed, staring directly at Qin Shi Huang and saying, I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come and kill me. You've already burned books and buried scholars alive, what else can't you do? Ren Xiaotian, using all his strength, finally managed to restrain the enraged Qin Shi Huang. He quickly gave Zhu Xiangying a look, and Zhu Xiangying understood, leading Lu Samyu back to his room. Qin Shi Huang sat down, panting heavily, and asked, Who is this old scoundrel? Why is he insulting me for no reason? Ren Xiaotian, also quite troubled, said, He's a tutor my uncle found for Xiangying, teaching him to read and write. This old man has a strange personality, I get scolded almost every day. Don't take it to heart, I'll talk to my uncle when he arrives. Qin Shi Huang slammed his fist on the table, saying, Brother Zhu owes me an explanation for this matter. Look at the kind of teacher he found for Xiangying. He's infuriating me. Ren Xiaotian quickly patted Qin Shi Huang on the back to calm him down, comforting him, All right, when my uncle arrives, you can give him a good talking to. Don't get caught up in his behavior now. Have a seat and some tea, I'll go make you something to eat. Qin Shi Huang gave a cold snort, tacitly agreeing with Ren Xiaotian. After Ren Xiaotian went to the kitchen, he gulped down a whole pot of tea. His previously good mood had been completely ruined by this old man. Half an hour later, Ren Xiaotian came out with food, and Qin Shi Huang was still sulking as he sat there. First Emperor, you don't have the same knowledge as him, if you get angry because of this, I will give you no more medicine. Ren Xiaotian put the dishes on the table and comforted them. Since I ascended the throne, have I ever killed people indiscriminately? The reason why they killed those Confucian scholars was also because they were privately slandering the rule of our great Qin. If the widow is really determined to destroy their Confucianism, how could he have the opportunity to sit here and talk about the way of Confucius and Mencius now? Qin Shi Huang said this is actually really good. If he really wants to destroy Confucianism, he only needs to send people to kill all the Confucian scholars all over the country and burn all the books. You must know that during the Qin dynasty, Confucianism was only one of the 100 schools of thought, and it did not have such great influence as later generations at all. What's more, Qin Shi Huang also asked Fusu, the crown prince of Dakan, to study with the great Confucian Chun Yuyu. If Qin Shi Huang planned to destroy Confucianism, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? The main reason why later generations said that Qin Shi Huang was a tyrant was that the Qin dynasty reused the legalists headed by Li Si, and Confucianism and legalism were incompatible. After the Han dynasty, when Confucianism gained power, it was natural to set up a model of a tyrant, and Qin Shi Huang was so innocent lying down his gun. Okay, let's not mention him. Yesterday, my uncle brought Fusu and you didn't catch up, but now Fusu has changed a lot. Ren Xiaotian had to divert the topic, and Qin Shi Huang of the province was always angry about this matter. Qin Shi Huang was obviously attracted by Ren Xiaoshan's words, and he said curiously, Oh? Then it seems that it is a wise choice for the widow to hand over Fusu to Brother Zhu for education. Can you tell me in detail what changes have occurred in Fusu? Ren Xiaotian refilled a pot of water to Qin Shi Huang and said, Fusu is tall and strong now, and it is estimated that he can at least be a general in the barracks, which is simply different from his previous weak appearance. Then other aspects have not changed? It turned out that he was a person who did it at every turn, and he was very annoyed. Qin Shi Huang was a little discouraged when he heard this. After all, what he wanted was the future great Qin emperor, not the general who fought on the battlefield. Ren Xiaotian patiently explained, "It's only been a month, you have to give him some time to change. I guess this will Fusu Zheng follow brother Biao to learn to handle political affairs. You wait another 2 months to make a big difference." Qin Shi Huang thought about it carefully, and what Ren Xiaotian said did make sense. If Fusu's temperament was changed so quickly, Qin Shi Huang would have to wonder if he was pretending. The 5th customer is about to arrive, and the system will be upgraded to version 2.0 after this successful reception, which can unlock more functions. Please prepare the host for reception. Ren Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Can this system be upgraded? System, what new features do you have after upgrading? Tell me in advance. Please explore the host on your own after the upgrade is complete. The system warmly reminds that the host currently has 1,005 points loan outstanding. Please pay it off as soon as possible. Since Zhao Guangdian contributed 500 points to him last time, Ren Xiaotian has not scored points for a long time. Qin Shi Huang was suddenly stunned when he saw Ren Xiaotian speaking, and hurriedly asked with concern, "Mr. Xiaotian, what's wrong with you?" Ren Xiaotian came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay, it's just that I'm going to have a newcomer here, and I guess I'll be there in a while." "Oh? Who is coming? Could it be Lu Che or Li Shiman?" Qin Shi Huang was interested when he heard this, and recently he almost turned over the book 5,000 years up and down, and he was very interested in Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Ziyu, who were juxtaposed with him as Qin Huang in later generations. He had already seen Zhao Guangdian, the founder of the Song dynasty, before, although he could not say that he was disappointed, but the overall performance was not in line with Qin Shi Huang's expectations. Now he just hopes that the other two can live up to their names. Ren Xiaotian spread his hands and said, "I don't know who is coming, every time someone comes to me, it's random." Qin Shi Huang nodded and said, "Forget it, since this newcomer is about to arrive, I won't eat first. Let's eat together when he comes." Ren Xiaotian had no objection to this, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea and waited with Qin Shi Huang while drinking. Waited for about half an hour. Both of them drank a warm pot of water, but the new guest still hadn't arrived. Ren Xiaotian felt that his bladder was about to explode, and when he got up and was about to go to the toilet, there was a knock on the courtyard door. "Is there anyone in the courtyard? Please open the door." Qin Shi Huang stood up excitedly and said, "It's here, I'm going to open the door." Although Ren Xiaotian was in a hurry to urinate, he could only move his feet step by step to follow Qin Shi Huang. After all, he didn't know who was coming, and it would be troublesome if he had a conflict with Qin Shi Huang. The smile on Qin Shi Huang's face instantly froze after opening the door, and then his expression turned into disappointment. Because Qin Shi Huang's burly figure blocked the door, Ren Xiaotian exposed his head and glanced out the door curiously. Standing outside the door stood a middle-aged man with a dark face, a gray beard under his chin, and about 165 years tall. The style of the clothes on his body is somewhat similar to that of the Qin dynasty, but it is definitely not the emperor's dragon robe, but more like the clothes of the court officials. There was also a guard-like man standing next to him. This man looks like he is about 40 years old, and his height is actually close to Qin Shi Huang. Holding a long knife in his hand, he held it majestically. The middle-aged man saw that Qin Shi Huang's momentum was a little frightening when he opened the door, and couldn't help but take half a step back and shrink behind his guard. Qin Shi Huang frowned and said, "Who are you?" The man was about to speak, but Ren Xiaotian was really holding back, and he couldn't help but bend down to relieve the surging urge to urinate. The guardman thought that Ren Xiaotian was going to be detrimental to the two of them, so he vigilantly raised his long knife and aimed it at the two of them. Ren Xiaotian said with a hideous face, "Don't get me wrong, I'm holding my urine. You guys come in first, I'll go for convenience." After hearing Ren Xiaotian's words, Qin Shi Huang also stepped aside from the door and made a gesture for the two to come in. "Prime Minister, this place is not safe, let's leave quickly," the guard said vigilantly. The man was quite courageous, walked into the yard with his hands behind his back and smiled. "It's okay, I don't think these two have any intention of harming us, Zhongkang doesn't have to worry." Ren Xiaotian felt a hint of familiarity when he heard the name Zhongkang, but he couldn't care about so much anymore, so he bent down and trotted all the way to the toilet. "Please sit down, too." Qin Shi Huang took the two to the yard and sat down, pouring them a cup of tea. The guard refused to sit, just stood tightly behind the middle-aged man, and Qin Shi Huang did not force him when he saw this. "I am Ying Zheng, the emperor of the Great Qin. I don't know what the names of the two are and what dynasty they come from." Qin Shi Huang took a sip of tea and asked the two with a smile. "If you're Ying Zheng, then I'm Ji Fa. Look at yourself, how do you resemble Ying Zheng?" Before the middle-aged man could speak, the guard burst into laughter. Qin Shi Huang frowned upon hearing this. This was the second time he'd been insulted today. If these two weren't Ren Xiaotian's new guests, he would have already lost his temper. The middle-aged man sensed something amiss and turned to the guard, angrily rebuking him. "Zhongkang, don't talk nonsense. Then he turned to Qin Shi Huang and said, "You claim to be the first emperor, what proof do you have?" Qin Shi Huang smiled smugly, stood up, and said, "I am Ying Zheng. Believe it or not, I have no need to prove anything to you." The middle-aged man stared at Qin Shi Huang, momentarily lost in thought. Qin Shi Huang's domineering aura was far stronger than any emperor he had ever seen. Considering their strange experiences today, he was beginning to believe, with a 3 or 4% certainty, that the man before him was indeed Qin Shi Huang. He blurted out, "Could it be that you are truly the first emperor, Ying Zheng?" Qin Shi Huang, too lazy to explain further, lifted his robes and sat down again. "I am Cao Mend, the Chancellor of the Han Dynasty. May I ask where you are?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands in greeting to Ying Zheng. After hearing the man's self-introduction, Qin Shi Huang scrutinized him with great interest. "So you are Cao Mend. I do know a little about you. As for where this place is, you can ask your master when he returns." Cao felt a chill and said, "If you are Ying Zheng, how would you know about my deeds? This doesn't make sense, does it?" Qin Shi Huang laughed. "Does your arrival here make sense? But I can't blame you. When I first arrived, I behaved much the same way. You'll understand after your master explains the situation." Cao thought about it carefully and felt it made sense. Before they came here, they were inspecting the defenses of Wulin. After passing through a dark cave entrance, they somehow ended up here. Just then, Ren Xiaotian returned and said with a smile, "Chatting? I haven't yet asked your identities." Cao stood up and said, "I am Cao, the Chancellor of the Han Dynasty, and this is my guard commander, Su Chu. You must be the master of this place? Could you explain to us how we came to be here?" Ren Xiaotian was startled. Good heavens, this unassuming middle-aged man was actually Cao Mend, the one who would rather betray the world than let the world betray him? Actually, Ren Xiaotian quite liked Cao. When he played Three Kingdoms games, he always chose the Cao Wei faction to unify the world. Ren Xiaotian grasped Cao's hand and said, "So it's Chancellor Cao. A pleasure to meet you." Cao was clearly unaccustomed to Ren Xiaoshan's polite manner but didn't want to shake off his hand. Ren Xiaotian briefly explained the situation of the courtyard to Cao, who listened with a look of astonishment. "That's not right. If you say only the emperor can come here, then how could I, who have no intention of usurping the throne, be here?" Cao seemed to have discovered a flaw in Ren Xiaoshan's words and hurriedly said. Ren Xiaotian shrugged and said, "Although you never declared yourself emperor before your death, your son Cao Pai forced Lu Xia to abdicate in your favor as soon as he succeeded to the throne. After ascending the throne, he posthumously honored you as Emperor Wu of Wei, so it's fair to say you were an emperor. That rebellious son, he actually dared to usurp the throne. My lifelong reputation has been ruined by him." Cao said through gritted teeth. Su Chu, on the other hand, said excitedly, "Prime Minister, it's the will of heaven for you to become emperor. Anyway, few people in the world are willing to listen to that little emperor. If you ask me, why don't you just declare yourself emperor now, so that the second prince won't have to posthumously honor you later?" "Su Chu, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether I live or die, I am a Han subject. How could I commit such a treasonous act? Don't mention this matter again." Cao scolded Su Chu with a dark face. Su Chu awkwardly scratched his head. Ren Xiaotian chuckled. "Actually, Su Chu isn't wrong. The Han dynasty is already in its twilight years, you alone can't revive it. However, you can't rush into becoming emperor. After all, as long as Lu Xia is with you, the righteous cause of the world still rests with you." Cao confidently declared, "How could I follow Wang Mang's example? After unifying the world, I will return power to the emperor and retire to my hometown to enjoy my grandchildren." Ren Xiaotian gave him a knowing look and said, "Old Cao, are you sure you really think that way? Even if you do, I'm afraid your brothers who fought for you on the battlefield won't agree. But it's too early to say all that. I remember you spent your whole life trying to unify the world, but you never succeeded. Impossible. My 800,000 strong army is now advancing directly towards Jiangdong, and the defeat of the Liu Bei Sun Quan alliance is imminent. Once they are defeated, who in the world can stop my iron cavalry?" Cao scoffed at Ren Xiaoshan's words, clearly having become somewhat arrogant after unifying the north. Ren Xiaotian suddenly realized that Cao was about to fight the Battle of Red Cliffs. "If I'm not mistaken, Huang Gai has already surrendered to you, hasn't he?" Ren Xiaotian said slowly. Cao was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Huang Gai just sent a letter yesterday saying he was at odds with Zhou Yu and was preparing to surrender to me. Isn't this good news?" "Of course it's great news. I must congratulate you on your upcoming great victory. You should know that this war has already been recorded in history." It wasn't that Ren Xiaotian was intentionally deceiving Cao, he was simply desperately short of points. If he told Cao the truth now, and Cao rushed back like Zhao Guangayan, Ren Xiaotian would lose more than he gained. Therefore, he had to entertain Cao and get the points first before telling him the truth. After hearing this, Cao laughed heartily and said, "I told you this battle would be won. The Sunlu Alliance is nothing compared to my army. You must have been joking with me." Ren Xiaotian remained silent, only nodding and smiling in agreement. Qin Shi Huang watched Ren Xiaotian strangely. He had read the accounts of the Battle of Red Cliffs. Clearly, Cao had suffered a crushing defeat. Why didn't Ren Xiaotian tell Cao the truth? This wasn't like Ren Xiaoshan's usual style. Ren Xiaotian gave Qin Shi Huang a wink. Although Qin Shi Huang didn't understand his meaning, he cooperated and didn't say anything. "Old Cao, you've come all this way, try my cooking. These dishes are from later generations, I guarantee you've never tasted anything like them." Ren Xiaotian warmly invited Cao and Su Chu. Cao, in high spirits, didn't bother with formalities and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Seeing Cao quickly devour a dish, Qin Shi Huang hurriedly joined in the meal, otherwise, Cao would have eaten it all. Su Chu watched from the side, his mouth watering, but he didn't dare sit down until Cao spoke. "Zhongkang, sit down and eat with me. This food is really good, it would be a shame not to try it." Cao picked up a piece of food and stuffed it into his mouth, whimpering. Su Chu readily agreed, sitting down and grabbing a roasted chicken leg to stuff into his mouth. He had been craving it for a while. Ren Xiaotian watched the three of them eat with a smile. For a chef, nothing is more satisfying than having customers enjoy the food he has made. "Do you have any good wine, sir?" Cao, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and asked. Yes, just a moment, I'll get it for you." Ren Xiaotian, not wanting to spoil Cao's mood, turned back and brought him 2 bottles of Maotai. After filling the bottles, Cao sniffed the air and immediately perked up. He had never smelled such a mellow aroma. Su Chu, holding his cup, said discontentedly, "You're so stingy. This small cup isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Quickly get me a bigger bowl." Ren Xiaotian placed his hands on Su Chu's shoulders and said, "Brother Tiger Fool, this wine is meant to be savored slowly. Rubbing it down in one gulp would be a waste." Su Chu slapped Ren Xiaoshan's hands away, saying, "What Tiger Fool? You're the fool. This man is truly impolite." Although Su Chu wasn't particularly clever, he shouldn't call someone foolish upon first meeting them, should he? Instead, Cao, after pondering the nickname Ren Xiaotian mentioned for a moment, exclaimed excitedly, "Tiger Fool. Tiger Fool means brave yet foolish, doesn't that suit you, Zhongkang? I didn't expect you to know Zhongkang so well." Su Chu, seeing that Cao also agreed with the nickname Tiger Fool, grinned sheepishly at Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian laughed, "I didn't come up with it. I remember it was a few years later, when you, Cao, were campaigning against Han Sui. Because of Su Chu's bravery in battle, you gave him that nickname yourself." Cao stroked his beard and laughed heartily, "I see. No wonder I felt the name Tiger Fool was destined for me. Sir, I toast you." Cao truly lived up to his reputation as a cunning old fox. Ren Xiaoshan's words had made him wary. He picked up his wine cup, first licking it, then forcing himself to swallow the spiciness and taking a small sip. "Good wine." Cao put down his cup and carefully tasted it. It was indeed sweet, refreshing, and had a long aftertaste. This disappointed Qin Shi Huang, who had been expecting Cao to embarrass himself. He himself had made a fool of himself while drinking. After a few cups, it became clear that Cao's drinking manners weren't much better. His face was red and his neck thick, and he began to call Ren Xiaotian brother. Ren Xiaotian was also a little tipsy. He nudged Cao and said, "Old Cao, can I ask you something?" Cao, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, said, "Brother, ask me anything. I will answer everything I know." Ren Xiaotian asked curiously, "Are you really as fond of other men's wives as the rumors say?" Cao was taken aback by the question, "What are other men's wives?" "Other men's wives, like Lady Zhou, Zhang Ji's wife." "How dare you?" Su Chu suddenly stood up, drew his long sword, and held it to Ren Xiaoshan's neck. The Battle of Wanchenge was Cao's greatest taboo. Not only did his eldest son, Cao Ang, perish there, but his trusted general, Dian Wei, also lost his life. Cao's subordinates were extremely secretive about the matter, fearing that a single mention would cost them their heads. Seeing Su Chu's actions, Cao roared, "Zhongkang, don't be rude." Su Chu reluctantly sheathed his sword. "I didn't mean to bring this up. Old Cao, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't." Seeing the awkwardness he'd created, Ren Xiaotian quickly tried to smooth things over. Cao sighed, "Brother, to be honest, this is all my fault. If I hadn't been lustful towards that Zhou woman, how could I have caused the deaths of Zixiu and Dianwei? Ren Xiaotian didn't know how to comfort him, so he said, even heroes have difficulty resisting the charms of a beautiful woman. Old Cao, you only made a mistake that most men make. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Cao waved his hand and laughed, forget it, it's all in the past. I'm not one to hold a grudge. As long as I can restore the glory of the Han dynasty, I'm sure Zixiu and Dianwei would forgive me in the afterlife. However, behind Cao's smile, a trace of guilt towards his son and beloved generals remained. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked that question. Let's talk about something else. Ren Xiaotian, realizing he'd gone off topic, picked up his wine cup and took a swig. Cao raised his wine cup to Qin Shi Huang and said, Emperor Qin, I toast you. Your achievements truly impress me. Qin Shi Huang asked curiously, oh, you don't think I'm a tyrant? Cao scoffed, that's just the talk of pedantic scholars. How could they possibly erase the achievements of the first emperor? Those who only know how to spout empty words and slander others. If I were in Qin, I would have had their heads chopped off long ago. This was no exaggeration. Bian Rang of Yanzhou, Kong Rong of Qingzhou, and Mi Hung of Jingzhou, weren't they all renowned scholars? Cao killed them without batting an eye, not to mention the massacre of cities he slaughtered when he avenged his father during his conquest of Suzhou. Hearing Cao's words, Qin Shi Huang felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. His previous prejudice against Cao vanished at that moment. Come, let me have a drink with you. Qin Shi Huang laughed and put his arm around Cao's shoulder, though the two's proportions looked rather awkward. The two men, arm in arm, drank an unknown amount of wine, from daylight until night, until Cao's eyes were glazed over. Suddenly, Cao shook off Qin Shi Huang's arm, looked up to the sky, and shouted, I am about to destroy Sun Quan and Liu Bei, and tonight, with the bright moon shining, I must compose a poem to express my feelings. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian and Qin Shi Huang stared intently at Cao. They knew Cao's literary talent was extraordinary. His two short poems were masterpieces that had been passed down through the ages. Both were curious to see what masterpiece he would produce today. However, they waited for a long time without Cao uttering a sound, assuming he was still brewing his masterpiece. After a while, Ren Xiaotian couldn't resist peeking closer. What he saw startled him. Cao was actually asleep, standing up, muttering, good wine, fill my cup. The two men were immediately dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Cao to have fallen asleep after all that brewing. Ren Xiaotian quickly woke Su Chu, who was dozing nearby, and had him carry Cao into the room. Ren Xiaotian had no choice. He was afraid Cao would give him a taste of his own medicine and stab him a couple of times in his sleep. It wouldn't kill him, but it would still hurt. After settling Cao in, Ren Xiaotian felt the effects of the alcohol and decided to go back to his room to sleep. After everyone had gone back inside, Qin Shi Huang sat in the courtyard, a smile still on his face. Cao was the person Qin Shi Huang encountered most pleasing to him during his time with Ren Xiaotian. Although Cao also had a good relationship with Zhu Yuanzhang, Qin Shi Huang always felt that they were not of the same kind. Qin Shi Huang took out paper and pen from the room, wrote a few words, and then carefully placed them on his person. Cao mend, I will help you this once. As for how far you can go, that depends on your fate. Qin Shi Huang murmured after doing all this. The next day, Ren Xiaotian woke up with a splitting headache, and he couldn't remember how much he had drunk the day before. After washing his face, he felt a little better. Upon arriving at Cao's room, Ren Xiaotian found it deserted. Frantic, Ren Xiaotian rushed to the courtyard to search, only to find Qin Shi Huang already sitting there. Emperor Qin, where are Cao and the other man? Ren Xiaotian asked Qin Shi Huang, who was sitting there leisurely. Qin Shi Huang opened a bottle of yogurt and replied, they both went back early this morning. I called you for ages before they left, but you wouldn't wake up, so I had to let them go. Ren Xiaotian jumped up and down anxiously, if you couldn't wake me, just slap me. Their departure has caused a delay. This is troublesome, I haven't even told Cao anything yet. Mr. Xiaotian, don't worry. I've already told them what I needed to tell them, so don't worry. Qin Shi Huang opened the yogurt and expertly licked the cap, becoming more and more like a modern person. That's good, that's good. By the way, what did you tell him? Qin Shi Huang drank his yogurt and said, nothing much, just gave him a few brocade pouches, telling him to open them when he gets back and find out. Ren Xiaotian laughed upon hearing this. Do you think you're Zhuliang, leaving him brocade pouches? Why didn't you just tell him the whole story? Qin Shi Huang winked playfully and said, I just thought it was funny. Besides, I was born earlier than Kongming, Zhuliang, so if anyone should be learning from me, it's him. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, all right, just don't delay things. I hope CAO doesn't suffer another defeat at Chibi this time. After all, unifying the country sooner is good for the people. But Ren Xiaotian thought about it carefully and realized something was wrong. Could CAO really come back after this trip? He hadn't given CAO a passage token. However, even if he wanted to give him a token, he was powerless to do so. After all, he still owed the system a debt. Where would he get the points to exchange for a passage token for CAO? Host successfully received customer CAO, reward points plus 500. Due to the host's outstanding system loan, this reward will be used to repay the system loan first. Ren Xiaotian was completely unmoved by this system message. After all, the points Zhao Quangayan had given him last time had also been taken back by the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully serving 5 customers. The system will be upgraded to version 2.0, with an upgrade period of 1 month. During the system upgrade, normal customer travel will not be affected, but functions such as the system shop will be temporarily closed. After this upgrade, the customer's travel time will be shortened to 1 day, and the maximum number of people they can bring will increase to 5. Customers will automatically receive a passage token after the host's authorization, without needing to exchange points. Other functions will be available for the host to explore after the upgrade is complete. Ren Xiaotian was furious upon seeing this. He had used so many points to exchange for passage tokens. Wasn't this a huge loss? System, can I get my money back for the points I used to exchange for the tokens? Host, you're overthinking it. That was normal consumption for exchanging passage tokens before the system upgrade. This system cannot return them. You vampire. Do you know how hard it is for me to accumulate points? Even just giving me back 30% would be fine. The system suggests the host wash their face again, as the host might not be fully awake yet. Not only did he fail to get his points back, but he also got a scolding from the system. Ren Xiaotian could only rage helplessly at the air, making Qin Shi Huang think Ren Xiaotian had gone mad. Woolen CAO Army Camp. CAO and Su Chu stood in front of the camp gate, completely bewildered. Prime Minister, were we dreaming before? Su Chu was utterly confused, scratching his head as he asked. CAO was also somewhat dazed. He wasn't sure if what had happened before was real. He fumbled in his sleeve for a while until he pulled out the brocade pouch given to him by Qin Shi Huang, confirming that everything before was not a dream. Prime Minister! Prime Minister! A group of people ran in from inside the camp, shouting, startling CAO out of his reverie. The leader, panting, approached CAO and said, Prime Minister, where have you been all night? We searched the entire camp but couldn't find you. We were worried you might have been assassinated by the Eastern Wu. CAO laughed loudly. Wenruo, you worry too much. How could those petty thieves from Eastern Wu have the audacity? Zhongkong and I went to a secluded place, which is why we were delayed all night. Sun Yu asked suspiciously, what secluded place? Is there any secluded place in Woolen? It cannot be said, it cannot be said. CAO smiled mysteriously, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the camp, the others following behind. What are the movements of the Sun Lu Alliance? CAO asked, sitting in his commander's seat in the central tent. Sun Yu stepped forward and replied, the armies of Sun and Lu are merely training day and night, there have been no other unusual movements. CAO nodded and asked, is there any news from Huanggai's side? Reporting to the Prime Minister, I sent men to inquire at the Eastern Wu camp. Huanggai was indeed flogged by Zhou Yu and is still bedridden. In my opinion, Huanggai's account is about 70% credible. The tall, thin Cheng Yu stepped forward and answered, he was now in charge of espionage on the battlefield. CAO slammed his hand on the table and said, excellent. Now we only await Huanggai's surrender, and the army will immediately advance to annihilate the Sun Lu allied forces. Su Chu, standing behind CAO, suddenly remembered something and whispered in CAO's ear, Prime Minister, the brocade pouch. Didn't Ying Zheng say you should open it when you return? Reminded by Su Chu, CAO finally remembered the brocade pouch. He had been blinded by the war. After taking out the brocade pouch, CAO found 2 slips of paper inside. He took out the outer one and opened it first. The slip of paper clearly read, Huanggai's feigned surrender, iron chains, fire attack. CAO, being a man of great intelligence, understood the meaning after only a moment's thought. That damned old scoundrel Huanggai. How dare he use a feigned surrender? CAO slammed the slip of paper heavily on the table, roaring angrily. The group of generals and advisors standing below exchanged bewildered glances. The Prime Minister had been perfectly fine just moments before. How could he have changed his expression so suddenly? CAO Ren, unable to contain his impatience, asked, Prime Minister, what has happened? Eastern Wu isn't short of clever men. They actually thought of sending Huanggai to feign surrender, planning to annihilate our army with fire. Where is Cai Mao? Cai Mao knelt down tremblingly, saying, "This subordinate is here." Since surrendering to Cai Mao had been appointed as the naval commander, enjoying unparalleled prestige. He didn't know why Cao had suddenly acted so strangely today. Could it be that he wanted to use him as a sacrifice? He had been diligently training Cao's navy without complaint. Even if he hadn't achieved great merit, he had at least worked hard, right? Cao didn't criticize him, but simply asked, "Tell me, are the army ships chained together with iron chains?" Cai Mao breathed a sigh of relief and replied, reporting to the Prime Minister, "They are indeed chained together with iron chains." I remember it was Pang Tong who suggested this plan to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was quite pleased at the time. Cao gritted his teeth and said, "Pang Tong, it seems that Eastern Wu intends to completely annihilate my army. With Cao's ships chained together, if the enemy used fire, none of the ships could escape. At that point, Cao's casualties would likely exceed tens of thousands." This plan was undeniably ruthless. Cao's strategists weren't fools either. They quickly understood what he meant. "Prime Minister, do you mean Zhou Yu will use Huang Gai's surrender as a pretext to launch a surprise fire attack on our army?" Sun Yu had always been highly skeptical of Huang Gai's surrender, but Cao, in his previous complacency, had completely ignored dissenting opinions. Cao nodded. If the secret plan Qin Shi Huang had given him was true, then it must be true. "Prime Minister, forgive my bluntness. Right now, the Yangtze River is being blown by westerly winds. Even if Zhou Yu intends to use fire, it won't have a significant impact on our army, will it?" At this moment, Cheng Yu offered a different opinion. After all, this was a rare opportunity to defeat the enemy. Missing it would lead to a protracted war of attrition. Cao, hearing this, was also perplexed. He couldn't help but resent Qin Shi Huang. Wouldn't it have been better to just explain such an important matter directly? Qin Shi Huang, I don't know which genius he learned from, insisted on writing these cryptic messages, leaving everyone here guessing each other's intentions. While Cao was worrying, his eyes fell on Jisu, who was calmly hiding in the crowd. "Jiu Wenhe, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Jisu, whose name was called, reluctantly stepped forward and said, "Prime Minister, I think this matter should be asked of General Cai Mao." "Ask me? I don't know. I only follow the Prime Minister's orders." Cai Mao looked at Jisu blankly. Jisu shook his head. "What I want to ask you, General, is whether there have ever been times when the wind direction suddenly changed during the winter in Jingzhou? This is very important to our army. Please think carefully before you answer." Cai Mao stood there for a while, thinking before cautiously replying, "Indeed, there have been a few years in Jingzhou when the westerly wind suddenly turned into an easterly wind. I hadn't paid much attention to it before. It only came to mind today when you mentioned it, Mr. Jia." After a moment's thought, Jisu said to Cao, "Prime Minister, I suspect this is a trap. Zhou Yu has lived in Jiangdong for a long time and must be extremely familiar with the weather in Jingzhou. I suspect he intends to use fire to attack our army when the wind direction changes. Presumably, the day Huang Gai and you agreed to surrender will be the day the wind direction changes." Sun Yu and Cheng Yu suddenly realized, it wasn't that they were inferior to Jisu in strategy. It was just that their daily work focused more on internal affairs, and their battlefield wit naturally couldn't compare to Jisu's expertise in military matters. "Well done, Zhou Yu. I underestimated him. What do you think our army should do?" Cao slammed his fist on the table in anger, then asked Jisu. "Most of our troops are from the north and are not skilled in naval warfare. Although we have the Jingzhou Navy to supplement our forces, Jingzhou has only recently surrendered, and the Navy's combat effectiveness is still questionable." Cai Mao glared angrily at Jisu upon hearing this. Wasn't this a slap in the face to him, the naval commander? Jisu didn't seem to mind and continued, "Moreover, a plague is rampant in the camp, and many soldiers have lost their fighting ability. Even if Zhou Yu doesn't use the fire attack, my soldiers probably won't last much longer. On the other hand, the Sunlu allied forces occupy a strategic location and are waiting in comfort. If our army fights for a long time without success, our morale will inevitably drop greatly. Since the timing, location, and popular support are all against our army, in my humble opinion, a prolonged war will surely lead to defeat. It would be better to retreat to Xiangyang to train our soldiers and make further plans next year." Before Cao could speak, Cao Hong couldn't sit still any longer. He loudly retorted, "You, Jiu Wenhe, have you perhaps received bribes from Sun Quan? Sun Quan and Liu Bei are nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs. They will surely collapse once the main army arrives. Don't try to scare the army with these alarmist words. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll chop you down to avenge the eldest son." Jisu, unfazed by Cao Hong's attitude, shrugged and returned to his position among the civil officials. If Cao hadn't insisted on his opinion today, he wouldn't have bothered saying all this, let alone wasting his breath on a reckless man like Cao Hong. Seeing that Jisoo ignored him, Cao Hong urgently pleaded with Cao, Prime Minister, you mustn't retreat. This mere plague won't affect us at all. I guarantee I'll bring you Sun Quan's head within 10 days. Cao ignored Cao Hong's words, but he was unwilling to retreat so easily, so he asked Jisoo again, isn't there any other way? Jisoo shook his head and said, Prime Minister, forgive my ignorance, but I can't think of any other way. You can ask your colleagues for their opinions. Cao looked around and said, do any of you gentlemen have a good plan? The tent fell silent, everyone bowed their heads lower. Seeing Cao was about to lose his temper, Sunyu stepped forward to take the blame, saying, Prime Minister, I believed you when his plan is the best. After we return to Xiangyang, we should intensify the training of our soldiers. Once our army has adapted to the climate and water of Jingzhou, we will surely succeed in one fell swoop. Cao gritted his teeth and said fiercely, order the entire army to march back to Xiangyang tomorrow. Cao Ren, you will lead a force to cover the rear and guard against a sneak attack by Sun Quan and Liu Bei. Your subordinate obeys. Cao Ren clasped his hands in a fist salute and said. Cao wearily waved his hand and said, all of you, step back. I need to think about some things. Soon, only Cao and Su Chu remained in the tent. Zhongkang, do you think I overreacted? Withdrawing the entire army over a few mere words was rather rash. Cao rubbed his temples, his old headache was starting to flare up again whenever he was troubled. Su Chu shook his head and said, Prime Minister, I don't understand military affairs, but since you've made a decision, it means you think so too. You've never made a mistake, and I believe your choice this time is correct. Cao smiled and shook his head, saying, how come I never realized you, this tiger fool, could be so eloquent? Forget it, regardless of whether Zhou Yu truly intends to use fire to attack our army, I cannot gamble with the lives of my soldiers. Besides, retreating isn't necessarily a bad thing. Next year, I will surely trample Jiangdong. Sun Quan, Liu Bei, you just wait. After saying this, Cao took out another slip of paper from his brocade pouch and opened it. He was also curious about what else Qin Shi Huang had told him. Cao opened the slip of paper and glanced at it with a look of surprise and doubt. It contained 5 words, beware of Sima Yi. Sima Yi? Isn't that the second son of Sima Fang of Wen County? What's so scary about this man that Qin Shi Huang would write me a special note? After reading the note, Cao pondered it carefully but couldn't recall anything particularly remarkable about Sima Yi. He only remembered that this man was extremely stubborn, repeatedly refusing to come when summoned, only finally starting as the Prime Minister's chief clerk last year. Cao figured it probably wasn't anything important, so he casually slipped the note into his sleeve. He needed to deal with the army's retreat first. Soon afterward, Cao began to snore softly, while Su Chu stood guard vigilantly beside him, long sword in hand. The next morning. My lord, your highness, what a joyous occasion. Sun Qian rushed into Liu Bei's tent, shouting loudly, Gong Gaiyu, what has happened that has made you so distraught? Liu Bei looked at Sun Qian in surprise. Sun Qian had followed him through many great events, yet he had never seen him so flustered. Sun Qian exclaimed excitedly, what a joyous occasion. Cao's army began its retreat towards Xiangyang this morning. Liu Bei stood up, his face beaming, and said, oh, Cao is actually retreating? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I just went to Cao's camp, and it's indeed deserted. Scouts have also reported that only Cao Ren is leading the rearguard, the rest of Cao's army has left the Woolen area. Sun Qian nodded in affirmation. This is truly good news. After all, our army is weak, and the outcome of this battle is still uncertain. Cao's departure gives us a chance to breathe. Liu Bei clenched his fist excitedly, only to notice Zhuge furrowed brow. Strategist, why do you look so worried? Isn't Cao's withdrawal a good thing? Liu Bei asked. Zhuge shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not as optimistic as you think, my lord. Cao's withdrawal is likely because he has already seen through Zhou Yu's scheme. This withdrawal is merely a delaying tactic. When Cao's army returns next year in full force, our army will likely be unable to withstand him. Liu Bei was immediately alarmed and said, what should we do? Should we take advantage of Cao's withdrawal to launch a surprise attack? No, Zhuge replied, Mr. Gong Gaiyu just said that Cao left Cao Ren to cover his retreat. Cao Ren is extremely skilled in defense. If our army rashly attacks, not only will we not win, but we will likely suffer heavy losses. Alright, I'll go see Zhou Yu first. My lord, you must not act rashly before I return. Zhuge was, after all, still a young man. He stopped fanning himself with his feather fan and walked out of the central command tent. Sun Quan's camp. Zhou Yu also learned of Cao's withdrawal and slammed his fist on the table. That treacherous CAO has probably seen through my plan. I was confident it was foolproof. Who on earth is adept at guiding him? Chang Pu, a veteran of 3 reigns of the Sun family, had always been dissatisfied with Zhou Yu, this young man, being appointed Grand Commander. Seizing the opportunity, he mocked, "I thought the renowned Zhou Gongjin's plan would be brilliant, but it seems utterly insignificant. Can a plan that even a fool like Cao can see through be called a plan? Chang Dema. You." Zhou Yu, humiliated by Chang Pu's sarcastic remarks, couldn't tolerate it and immediately wanted to argue. "Enough. Stop arguing. What good will that do? The best we can do now is think of a solution." Sun Quan, annoyed by their bickering, roared. Chang Pu, however, was not intimidated by Sun Quan and said sarcastically, "My lord, you should ask Grand Commander Zhou if he has any brilliant plans yet. I'm going to see Gongfu, he's still unable to get up because of someone's brilliant plan." After speaking, Chang Pu snorted and walked out of the tent. "You!" Zhou Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest and could only forcefully suppress the blood welling up in his mouth. "Commander, are you all right?" Chen Wu quickly helped Zhou Yu up. As a loyal follower of Sun Ce, Chen Wu naturally cared about Zhou Yu's safety after Sun Ce's death. "Grand Commander, since your plan has been exposed, you'd better think of another way quickly." Sun Quan was clearly not as friendly to Zhou Yu as Sun Ce was, and even harbored some resentment towards this strategist left to him by his elder brother. But how could Zhou Yu, in his chaotic state, come up with a good plan so quickly? The atmosphere in the tent became somewhat heavy. Just as Sun Quan was about to say something with a cold snort, Zhou Tai entered and reported, "My lord, Liu Bei's strategist, Zhuge has arrived. Let him in." Sun Quan didn't bother to say anything more to Zhou Yu and waved his hand. Upon entering, Zhuge cut to the chase, saying, "Lord Wu, Commander Zhou, you must have already learned of Cao's retreat, right?" Sun Quan nodded and asked, "Uncle Liu, what are your thoughts on this? Should we launch a surprise attack on Cao's rear?" "Absolutely not. Cao is a cautious man by nature, he will surely have made arrangements for his retreat. A surprise attack on his rear is not a good strategy. Let's find another way," Zhuge said, fanning himself with his feather fan. "I say, aren't you cold, fanning yourself in the dead of winter?" Dan Ning, dressed in flamboyant clothes, suddenly blurted out this remark. Zhuge froze awkwardly, but could only cough and pretend not to hear, continuing, "After Cao returns to Xiangyang, he will surely intensify his naval training. When Cao's navy is fully formed next year, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to resist." "Then what good ideas do you have? Tell me quickly." Sun Quan, in a bad mood, said coldly to Zhuge, "Jingzhou has just been annexed, and the people's hearts are not yet settled. Many in Xiangyang are also dissatisfied with Cao. We can take advantage of the fact that Cao's navy is not yet fully formed, using these people to launch a surprise attack on Cao from within." Zhuge said with a smile. Zhang Zhao retorted, "Then how can you guarantee that these people will cooperate with us? They might not even have the guts to rebel against Cao. Currently, apart from the Cai family who are wholeheartedly loyal to Cao, the Kuai and Huang families are dissatisfied with him. I am familiar with them, and naturally have the confidence to persuade them to rebel," Zhuge said confidently. Zhang Zhao retorted, "Since you're so confident, then go ahead and do it yourselves. Why come to Jiangdong?" Zhuge shook his head, saying, "Master Zibu, you are mistaken. My lord is weak and alone, unable to pose a threat to Cao. Besides, Jiangdong and my lord share a common destiny. Without the cooperation of the Lord of Wu, this plan will certainly fail. Master Zibu, do you understand this principle?" Zhang Zhao snorted coldly and remained silent. He was a staunch advocate of surrender and had never supported resisting Cao. Now that Zhuge was speaking so eloquently, he was naturally displeased. Sun Quan frowned and asked, "How confident are you in this matter? This concerns the fate of the lords of Jiangdong, I cannot afford to be careless." Zhuge said, "The chances are at least 80%, and with Commander Zhou's cooperation, the probability of success will increase significantly. How do you want me to cooperate?" Zhou Yu, hearing Zhuge's confident words, asked curiously. Commander Zhou's uncle, Lord Zhou Zhong, once served as Grand Commandant in the Imperial Court, and many officials in Jingzhou are his former subordinates. Commander Zhou only needs to write them a letter, and they will surely lend their full support. Zhou Yu, after hearing Zhuge's plan, felt it had some merit. There is no foolproof plan in the world. If they do nothing, when Cao's army returns, they will all be waiting to be beheaded by Cao. Therefore, rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a gamble. "My lord, I believe this plan is feasible." Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before speaking to Sun Quan. "Absolutely not, my lord. This plan is extremely risky. If anything goes wrong, it will wipe out all of Jiangdong's forces. This old minister's death is not a pity, but this old minister cannot stand by and watch anything happen to you, my lord. Zhang Zhao spoke, tears streaming down his face. This, Sun Quan, seeing his old minister, who had supported him through thick and thin, weeping bitterly, was also troubled. Lord Wu, hesitation will only lead to disaster. If we do nothing, will Cao let us go? That will only delay the demise of Jiangdong. Zhuge Liang's words seemed to suddenly awaken Sun Quan. He drew his sword and shouted, Kongming, proceed according to your plan. I will fight that old scoundrel Cao to the end. I will never let Jiangdong fall into his hands. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao, unwilling to give up, wanted to say something more. Sun Quan waved his hand dismissively, saying, my mind is made up. Mr. Zibu, there's no need to persuade me further. Seeing Sun Quan's resolute will, Zhang Zhao could only sigh and remain silent. Sun Quan turned to Zhou Yu and said, Grand Commander, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Go and discuss with Kongming how to proceed. Zhou Yu clasped his hands in a salute and said, yes. This time, I will surely let Cao know the might of the men of Jiangdong, rendering him powerless to invade Jiangdong again. After Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu left the tent and discussed the details of the plan and the specific time for the uprising in Xiangyang, Zhuge Liang boarded the carriage to return to Liu Bei's camp. I wonder if this plan can fool Cao. I observed that the gentry of Jiangdong are not united, and I fear it will be difficult to succeed. I should advise my lord to make plans as soon as possible upon returning. Zhuge Liang thought to himself, sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed. In Ren Xiaoshan's courtyard, several people were eating breakfast. Lu Sanya disdained to eat at the same table as Qin Shi Huang, this tyrant, and only took a bowl of porridge before returning to his room. Qin Shi Huang was familiar with the old man's temper and didn't bother arguing with him. By the way, First Emperor, what did you write in the brocade pouch you left for Cao? Tell us. Ren Xiaotian slurped up a mouthful of porridge, put down the bowl, and said. Qin Shi Huang swallowed the fried dough stick in his mouth and replied, actually, it's nothing much. I just told him Huang Gai was feigning surrender, and that Eastern Wu would use fire. I also told him to be careful of Sima Yi. Sima Yi is as docile as a chick right now. No matter how Cao investigates, he can't find anything wrong with him. It would be more reliable if you told Cao Pai or Cao Rui about this. Ren Xiaotian said, half laughing, half crying. Qin Shi Huang rolled his eyes and said, where am I supposed to find these two? Anyway, I only meant well by reminding him, it's up to Cao men to interpret it. Ren Xiaotian sighed, even if Cao was a master of deduction, he couldn't have predicted that Sima Yi would live this long. The three most elite generations of the Cao family couldn't outlive Sima Yi alone, how could they possibly succeed? Zhu Xiangying raised his hand excitedly, I know. Sima Yi is the kind of evil who lives 1,000 years, isn't he? Qin Shi Huang also sighed, it seems that killing meritorious officials isn't entirely without its benefits, Brother Zhu. If his descendants become weak, these powerful ministers really won't be able to control them. Don't follow my uncle's example. Aren't you already wearing the tyrant hat high enough? Look how badly my uncle is cursed in later generations because of this. Ren Xiaotian was drinking his porridge when he heard Qin Shi Huang's words and choked. Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily, anyway, I'm already a tyrant, so I don't care how much more I add to that. But I won't do that. Now that Zhao Gao is gone, no one else dares to act recklessly. Zhu Xiangying remained silent after hearing this, but she was determined to persuade her grandfather not to kill any more meritorious officials. Qin Shi Huang picked up his bowl and said, by the way, Mr. Xiaotian, I've always had a small question I'd like to ask you. What question? Just ask away. Do you think I'd hide it from you? Ren Xiaotian joked. It's nothing major, but you still showed some respect to me and Brother Zhu, yet you addressed all the later arrivals as Old Zhao and Old Cao. Qin Shi Huang was curious why Ren Xiaotian treated people differently, even sometimes seeming impolite. Ren Xiaotian picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his mouth, saying, you mean this? Actually, this is just my personality. It's just that you and my uncle arrived earlier, and back then I was a little curious, even reserved, about emperors, a special group in history, so I was so polite. Later, as more people came, I realized that emperors were no different from ordinary people, so I just relaxed. It's not that I don't respect them, it's just that I'm naturally carefree. Qin Shi Huang, after hearing Ren Xiaoshan's explanation, said with a wry smile, it's fortunate I arrived early, otherwise you'd be putting your arm around my shoulder and calling me Old Ying. Speaking of which, I remembered something. I know you're surnamed Ying and belong to the Zhao clan, but is your surname Ying or Zhao? Qin Shi Huang stroked his beard and replied, according to the Zhou rites, I am addressed by my clan name, not my surname, so I should be called Zhao Zheng. However, I abolished the Zhou rites long ago, so it's not wrong to say my surname is Ying or Zhao. Oh, I see. Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Xiangying both looked enlightened. Speaking of that Zhu de Brat, he comes quite often when I'm not here. But when I come, he doesn't come here anymore. It's really outrageous. I'm still waiting for his craftsman to go back and make paper. Qin Shi Huang had already thought about papermaking after writing on the brocade pouch. Just then, Zhu Di's voice rang out from outside the door. Who's talking about me? I heard it all outside. Come and open the door for me. Ren Xiaotian stood up and gave Qin Shi Huang a thumbs up, saying, You're amazing. Your mouth must be blessed. Speak of the devil and he appears. After saying that, he went to open the door for Zhu Di. Qin Shi Huang muttered in confusion, When did I mention CAO? Wasn't I talking about that brat Zhu Di? Zhu Xiaoying smiled and explained, Grandpa Ying, Uncle Xiao Tian was referring to a later proverb, meaning someone is someone you can't help but talk about. Qin Shi Huang shook his head with a smile, This Mr. Xiao Tian, he's always saying things I don't understand. You're here, First Emperor. I've come several times and you've never been. Today I've finally caught you. Zhu Di shouted as soon as he entered. Qin Shi Huang looked in the direction of the voice and saw two men dressed in short clothes behind Zhu Di. These must be the craftsmen he had brought. You really kept your word, didn't you? You really brought the craftsmen for me? Qin Shi Huang quickly stood up to greet them, his gaze burning as he looked at the craftsmen Zhu Di had brought. The two men felt a little uneasy under his gaze. How could I go back on my word? I've given you the best craftsmen in the country. I guarantee that the paper you make when you get back will be of the highest quality. Zhu Di didn't stand on ceremony, plopping down in Ren Xiaoshan's seat and picking up his bowl of porridge to drink. Excellent, excellent. You've really done me a great favor this time, lad. Qin Shi Huang was beaming. He was now truly experiencing the proverb, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Having grown accustomed to writing on paper, he found writing on bamboo slips awkward no matter how he tried. Lately, he dreaded seeing the bamboo slips being sent to the palace. What have you been so busy with lately? You haven't had time to come see your brother. Zhao Gao was executed, wasn't he? How come you still can't find the time? Zhu Di, having devoured the breakfast on the table, addressed Qin Shi Huang. The two craftsmen watched Zhu Di's eating with envy, swallowing hard. Ren Xiaotian, unable to bear it any longer, went to the kitchen and brought out some more breakfast for the two men. They thanked Ren Xiaotian profusely, holding out fried dough sticks. The first emperor has been busy with all sorts of good things for the Qin dynasty lately. Unlike you, fourth brother, who's always so idle, running around to me every few days. Ren Xiaotian teased Zhu Di, briefly recounting the first emperor's recent activities. After listening, Zhu Di's eyes lit up, and he said with a grin, First Emperor, I've already given you the craftsman, shouldn't you give me something in return? Didn't you say the craftsmen were to apologize to me? Besides, I've already helped you send troops to attack Zhao Quangayan, why are you asking me for something in return? The first emperor knew from Zhu Di's grinning face that he was up to no good. This old fox was much slyer than he was in his youth. Zhu Di, thick-skinned as ever, chuckled and said, One thing at a time. I've solved the major problem of the Qin dynasty's difficulty in education, you should thank me for that. Qin Shi Huang was amused by Zhu Di and laughed, How do you want me to thank you, kid? Let me make it clear first, there's no grain. My Qin dynasty isn't wealthy right now. Zhu Di waved his hand and said, With the divine object Xiao Tian gave me, I certainly won't ask you for grain. Xiao Tian said you've subdued Han Xin, right? How about lending him to me to help me fight for a few days? Zhu Di was very curious about Han Xin, the military genius, and also wanted to know if Han Xin was as powerful as the legend said. He was preparing to launch an attack on the northern Yuan, and he wanted to use this opportunity to test Han Xin's abilities. No, I just found Han Xin, and you think you can take him away with just a few words? You need to change your terms, this is non-negotiable. Qin Shi Huang repeatedly refused Zhu Di's conditions. Han Xin was a military genius comparable to Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan. He feared Han Xin might suffer at the hands of the Xiongnu, so he secretly sent hundreds of men to protect him. This was the military god he intended to leave to Fusu, the future emperor of Qin. For Zhu Di to take Han Xin away would be tantamount to killing Qin Shi Huang. Although Qin Shi Huang sternly refused, Zhu Di persisted, saying, Then how about we send Han Xin to our Ming dynasty to teach our officers? If that's not enough, I'll give you some more firearms. Qin Shi Huang's heart stirred. He had personally witnessed the power of the Ming dynasty's Divine Machine Battalion's firearms. If it was just to send Han Xin to teach them, it wouldn't be a bad deal. He feigned hesitation and said, Han Xin is one of the most important figures in Qin right now. What if something goes wrong with him? You'd better give me at least 1,000 of those firearms before I'll even consider it. No problem, I can afford 1,000 muskets. When do you want Han Xin to come? We'll exchange him for the goods. Zhu Di was secretly delighted. The Ministry of War was already developing a new generation of firearms anyway. Exchanging 1,000 old-fashioned firearms for Han Xin, the military genius, was a win-win situation. Once Han Xian arrived in the Ming dynasty, he would no longer be subject to Qin Shi Huang's arrangements. Seeing Zhu Di's quick agreement, Qin Shi Huang knew he was at a disadvantage. But a promise made was a promise kept, and unwilling to give up, he could only say, I can only send Han Xian for a month. He must return to Qin after a month. You must also promise me you won't send Han Xian to the battlefield. Zhu Di vaguely agreed, alright, I definitely won't send Han Xian to the battlefield. But isn't a month a bit too short? I've provided 1,000 firearms. It should be at least 2 months, or I'll add another 3,000 bullets. Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment and said, it's a deal. However, Han Xian is now in Shangzhen, and it will be at least 1.5 years before he returns. Can you wait that long, lad? No problem, I can wait that long. Zhu Di considered the situation. The northern Yuan forces weren't so easy to eliminate, so he simply agreed. Ren Xiaotian and Zhu Xianying watched the two haggling like human traffickers, speechless. They wondered how Han Xian would react when he found out. Lu Sanyu finished his porridge and took out his bowl. Seeing Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Di standing together talking, he couldn't help but snort coldly. A tyrant, a traitor. Truly birds of a feather. Ever since Lu Sanyu learned of Yangle Zhu Di's Jingnan rebellion, he hadn't given him a kind look. Whenever Zhu Di came, he would seize the opportunity to launch into a tirade of sarcastic remarks. At first, Zhu Di was in the mood to argue with him, but later he simply stopped bothering him. Ren Xiaotian looked at Lu Sanyu and felt a headache coming on. Couldn't this old man just give him a break for a day? He was like Mi Hung from the Three Kingdoms period, constantly spewing insults. Fortunately, both Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang knew what kind of person Lu Sanyu was, so they didn't bother with him and pretended not to hear. Lu Sanyu, feeling awkward, could only say to Zhu Xianying, Your Highness, it's time for your studies. Please come inside with me. You're destined to be a wise ruler, don't associate with these three. Ren Xiaotian almost slapped him at these words. So what if I'm a lazy bum? I haven't eaten any of your rice, Lu Sanyu. It's you, Lu Sanyu, who eats and drinks at my place all day, and even insults me for no reason. The two craftsmen were practically bursting with laughter. They had accompanied Zhu Di several times, and each time they saw Zhu Di being scolded by this old man. They didn't know who this old man was, but Zhu Di seemed completely unfazed by the scolding. Zhu Di's face hardened, and he said, Zhao are you, Zhao Shen? Did I send you here to have fun? What are you laughing at? We wouldn't dare. We'd rather die 1,000 deaths. Please, your majesty, spare our lives. The two men were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. Just because the old man dared to insult Zhu Di didn't mean they dared. If Zhu Di were truly angry, beheading them would be the least of their worries. Zhu Di frowned and said, Alright, I won't kill you. I told you before, from now on you two brothers will work with the first emperor to make paper for the Qin dynasty. If you do a good job, the first emperor will reward you. Your Majesty, rest assured, papermaking is our brother's old profession. We will certainly make paper well for the first emperor and will absolutely not disgrace the Ming dynasty. The older craftsman kowtowed. The first emperor was already impatient. He didn't want to live on bamboo slips for even a day longer. He opened the passage and said, Mr. Xiao Tian, young Zhu Di, I'll take them back first. I'll come back in a few days after we've made the paper. After saying this, the first emperor walked into the passage first. Seeing the two craftsmen kneeling on the ground without moving, Zhu Di went up and kicked each of them, saying, Aren't you coming? What are you kneeling here for? The two craftsmen then came to their senses, kowtowed to Zhu Di again, and got up to walk into the passage. That first emperor, I don't know why he was in such a hurry to leave. I just arrived and he didn't even say a word to me. And I even gave him the paper-making craftsman. After seeing off the first emperor, Zhu Di slumped in Ren Xiaoshen's reclining chair, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Ren Xiaotian said irritably, Fourth brother, do you think everyone's as free as you? Everyone has things to do back home, okay? My uncle doesn't attend court much, but he's busy in the fields every day. You're the only one who keeps running over here for no reason. Zhu Di spread his hands innocently, do you think I don't care about the grain? Ever since Xiao Yuanji found out the yield, he hasn't even gone to the Ministry of Revenue. He lives in the fields with a bunch of people every day. Even when I wanted to go check on things, he sent me back. Ren Xiaotian nodded, that's true. You don't know anything about the fields like my uncle does, going would just be a hindrance. It's just that Biao Ge and Gao Qi are really unlucky, they have to act as regents for you two every day. Look at what you're saying. Isn't that what the crown prince does? So many people want to be regents but can't. Don't believe me? Go ask Gao Su and Gao Sui if they want to be regents. Zhu Di shifted to a more comfortable position and yawned. Let's not talk about that. Brother Tian, have any new people come over lately? That Zhao Guangayan is really inconsiderate. He said he'd come often, but I've barely seen him. Ren Xiaotian laughed. Someone did come, but he went back the next day. Fourth brother, you missed him. He's probably busy fighting right now and won't be coming anytime soon. Oh, who came? Zhu Di immediately perked up at this. The mention of war always kept him awake. Cao, the Emperor Wu of Wei. Upon hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Di instantly jumped up from his recliner and began wandering around the courtyard, seemingly searching for something. Ren Xiaotian asked, "Fourth brother, what's wrong? Did I press your switch?" After searching around and finding nothing, Zhu Di breathed a sigh of relief and said, "My mother isn't here, is she?" "What are you saying, fourth brother? Old Cao isn't that unscrupulous, is he? What are you worrying about?" Ren Xiaotian was both amused and exasperated by Zhu Di's words. Empress Ma was several years older than Cao. Even if Cao liked other men's wives, it wasn't this much of a problem. Zhu Di calmed himself down and said, it's all right. But since Cao is here, I won't dare bring any more women here. After all, that old man has a bad reputation." Ren Xiaotian was genuinely angry. "What do you take this place for? If you can't even guarantee the safety of your guests, what kind of shop am I running? I didn't say this place isn't safe. I was just worried because I heard Cao is here. It's not like I said the wrong thing." Seeing that Ren Xiaotian was truly angry, Zhu Di quickly explained. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, all right, I know you're just worried and confused. I won't blame you this time. Besides, let me add something, Cao is facing his biggest crisis right now. Even if you gave him all 4 beauties in a few days, he probably wouldn't be interested. Zhu Di immediately understood what Ren Xiaotian was referring to. "Brother Tian, you're talking about the Battle of Red Cliffs, right? That old bastard's in for a rough time." Before Ren Xiaotian could answer, Zhu Di continued, "Wait a minute, didn't you tell him about the Battle of Red Cliffs? That's not like you. Or do you dislike Cao and don't want to explain it to him?" Ren Xiaotian laughed awkwardly. "Oh, don't mention it. That night I was drinking with the first emperor and Cao, and I accidentally got too drunk. I didn't have time to tell him anything." Zhu Di burst into laughter, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Don't you know your own limits? You've really messed things up this time. Let's see if you'll drink again." Ren Xiaotian still felt nauseous thinking about his hangover. "I'd rather die than drink again." But even though I didn't tell him, luckily the first emperor left Cao a brocade pouch with a brief explanation. Hopefully, Cao will understand. The first emperor is even imitating Zhuge now? You must have shown him quite a bit of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, haven't you? Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written during the Hongwu era, so it wasn't surprising that Zhu Di had read it. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, "Who knows where he learned that? I hate guessing what other people are thinking. If it were me, I would have explained everything to Cao. Zhu Di pondered for a moment and said, "If Cao had known beforehand that Eastern Wu would use fire, the outcome of the Battle of Red Cliffs would have been very different." "Oh? If you were Cao, fourth brother, what would you have done after knowing Eastern Wu's plan?" Zhu Di was considered one of the most capable military strategists among emperors, and Ren Xiaotian was genuinely curious about Zhu Di's decision in the face of the Battle of Red Cliffs. "If it were me, I would withdraw my troops back to Xiangyang first. I remember historical records stating that Cao's army suffered a severe plague. Even if Sun Quan and Liu Bei didn't attack him, they probably wouldn't last long. Another problem is that naval warfare is different from land warfare. Cao's troops are mostly northerners unaccustomed to naval combat. You must understand that on water, it's not simply a matter of who has more men. If all the ships are burned, countless men won't even be enough to feed the fish." Zhu Di pondered for a moment before speaking to Ren Xiaotian. His thoughts coincided with Jisu's. "Withdraw the troops? That's such a pity. Is there no way to defeat Sun Quan and Liu Bei right now?" Ren Xiaotian, unfamiliar with military matters, asked Zhu Di blankly. War requires a long-term perspective. One cannot be overly focused on short-term gains. If Cao could concentrate on training his navy properly, Jiangdong, with its limited territory, would be no match for him in the future. Zhu Di explained to Ren Xiaotian with a smile, having recognized Ren Xiaoshan's weakness in military matters. Ren Xiaotian blinked and asked, "Then if we replace Cao's army with my uncle's or your fourth brother's army, could we defeat Eastern Wu?" Zhu Di looked at Ren Xiaotian speechlessly and said, "Let me put it this way, Chen Yaliang's Han army could easily overwhelm the small force of Eastern Wu, let alone our Ming army." Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's doubt, Zhu Di continued, "It's not that Cao's troops are inferior to Ming's. It's just that most of our Ming soldiers are from the south, and their naval warfare is in no way inferior to Eastern Wu's. Moreover, compared to the late Eastern Han dynasty, Ming's ships are stronger and their cannons more powerful. Eastern Wu's small sampans simply couldn't withstand a single charge from us." Ren Xiaotian asked blankly, "Didn't Liu Bei and Sun Quan have so many civil and military officials under their command?" Guan Yu, Jiang Fei, Zhuliang, Zhou Yu, Zhou Tai, Lu Meng, and so on. Zhu De said, both amused and exasperated, "You've become obsessed with the romance of the three kingdoms, haven't you? One person's strength has a negligible impact on the entire battlefield. No matter how powerful they are, they're still human. Against overwhelming superiority, no matter how many generals you have, it won't matter. Besides, our Ming dynasty isn't lacking in generals. My father-in-law, Tang He, Fu Yude aren't they any less capable than the generals of the three kingdoms?" Ren Xiaotian slapped his forehead. He'd been playing too many games lately. Mentioning the Battle of Red Cliffs automatically conjured up images of the three kingdoms in games. You have to understand, war isn't a game. Even the most powerful general can't kill people like mowing grass in Dynasty Warriors. If Cao still lost battles even after being warned by the first emperor, then I don't think there's any need to see him. Zhu De lay back in his recliner, speaking listlessly. Ren Xiaotian said, "I doubt it. Even if Cao didn't think of it, he still has a large group of strategists under his command. I don't believe there isn't a smart one among them." Zhu De nodded, saying, "To be honest, Cao was quite capable. If he had lived as long as Sima Yi, the Three Kingdoms period probably wouldn't have been so long." Ren Xiaotian suddenly remembered something and said, "I just remembered something important. If Cao comes to see me again next time, I must remind him not to use Chen Kun's 9-rank system anymore. That rubbish has ruined China for so many years." Zhu De scratched his head, saying, "I remember the 9-rank system was first implemented by Cao Pai, right? Cao's recruitment order didn't consider background. Do you think it would be useful to tell him?" "Ahem, fourth brother, you don't understand. I call this solving the problem at its root. After all, as long as Cao doesn't use Chen Kun, everything will be fine." Ren Xiaotian had completely forgotten about this. Feeling guilty, he could only feign composure to avoid losing face. All right, whatever makes you happy. I don't care what happens to Cao anyway. This time, I'll be staying here for a while. By the way, what was the name of that TV series I watched last time? I'll catch up on it later." Zhu De, too lazy to expose Ren Xiaotian's words, stood up from the recliner and said. Ren Xiaotian thought for a moment and said, "I think it's Ming Dynasty. I only watched a little bit and don't remember." "You can look for it yourself, fourth brother, you're good at it anyway." Zhu De waved his hand and strolled towards the viewing room. "Fourth brother, I told you last time to bring your sister-in-law, why haven't you brought her yet?" Ren Xiaotian called out to Zhu De's retreating figure. It's no wonder Ren Xiaotian was anxious. Su Miaowen didn't have many years left to live. Zhu De replied without turning his head, next time I'll bring Miaowen, when mother is here too." Ren Xiaotian pursed his lips, secretly thinking that if all else failed, he'd just tell Zhu De the truth. Zhu De clearly wasn't taking Ren Xiaotian's words to heart. Xianyang Palace, Qin Dynasty. Qin Shi Huang looked at Xiao He, who was covered in dust and dirt, and smiled. "Minister Xiao, you must have had a hard time these past few days?" After learning about the yields of potatoes, corn, and other grains from Li Si and Meng Yi, Xiao He hadn't dared to delay for a moment. He and Li Si, rain or shine, squatted in the fields every day, watching the crops slowly sprout. Xiao He was terrified of failing the first task assigned to him by Qin Shi Huang, and even more eager to witness the ripening of these miraculous crops firsthand. Li Si, on the other hand, hoped to use this achievement to regain Qin Shi Huang's trust. Meng Yi, however, was happy to see the two of them so busy, as it allowed him to relax under the shade of the pavilion, enjoying the breeze and drinking tea. Xiao He replied, "Your Majesty, I am not weary. If these crops ripen, it will be the greatest joy for our great Qin. I merely bask in the sun each day, nothing compared to the common people toiling in the fields daily. How can I call it hard work?" Qin Shi Huang clapped his hands and laughed. "Good, I know of Xiao Qing's diligence. The reason I summoned you to the palace today is to entrust you with an even more important task. Do not betray my trust." Xiao He was dumbfounded. "Ah? Is there anything more important than those crops?" Qin Shi Huang pointed to two craftsmen and said to Xiao He, "These two are divine craftsmen bestowed upon me by heaven. They will pass on the art of paper making to our great Qin. This is a matter of great importance concerning the education of all people. I entrust such an important task to you out of my trust in you." Zhao Aryu and Zhao Shen noticed Xiao He's surprised gaze and smiled at him. This explanation was prepared by Qin Shi Huang long ago. He used the name of heaven because explaining this matter would be too troublesome. After all, bringing two people from over 1,000 years in the future was something not everyone could accept. Xiao He asked, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask, what is this paper you speak of? And why do you say it concerns the education of all under heaven?" Qin Shi Huang hesitated for a moment, then picked up the book 5,000 Years of Chinese History from the table and walked towards Xiao He. "Xiao Qing, look, this book is made of paper. Don't underestimate this thin book, its contents are equivalent to 6 cartloads of bamboo slips. Upon hearing this, Xiao He was immediately astonished. His hands trembled as he took the book, and after just one glance, he was unable to look away. This is truly a divine object. It must be your Majesty's virtue that moved heaven, and heaven bestowed such a divine object to aid the prosperity of the Qin dynasty. People in the Qin and Han dynasties still believed in gods and ghosts, and Xiao He was now even more convinced that Qin Shi Huang was the chosen one. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qing is right. This is truly a blessing from heaven upon me. Xiao Qing, I now entrust these two master craftsmen to you. You must do your utmost to make paper for my great Qin. Qin Shi Huang was quite pleased with Xiao He's words. After all, who doesn't love flattery? Yes, your Majesty, I will certainly not disappoint you. Xiao He was a well-read scholar and naturally understood the significance of this kind of paper to scholars. Qin Shi Huang was entrusting him with such an important task, demonstrating the immense trust he placed in him. Moreover, once this paper was successfully made, Xiao He would be remembered for eternity along with it. What Xiao He didn't know was that even without this paper, his name would be known to everyone 1,000 years later. Forcing himself to calm down, Xiao He considered a very practical problem. How high would the production cost of this paper be? If the cost was too high, it would be nothing more than a castle in the air, completely impossible to promote to the common people. May I ask you two master craftsmen, what is the cost of this paper? What materials are needed to make it? Xiao He bowed to Zhao Ryu and his companion. Zhao Ryu had never seen an official bow to him before, and was immediately startled, about to kneel down, but Zhao Shen quickly stopped him. Qin Shi Huang had previously instructed them not to reveal their secret. If Zhao Ryu really knelt down, what would become of his charade as a master craftsman? However, the two men didn't know the prices of goods in Qin, as Qin Shi Huang hadn't told them beforehand. Zhao Shen, forcing himself to remain calm, replied, "My lord, the cost of papermaking is extremely low. The raw materials are nothing more than bamboo and tree bark." Upon hearing Zhao Shen's answer, Xiao He was immediately overjoyed. He had imagined that the cost of papermaking would be very high, but he hadn't expected the raw materials to be so common. Bamboo and tree bark were practically everywhere in Qin, no one would even pick them up if they fell on the ground. Xiao He never dreamed that these discarded materials could be used to make paper. Qin Shi Huang said, "Xiao Qing, I presume you have no further questions? Here's what we'll do: go to the Ministry of Agriculture and obtain 3,000 gold pieces to set up the workshop. This will also allow you to familiarize yourself with the work process. I entrust the paper making entirely to you. You must ensure I see the finished product as soon as possible." Xiao He bowed deeply and said, "Your Majesty, I will not fail your trust. I swear to succeed, even at the cost of my life." All right, it's not that serious. Your life is still needed to benefit the Qin dynasty. You two go and prepare. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand and smiled. Xiao He acknowledged the order and led Zhao Ryu and the other person out of Xianyang Palace. Hongyu reign of the Ming dynasty. On his first day attending court with Zhu Baiao, Fusu returned to the Eastern Palace, still somewhat dazed. "Fusu, how was your first day at court?" Zhu Baiao patted Fusu's shoulder and asked. Although Fusu had attended court with Qin Shi Huang a few times, his experiences were completely different from what he witnessed today. Imagine which civil or military official would dare to argue and quarrel in front of Qin Shi Huang, let alone dare to contradict him? He gave a wry smile and said, "I have never seen such a scene before. Today has certainly broadened my horizons." Zhu Baiao smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. These people are usually very well behaved when your father attends court." Zhu Baiao then randomly picked out a memorial from the list, glanced at it, and handed it to Fusu, saying, "Take a look at this memorial and see how to handle the matter it concerns." Fusu took it and examined it carefully. Although the memorial was written in semi-cursive script, he could still understand it roughly. The memorial essentially stated that the Yellow River had breached its banks in Zhongmu, Xiangfu, and Yuanmu counties of Henan province, destroying vast tracts of farmland and displacing countless people. Local officials requested the imperial court to provide disaster relief. Fusu had witnessed Qin Shi Huang handle floods before in the Qin dynasty, so this was not entirely unfamiliar to him. The most urgent task is to conscript laborers from nearby areas to quickly plug the breaches in the banks, and then the imperial court should transport money and grain to alleviate the people's plight. After a moment's thought, Fusu shared his idea. Zhu Baiao nodded and said, "The method is sound, but ultimately too general." "Then what brilliant idea do you have, Brother Zhu? I'd like to hear it in detail." Fusu, seeing Zhu Baiao's disapproval, said defiantly. Zhu Baiao, unperturbed by Fusu's defiance, said softly, "Let me ask you, have you calculated how many farmers you'll need to conscript? Who will cover their food and lodging expenses? Are we just going to let the floodwaters overflow before the farmers arrive in these 3 places? Furthermore, if a large number of farmers are conscripted, who will do the farming work locally?" Zhu Baiao's series of questions left Fusu completely bewildered. Have you calculated the money and grain needed for disaster relief? The court can't just hand out whatever figures local officials dictate, can it? You must understand that our Ming dynasty isn't wealthy right now. If we did this every time, the national treasury would be empty long ago. Zhu Baiao was truly ruthless, both inflicting harm and damaging the moral compass. Fusu blushed and couldn't speak. Furthermore, how do you distinguish which disaster victims truly need relief? I've personally witnessed many gentry and powerful families posing as disaster victims to swindle disaster relief funds from the court. Is that so? Why would these people do such a thing? Don't they understand morality and shame? Fusu was shocked by Zhu Baiao's words. He never imagined that such shameless people existed in the world. Zhu Baiao shook his head and chuckled. Fusu, not everyone is a gentleman like you. This has been true since ancient times, but you've lived in the palace for so long that you know too little about the common people. Human nature is greedy. Who would complain about having too much wealth? Aren't you a Confucian scholar? Don't you know the sages said that human nature is inherently good? Why do you speak of human nature being greedy? Fusu pointed at Zhu Baiao and said, to him, Zhu Baiao's words were utterly heretical and contrary to the teachings of the sages. Zhu Baiao spread his hands innocently and said, I do study Confucianism, but I study Sun Tzu's theory of the inherent evil of human nature more. Especially after my many observations of the common people, I increasingly feel that Sun Tzu's words make a lot of sense. Sun Tzu's theory of the inherent evil of human nature was not accepted by mainstream opinion in the pre-Qin period. Confucian scholars specializing in the teachings of Confucius and Mencius considered Sun Tzu's theories to be completely contrary to the wisdom of their predecessors. Furthermore, Sun Tzu was the teacher of Han Feizi and Li Si, the most outstanding representatives of legalism. If Sun Tzu hadn't claimed to be the successor of Confucius's thought, he would probably have been expelled from the Confucian school long ago. Alright, let's get back to the topic of disaster relief. Let's not talk about Sun Tzu and Confucianism anymore. Seeing that Fusu still wanted to debate, Zhu Baiao, too lazy to continue arguing on this issue, spoke up. Fusu, looking indignant, said, then please, Brother Zhu, share your brilliant ideas. I'd like to know what you have to say. First, the local government should gather the disaster victims and assess the losses to prevent further flooding and greater casualties. Second, the imperial court should pay disaster victims to plug breaches in the dikes, clean up the flood debris, and rebuild their homes. This will prevent disgrace and, while ensuring the victims' basic needs are met, will also accelerate the local reconstruction process. Third, nearby community granaries and charitable granaries should be open to provide relief to the disaster victims. Local wealthy gentry can also be encouraged to donate money and grain to help them through this difficult time. Fourth, if the affected areas are too severely damaged to live in, the local disaster victims can be relocated to other places, and their taxes can be reduced or waived for several years. Zhu Baiao spoke eloquently about his thoughts, and Fusu listened, nodding repeatedly. This evokes a sense of helplessness, reminiscent of writing a civil service exam essay back in the day. Please bear with it. Wait a minute, Brother Zhu, you still haven't solved the problem of gentry posing as disaster victims to swindle relief grain. Fusu pondered for a moment, then excitedly exclaimed, thinking he had caught Zhu Baiao off guard. Fusu, do you know what a corrupt official, personally executed by my father, did back then? When he went to provide disaster relief, not a single gentry member went to his soup kitchen to collect relief grain. Zhu Baiao didn't directly answer Fusu's question. Instead, he told him a story. Fusu scoffed. What good can a corrupt official do? Nothing more than lining his own pockets and selling inferior goods. Zhu Baiao shook his head. No, he added sand to the porridge while cooking it. What? Added sand to the porridge? How can that porridge be eaten? No wonder uncle killed him. He was right. Fusu was shocked and indignant. In his opinion, killing such a corrupt official was too lenient. Zhu Baiao said seriously, on the contrary, after he added sand to the porridge, all the people who ate it were genuine disaster victims. The gentry and wealthy families all avoided it when they saw the sand. Won't eating porridge with sand in it cause any problems? Didn't those disaster victims consider this? Fusu felt that the absurdity of this matter far exceeded his tolerance. I have personally witnessed those disaster victims who were so hungry after the disaster that they ate clay and swelled up to death. For those disaster victims who couldn't even get tree bark and grass roots and were about to starve to death, a bowl of porridge mixed with sand could save their lives. Zhu Baiao sighed and said quietly. Fusu, momentarily confused, asked, so, wouldn't that make corrupt officials meritorious? Zhu Baiao chuckled, of course not. I was just giving you an example. A corrupt official is still a corrupt official. Although I've never approved of Father Emperor's methods of dealing with corrupt officials, I must admit they are very effective. Zhu Yuanzhang, born into poverty, deeply hated corrupt officials. During the Hongbu era, officials who embezzled more than 60 taels, equivalent to about 50,000 yuan in modern terms, were arrested and skinned alive, arguably the most severe anti-corruption campaign in the history of feudal dynasties. Fusu also knew about Zhu Yuanzhang's practice of skinning corrupt officials alive, and when he first learned of it, he was so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. He never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable man, who spoke like an old farmer, could be so ruthless. His father, the emperor, had been severely criticized by Confucian scholars simply for executing a group of alchemists. Fusu was very curious about how Zhu Yuanzhang had managed to suppress these scholars throughout the land. Fusu sighed, why do these people become corrupt after becoming officials? Wouldn't it be better to be an honest official? That's why I say human nature is inherently evil, Zhu Baiao replied. Don't interrupt me yet. Some officials are upright and incorruptible when they first take office, but over time their ambitions are gradually corrupted. Others have impure motives from the start, spending 10 years studying only to become officials and get rich. Zhu Baiao had a lot to say on this matter. How many of those who followed Zhu Yuanzhang in conquering the empire fell because of money and power? Although Zhu Yuanzhang's personal motives played a part in punishing them, their own corruption was the main reason. Fusu asked doubtfully, what if there are corrupt officials in the court? We can't just kill them all like Uncle did, can we? Zhu Baiao slowly shook his head and said, since ancient times, corrupt officials have been as numerous as carp crossing a river, they can never be eradicated. My father's methods of killing only deterred them temporarily, it's not a long-term solution. It's a matter of human nature, and I have no way to prevent them from becoming corrupt officials. Then we can only let corrupt officials hold their positions without doing anything, and prey on the people? Won't the common people suffer? Fusu couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhu Baiao patiently said, true corrupt officials are not incompetent officials. Incompetent officials cannot embezzle money. They won't do nothing while in office, nor will they exhaust themselves to the point of exhaustion. On the surface, they all appear upright and honest. Without deep investigation, it's impossible to find any evidence against them. Then what can we do? Won't I be unable to catch corrupt officials? Fusu was dumbfounded. Since corrupt officials were so good at disguising themselves, how could he possibly expose them after ascending the throne? Zhu Baiao laughed, corrupt officials are cunning, so we must be even more cunning than them. Only after you understand their methods can you more accurately expose them. Fusu felt enlightened after hearing Zhu Baiao's words. He bowed deeply to Zhu Baiao, saying, Fusu thanks Brother Zhu for enlightening me. I hope Brother Zhu will not hold a grudge and will continue to guide me in the future. Zhu Baiao patted Fusu's shoulder and said, don't worry, since the first emperor entrusted you to my father, I will do my best to assist you. You still have much to learn, so don't be impatient. I will teach you slowly. Since no one else had come to the courtyard recently, Ren Xiaotian, having nothing to do, began to read history books. It wasn't that he had suddenly become diligent and studious, it was just that he felt embarrassed after making a fool of himself in front of Zhu De last time. The system is still being upgraded, and he doesn't have any points to exchange for this historical knowledge, so he can only enrich himself through reading, a relatively primitive method. Unfortunately, Ren Xiaotian was simply not cut out for studying. He only managed a few lines before his eyelids started drooping. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the door was kicked open. What's going on? Ren Xiaotian was so startled by the sudden noise that he almost fell off his chair. After recognizing Zhu Di, he said irritably, fourth brother, are you out of your mind? Why did you kick my door for no reason? Zhu Di didn't answer him. He entered with a dark face and asked, how can I go to the Zhengtong era? What Zhengtong era? Fourth brother, what are you talking about? Ren Xiaotian was completely bewildered by Zhu Di's question and asked in confusion. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian didn't understand, Zhu Di leaned close to his ear and shouted, I said the legitimate emperor. That's Zhu Kijhen. Ren Xiaotian pushed Zhu Di away in annoyance, picked at his ear, and said, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Then he realized what Zhu Di had done and hurriedly said, fourth brother, you know what Zhu Kijhen has done. Zhu Di's face twitched with anger as he said, if it weren't for the TV series, I wouldn't have known we had such a promising descendant. No wonder you used to call him the god of war of the Ming dynasty, so this is how he fights for me. Brother Tian, you'd better think of a way to get me there, I want to personally beat this wretch to death. Ren Xiaotian said speechlessly, fourth brother, do you think this is a vacation? You think you can just leave whenever you want? If only I had that ability, I would have opened a travel agency and made a fortune long ago. Besides, TV dramas always exaggerate, so don't take them too seriously. Zhu Di breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, saying, that's good. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You startled me. I thought Zhu Kijhen was really that outrageous. Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. Actually, Zhu Kijhen was really as outrageous as you saw, even more exaggerated. After all, the title of Emperor of the Gate wasn't given lightly. I remember the TV series was a female-centric drama, right? It portrayed Empress Sun in a very idealized way. I just wanted you to not take her scenes too seriously. Ren Xiaotian had also skipped through a few episodes of the drama Ming Dynasty. It portrayed Empress Jiang and Empress Hu as villains, while Empress Sun was excessively glorified. Ren Xiaotian couldn't stand it and gave up. Zhu Di was instantly dumbfounded. Ren Xiaoshan's words had truly dealt another heavy blow to his heart. You mean Zhu Qijian really was defeated at Tumu Fortress and captured by Essen? Zhu Di asked, his voice trembling. Ren Xiaotian nodded. Zhu Qijian was truly absurd. It was time to tell Zhu Di about him. Not only him, but 66 generals, including Duke Zhangfu of Yingguo, all died at Tumu Fortress. The elite troops of the 3 major camps you personally built, fourth brother, were also wiped out in one fell swoop. If it weren't for Yu Qian's efforts to protect the capital, the Ming dynasty might have perished. After this battle, the military leadership was almost completely depleted, while civil officials rose to power, and the Ming dynasty began its decline. Hearing this, Zhu Di angrily grabbed a vase on the table and smashed it to pieces. Ren Xiaotian shrank back and whispered, "Fourth brother, that was a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase my uncle gave me. Remember to compensate me." At this moment, Zhu Di was completely deaf to Ren Xiaoshan's words. His hands were bulging with veins, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ren Xiaotian believed that if Zhu Qijian were here, he would be torn to pieces by Zhu Di within minutes. Zhu Di waved his hands and roared, What kind of emperor is this beast? How did that bastard Zhu Zanji raise his son? I'll give him a good spanking when I get back." In his rage, Zhu Di forgot about his beloved grandson and instead called Zhu Zanji a bastard. Poor Zhu Zanji had no idea that he would be beaten by Zhu Di because of his unborn son. After all, Zhu Zanji was only 8 years old at the time, still a tiny toddler. Fourth brother, from a genetic point of view, calling Zhu Qijian a beast is tantamount to insulting yourself. Even at this point, Ren Xiaotian still had the mood to tease Zhu Di. Alright, enough joking. Actually, you can't really blame Zhu Zanji for this. You see from the TV series that he died at 36 or 37, when Zhu Qijian was only 8 years old. Even if he wanted to educate Zhu Qijian, he wouldn't have the chance. Seeing Zhu Di's increasingly furious gaze, Ren Xiaotian raised his hands in surrender and continued. I was just about to ask you, how exactly did Zanji die? How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly disappear like that? Zhu Di, no longer concerned about Zhu Qijian, turned to Ren Xiaotian to inquire about the cause of Zhu Zanji's death. Ren Xiaotian shook his head and said, the historical records only say that he contracted a sudden illness and died within 2 or 3 months. I don't know the specifics of the illness, it might be related to his poor health. This father and son are truly a worry for me. Gao Qi, the father, is so obese he could die, and his son is so weak. How can I entrust the empire to them in the future? Zhu Di sighed deeply. Ren Xiaotian asked doubtfully, wasn't Gao Qi already trying to lose weight? Hasn't he made any progress these past few days? If he hadn't died so young, Zhu Zanji wouldn't have had to work so hard at such a young age, and perhaps his health wouldn't be so poor. It's all a chain reaction. Zhu Di said irritably, just thinking about it makes me angry. Gao Qi has only lost 1 pound in all this time. When will he ever be as thin as an ordinary person? Should I whip him into running when we get back? Ren Xiaotian waved his hands repeatedly, saying, corporal punishment isn't a good educational method. Gao Qi is getting on in years, fourth brother, don't resort to it. Why don't you have him stay for a couple of days? I'll prepare some low-fat meals for him every day. If that doesn't work, I'll take him to the future for a minor surgery. Zhu Di looked puzzled. What kind of surgery can make someone lose weight? The Ming dynasty was no stranger to surgery. In fact, by the mid to late Ming period, it had reached the pinnacle of surgical techniques in Chinese history, only ceasing after the fall of the Ming dynasty. Ren Xiaotian explained, liposuction, gastric bypass surgery, and intragastric balloon evacuation. These are common weight loss surgeries in our later generations. If Gao Kai's diet alone isn't effective, these methods can certainly help him lose weight. Can a person live after having their stomach removed? Wouldn't they be unable to eat? Zhu Di shuddered upon hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, asking in a trembling voice. Ren Xiaotian said helplessly, it's not the gastric bypass you're thinking of. It's just removing a small portion of the stomach to reduce its volume and achieve weight loss. However, this is a last resort. I don't recommend using this method unless absolutely necessary. Zhu Di nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, let's not do the surgery. The thought of having a piece of your stomach cut off while you're still alive is terrifying. Let him eat less. Then Zhu Di continued, by the way, is Crown Princess Zhang of Gao Qi really as awful as portrayed in the TV series? She seems so well-mannered and knowledgeable to me, not like she's faking it. Why is she so vicious in the TV series? Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but rub his forehead and say, fourth brother, didn't I just tell you? Just watch the TV series for fun, don't take it seriously. The real Empress Jiang, known for her virtue and wisdom, was a truly virtuous empress, second only to my aunt and my fourth sister-in-law in the entire circle of Ming dynasty empresses. I don't know what the screenwriter was thinking, the whole drama went to great lengths to highlight Empress Sunday. Zhu scratched his head and said, judging from your tone, you seem to dislike Empress Son of Zanji? I thought she was very decisive, if it weren't for her efforts to turn the tide, Beeping would have fallen to the Juarez. Turn the tide my foot. Her wisest choice was to listen to Yu Qian. The entire defense of Beeping was won by Yu Qian and the soldiers and civilians fighting desperately. Her role wasn't even as significant as Zhu Qiu's. Just thinking about her makes me angry. All those bad habits Zhu Qian developed are inextricably linked to her, his mother. After Zhu Qiu was appointed emperor in a time of crisis, the emperor was doing a good job, but she insisted on supporting her son in launching the coup to overthrow Zhu Qiu. In the end, Zhu Qiu died under mysterious circumstances. I don't know why the screenwriter insisted on whitewashing this kind of person. In my subjective opinion, Empress Sun is far inferior to Zhu Zanji's first empress, Empress Hu. If you ask me, fourth brother, when you go back and beat Zhu Zanji, count me in. Who told that kid to be blinded by beauty and insist on making Sun his empress? Beating him is justified. This is purely the author's personal opinion. Please be gentle if you don't like this part. Zhu Di was somewhat taken aback by Ren Xiaoshan's extremely strong reaction. Just how much did he despise Empress Sun? When Zhu Qian attempted his restoration, didn't the cabinet ministers, led by Yu Qian, react at all? Shouldn't they know how despicable that Zhu Qian is? Zhu Di, remembering the loyal minister Yu Qian, asked with a hint of doubt. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, what good would knowing do? Can ministers interfere in royal affairs? They're not living in the later Ming dynasty. Besides, Yu Qian himself was in dire straits back then. How could he possibly care about Zhu Qiu's affairs? Zhu Di was taken aback and said in surprise, could it be that Zhu Qian would demote Yu Qian? Doesn't he know how much Yu Qian has contributed to the Ming dynasty? Ren Xiaotian scoffed, demoted? You're being too polite, aren't you? Wait a minute, fourth brother, didn't you just watch that TV series? Don't you know what happened to Yu Qian in the end? Zhu Di scratched his head awkwardly. I rushed to find you as soon as I saw Zhu Qian being captured by the Juarez. I haven't had time to watch the rest. Ren Xiaotian suddenly realized, I see. No wonder you didn't know that Yu Qian was ultimately convicted of treason and executed by Zhu Qian. Zhu Di sprang up from his chair, roaring incredulously, what? That bastard actually killed Yu Qian. Ren Xiaotian quickly protected the vase beside him, saying, fourth brother, can you stop making such a fuss? Zhu Qian lost hundreds of thousands of troops at Tumu Fortress. What's so unbelievable about him killing Yu Qian too? Zhu Di, panting heavily, shook his head frantically, saying, this is different, completely different. Soldiers can be recruited again, but Yu Qian was the pillar of Zhu Qian and even the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qian actually destroyed the Great Wall for his own selfish reasons, killing the pillar of the Ming dynasty. I truly hate him. Why did Yu Qian have to encounter such a wicked person as emperor? Zhu Qian killed Yu Qian primarily because Yu Qian enthroned Zhu Qiu after Zhu Qian's capture. Even an ordinary person would be upset by such an event, let alone the narrow-minded Zhu Qian. However, Zhu Qian completely failed to consider how wise Yu Qian's choice was in that climate of widespread panic. This action stabilized morale in the court and garnered the full support of the pro-war faction. It can only be said that fate played a part. If Yu Qian had steadfastly continued to support Zhu Qiu, his fate might not have been so tragic. The history of Ming praises him, his loyalty and righteousness shone as brightly as the sun and moon. Some say that with Yu Qian's death, the Ming dynasty lost its last loyal minister. To think that this loyal minister and renowned general, after his death, had his home ransacked, leaving nothing but an empty mansion containing only the python robe and sword bestowed upon him by Zhu Qiu during his reign. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh with regret. Even if Yu Qian had met Zhu Haozhou, he wouldn't have ended up like this. 2 tears streamed down Zhu Di's face. Even a man of such hardened heart couldn't help but feel sorrow for Yu Qian. Yu Qian, it is the Ming dynasty that has wronged you. I swear in this life I will never let you suffer the slightest injustice. Let me, as your ancestor, repay the sins Zhu Qian committed against you. Zhu Di's gaze gradually hardened, and his previously murmured voice grew louder. Fourth brother, I don't mean to upset you, but Yu Qian is only 8 years old now. How are you going to compensate him? You can't just give him more candy, can you? Despite being touched, Ren Xiaotian couldn't shake his habit of being a chatterbox. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, saying, get lost. I'm getting down to business, and you're just making things worse. So what if he's 8? Zanji is only 8 too. I'll just have Yu Qian come to the palace to be Zanji's study companion. It'll be a good opportunity to cultivate the bond between them beforehand. Ren Xiaotian pondered it for a moment. Zhu Di's idea did seem quite good. He just hoped that Yu Qian, whose life had been altered, would still be the same Yu Qian, without developing any new hobbies like smoking, drinking, or getting perms. Zhu slapped his forehead and said, by the way, brother Tian, Zhu Qichen was born to Empress Sun, the wife of Emperor Zanji, right? Where was this Empress Sun from, and what was her background? Ren Xiaotian nodded. Zhu Qichen was indeed Empress Sun's eldest son. I remember Empress Sun was from Zuping in Jinan Prefecture. Her father, Sun Zhong, should have been the registrar of Yongcheng County at your time. Later, he was promoted to the position of Minister of the Court of State Ceremonies for his meritorious service in supervising the construction of the Tianqiao Mountain Imperial Mausoleum. Hey, fourth brother, why are you suddenly asking this? Zhu secretly memorized the name Sun Zhong, looked up and smiled. Nothing, just asking casually. His little scheme couldn't escape Ren Xiaoshan's notice. Ren Xiaotian winked and said, is there anything else you can't tell me? Fourth brother, you want to nip the problem in the bud, right? Zhu Di, unfazed by his exposed intentions, frankly replied, that's right. Zhu Qichen, that scourge, absolutely cannot be allowed to exist in this world again. Regardless of whether it was Zanji's fault for not educating him properly, I cannot gamble with the future of the Ming dynasty. Ren Xiaotian shrugged. He was actually quite pleased to see Zhu Di do this. After all, Zhu Qichen had done far too much damage to the Ming dynasty. Without him, the future of the Ming might have been completely different. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian didn't object, Zhu Di became interested. Brother Tian, from what you said before, the future Zhu Qia seems to be doing quite well. Which of Zanji's concubines is his son? Ren Xiaotian was taken aback. Fourth brother, are you serious? You've already set your sights on Zhu Qia so early? Zhu Di sat down again and said, didn't you say to take precautions? Since Zhu Qia is doing well, let him continue. Anyway, Zhu Qichen will be gone in the future. I don't believe Yu Qian can be executed this time. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, but there's still Empress Hu, isn't there? Although she only gave birth to 2 princesses before, it doesn't mean she can't have a son in the future. Historical records describe Empress Hu as dignified and virtuous. Zhu Zanji's decision to depose her without fault evoked much sympathy for Empress Hu among the common people. Ren Xiaotian also secretly wanted to help this pitiful woman. Zhu Di waved his hand and said, I really dare not gamble anymore. Even if Lady Hu really gives birth to a son in the future, who can guarantee that he won't be the next Zhu Qichen? Brother Tian, you should tell me the identity of Zhu Qia's birth mother. I can always compensate Lady Hu's family later. Ren Xiaotian shook his head helplessly and said, alright then, but I only know that Zhu Qia's birth mother's surname was Wu, and she was his palace maid when Zanji was still the crown prince. I really don't know anything else. There are no records of this in the historical books. Zhu Di was also troubled upon hearing this. The range of palace maids with the surname Wu was too broad. How could he possibly find out which one was Zhu Qia's birth mother? He couldn't very well have Zhu Zanji take all the palace maids with the surname Wu into his harem, could he? Ren Xiaotian felt Zhu Di's pleading gaze and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, fourth brother, don't look at me. I've told you everything I know. Whether you find her or not depends on your abilities. Anyway, I can't do anything about it. Zhu Di was immediately extremely frustrated, but he had no choice but to investigate further in the future. Oh, right, there's something important I forgot to ask you. Where is Yu Qian from? Where should I even begin to look for him? Zhu Di belatedly realized what was happening and asked. Ren Xiaotian, exasperated, leaned back in his chair and said, fourth brother, you've made such a fuss, I thought you knew where Yu Qian was from. Turns out you don't even know where he is, and you're already telling me to invite him to the palace to be your study companion? Zhu Di chuckled but didn't answer. It wasn't that he couldn't find Yu Qian, but searching for someone across the entire country was simply too time-consuming and laborious. It was much faster to just ask Ren Xiaotian. Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian tilted his head and said, Yu Qian is from Qiantang County, Hangzhou Prefecture. His grandfather, Yu Wenming, served as a principal officer in the Ministry of Works during the Hongbu era. Right now, Yu Qian is studying with his father in Qiantang County. Normally, it will take him another 15 years to pass the imperial examination. If you want to find him, go to Qiantang County. Zhu Di shook his head repeatedly, saying, 15 years? I can't wait that long. When I get back, I'll send someone to invite him to the palace to study with me. If that brat Zhu Zanji dares to neglect Yu Qian, then I'll skin him alive. Fourth brother, are you all right now? If you're okay, don't bother me while I'm studying. Also, remember to pay for my vase, or I'll have my uncle come and get it for you. Ren Xiaotian swept the broken pieces of the vase into the trash can, then sat back down at his desk and pretended to read. Zhu Di, forcing a smile, said, no problem, I'll even buy you 10 vases later. Actually, I have another small matter. When can I go to the Zhengtong era? I really can't wait to beat that bastard Zhu Qichen up. Ren Xiaotian slammed his book shut impatiently and said, didn't I tell you? You can't just go to any dynasty you want. You can only go if Zhu Qichen comes to me himself or if some special circumstance occurs that allows us to go to the Zhengtong era. Fourth brother, stop thinking about it. Zhu Di instructed, then remember to tell me when he comes or when we can go. I can't get over this hurdle without beating him up. Okay, I'll call my uncle too, okay? You two can beat Zhu Kijhen however you want. Is that alright? Ren Xiaotian waved his hand. It seems that Zhu Di won't be able to let this go without giving Zhu Kijhen a beating. Ren Xiaotian also hopes that Zhu Kijhen will come over soon, otherwise he'll be annoyed to death by Zhu Di's constant harassment. Congratulations, host, for altering the course of Yang Ming dynasty history. Reward plus 500 points. Since the host has not yet repaid the system loan, this reward will prioritize repaying the system loan. After this repayment, the host will still have 500 points remaining. Please keep up the good work. Ren Xiaotian was stunned. He'd already changed the course of history? Then he thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, even Zhu Kijhen couldn't be born anymore. How could it not be considered an alteration of the course? Hey, system, do you have a function to send a specific emperor to me? You should know that Zhu Di is itching to beat up Zhu Kijhen. I don't want to be nagged about it every day. Of course you do, but the function of sending a specific emperor requires 1000 points per use. It seems you don't have enough points right now, host? Ren Xiaotian could almost picture the system's cheeky face in his mind, and he immediately felt a surge of anger. Alright, I know. Go and rest if there's nothing else. Brother Tian, don't be angry. I just won't bring it up again. Zhu Di, seeing Ren Xiaoshan's fluctuating expression, thought he had angered him. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you, fourth brother. I just thought of something troubling me. If you have nothing else to do, go back to watching TV. If you ask me, find a comedy to watch, so you won't get upset when you see Zhu Kijhen again." Zhu Di nodded to indicate he understood and started to walk outside. Wait, I just remembered something very important. Ren Xiaotian suddenly called out to Zhu Di. Zhu Di turned around and looked at Ren Xiaotian with a puzzled expression. Hadn't he said everything he needed to say? What is it, Brother Tian? Haven't we finished talking about Zhu Kijhen? Is there something else outrageous you forgot to tell me? Ren Xiaotian shook his head seriously. It's not that. It's something very important to you. You need to be mentally prepared. I didn't want to tell you directly, but you kept dragging your feet, so I had no choice but to. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's serious expression, Zhu Di couldn't help but feel nervous. He swallowed hard and said, Brother Tian, just tell me. What is it? I can handle it. Ren Xiaotian stepped forward and patted Zhu Di's shoulder. He said in a deep voice, Fourth brother, if the historical records are correct, my fourth sister-in-law will die of illness next year. The reason I kept urging you to bring her here is so that she can have a full examination in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di felt his legs go weak, and he swayed and collapsed to the ground. His feelings for Su Miaowen were no less than Zhu Yuanzhang's feelings for Empress Ma. Su Miaowen accompanied Zhu Di from his enfeoffment in beeping to his downfall and eventual ascension to the throne after the Jingnan rebellion, remaining steadfastly by his side. Without Su Miaowen's support, Zhu Di doesn't know if he could have survived until the end of the Jingnan rebellion. Historical records indicate that Zhu Di never appointed another empress after Su Miaowen's death, demonstrating the depth of his affection for her. Now, suddenly hearing from Ren Xiaotian that Su Miaowen would die next year, Zhu Di was completely unable to accept this fact. Zhu Di sat there dumbfounded on the ground. Ren Xiaotian sighed and prepared to help him up. Before Ren Xiaotian could even touch Zhu Di suddenly sprang up and grabbed Ren Xiaotian by the collar. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What's the point of my life if Miaowen is gone? Ren Xiaotian understood Zhu Di's feelings at that moment. He remained silent and gently patted Zhu Di's back. Zhu Di released Ren Xiaotian and squatted on the ground, wailing loudly. Ren Xiaotian squatted down and comforted him. Fourth brother, don't cry. Fourth sister-in-law is still all right. We still have a great chance to save her life. Crying like this won't solve anything. Hearing Ren Xiaoshan's words, Zhu Di seemed to grasp at hope. He wiped his face and said joyfully, yes, Brother Tian, you must have a way to save Miaowen's life. You saved the first emperor when he was in such a serious condition, so Miaowen will definitely be fine too. Ren Xiaotian thought to himself, we even used the longevity pill on the first emperor. If we can't save her now, there's no reason for me to fail. I hope Su Miaowen's illness isn't as serious as Qin Shi Huang's, otherwise, I won't be able to find another longevity elixir for her. It'll be fine. Our medical technology in later generations is very advanced. Even if my sister-in-law really has some kind of illness, we can definitely cure her. Ren Xiaotian didn't actually know what illness Su Miaowen had died from, but he really couldn't upset Zhu Di any further, so he could only say this for now. Zhu Di wiped the tears from his face, stood up, and hurriedly walked out. Ren Xiaotian asked curiously, Fourth brother, where are you rushing off to? Zhu Di replied without turning his head, now that I know Miaowen is unwell, I have to hurry back and bring her here. We can't delay any longer. Then you should eat something before going back. It's almost mealtime. Ren Xiaotian said to him, impressed by Zhu Di's decisiveness. I have no appetite. Let's talk about it when I get back. I'm going back now. Zhu Di said, disappearing from Ren Xiaoshan's sight. Ren Xiaotian shook his head, sat down, and reopened the history book. After all, the exact illness of Su Miaowen could only be determined after examination. His anxiety now was useless. The Yang'e reign of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di returned to his palace after exiting the passage. He immediately summoned a eunuch and ordered, quickly summon the empress and the crown prince to see me. The eunuch hesitated, saying, His Highness the Crown Prince is in the imperial study discussing matters with the Minister of War. He instructed us not to disturb him. Zhu Di kicked the eunuch, sending him sprawling, and roared, Are you listening to him or to me? Does my word no longer apply to you? Get the Crown Prince here right now. Tell him I have something extremely urgent to discuss with him. He was already in a bad mood because of Su Miaowen's affair, and this eunuch was deliberately provoking him. It was no wonder he was angry. Seeing Zhu Di's genuine rage, the eunuch scrambled out of the palace. Shortly afterward, Su Miaowen arrived at Zhu Di's palace, accompanied by her personal maid. Your Majesty, didn't you go to Xiaoshan's place? Why did you suddenly decide to come back to see me? Su Miaowen said to Zhu Di with a smile. As Zhu Di's empress, Su Miaowen naturally knew of Ren Xiaotian and the existence of the small courtyard. She was curious why Zhu Di, who had said he would stay with Ren Xiaotian for a while, had returned so early. Zhu Di smiled at Su Miaowen and said, I just learned of a major matter from Xiaotian, which is why I rushed back. Su Miaowen asked curiously, What major matter could your Majesty decide for yourself? Why did you summon me? You know, Father Emperor established a rule that the empress and concubine should not interfere in politics. Zhu Di gave a wry smile and said, This matter concerns you. How could I not summon you? Su Miaowen raised an eyebrow. Oh, it concerns me? What could possibly be wrong with me? Well, I'm quite curious. Your Majesty, please tell me. No rush. I also summoned Gao Qi. I'll explain everything to you when he arrives. Zhu Di gently shook his head and said this. Seeing this, Su Miaowen didn't press further, and the two sat waiting for Zhu Gaokai's arrival. Half an incense stick's time later, Zhu Gaokai finally arrived in front of Zhu Di and the other man, panting heavily. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty and Empress Dowager. Please forgive my lateness. Zhu Gaokai wiped the sweat from his brow and said. After the eunuch announced his arrival, he dragged his heavy body towards the location. However, he was simply too obese, his running speed was slower than an average person's walking speed. Zhu Di said sternly, all right, get up now. Look at how fat you are. Before I came back, Xiao Tian told me that there are surgical methods for weight loss in the future. If you continue to get this fat, I'll send you to the future and have your stomach removed. Let's see if you can still eat anything then. Ah, Father, please have mercy. I don't want to have my stomach removed. I'll just lose weight. Please, Father, rescind your order. Zhu Gaokai was stunned by Zhu Di's words. Wouldn't removing his stomach kill him? How could he enjoy food then? Su Miaowen said reproachfully, Your Majesty, don't scare Gaokai. Didn't you have something to say? Now that Gaokai is here, you can speak, right? Zhu Di snorted coldly, Your mother spoils him rotten. He'll become a problem sooner or later. Alright, I didn't come back today for Gaokai's weight loss. I rushed back because of something very important. Zhu Di paused, glancing at Su Miaowen's personal maid. Su Miaowen understood, Xianger, you can go now. I don't need you to serve me here for the time being. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid bowed and left. Su Miaowen leaned back in her chair and said, Now it's just the three of us. Your Majesty, what is it you wish to say? Zhu Di, his expression grave, repeated to the two of them what Ren Xiaotian had told him. Su Miaowen remained calm and composed upon learning of her own death, while Zhu Gaokai was restless and anxious. Zhu Gaokai stood up, trembling, and said, How could this be? Mother has always been in good health. How could she suddenly pass away next year? Father, are you mistaken? Zhu Di said with a grim face, I heard it from Xiao Tian myself. Would Xiao Tian lie to me? Or do you think I'm so old that I can't even hear clearly anymore? Your subject has no such intention. It's just that this matter is truly shocking. How could mother suddenly? Tears welled up in Zhu Gaokai's eyes as he spoke. He simply couldn't believe that his always gentle and kind mother would suddenly fall ill and die. What are you crying about? Your mother is still fine. I came back this time to take your mother to the afterlife for a checkup. Xiao Tian could even cure the first emperor, your mother will definitely be fine too. Zhu Di scolded Zhu Gaokai, seemingly forgetting that he himself had cried even more bitterly than Zhu Gaokai when he first heard the news. Miaowen, don't worry, Xiao Tian will definitely be able to cure you. I'm still waiting for you to grow old together. After reprimanding Zhu Gaokai, Zhu Di spoke gently to Su Miaowen. Su Miaowen smiled and said, I'm not worried about my health. If God really doesn't want me to live, then so be it. I'm just worried that after I'm gone, Your Majesty, you and your brothers Gao Qi won't be able to stay by your side. Remember to take good care of yourselves. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mere illness take your life? Even if heaven wanted to take your life, it would have to ask for my permission first. Miao Yun, come with me now. I'll take you to Xiao Tian's place right now. Zhu Di's words were incredibly domineering, but when he took out his token to open the passage, nothing happened. Father, I remember the token can only be used again after 3 days, right? Zhu Gaoqi said cautiously, afraid that Zhu Di would suddenly get angry and beat him. Zhu Di, blinded by concern, was so preoccupied with Su Miaowen's illness that he completely forgot about the other matter. Su Miaowen chuckled, Your Majesty, I was just joking. Don't be so tense. Who would want to die for no reason? I'm perfectly fine right now. We can go again in 3 days. Looking at Su Miaowen, Zhu Di seemed to see her playful side from her youth, the same way she used to joke with him. You, what can I say about you? Zhu Di couldn't help but gently flick Su Miaowen's nose with his finger, speaking affectionately. Zhu Jiokai quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any longer. He wished he could disappear into the ground. Was it his place as her son to witness his father and mother flirting? Alright, you're not a child anymore, yet you still have no shame. Gao Qi is watching. Su Miaowen tidied her makeup and sat down again, saying. Zhu Gaoqi looked up, feigning ignorance, and said, Huh? What did you say, mother? I was daydreaming just now, I didn't see or hear anything. Even if you saw it, you wouldn't dare say anything. Let me ask you, what were you discussing with Fang Bin just now? Zhu Di also felt a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and changed the subject. He was reporting to me about the new firearms. According to him, the Ministry of War's newly developed firearms have a range 50 paces longer than before, and their accuracy has also improved. I was just preparing to put them into mass production when you called me here. Zhu Gaoqi answered excitedly when Zhu Di asked about this. Alright, I understand. You and Fang Bin will handle this. If you don't have enough money, figure it out yourself. Also, remember to leave me a few thousand of the discarded firearms, I'll give you a surprise later. Zhu Di was still thinking about Han Xin, and these discarded firearms would be a good opportunity to hand them over to Qin Shi Huang. Yes, father. Zhu Jiokai didn't know what Zhu Di was up to, but he figured they were already obsolete and wouldn't be of much use anyway, so he might as well see what Zhu Di's surprise was. Su Miaowen stood up and said, You two can discuss important matters of state, I'll head back now. After all, it's not good for a woman like me to overhear too much about court affairs, and it'll save the ministers from criticizing me later. No, let Gao Qi decide this. I haven't even had a chance to eat yet. Miao Yun, go make me something to eat. I haven't had your cooking in ages. You're so thoughtful, you could help me choose what gift to bring for Xiao Tian. I always feel bad going empty-handed. Zhu Di stood up and rubbed his stomach. Now that he felt relieved, he was starting to feel hungry. Su Miao Yun smiled and said, Alright, you two sit here for a while, I'll go to the kitchen and make you something to eat. I'll also think about what to bring for Xiao Tian. After Su Miao Yun left, Zhu Di's eyes were fixed on Zhu Gaoqi. Father, why are you looking at me like that? It's making me uneasy. Zhu Gaoqi didn't understand why Zhu Di was looking at him like that. Was he going to settle the score with him for what happened earlier? Zhu Di said, You'd better hurry up and lose some weight for me, or I'll whip you. Zhu Jiokai breathed a sigh of relief. So it was about losing weight. Looks like he'd have to pretend to be healthy for a while to fool his father. Don't try to fool me. If you haven't lost 10 pounds by the time I come back, I'll really send you to Xiao Tian for gastric bypass surgery. Don't think I'm joking. Zhu Jiokai's little scheme couldn't escape Zhu Di's notice. Zhu Di wasn't going to let Zhu Jiokai get any fatter, after all, he was already almost unrecognizable. Yes, father. Your son will certainly do it. Zhu Jiokai replied with a bitter expression. It seemed he really had to say goodbye to all kinds of delicious food this time. Roast chicken, donpo pork, braised pork Hawkeye, Zhu Jiokai, we'll miss you all. Stop looking so mournful. Your imperial grandfather couldn't even afford grass roots and tree bark back in the day. I'm just telling you to eat less, not sending you to your death. If you really die of obesity, what will history say about you? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by future generations? Has there ever been a more outrageous death for an emperor throughout history? Zhu Di, seeing Zhu Jiokai's mournful face, immediately rebuked him in a fit of anger. Zhu Jiokai glanced furtively at Zhu Di and muttered under his breath, Duke Jing of Jin drowned in the latrine. Even if I died of obesity, it wouldn't be as outrageous as his death, would it? Zhu Di slapped Zhu Jiokai's large head angrily. What are you showing off for? Trying to boast about how much you know? Do you think I don't know how Duke Jing of Jin died? And look at the person you're comparing yourself to. Why don't you compare yourself to Emperor Hui of Jin, Sima Zhong? If you were truly an idiot, I might feel comfortable passing the throne to Gao Su. Zhu Jiaokai pouted, thinking, father just knows how to scare people with the throne. However, this was indeed Zhu Jiaokai's weakness. Even if Zhu Jiaokai truly had no intention of inheriting the throne, and Zhu De bypassed him, the eldest son, and passed the throne to Zhu Gao Su, where would he put his fat face? Wouldn't the court laugh at him to death? Father, please don't be angry. Your son promises to work hard to lose weight. Zhu Jiaokai, realizing he wouldn't get away with it if he didn't take a firm stance, could only promise Zhu De. Zhu De tapped the table with his hand and said, you'd better be telling the truth. I'll be checking your weight loss results later. Just then, Su Miaon entered with 2 dishes, and Zhu Jiaokai was immediately relieved. Father, mother, your son won't disturb your meal any longer. Your son will go back to lose weight now. Zhu Jiaokai stood up and ran out, but his posture was rather comical. Jiaokai, why are you in such a hurry? Finish your meal first. What did your majesty say to Jiaokai? Why is he so frightened? Su Miaon watched Zhu Jiaokai run off and placed the dishes on the table before asking Zhu De. Zhu De helped Su Miaon sit down, saying, it's better he doesn't eat. It saves me from getting angry seeing how fat he is. I only told him to lose weight, and look how scared he is. Your majesty, please don't be so worried. I'm perfectly fine now. Gao Qi has always been a glutton, it won't be easy for him to lose weight so quickly. Su Miaon looked at Zhu De carefully helping her down, and said with a wry smile, forget it, forget it. Even if he gets fat to death, I don't want to worry about him anymore. Besides, if I talk about it anymore, I'll become a gossip. Miaon, how can I be at ease until you've fully recovered? Zhu De looked at the few strands of white hair mixed in with Su Miaon's black hair, and said with heartache. Su Miaon chuckled, all right, your majesty, why are you acting like a little girl? Eat quickly, the food will get cold. Zhu De sat down and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Su Miaon's cooking might not have been as good as Ren Xiaoshan's, but Zhu De felt it was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten. Uncle Xiao Tian, I'm hungry. When are we eating? After dealing with Zhu De's whole ordeal, Ren Xiao Tian was no longer sleepy. He was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't even notice Zhu Xiangying and Lu Sanyu entering. Looking up and seeing them, Ren Xiaotian smiled and said, Xiangying, get out of class is over? I was so engrossed in my book that I forgot about cooking. Lu Sanyu, after observing Ren Xiaotian for a while, noticed he was indeed studying diligently. He nodded and said, I didn't expect you, Ren Xiaotian, to be such a studious fellow. Hey old man, can you please stop calling me little brat all the time? I haven't done anything to you, and I serve you good food and drink every day. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to insult me like this? Ren Xiaotian couldn't take it anymore. Since there weren't many guests today, he was determined to have a good talk with the old man. How can you be a good person if you can hang out with tyrants and rebels like Ying Zheng and the Prince of Yan every day? I'm flattering you by saying you're studious, don't be ungrateful. Lu Samyu's bad temper flared up again when Ren Xiaotian dared to argue with him. You keep calling him a tyrant and a rebel. Let me ask you, did you personally witness Qin Shi Huang indiscriminately killing innocent people, or did you see Zhu De force Zhu Yunwen to his death? If Qin Shi Huang really wanted to destroy your Confucianism, would you be here today, eagerly lecturing people? If Zhu De hadn't rebelled, his whole family would have been forced to their deaths by Zhu Yunwen. What would you have done in that situation? Ren Xiaoshan's mouth was like a machine gun, giving Lu Sanyu no chance to refute, unleashing a torrent of criticism. Lu Sanyu remained calm. He organized his thoughts and replied, Sima Qian recorded in the records of the grand historian that Qin Shi Huang's tyranny led to widespread rebellion among the people. The burning of books and burying of scholars alive are irrefutable evidence. Doesn't all this prove that Ying Zheng was a tyrant? Furthermore, the Prince of Yan was merely using the pretext of the Jingnan rebellion to rebel. His wolfish ambitions likely led him to plan all this long ago. Since ancient times, the imperial throne has been determined by seniority and legitimacy. As the fourth son of the current emperor, his ascension to the throne was illegitimate. Even though Prince Yunwen is his nephew, he could still ruthlessly depose him. His true nature is evident. Ren Xiaotian was amused and exasperated. History has always been written by the victors. Have you ever seen a dynasty speak well of the previous one? Moreover, the Han dynasty was governed by Confucianism, so naturally they would desperately smear the legalist Qin dynasty. And then there's Prince Yan, Zhu De. He even sent his wife and children to Zhu Yunwen. Wasn't that enough to prove his innocence? And yet Zhu Yunwen still wanted to kill him. If he hadn't rebelled, his fate would likely have been the same as Prince Xiang, Zhu Bai. If Prince Qin and Prince Jin were still alive, they probably would have made the same choice as Zhu De. To put it bluntly, Zhu Yunwen is simply not cut out to be emperor. I ask you, do you want to see the Ming dynasty decline under Zhu Yunwen or flourish under Zhu De? Ren Xiaoshan's words startled Lu Sanyu. He only knew that Prince Yan Zhude had overthrown the throne by seizing power during the Jingnan campaign. He was completely unaware of Zhu Yunwen's policies of reducing the power of the princes and forcing Prince Xiang to his death. However, Lu Samyu wasn't going to compromise with Ren Xiaotian. He opened his mouth, ready to refute him again. Young Zhu Xiaoying, standing to the side, suddenly erupted, "Enough! Stop arguing!" Zhu Xiaoying's shout startled Ren Xiaotian. Looking at Zhu Xiaoying's serious little face, Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh, "Good heavens, is this the legendary imperial aura? It seems Xiaoying hasn't been wasting her time learning from old man Lu lately. She almost stunned me. Uncle Xiaotian, I apologize on behalf of Master Lu." Zhu Xiaoying knew what kind of people Qin Shi Huang and Zhu De were, and naturally knew that Ren Xiaotian wasn't lying. It's alright, I didn't mean to argue with this old man, we just got carried away." Ren Xiaotian was taken aback by Zhu Xiaoying's apology and had no desire to argue with Lu Samyu any further. Lu Samyu said urgently, "Your Highness, you mustn't. I'm not wrong, you don't need to apologize to him." "Enough, Master Lu, come with me. If you still respect me as the crown prince, then don't argue anymore." Zhu Xiaoying turned around and said sternly to Lu Samyu, "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Samyu followed Zhu Xiaoying out reluctantly, not forgetting to glare fiercely at Ren Xiaotian before leaving. Ren Xiaotian, however, didn't care. He picked his nose and flicked it at Lu Samyu. Lu Samyu seemed to sense something and stiffened, but he didn't make any further movements, following Zhu Xiaoying out. Ren Xiaotian, feeling bored and a little hungry, went to the kitchen to cook. Half an hour later, Ren Xiaotian called Zhu Xiaoying to come and eat. "Today it's stewed pork ribs. Yay! I love pork ribs the most." Zhu Xiaoying, seeing the stewed pork ribs, reverted to his childlike nature, clapping his hands happily. The Zhu family of the Ming dynasty didn't actually prohibit pork, a food taboo due to their surname. Aside from changing the name of pigs to Tun, Zhu Yuanzhang allowed commoners to eat them however they wanted, and even members of the royal family frequently ate them. This was completely different from the Tang dynasty's prohibition on eating carp. Ren Xiaotian smiled and patted Zhu Xiaoying's head, saying, "I stewed a lot today. Eat as much as you like, and I'll get you more if you're still hungry." "Thank you, Uncle Xiaotian, I'll eat then." Zhu Xiaoying nodded emphatically and then buried her head in her rice. "Grandpa, try the stir-fried radish and bitter melon I made especially for you. You've been a bit irritable lately, this will help you calm down." Ren Xiaotian placed a plate of vibrant green vegetables in front of Lu Samyu, raising an eyebrow at him as he spoke. Lu Samyu didn't say anything, picking up a piece of bitter melon and putting it in his mouth. He frowned, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then ate with nonchalant ease. Ren Xiaotian watched, his face contorting. This bitter melon was a carefully selected variety. He had tried it once before and spat it out. He couldn't help but admire how Lu Samyu could eat it. "Grandpa, as long as you don't scold us anymore, you can eat as many of these ribs as you want." Ren Xiaotian couldn't bear to see Lu Samyu eat anymore, so he spoke up. Lu Samyu picked up another piece of bitter melon and put it in his mouth, glancing at Ren Xiaotian sideways, and said, "Back then, Master Woolley refused to bow down for 5 pecks of rice. While I admit I'm not as good as him, I can't be bought off with mere ribs." Ren Xiaotian didn't get angry at this, instead, he laughed. This old man was quite interesting. Although his personality was somewhat pedantic, he was upright and extremely principled. No wonder Zhu Yuanzhang chose him to be Zhu Xiaoying's teacher. Ren Xiaotian pushed a plate of pork ribs in front of Lu Samyu, saying, "Fine, I can't argue with you. Eat these ribs as much as you want. We can't let you go hungry, can we?" Ren Xiaotian wasn't going to argue with the old man anymore. Lu Samyu had been stubborn his whole life, trying to change his mind now was a pipe dream. As long as he could educate Zhu Xiaoying, Ren Xiaotian didn't care about the frustration. After all, neither Qin Shi Huang nor Zhu De bothered with him anymore. Lu Samyu grinned at Ren Xiaotian with a victorious air, picked up a rib, and started eating. Actually, he had just forced himself to eat the bitter melon while refusing to vomit. He didn't know where Ren Xiaotian had gotten this vegetable, it was so bitter it was practically inedible. Bitter melon was introduced to China after Zheng He's voyages. Ren Xiaotian shook his head helplessly at Lu Samyu's expression. This old man was truly both infuriating and amusing. 3 days passed in this way, and Ren Xiaotian had roughly read through the historical records of the Han Dynasty. He rubbed his dry eyes, stood up, and stretched. Having grown accustomed to the hustle and bustle of daily life, he was quite bored these past few days with the courtyard suddenly becoming quiet. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but think of his wife and daughters far away in another world, wondering how they were doing. Right now, he could only work hard to earn points so he could return home and reunite with his family as soon as possible. No matter how these emperors treated him, they were ultimately not his family. Ren Xiaotian silently prayed, "System, oh system, hurry up and send me a few more new customers. I haven't had a single sale in ages." Just as Ren Xiaotian was lost in thought, Zhu Di's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Brother Tian, come open the door for me. I'm back. Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was thinking about new customers, not Zhu Di. Despite his grumbling, Ren Xiaotian went out and opened the gate for Zhu Di. Ha ha ha, I've been gone for 3 days, Brother Tian, did you miss me? As soon as Ren Xiaotian opened the door, Zhu Di gave him a big hug. Go away, fourth brother, what are you doing hugging me like that? Besides, have you even showered before hugging me? I can already smell your sweat. Ren Xiaotian pushed Zhu Di away, annoyed. Zhu Di raised his arm and sniffed his armpit, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. I just bathed before coming. I shouldn't smell of sweat so quickly, right? Then, seeing Ren Xiaotian's amused look, Zhu Di knew perfectly well that he'd been tricked again. You little rascal, you're playing tricks on me again. You're asking for it. Ren Xiaotian dodged Zhu Di's slap by tilting his head. He chuckled, didn't you say you'd bring my sister-in-law? Where is she? You must be Xiaotian? Nice to meet you. I'm Su Miaoun. A gentle female voice came from behind Zhu Di. Ren Xiaotian looked closely and saw a woman in her early 40s standing behind Zhu Di. Although Su Miaoun had some fine lines on her face, she was very well maintained. Judging from her features, she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Ren Xiaotian stared at Su Miaoun's outstretched hand, momentarily unsure who was the modern person. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Ren Xiaotian. By the way, how do you know the handshake etiquette? Ren Xiaotian gave Su Miaoun's hand a light squeeze before immediately releasing it, chuckling sheepishly. The emperor taught me before he came, saying it's the etiquette for greetings in your later generations. Perhaps I did something wrong? Su Miaoun frowned, looking at Zhu Di with a puzzled expression. Ren Xiaotian scratched his head, saying, No, I just didn't expect you to know our later etiquette. I didn't realize it for a moment. Let's go inside and talk. Can't you see all these bags I'm carrying? These odds and ends are quite heavy. Brother Tian, come help me. Zhu Di untied his bundle and placed it on the ground. Ren Xiaotian stepped forward and weighed the bundle in his hand. Zhu Di wasn't exaggerating, it really was heavy. Fourth brother, what are you carrying? Why is it so heavy? Ren Xiaotian asked, hoisting the bundle onto his shoulder. Zhu Di chuckled, didn't I promise to compensate you with a vase last time? I brought you a few UN blue and white porcelain pieces, guaranteed to be even better than what father gave you. The rest were chosen by your sister-in-law, I don't know what's there. You can see for yourself later. Thank you very much, sister-in-law, Ren Xiaotian said with a smile to Su Miaoun. The two of them struggled for quite a while before finally carrying the bundle into the courtyard. You guys came all this way, but why bring me anything? I don't need it, Ren Xiaotian said, wiping his sweat. Zhu Di laughed, it's not right to come empty-handed every time. Since your sister-in-law is here, I brought you something as a small gift. That's too kind of me. But since you've said so, fourth brother, I'll accept it. Don't bring anything next time, Ren Xiaotian said as he put the bundle in the storeroom and returned. I also have a few gold bars here. Consider it money for your sister-in-law's medical treatment. I know you weren't exactly wealthy in your later life. Zhu Di, speaking, took out 7 or 8 gold bars from his sleeve and handed them to Ren Xiaotian. Don't do that, fourth brother. You've already given me so much, giving me more gold bars would be a slap in the face, wouldn't it? I'm not so poor that I can't even afford a hospital checkup, Ren Xiaotian said, pushing Zhu Di's hand away. Zhu Di forcefully stuffed the gold bars back into Ren Xiaotian's hands, saying, this isn't just for your sister-in-law's medical treatment. Last time, Father Emperor said he wanted to get you a new carriage, and I was afraid he might forget, so I'm paying for this in advance. To be honest, your old car really needs replacing. Last time I sat in it for a short while, my back started to hurt. Ren Xiaotian smiled awkwardly. His little van was noisy everywhere except for the horn. It was fine for him to use for hauling goods, but using it to transport emperors was definitely beneath him. Alright, after I finish my sister-in-law's checkup, I'll use this money to buy a better car. To be honest, this car has been a real lifesaver, and I'm actually a little reluctant to replace it. Zhu Di chuckled and scolded, don't be so smug, I'm giving you money for a new car, you should be grateful. Your sister-in-law is coming to your place for the first time, aren't you going to hurry up and cook her some good food? Okay, fourth brother, get my sister-in-law a drink and let her sit down for a bit, I'll go cook right away. Ren Xiaotian finished speaking and dashed off to the kitchen. Considering Su Miaoun's health, Ren Xiaotian didn't dare cook anything too spicy or oily, only a few lightly flavored dishes. Sister-in-law, try some of my cooking. I don't know if it suits your taste. Su Miaoun didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth, then raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't expect Xiaotian to be able to make stuffed tofu. I haven't had such authentic flavor in years. Su Miaoun's father, Su De, and Zhu Yuanzhang were from the same hometown, Fangyang, Anhui. Su De often ate Fengyang cuisine at home. Although Su Miaowen didn't live in Fengyang for long, she developed a love for Fengyang food under Su Da's influence. Even after she went to Beeping with Zhu De to take up her fiefdom, she still missed this taste. Ren Xiaotian smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, sister-in-law. I know you're from Fengyang, so I specially prepared a few Anhui dishes. I don't know if they're good or not. If you like them, eat more. I'll make them for you again next time. The taste is indeed very good. No wonder the emperor talks about coming here every day. Thank you for your trouble this time, Xiaotian." Su Miaowen smiled at Ren Xiaotian and said. Savoring the familiar taste, Su Miaowen couldn't help but miss her father, Su Da. Ren Xiaotian, oblivious to Su Miaowen's unusual expression, said, "Sister-in-law, don't eat or drink anything tonight. We'll go for a checkup first thing tomorrow morning. Xiaotian, won't you eat with us? There's so much food, the two of us can't finish it all." Su Miaowen wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and said. Ren Xiaotian laughed, "I just ate before you came. Sister-in-law, you and my fourth brother can eat. Get some rest after you finish. The checkup tomorrow probably won't be short. You won't have any energy if you don't get enough rest." Zhu De waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, I know. If you're not going to eat, don't bother me while I'm eating." Su Miaowen tugged at Zhu De and said, "Your Majesty, Xiaotian was just trying to be helpful. Why are you talking to him like that?" "Xiaotian, His Majesty always speaks like that, don't take it to heart." Ren Xiaotian laughed and said, "How could I not know fourth brother's bad temper? If I were to argue with him, I would have been driven crazy long ago. Sister-in-law, you two eat, I'll go back to my room first." Nothing happened that night. Time quickly passed to the next morning, and Zhu De and Su Miaowen arrived in the modern world in Ren Xiaoshan's van. Looking at the skyscrapers outside the window, Su Miaowen asked curiously, "Is this the China of later generations? How did they build such tall buildings?" "Xiaotian, can you tell me?" "Sister-in-law, I'm just a liberal arts student. Building a skyscraper is a science subject, I have no idea how it's built." Ren Xiaotian, a liberal arts graduate who coasted through his studies, knew nothing about construction except cement, steel, and concrete. He was truly a disgrace to future generations. "Do women in your later generations dress like this? Arms and legs are still exposed. Are people in later generations so poor they can't even afford a proper outfit?" Su Miaowen stopped pressing the matter of the skyscraper. She frowned as she looked at the girls in short sleeves and skirts on the street. On this point, she surprisingly shared Empress Ma's opinion. "Your Majesty, what are you looking at?" She turned and saw Zhu De staring intently at the girls outside the window. She immediately turned his face towards her. "Ahem, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought about politics. I swear I didn't look at anything." Zhu De coughed twice guiltily, not expecting Su Miaowen to discover him secretly looking at other women. Ren Xiaotian glanced at the two of them in the rearview mirror, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Sister-in-law, this style is popular here now. Being too covered up is seen as old-fashioned. You'll get used to it." Su Miaowen pouted and didn't say anything more, but in her heart, she was determined never to let Zhu De come to the future with Ren Xiaotian again. What if one day a vixen bewitched Zhu De? After this little incident, the three of them finally arrived at the hospital. Ren Xiaotian arranged the most comprehensive medical checkup package for Su Miaowen. It was a bit expensive, but at least nothing was overlooked. Blood tests, CT scans, and painless colonoscopies all went smoothly, but the gynecological exam almost caused a major problem. Since accompanying persons weren't allowed inside for the gynecological exam, Zhu De and Ren Xiaotian had to wait outside. Ren Xiaotian, having gotten up early, was dozing in his chair when Su Miaowen's angry shout suddenly came from inside the examination room. Zhu De jumped up at the sound of Su Miaowen's commotion, and Ren Xiaotian was immediately startled awake. "What's wrong, sister-in-law? Come in and see." Fearing something might have happened to Su Miaowen, Ren Xiaotian didn't care about anything else and rushed into the examination room with Zhu De. "You shameless scoundrel! Forcing a respectable woman to undress in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid the authorities will arrest you and execute you?" Ren Xiaotian and Zhu De entered to find Su Miaowen with her arms crossed, loudly berating the doctor who had examined her. The doctor, clutching her flushed face, said with a wronged expression, "Sister, I'm your doctor. How can I examine you if you don't take your clothes off? Why did you suddenly slap me?" Zhu De, seeing this, understood. He raised his fist and swung it at the doctor, yelling, "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Ren Xiaoshan's head spun. He quickly rushed forward and restrained Zhu De. If Zhu De's punch had landed, he would have been in serious trouble, likely facing detention. "Are you the patient's family members? What's wrong with this patient?" He suddenly slapped Dr. Wang out of the blue. "Are you here for a checkup or to cause trouble?" The nurse next to him, with a short temper, saw that Zhu De dared to hit someone and immediately grabbed Ren Xiaotian, spitting at him. Ren Xiaotian could only quickly apologize. I'm so sorry, so sorry. My relatives just came from the mountains, they didn't know there were male doctors in gynecology. I'm really sorry. Ren Xiaotian was careless, he had overlooked this detail and almost caused a big problem. The nurse rolled her eyes and said, if you wanted a female doctor to examine you, you should have said so earlier. I noticed there was no note on the form, so I gave it to Dr. Wang. What kind of mess is this? I'm so sorry, it was my oversight today. Here's 2,000 yuan, consider it my apology, please don't be angry. Ren Xiaotian said, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and trying to give it to the doctor who had been hit. The doctor refused to accept it, rubbing his face and saying, forget it, forget it. Since you didn't do it on purpose, I won't hold it against you. Next time you have such a request, remember to specify in advance to avoid this kind of blunder again. After saying that, the doctor opened the door and left. Ren Xiaotian went up to him again and thanked him profusely. On the surface, this didn't seem like a big deal, but if the doctor had taken it seriously, all three of them would probably have been taken to the police station for questioning. While the nurse went out to call the female doctor, Su Miaowen quickly said, Xiaotian, what happened? Why are you apologizing to that lecher? He was the one who tried to forcibly undress me. Ren Xiaotian covered his face and said, it's all my fault. I forgot there are many male doctors in the gynecology department. He just wanted to give you a physical examination, nothing more. How can a woman's body be looked at by a man so casually? It's utterly ridiculous. If this happened in the Ming dynasty, that man would be dead 1,000 times over. Su Miaowen was also furious. People in their time valued their reputation more than their lives. It took Ren Xiaotian a lot of effort to calm Su Miaowen and Zhu Di down. After a while, when the female doctor came in, Ren Xiaotian was too tired to speak. Another half-hour passed, and the examination was finally completed. Having learned his lesson from this experience, Ren Xiaotian never dared to relax for a moment and accompanied Su Miaowen through all the examinations. Ren Xiaotian slumped in the massage chair at the hospital, carefully reviewing all the test reports. Strange, isn't it? After reading the report, Ren Xiaotian muttered something. Zhu Di immediately tensed up. His voice trembled as he asked, what's wrong, Brother Tian? Is something wrong with Miaowen? Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said, no, the report said my sister-in-law was perfectly healthy except for a slight case of cervical spondylosis, which is why I found it strange. Isn't being healthy a good thing? What's so strange about it? Zhu Di felt confused by Ren Xiaoshan's words. If she was healthy, why would my sister-in-law suddenly pass away? I just can't understand it. Ren Xiaotian was utterly baffled. How could someone with all their vital signs have suddenly died within a few months? Could it be that she was poisoned like Zhu Xianying? That doesn't make sense. Given Su Miaowen's status, no one would dare poison her. Besides, as the empress, she had people specifically assigned to test her food for poison before eating. It couldn't be so easily poisoned. If it was a plague, then why were others unaffected, and only she fell ill? Besides these possibilities, what else could it be? A brain hemorrhage? Such an illness wouldn't last more than a few months in the Ming dynasty. Cancer? But the medical examination ruled out all cancers. Seeing Ren Xiaoshan's furrowed brow, Zhu Di couldn't help but feel anxious as well. Brother Tian, have you thought of anything? What exactly caused Miaowen's death? Fourth brother, I really can't figure it out, but I can't rule out the possibility that sister-in-law contracted pneumonia or some other inflammation, and it just so happened that she was weak at that time. Of course, this is just speculation, I can't be sure if it was due to these reasons. Right now, we can only wait until next year to find out what illness sister-in-law had. Zhu Di covered his face upon hearing this. If even future generations couldn't determine Miaowen's illness, what would he do? Su Miaowen looked at the two men with furrowed brows and said, look at you two, you look like I'm really going to die. Actually, I have a good idea about this. What idea? Zhu Di and Ren Xiaotian were shocked upon hearing this and asked in unison. Su Miaowen smiled and said, you guys are so silly. I've been staying with Xiaotian for over a year, haven't I? Even if I were sick, Xiaotian could treat me in time. Ren Xiaotian slapped his thigh and said, that's right. I was so focused on what illness my sister-in-law had that I forgot such a simple thing. Sister-in-law, you have to calm down. Zhu Di stepped forward and hugged Su Miaowen tightly, laughing loudly, my Miaowen is so smart. How could we not have thought of that? His loud voice attracted the attention of passers-by. Let go. What are we supposed to look like? Su Miaowen forcefully pulled away from Zhu Di's arms and said reproachfully, ha ha ha, Miaowen, it's good that you're all right. I don't care what others think of me. Zhu Di said nonchalantly, since I'm all right, let's go back. Don't we still need to buy a car for Xiaotian? Su Miaowen subtly pinched the fat on Zhu Di's waist, almost making him cry out in pain. Zhu Di grimaced and said, let's go buy a car. I don't want to ride in Xiaotian's crappy car for another second. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Just how much did Zhu De dislike that little van? On their way to the Ford's dealership, Ren Xiaotian exchanged 2 gold bars at a jewelry store. To avoid difficulty in explaining the origin of the gold bars, Ren Xiaotian specifically chose 2 jewelry stores on different streets. The gold bars Zhu De gave him each weighed 8 taels. Although their purity wasn't the highest, they still sold for several $100,000. The car purchase went smoothly without any problems. Considering the comfort of the customers, Ren Xiaotian chose a domestically produced MPV. The price wasn't too expensive, just over $200,000 after taxes and fees. However, Ren Xiaoshan's old minivan only fetched the price of a scrap car, which really stung. This car is so much more comfortable. I should have replaced it for you sooner. I suffered so much for nothing last time, Zhu De said comfortably, reclining in the back seat. It has to be said that the configuration of domestic cars is really high. Even a car costing 200,000 yuan has a full seat massage function. Fourth brother, if you ask me, you should learn to drive. Next time my uncle and the others come to visit, you can help me out. It's so tiring for me to drive alone. Ren Xiaotian teased, looking at Zhu De who was resting with his eyes closed. Zhu De didn't even blink and said, have you ever seen an emperor who had to drive himself in a carriage? You should just be a good driver for us, and don't even think about anything else. Get lost. Ren Xiaotian laughed and scolded, not caring that Zhu De wasn't falling for it. Ugh. Perhaps because of the smell of the new car, Su Miaowen gagged a few times after getting out of the car after returning to the courtyard. Zhu De immediately tensed up, stepping forward to support Su Miaowen and asking with concern, Miaowen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, I'm sorry to have worried your majesty. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, Su Miaowen felt much better, though her face was still a little pale. Seeing this, Ren Xiaotian handed Su Miaowen a cup of water, saying, sister-in-law is probably carsick, probably because it's her first time riding in a carriage. Fourth brother, don't worry, she'll be fine in a while. Here's what we'll do, you help her inside to rest for a bit, you two must be tired after all this work. Zhu De relaxed and carefully helped Su Miaowen back into the house. Seeing the two of them inside, Ren Xiaotian also leaned back in his recliner and closed his eyes. This day had truly exhausted him, and he fell into a deep sleep within 2 minutes. He didn't know how long he slept, but Ren Xiaotian vaguely heard what sounded like someone kicking the courtyard gate. He rubbed his eyes, pulled out his phone, and checked the time. Good heavens, he'd only slept for half an hour. Xiaotian, what's wrong? I think someone's kicking the door. Zhu De and his wife came out when they heard the commotion. Is it father and the emperor? Should I open the door and see? Fourth brother, my uncles never kick down the door. It's really hard to say who it is right now. You stay here and watch over my sister-in-law. I'll go open the door. Don't go over unless I call you. Ren Xiaotian quickly stopped Zhu De. The lesson from Zhao Guanji last time was still fresh in his mind. He didn't know who was outside the door, and he really didn't dare take the risk. Ren Xiaotian, relying on his invincible state within the courtyard and his current martial arts skills, could easily subdue even 3 or 5 burly men. Only several masters like Zhao Quangayan could subdue him quickly. Upon opening the door, Ren Xiaoshan's tense nerves immediately relaxed, clearly indicating that the person outside posed no threat. Who are you? Why do you not kneel before me? Before Ren Xiaotian could even properly examine the newcomer, the man spoke first. Ren Xiaotian then clearly saw the man's appearance. The old man before him wore a yellow dragon robe and looked to be around 70 years old, a remarkably long life for an emperor, a profession generally associated with short lifespans. This must be the one who kicked down the door earlier. Not only did the footprints on the door match his, but judging from his panting, even this amount of activity had exhausted him. I'm a stubborn person by nature, I can't kneel down, old man, you'll have to take on more responsibility. Spending so much time with Zhu De, Ren Xiaoshan's mouth had become increasingly sarcastic. System, why didn't you greet me when a new customer came? System upgrade in progress, reminder function temporarily disabled. I know, give up. Ren Xiaotian silently complained to himself, this damn system is getting more and more unreliable. How dare you? Since you know the person in front of you is the emperor, why don't you kneel? Ren Xiaotian was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a woman's sharp rebuke. Ren Xiaotian hadn't noticed the woman dressed as a concubine standing behind the old man, and only looked up when he heard the voice. To be honest, this woman was quite pretty. She had a beautiful face, looked to be in her 30s, and was the slightly plump type that most men find attractive. In Beijing slang, she was both alluring and alluring. However, Ren Xiaotian had long been honed by the various beauties online, so he didn't pay much attention to her appearance. Old man, lust is a double-edged sword, you must restrain yourself. Ren Xiaotian noticed the old man's flushed face and unsteady gait. He kindly reminded him. The old man immediately flew into a rage, shouting, how dare you? Guards, bring this unruly commoner to me. Before the old man could finish, Ren Xiaotian turned and called to Zhu Di, fourth brother, sister-in-law. It's all right, you two come here. The Zhu Di couple walked over curiously. Who is this old man? Xiaotian, have you figured it out yet? Zhu Di glanced towards the door and asked Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian shrugged. I don't know, I haven't had a chance to ask yet. By the way, old man, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly, could you please repeat it? The old man was trembling with anger at Ren Xiaotian's attitude. A concubine nearby, fearing he might suffer a serious injury, quickly stepped forward to support him. The old man clutched his chest and roared, "Guards, take this madman, and chop him into dust." After shouting this, nothing happened for a long time. The old man then realized they hadn't brought any guards. All right, fourth brother, come and lend a hand. Let's carry him inside, just in case something really happens. Ren Xiaotian didn't seem to care about the old man's threats. Seeing the old man was quite angry, he didn't dare provoke him further. He called to Zhu Di and carried him into the courtyard. The two men laid the old man down on a reclining chair, and Ren Xiaotian washed his face with cool water, which helped the old man recover. Old man, don't rush to shout and fight. Let me finish. I am the owner of this courtyard. This place isn't in your original timeline. In simpler terms, this is no longer your territory. Those who come here are emperors from various dynasties. The one in front of you, theoretically, should be the emperor after you. So, don't try to act like an emperor here, it won't work. Ren Xiaotian patiently explained to the old man. The reason Zhu Di was said to be the emperor after the old man was because the old man wasn't wearing a Ming Dynasty dragon robe, nor did he have a half-bald, rat-tail hairstyle. That left only one explanation: he was an emperor before Zhu Di. The old man sneered, "What a joke. My great Tang dynasty is a vast and powerful nation, with all nations paying tribute. No matter which small foreign country you come from, you must kneel before me. As for your claim of being an emperor from a later era, that's utter nonsense. This man has a weasel-like face, how could he possibly resemble the emperor of my great Tang?" Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian finally understood this old man was actually the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Hearing the old man's assessment of Zhu Di's appearance, Su Miaoun and the concubine both burst out laughing. Zhu Di subconsciously touched his face, then angrily cursed at the old man. "Are you blind? You dare call me a weasel-faced monster? I think you're the one with shifty eyes. Look at you, so old and still with such a young concubine, you old codger are probably no good either." The old man immediately flew into a rage, stood up from his reclining chair, and reached out to scratch Zhu Di's face. "Oh ho? Judging by your stance, you want to fight me? You old codger, are you all worn out? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you to death?" Zhu Di's temper flared up too. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to spar with the old man. Ren Xiaotian stepped forward and separated the two, saying, calm down. Why are you fighting so soon after meeting? Fourth brother, you're really something, arguing with someone so old. Zhu Di retorted indignantly, he insulted me first, I didn't mean to bully him. He'd better watch his mouth, or I wouldn't mind helping him get a new set of teeth. The old man, realizing the wisdom of not fighting a losing battle, grunted twice and remained silent. Could you be Emperor Xianzong of Tang, Li Longji? Su Miaoun looked at the old man, who had been rebuffed, and asked uncertainly. The concubine shouted at Su Miaoun, How dare you? How dare you address His Majesty by his name? Su Miaoun didn't seem to care, turning to the concubine and asking, Then you must be the famous Yang Yahuan, right? You, how did you know? The concubine, no, Yang Yahuan, exclaimed in shock. Su Miaoun didn't answer her, but shook her head and sighed softly, she's a pitiful woman. Li Longji pondered the three characters Tang Xianzong that Su Miaoun used, and said with a surprised look, My civil and military achievements are no less than those of Emperor Taizong, so why do you call me Xianzong? Xianzong wasn't exactly a good temple name. Although it wasn't a derogatory posthumous title like King Li of Zhou or Emperor Yang of Sui, it was still a derogatory temple name, like Emperor Shenzong of Song or Emperor Saizong of Ming. Ignoring Li Longji's question, Ren Xiaotian and his companions turned to Su Miaoun and asked, Miaoun, how did you figure out this old man is Li Longji? Su Miaoun smiled slightly and said, Tang emperors generally died young. The only one who could live to his age with such beautiful concubines by his side is probably Li Longji. Ren Xiaotian gave Su Miaoun a thumbs up. He truly hadn't expected this old man to be Emperor Xianzong, Li Longji, the turning point from the Tang dynasty's prosperity to its decline, a ruler who was diligent in his early years but incompetent in his later years. You haven't answered my question yet. Why do you say I'm Xianzong? Li Longji, seeing that the three ignored him, became furious again. Ren Xiaotian said, Xianzong wasn't chosen for you by us. Go back and ask Li Hong yourself. By the way, what year did you come from? The 13th year of Tianbao. Why are you asking that? Li Longji was taken aback by Ren Xiaoshan's question, but still answered him, However, he had already made up his mind that after returning, he would first hold Crown Prince Li Hung accountable, and then order his men to lead troops to raze the small courtyard to the ground in order to vent his anger. Sister-in-law, what year did the Lushan rebellion happen? Ren Xiaotian turned to Su Miaowen and asked. His memory of the Tang Xianzong era was hazy, let alone the specific year. I remember it was the winter of the 14th year of Tianbao, right? Your Majesty, am I correct? Su Miaowen didn't dare to give a definitive answer, and could only look at Zhu Di. Zhu Di, this war maniac, was extremely knowledgeable about such famous historical wars. He nodded and said, Miaowen, you're right. I remember it clearly. The Lushan rebellion broke out on the 9th day of the 11th month of the 14th year of Tianbao. Ren Xiaotian patted Li Longji's shoulder and said with pity, Old man, enjoy one more year of good times. Next year will be terrible for you. What Lushan rebellion? What are you all talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Longji was completely confused by the three people's words, and Ren Xiaoshan's tone made him even more displeased. Ren Xiaotian picked his nose and said, This is easy to understand. Your good son, Lushan, is going to rebel next year. You won't have many good days left. Impossible. How could Luo rebel? What nonsense are you spouting? Before Li Longji could speak, Yang Yahuan couldn't sit still any longer. She shouted at Ren Xiaotian, her emotions running high. Ren Xiaotian looked at Yang Yahuan and chuckled. He hadn't said anything too outrageous, had he? Why was Yang Yahuan so agitated? Could everything Sima Guang recorded in the Zizi Tongjian be true? Did Yang Yahuan and Lushan really have that kind of improper relationship? Otherwise, why would Yang Yahuan be so agitated upon hearing of Lushan's rebellion? Li Longji, reclining on the chaise longue, chuckled, Luo is utterly loyal to me, how could he possibly rebel? You can't even lie properly. He'd been lying on the chaise longue for a while and actually found it quite comfortable. He began to plan how to bring the chair back to the palace. After all, only an emperor like himself was worthy of such a fine piece of furniture. Ren Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, What good would it do me to lie to you? I'm not an official in your Tang dynasty. I just want to tell you that this rebellion lasted for 8 years, directly leading to the decline of the Tang dynasty. Subsequent emperors were powerless to resolve the situation of regional warlordism until the Tang dynasty's demise. Ha ha ha, utter nonsense. You're trying to bewitch me with these heretical words. What are your intentions? Are you perhaps sent by Luo's political enemies to attack him? I'm not so senile as to believe your lies, especially your talk of regional warlordism and the fall of the Tang dynasty. Aren't you afraid I'll send troops to wipe out your entire territory? Li Longji laughed loudly, slapping the armrest of his reclining chair. He clearly didn't believe a word Ren Xiaotian said. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ren Xiaotian was too lazy to explain further. Explaining anything to a foolish, debauched emperor like Li Longji was pointless. What Xiaotian said is true. If you don't believe him and don't prepare in advance, you will suffer a great loss. At that time, not only will the people suffer, but you, as the emperor, will also die in fear and anxiety. Su Miaowen, being kind-hearted, still tried to persuade Li Longji despite his dismissive attitude towards Ren Xiaoshan's words. Enough! I won't believe a single word you say. Stop deluding yourselves. What nonsense about the Lushan rebellion? You dare to speak of the demise of my great Tang. I will exterminate your entire clan. Li Longji heard Su Miaowen's words as a curse. He stood up and roared at her, even raising his hand as if to slap her. You old bastard, you're asking for death. Zhu Di, enraged that Li Longji was about to hit Su Miaowen, immediately rushed forward to beat Li Longji. Ren Xiaotian grabbed him and turned to Li Longji, calmly saying, Since you don't believe us, then we'll leave it at that. The door is over there. You two take your time, we won't see you off. But if you dare hit my sister-in-law today, I guarantee you won't leave this room alive. Ren Xiaotian was enraged by Li Longji and didn't care that Li Longji was a customer. If entertaining a customer meant enduring this kind of humiliation, Ren Xiaotian would rather quit. You dare threaten me and even try to kick me out. Li Longji pointed at Ren Xiaoshan's face, his expression incredulous. Ren Xiaotian frowned. Didn't Li Dan teach you not to point at people with your fingers? If you don't want your claws, I don't mind chopping them off for you. Li Longji angrily lowered his hand, pulled Yang Yahuan to the door, and uttered a harsh threat, When I get back, I will definitely send troops to wipe you all out. My beloved concubine, let's go. After saying that, he led Yang Yahuan out of the gate and left the courtyard. What the hell is this? I've never seen such a foolish emperor. What bad luck. After the two left, Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but spit on the ground. Su Miaowen said with a pained expression, It's understandable that he doesn't believe us, after all, we're just talking without any real evidence. But are we really going to ignore this? The Lushan rebellion killed so many people. Sister-in-law, it's not that we're ignoring it, it's just that Li Longji completely disbelieves what we say. We can't even go there, how can we help? Unless we have a chance to go later, we can only worry helplessly. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and said. He even began to wonder if Li Longji had been possessed. He was quite wise and powerful in the first half of his life. How could he suddenly become such a tyrannical ruler in his old age? Zhu De sat to one side, panting heavily, clearly quite angry with Li Longji. He wasn't angry that Li Longji had scolded him, he was mainly angry that Li Longji had actually wanted to hit Su Miaoun. Su Miaoun was his darling, and he was already in a bad mood because of her illness, and now Li Longji was adding insult to injury. Fourth brother, don't be too angry. It's not worth arguing with someone like him. He won't have many good days left anyway, and someone will settle things for you. Ren Xiaotian gently patted Zhu Di's shoulder to comfort him. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed him just now. It would have been a relief to rid the people of the Tang dynasty of a scourge. That old bastard is truly infuriating. Zhu De slammed his fist on the table in a rage. Fortunately, Su Miaoun was unharmed. Although Zhu De was furious, he didn't retaliate further and was coaxed back to his room by Su Miaoun. System, get out here. I can forgive you for not reminding me when a customer arrives, but look at the kind of person you've assigned today. Ren Xiaotian was very dissatisfied with the system assigning Li Longji and was ready to give this damn system a good scolding. Please calm down, host. You need to know that only a few emperors can be considered wise rulers. All customers are randomly selected, and this system cannot guarantee that everyone who comes will be a wise ruler. I don't care, I'm really angry with him today. Not only did I not earn any points, but I also got disgusted by him. You have to compensate me for my losses, or you can give me another customer. Considering the psychological trauma suffered by the host, this system will compensate you with a mysterious customer after the upgrade is completed. A passage to Li Longji's timeline will also be opened at that time. The passage will be valid for 7 days, with no limit on the number of people passing through. The system was silent for a moment before speaking in Ren Xiaoshan's mind. Ren Xiaoshan's spirits lifted. The system had finally done something worthwhile. Opening a timeline passage without limiting the number of people, wasn't this a perfect opportunity for him and Zhu De to vent their anger? First of all, Zhu Yuanzhang would definitely not sit idly by if his daughter-in-law was wronged. Besides, Qin Shihuang and Zhao Quangayan both had good relationships with Zhu De. Would they stand idly by if Zhu De was wronged? Aside from Cao, who was currently preoccupied with his own problems, everyone else could lend a hand if a war really broke out with Li Longji. It would then be a four-nation war against Tang, Qin, Song, and the two Ming dynasties. But Ren Xiaotian thought again. This war couldn't be fought lightly. Leaving aside the costs of supplies and casualties in war, even if they managed to defeat Li Longji, what would the Tang dynasty have left to quell the Lushan rebellion? They couldn't expect the four-nation coalition to fight for the Tang, could they? The Tianbao era was far from the Song dynasty under Zhao Quangayan. Li Longji's reign was already fraught with crises and undercurrents. If they were to eliminate the Tang's vital forces, wouldn't that play right into Lushan's hands? Furthermore, even if they did manage to capture Li Longji, who would become emperor? Li Longji's crown prince, Li Heng, was no better than his muddle-headed father. They couldn't simply overthrow the entire Tang dynasty, could they? Ren Xiaotian, while not a saint, wasn't the type to kill for personal gain either. Li Longji's problem gave Ren Xiaotian a real headache, and he couldn't come up with a good solution. Fortunately, he had a good attitude. If he couldn't think of a solution, he simply stopped thinking about it for now. He could always discuss it with Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Shihuan later. As for the mystery shopper thing the system had mentioned, Ren Xiaotian had long since forgotten about it. For the next few days, Zhu Di and Su Miaoun spent all their time watching movies in the screening room. Ren Xiaotian initially went in to bring them snacks and drinks a few times, but after being constantly subjected to their public displays of affection, he eventually stopped bothering them. Since Li Longji had used the recliner, Ren Xiaotian found it disgusting and put it in the storeroom. He preferred to sunbathe in the yard and simply moved the sofa out of the house. System, I have a question for you. Why didn't I get any points for what happened with Su Miaoun? He was comfortably lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, basking in the warmth, when a question suddenly occurred to him, so he asked the system. Su Miaoun isn't the emperor. Even if you cured her illness, you won't get any points. Wait a minute, shouldn't saving her have changed the course of history? Su Miaoun's life or death has no impact on the Yan'al Ming dynasty, so it doesn't count as changing the course of history. Fine, you win. Ren Xiaotian muttered a few words, rolled over, found a comfortable position, and prepared to take a nap. Bang bang bang. It seemed like Ren Xiaotian and taking naps were incompatible. Every time he was about to sleep, someone would knock on the door. Who is it now? Can't you give me a couple of days of peace? Ren Xiaotian grumbled as he walked towards the door. Without the system notification, he cautiously opened the door a crack to peek outside. The person outside, hearing the door open, pushed it open forcefully and rushed in, catching Ren Xiaotian off guard and knocking him to the ground. What's the rush? Didn't you see me behind you? Ren Xiaotian complained, rubbing his nose after the impact. My apologies, I didn't expect you to be behind the door, Mr. Xiaotian. The person who entered was none other than Qin Shi Huang. Seeing that he had knocked Ren Xiaotian down, he quickly reached out to help him up. It's all right, I'm fine, Ren Xiaotian said, rubbing his sore nose. He couldn't really blame Qin Shi Huang, after all, he hadn't expected Ren Xiaotian to be hiding behind the door. Emperor Qin, it's been several days. What brings you here today? Ren Xiaotian exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang didn't answer his question. Instead, he excitedly shouted, Mr. Xiaotian, it's done. It's done. Ren Xiaotian was completely bewildered. What's done? Who's done with whom? Is there any wedding candy? Paper. Paper. I've invented paper. Qin Shi Huang grabbed Ren Xiaoshan's shoulders and shook him vigorously a few times. Ren Xiaotian felt like he was about to throw up his breakfast and quickly stopped Qin Shi Huang's actions. You're quite fast. Do you have the finished product? Let me see it. Ren Xiaotian swallowed hard and said to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang beckoned behind him, and only then did Ren Xiaotian notice someone standing behind the emperor. Unfortunately, Qin Shi Huang was simply too tall. The person behind him was completely blocked. It wasn't Ren Xiaoshan's fault for having poor eyesight. Qin Shi Huang took a stack of paper from the person and handed it to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian rubbed one of the sheets between his fingers. The paper was soft and resilient, smooth to the touch. Although he didn't know much about paper, he could tell that the quality was excellent. He hadn't expected that Qin's first attempt at papermaking would be so successful. It seemed Zhu De hadn't held back at all, and the two craftsmen had also played a crucial role. Ren Xiaotian laughed, excellent paper. Congratulations! Qin finally has paper to use. Ha ha ha, that's all thanks to you, Mr. Xiaotian, and that boy Zhu De. Otherwise, how could Qin have produced such fine paper? Qin Shi Huang patted Ren Xiaoshan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, aren't you going to introduce this person to me? Ren Xiaotian glanced at the man behind Qin Shi Huang. He sensed that this man had an impressive appearance and exuded the air of someone who had long held a high position. He immediately became interested in this man's identity. Mr. Xiaotian, are you asking about Meng Yi? Meng Yi has come to greet Mr. Xiaotian. Qin Shi Huang answered Ren Xiaoshan's question with a smile, then pulled Meng Yi in front of him. Meng Yi, the Grand Minister of Qin, greets the immortal. May the immortal live as long as heaven and enjoy boundless blessings. Meng Yi bowed respectfully to Ren Xiaotian. Qin Shi Huang hadn't revealed Ren Xiaoshan's identity before coming, only saying he would take him to see the person who taught him papermaking. Meng Yi truly believed the person before him was an immortal. Ren Xiaotian chuckled. Meng Yi was quite eloquent. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked Meng Yi, Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Ha! What did the immortal say? Meng Yi clearly didn't understand Ren Xiaoshan's meaning and asked with a puzzled expression. Undeterred, Ren Xiaotian asked, Do you know Yi Xiaochuan? I've never heard of that name. Is the immortal looking for this person? I will definitely help you find him when I return. Meng Yi shook his head in reply. He had assumed Ren Xiaotian wanted him to help find this Yi Xiaochuan. Ren Xiaotian was immediately disappointed. It seemed that Meng Yi was indeed not a time traveler. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiaotian doesn't think Meng Yi is that Yi Xiaochuan, does he? Qin Shi Huang, having seen the TV series The Myth, burst into laughter at Ren Xiaoshan's question. Ren Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly and said, I was just testing him. What if he really is Yi Xiaochuan? Qin Shi Huang laughed. What would you do if he really is Yi Xiaochuan? Ren Xiaotian answered without hesitation, Of course I'd beat him up. That guy is a disgrace to time travelers, so many people are itching to punch him. Back when The Myth was airing, countless people were infuriated by Yi Xiaochuan in the show. If it weren't for the actor, Lao Hulu, being so popular, he probably would have been subjected to online harassment. Meng Yi couldn't help but shudder. Luckily, he wasn't that Yi Xiaochuan, or he really would have been beaten up by the immortal. Ren Xiaotian asked curiously, Why didn't you bring Xiao He and Li Si with you? I wanted to see what the prime ministers of the Qin and Han dynasties looked like. Meng Yi looked at Ren Xiaotian with a resentful expression. How much did the immortal dislike him? I have reinstated Li Si to his original post, and he is currently working on improving the laws of Qin, so I did not bring him along. As for Xiao he has only recently submitted to me, so it's best not to let him know about such confidential matters as those concerning you. Moreover, I have just appointed him as the Minister of Grain Supply, and he must be extremely busy right now. Qin Shi Huang explained to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that Li Si will rebel again if you reinstate him? Qin Shi Huang smiled smugly, As long as I'm alive, he'll never dare to do that. Meng Yi, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. This was the first time he'd heard of Li Si rebelling. No wonder the emperor had demoted him before. Qin Shi Huang glanced around the courtyard and said, "Are you all alone here? It's so quiet." Ren Xiaotian replied, "Xiang Ying is in class with Lao Lu, and my fourth brother is watching a movie inside. Should I call them all out?" Qin Shi Huang felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of Lu Samu, that big mouth. He waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "Don't call him to Xiang Ying's class, just call Zhu Di out. Fourth brother, we have guests. Come out quickly." Ren Xiaotian shouted at the top of his lungs towards the viewing room. He really didn't want to go in and witness their lovey-dovey antics. "Brother Tian, what are you yelling about? Your sister-in-law and I are at a crucial point in the movie. What kind of guest has arrived that I have to come out?" Zhu Di and Su Miaowen walked towards them one after the other, Zhu Di grumbling in dissatisfaction. Qin Shi Huang stepped forward and patted Zhu Di heavily on the shoulder, saying, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me, young man?" Zhu Di, seeing it was Qin Shi Huang, grinned and said, "Oh, it's you, First Emperor. Seeing how happy you are, if I'm not mistaken, you've invented paper, haven't you?" Qin Shi Huang chuckled, "You're quite shrewd, young man. I have indeed invented paper. I owe it all to you for the artisans you provided." Zhu Di waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing to mention. This is your empress, isn't she? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Qin Shi Huang also noticed Su Miaowen standing nearby and smiled at Zhu Di. "This is my empress, Su Miaowen. Miaowen, this is the first emperor of Qin I told you about." Zhu Di nodded and introduced the two to each other. Su Miaowen gracefully curtsied and said, "Empress Su Miaowen of the Yan'al Emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty greets your majesty the first emperor." "No need for formalities. I am quite familiar with that young Zhu Di. I came in haste this time and didn't prepare any gifts for you. I'll make it up to you next time I come." Before Qin Shi Huang arrived, he hadn't expected Zhu Di to bring his empress along, and he hadn't brought any gifts with him. Su Miaowen smiled and said, "Your majesty, you're too kind. Since you and the emperor are acquainted, there's no need to prepare any gifts. You all chat first, I'll go cook." Ren Xiaotian poured a pot of tea for everyone and then went to the kitchen to busy himself. This person is truly despicable. When Ren Xiaotian brought in the dishes, Qin Shi Huang was slamming his fist on the table, throwing a tantrum. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Ren Xiaotian put down the dishes and asked curiously. Qin Shi Huang said angrily, "That brat Zhu Di just told me about that Li Longji thing. He's gone too far. You must know that the empress is the face of the nation. If Li Longji really attacked Su Miaowen, it would be tantamount to declaring war between the two countries. Zhu Di, you brat, if you need my help, just say the word, and I'll definitely avenge you." Qin Shi Huang said to Zhu Di, filled with righteous indignation, "If it weren't for my brother stopping me that day, I would have killed him on the spot. I don't know if I'll ever have another chance to go and beat him up." Zhu Di's anger flared up again whenever Qin Shi Huang brought up this matter. Qin Shi Huang said, "Didn't we manage to fight Zhao Guangayan last time? This time shouldn't be a problem either, right? Your Majesty, we mustn't start a war over this. If war breaks out, there will inevitably be widespread suffering. I'm unharmed, let's just let this matter pass." Seeing the two getting increasingly carried away, Su Miaowen quickly intervened. "This is a matter between men, niece-in-law, you shouldn't interfere. Mr. Xiaotian, you must have a way to get us to the Tang dynasty, right? I'm just thinking of dealing with Li Longji." Qin Shi Huang's chauvinistic tendencies kicked in again, and he interrupted Su Miaowen, speaking to Ren Xiaotian. When Qin Shi Huang read history books about Li Longji's later years of incompetence and tyranny, how he had brought the vast Tang Empire to its knees, he felt a burning hatred, as if he saw the shadow of Hu Hai and Li Longji. Ren Xiaotian hesitated, "We can go, but this time the situation is different from the last time we went to the Song dynasty." Ren Xiaotian then explained the situation and his concerns to the others. After he finished speaking, Qin Shi Huang, who had just been shouting about dealing with Li Longji, fell silent. Dealing with Li Longji wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in handling the impending Lushan rebellion. They might have simply packed up and left after 7 days, but what about the people of the Tang dynasty? Meng Yi finally understood and asked doubtfully, "Immortal, didn't you say there was another mysterious guest? What if it's Li Longji's father? Wouldn't he still have to listen to his father then?" Ren Xiaotian smiled wryly, "Meng Yi, you don't understand. Li Longji isn't afraid of his father, Li Dan. He forced Li Dan to abdicate back then, let alone now that he's been emperor for so many years. Even if Li Dan stood in front of him, it probably wouldn't do any good." Qin Shi Huang then asked, "What if it's Li Shaiman or Li Ji?" Ren Xiaotian thought for a moment and said, "Possibly. Those two might actually be able to keep Li Longji in check. But the probability of the mysterious guest being one of them is too low." Zhu Di patted Ren Xiaotian and said, "At worst, I won't bother with that old man. Don't worry too much, brother Tian." Actually, Ren Xiaotian was more worried about the Lushan rebellion. As for Li Longji, he'd deal with him if he could handle it later. Su Miaoan raised her wine cup to Qin Shi Huang and said, Emperor Qin, it's a rare treat that you've come today. Let's not hold a grudge against Li Longji anymore. I'll toast you. Qin Shi Huang smiled and accepted the cup, saying, very well, since my niece-in-law has said so, I won't say anything more about him. After setting aside the topic of Li Longji, the group immediately began chatting and laughing. Even Meng Yi, who was visiting for the first time, was no exception. Lu Sanyu, unusually, stroked his beard and smiled as he watched Zhu Xiaoying perform radio calisthenics for everyone, which greatly surprised Ren Xiaotian. After several rounds of drinks, Zhu Di was clearly a little tipsy. He drunkenly said to Qin Shi Huang, Uncle Ying, don't forget what you promised Han Xin. My firearms are all ready. Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Yuanzhang addressed each other as brothers, so Zhu Di calling him uncle wasn't too much of an overstatement. Would I go back on my promise? Han Xin is still in Shangjun and hasn't returned yet, so don't be in such a hurry, kid. Qin Shi Huang took a sip of wine and replied. Zhu Di filled his cup again and said, that's fine then. I was just afraid you'd forget. Su Miaoan frowned worriedly and said, Your Majesty, you've drunk too much today. Please take care of your health. What's there to be afraid of? I haven't had too much to drink. It's a rare occasion to be happy, so why not drink a little longer? Even if something unexpected happens, there's still Brother Tian here. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. Ren Xiaotian said, half laughing, half crying, fourth brother, are you treating me like a paramedic? Let me make this clear, if you drink too much, I won't treat alcohol poisoning. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Ever since he got drunk and caused trouble last time, Ren Xiaotian had vowed never to drink again. Today, no matter how much Zhu Di urged him to drink, he didn't drink a drop. After a while, Zhu Di and Qin Shi Huang, unsurprisingly, both passed out from drinking. Luckily, Ren Xiaotian hadn't been drinking, otherwise, Su Miaoan alone wouldn't have been able to handle them. No wonder people say drunk people are sluggish, it's really true. Ren Xiaotian struggled to drag Qin Shi Huang to bed, feeling his arms were about to give way. Exhausted from the day, he didn't even bother to shower before collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep. The next morning, Ren Xiaotian saw off the reeking Qin Shi Huang and Meng Yi. He didn't know if they had sobered up yet. In the days that followed, Ren Xiaotian returned to his monotonous life of bedroom-kitchen study. Aside from Zhu Di and his wife, who stubbornly refused to leave, everyone else seemed busy with something else. Not a single person came over. System upgrade complete. Ren Xiaotian was curled up on the sofa playing Zelda when the system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. As for why he was playing a game instead of reading history books, it was simply because he was too lazy. Ren Xiaotian was immediately startled and quickly threw down his switch. You damn system, you finally upgraded. Tell me what new features are available. Please explore on your own, host. Perhaps angered by Ren Xiaotian calling it a dog system, the system ignored him after leaving a single sentence, no matter how much Ren Xiaotian called out to it. Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to check things out himself. He first looked at the system shop. There were quite a few new items, but none were affordable for him, so he immediately passed them over. Next to the shop, a customer list appeared, containing only 5 names: Qin Shi Huang, Cao, Zhao Quangayan, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Di. Their names were all glowing with a 7-colored light. Hey, system, why do Qin Shi Huang's and the others' names have special effects? What are these effects for? The 7-colored light represents the customer's good health. Gray indicates the customer is seriously injured or ill, and black represents the customer's death. The system finally answered Ren Xiaoshan's question. Isn't this just like the online/offline status on QQ? Won't you get sued by Nanshan Pizza Hut for this? Ren Xiaotian then noticed that besides Cao, whose name had a small hand icon next to it, the other 4 names all had tokens next to them. Curious, he mentally tapped the small hand icon, and Cao's name also changed to a token. Ren Xiaotian asked, what kind of new function is this? This is the function of issuing access tokens to customers. The system will automatically issue access tokens to customers. Ren Xiaotian nodded. This function was quite convenient, saving time, effort, and points. Meanwhile, Cao was in his temporary prime minister's residence in Xiangyang City, discussing the military campaign against Sun Quan with his advisors, when a black token suddenly appeared in his hand. Cao was immediately startled. Just as he was about to throw the token away, a system notification sounded in his mind. After listening patiently, he was overjoyed. After the note Qin Shi Huang left him warning him about Sima Yi, he was completely baffled. He had wanted to ask Qin Shi Huang, but after searching for a month, he still couldn't find the black passage. Now, finally having the opportunity to go to that place again, Cao was determined to clear up all his doubts. He discreetly slipped the token into his robes and beckoned to Su Chu. Su Chu understood and leaned closer. Cao whispered in his ear, summon Sima Yi, the Prime Minister's chief clerk, to see me later. Sima Yi, a young man with relatively little experience, was not qualified to participate in such a high-level strategic meeting. Su Chu nodded and silently left the Prime Minister's residence. Then what's the purpose of this invite/forced summon button? Ren Xiaotian looked at the button below the customer list and asked the system curiously. The host can send an invitation to each customer once per calendar month. The customer can choose to accept or decline. Forced summon, as the name suggests, can immediately teleport the customer over. Each customer can be forcibly summoned once per calendar month. This function does not deduct points, but forced teleportation may cause discomfort to customers. Please use it judiciously. Ren Xiaotian suddenly understood. The invitation was equivalent to leaving a message on the phone. This function was very useful, saving him the trouble of not being able to contact Qin Shi Huang and the others if he needed to. As for forced summoning, it was best not to use it unless there was an emergency. Anyway, nothing major had happened to him. The host has 5 customers. For the safety of the customers, the system will provide the host with a bodyguard free of charge. Does the host accept? Ren Xiaotian was stunned. Such a good thing? Like last time with Zhao Guanji and Li Longji, he, as the boss, had to personally handle the situation. Now, the system was actually being kind by providing him with a bodyguard to protect the customer's safety. He finally didn't have to lift a finger. Ren Xiaotian nodded secretly. It seemed the system still had a conscience. He wouldn't call it a dog system anymore. Accept, of course I accept. Why not take something free? Ren Xiaotian shouted to the system. It was rare for the system to be so understanding, it would be unreasonable to refuse. System is drawing. Drawing complete. The guard will arrive in the courtyard in 5 seconds. A blinding white light flashed, and a burly figure appeared in the courtyard. Ren Xiaotian lowered his hand from his eyes and looked at the figure. Goodness, this person was at least 190 centimeters tall even from a distance, and looked twice as wide as Qin Shi Huang. His complexion was sallow, and he had a thick beard, resembling Zhang Fei or Li Kuei. Not bad, this guy looks really powerful. The system's selection is really reliable. Ren Xiaotian muttered excitedly as he walked towards the burly man. Stop! Who are you? The burly man, seemingly just recovering from his shock, suddenly noticed Ren Xiaotian approaching and immediately shouted warily. Ren Xiaotian was taken aback. What's going on? This guard doesn't even recognize his boss? Are you one of Zhang Xiu's men? You'd better kill me. The burly man sized up Ren Xiaotian, finding his attire strange and unlike anyone he knew. So he raised his fist, as big as a bull, and charged at Ren Xiaotian. Hey, what's going on? Why are you even hitting your boss? Ren Xiaotian ducked to avoid the burly man's punch and immediately shouted back. The burly man ignored Ren Xiaotian's words. Seeing that Ren Xiaotian had dodged his attack, he flew into a rage and kicked again. System, get out here. Is this the bodyguard you found for me? Have you ever seen a bodyguard beat up the boss first? Ren Xiaotian dodged the burly man's kick, his heart pounding with anxiety as he shouted to the system. Oops, this system forgot to implant the bodyguard's memories into him. Now you can only implant the bodyguard's memories after the host knocks him down and places his hand on his head. You bastard, you did that on purpose. I'll settle the score with you later. Ren Xiaotian blurted out in desperation, feeling that the system was retaliating for his earlier insults. The burly man, thinking Ren Xiaotian was cursing him, became even more ferocious, howling as he charged at Ren Xiaotian again. Ren Xiaotian, seeing he couldn't dodge in time, could only raise his arms to block the burly man's punch. He felt a tearing pain in his arms, then stumbled back a few steps and fell onto the sofa in the yard. The burly man gave him no chance to catch his breath, following up with a stomp. Ren Xiaotian, no longer caring about his image, rolled off the sofa to avoid the man's foot. Bang! With a loud crash, Ren Xiaotian's sofa shattered into pieces under the burly man's foot. Ren Xiaotian gasped. This sofa was made of solid wood, yet it had been trampled into pieces like this with a single stomp. If he hadn't dodged, that stomp would have been fatal. Just who was this bodyguard the system had given him? He was nothing short of a bear in human skin. Taking advantage of the moment when the burly man's leg was stuck in the sofa, Ren Xiaotian quickly said to him, Stop. I meant no harm. Let's stop fighting. Let me explain. After the burly man freed his leg, he completely ignored Ren Xiaotian's words and charged again. Damn it! Ren Xiaotian was speechless. He should have known better than to hit this guard. He'd only brought trouble upon himself. Let alone knocking him down and pinning him to the head, it was questionable whether Ren Xiaotian could even defeat him if the fight continued, given the physical difference. Brother Tian, do you need help? Zhu Di and his wife came out after hearing the commotion. Zhu Di had rolled up his sleeves and was rubbing his hands together, ready to lend a hand. Fourth brother, don't get in the way. Quickly take your wife back inside. Ren Xiaotian didn't even have time to turn his head, he could only shout loudly to Zhu Di. Su Miaoun tugged at Zhu Di, saying, "Go back, your majesty. Going there will only cause trouble for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is full of tricks, he'll definitely be able to take this man down." Zhu Di could only follow Su Miaoun back into the house. Actually, he really wanted to test his skills against the burly man. "Old Zhao, come help quickly." Seeing that simply defending wasn't working, Ren Xiaotian had no choice but to forcibly summon Zhao Kuangyan for help. After all, Zhao Kuangyan's martial arts skills were genuinely strong. He refused to believe that he and Zhao Kuangyan together couldn't defeat this burly man. After being summoned, Zhao Kuangyan froze on the spot, clearly not understanding what was happening. "Old Zhao, what are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm about to collapse?" Ren Xiaotian shouted anxiously when he saw Zhao Kuangyan standing there dumbfounded. Zhao Kuangyan finally came to his senses. Although he didn't know how he had suddenly arrived, since Ren Xiaotian was in danger, he couldn't stand idly by. With the addition of Zhao Kuangyan, a skilled fighter, the tide of battle turned dramatically. The burly man was forced back under the combined assault of the two, quickly retreating to the shattered sofa. "Even if I die today, neither of you will live." The burly man grabbed two sofa legs from the ground, wiping the blood from his nose as he roared. The sofa legs were surprisingly easy for him to handle. Ren Xiaotian and Zhao Kuangyan, wary of the sharp edges, dared not get too close. For a moment, the two men were at a loss as to how to hold the burly man. Seeing that dragging the fight out would be disadvantageous for them, Zhao Kuangyan, in desperation, tore down a metal clothesline pole from the yard. He roared and brandished the pole, engaging the burly man in close combat. Ren Xiaotian watched in stunned silence. Zhao Kuangyan's dragon pattern staff was indeed skillful, but the burly man was no less formidable. The burly man's advantage lay in his height and long reach, while Zhao Kuangyan's strength lay in his weapon. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Ren Xiaotian suddenly realized this wasn't the time to watch. He had to subdue the burly man quickly. He went back to his room, retrieved a strength bar, and seized an opportunity to join the fray. With Ren Xiaoshan's intervention, the situation immediately shifted. The burly man, struggling to defend himself against Ren Xiaoshan's attacks, was caught off guard when Zhao Kuangyan struck him on the hand with his staff. Caught in pain, the burly man dropped the sofa leg he was holding. Just as he bent down to pick it up, Ren Xiaotian pounced on him from behind, grabbing his arms tightly. Enraged, the burly man immediately tried to push away. "Old Zhao, quick! Hit him on the head!" Seeing the burly man about to break free of Ren Xiaoshan's arms, Ren Xiaotian quickly shouted to Zhao Kuangyan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuangyan grabbed the stick in his hand and struck the burly man hard on the back of the neck. The burly man groaned and collapsed to the ground. Ren Xiaotian then relaxed, lying on the ground panting heavily. If Zhao Kuangyan hadn't come to his aid, he would be the one lying on the ground now. "Mr. Ren, who is this man? And why did he attack you? And how did I suddenly arrive here?" Only after confirming the burly man was unconscious did Zhao Kuangyan have time to ask Ren Xiaotian his questions. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling him not to ask yet, then, enduring the aches and pains throughout his body, sat up and placed his hand on the burly man's head. "System is implanting memories, please wait." He needed to implant the memories quickly, otherwise it would be troublesome if the burly man woke up again.